Doomed to be Canon Fodder Chapter 78 to Chapter 160. Longheng didn't know if he was angry or nervous. When he saw her fall, he was startled and hurriedly reached out to help her. But he didn't expect that this woman would reach out and hug Song Jiayue's leg. Although she didn't touch anything special, her face was already pressed against his. He had seen with his own eyes the women of his enemy fooling around with his subordinates. Of course, they did it on purpose. But at that time, he only felt disdain and indifference. He even felt like he was watching a good show. But when her body came into contact with another man, what was that palpitating feeling? What was with that feeling of wanting to separate them immediately? He felt like he had contracted some strange illness, but he couldn't find the cause of it. But he knew that he had to keep a close eye on her in the future to prevent her from rushing into another man's embrace. Song Jiayue remained in his original spot even after they'd walked a dozen or so steps, each with their own thoughts on their minds. Fortunately, Yusei whispered, "Eldest young master, it's time to go." But she felt a slight pain in her heart. No matter what, she was still eldest young master's woman. Although he wasn't very domineering or lecherous in this aspect, she was still someone by his side. Seeing her man so excited because of some accidental physical contact with another woman, she felt a little jealous. Sure enough, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't enter eldest young master's heart. That was why he was so distant from them and never so infatuated with them. Song Jiayue abruptly retracted his thoughts and strode after her. However, he didn't expect that such an accidental contact would make him unable to stop himself. As a man, even if it was his first time sharing a room with a woman, he wouldn't be as excited as he was just now. He was like a young boy who hadn't had sex before. Her little hand was so hot that it felt like it was on fire when it touched his body. If he held her in his arms, he didn't know how mesmerizing it would be. No, he couldn't think like that. She was his good friend's woman, and also his good friend's woman. Suppressing the palpitations in his heart, he quickly walked forward and led them to the esteemed old master's temple. The esteemed old master was in good spirits. Although his hair was white and he was dressed in monk's robes, he didn't look dispirited. It was just that his complexion was too rosy, which made people feel strange. But maybe it was because he was glowing, Xianxia didn't think too much about it. She respectfully bowed to the old master and the two masters sitting in the room. The old master was startled. He had lived his whole life and had messed around when he was young, but he had never seen a woman with such an appearance. She couldn't help but nod. No wonder her daughter-in-law kept praising her. She had a good appearance. "Princely, is this fourth madam?" Other than his grandson Song Jiayue and a few maidservants, this Li of Gojoseon was the only one who didn't need to salute him. Although he was older than him, his official position was lower than his. Besides, now that he was idle at home, Prince Li's refusal to bow to him was due to his grandson's relationship with him. However, the old master still didn't like him very much, probably because of his vicious aura. However, he had chosen his fourth wife well. She was as quiet as water, dignified and intelligent. She was a good child. Just by looking at her eyes, he knew that the greed, anger, and foolishness of the secular world didn't seem to exist. Not only him, but even Master Huiguang who was beside him nodded his head. "This is Master Huiguang of Yongning Temple, and this is Master Huishou of Heavenly Dragon Temple. Greetings, masters." Xianxia was the only one present who hadn't seen the two grandmasters before. Thus, she respectfully bowed to them. However, she had a strange thought. She always hoped that these two masters were some kind of expert and could see the way back. So when she sat down, she glanced at the two masters. These two masters were not young. Master Huiguang had a beard, and Master Huishou had a clean round face. Master Huiguang smiled and said, "This female benefactor, are you willing to join my Buddhist sect?" "Ah?" Xianxia waited for a long time for them to say that she was not a person of this world, but in the end, they wanted to pull her into Buddhism. This result was really unexpected. She was a little confused. What should she do? Not to mention her, even Longheng and Song Jiayue were stunned. Didn't they say that the masters were cold? Why did they suddenly open their mouth and want to accept a female disciple? Master Huiguang said, "Benefactor, you probably don't know that there is a kind of person in this world who is born with Buddhist roots. And this old monk thinks that you are that kind of person. This. Bai Xianxia thought that with her appearance, she might be invited to be a star in modern times, but she never thought that she would be invited to be a nun. For a moment, she felt a little speechless. For some reason, she stole a glance at Longheng and found that his face was so cold that it could shoot ice arrows. She couldn't help but lower her head. She always felt that it was better to ignore this monk. However, the old monk Huiguang still went against her and said, "If benefactor is willing, how about you go back to Yongning Temple with this old monk?" Longheng couldn't bear it anymore. If he continued to bear it, this person would be taken to the temple to be a nun. He couldn't help but slap the table with one hand and said in a deep voice, "Master Huiguang, she is already married." Huiguang said in a lukewarm voice, "Married? When a woman becomes a nun, it means she is married. The place she goes to is her home. However, benefactor, where do you think is your home?" Bai Xianxia was confused by this strange master's question. She stared at him blankly for a moment. That pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through her, causing her heart to be in a mess. She really didn't consider the Wang mansion as her home. She didn't consider this world as her home. She didn't expect this master to be able to see it. Or, was it just talking about marriage? Longheng only saw that Bai Xianxia, who had always been gentle, actually revealed a hesitant expression. She was actually hesitating. She even looked at the master, as if she was considering. Longheng didn't know why his heart trembled. His entire body's violent aura rushed out, immediately making the Buddhist hall have a kind of azure atmosphere. Master Huiguang wasn't afraid, but Master Huishou on the side chanted the name of Buddha. Then, he closed his eyes and chanted Buddha. The old master frowned and said, "Princely, please calm down." He was really afraid that this man would behead the two masters when he got angry. Bai Xianxia also shuddered. She just wanted to go home, not become a nun. Thus, she lowered her eyes and said, "Master thinks highly of me. I am married and follow my husband. The place I married is my home." Master Huiguang only smiled and said, "Benefactor, why are you speaking nonsense? This old monk is willing to explain the scriptures to you in detail. I don't know if your Wang mansion has a place to accommodate." "I'm sorry, master. Li of Gojoseon's mansion is a secular place. It's not convenient for people like master to stay." Longheng gnashed his teeth. If he could kill someone, he would definitely do it now. "Oh? That's really a pity. It's better for benefactor to stay for a few more days. This old monk can also answer any of your questions." Huiguang still didn't give up. His attitude was unusually firm. Longheng really couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up. Did this master have a grudge against him? P.S. Begging for flowers, begging for comments, begging for comments. I will try my best to update. A good girl was abducted to be a nun. How was it better for her to be a nun in the prince's mansion? Song Jiayue hurriedly pulled him back as well, smiling at Grandmaster Huiguang as he said, "Although Grandmaster possesses exceptional insight, this madam indeed already has a husband. She doesn't have the heart to abandon the mundane world. How can Grandmaster force her against her will?" Huiguang sighed and said, "Reincarnation in the secular world is like a dream or a flash of lightning. Benefactress is a rare person with wisdom. There is no need to be involved in the secular world again. What a pity. Thank you for your advice, master." She had never thought about becoming a nun. If he was guiding her home, she would be overjoyed. Unfortunately, Master Huiguang chanted the name of Buddha and said, "This old monk will never give up." The corner of Bai Xianxia's mouth twitched. This great master was too strange. "Master, you are too persistent." She gave him a friendly reminder. Who would have thought that this great master Huiguang actually laughed out loud and said, indeed, female benefactor is indeed different from the rest." Bai Xianxia was a little speechless. She only said 6 words. Why was she different? The old master was also speechless. He just wanted to use this meeting to praise the fourth lady. How could she be chosen by Master Huiguang? He thought that he had spent a lot of effort to invite him over. But Master Huiguang had never said anything about letting him live in the temple, let alone explain the Buddhist doctrine. Suddenly, Master Huishou coughed a few times and then slowly fell to the side. Everyone jumped in fright and ran over one after another. Master, are you okay? The old master was the first to go over. Perhaps because he was too anxious, he was panting and his face was red. He even retched twice. What was going on? Song Jiayue hurriedly ordered the servants to call a doctor. Everyone hurriedly tidied up the couch on the side of the temple hall and carried the two on it. Bai Xianxia also found it strange. How could two perfectly fine people fall sick just like that? Moreover, there was a strange fragrance in the air. What was that smell? She didn't notice it before, but now she looked up and noticed it. There were many pots of tulips around the temple hall, and they were all in full bloom. It was rare to see this kind of flower grow in this season, let alone bloom. No, there was no such flower in ancient times. She didn't have time to worry about this problem. She just remembered that she had learned it before. Although tulips were very beautiful, they contained a large amount of poisonous alkali. If it was a single plant, it might not be a problem. However, with so many blooming tulips planted in this almost enclosed environment, the situation was not optimistic. If there was poisoning, there would be symptoms of chest tightness, nausea, wheezing, and even fainting. However, she didn't know if anyone would believe her if she said it now. Just as she was thinking, the doctor came over. He took the two old men's pulse and shook his head, saying, "Both of your pulses are very chaotic. Forgive this one for being slow-witted, but I don't know why the two of you fell ill at the same time, or why the symptoms are the same." Song Jiayue was anxious. At this time, the other two old masters of the Song family came to see their father. In a short time, 4 or 5 adult men rushed in from outside. The atmosphere in the room became even more chaotic, and the air circulation became slower. Even Bai Xianxia found it difficult to breathe. Her nose was full of the smell of tulips. She quickly covered her nose and mouth with a handkerchief. Just as she wanted to hide, she found that even if the crowd was chaotic, it had nothing to do with her. This was because she was blocked by Long Hang's somewhat tall figure. The male lead's character was like the typical male lead in all novels. In short, there were certain highlights in his character that couldn't be ignored. Bai Xianxia was still very grateful to him. At the very least, he didn't ignore her. Although he was still afraid that others would notice when he blocked her, he silently adjusted his posture. He was a male chauvinist who loved face, but he still knew how to take care of people. Unfortunately, he was the female leads. Just as she was at a loss, she found that the 4 or 5 adult men's complexions weren't very good. Indeed, it was normal for her father to have a bad complexion. However, for against one, they actually began to criticize her younger brother. Their younger brother was the supporting male lead, Song Jiayue's father, Song Hui. He was a third-ranked official, and was also a character. He looked a bit like Song Jiayue, but his eyebrows didn't relax. However, his temperament was extremely strict. There was a folk tradition that after the family split, the younger son was responsible for supporting his parents, and at the same time, inheriting the family property left behind by his parents. The old master had been an official all his life, and the family property he had accumulated wasn't little. When the Song family split, the other 4 brothers originally wanted to share more of the property. However, the old master felt that the younger son was capable, and the eldest grandson wasn't bad, so he didn't share too much with them. Thus, the 4 brothers were naturally very dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to say anything to their father. As a result, this debt was naturally placed on Song Hui's head. These years, the brothers often gave him a hard time whenever they met. Song Hui didn't covet his father's family property, but he said that this family property was left to Song Jiayue, so he could only protect it for his son. He originally thought that his brothers wouldn't bicker with him, but in the end, he was wrong. The main reason was that his 4 brothers didn't have any accomplishments, and because they had been raised by their father since they were young, they had the temperament of sitting on empty mountains. They didn't try to save money, and only knew how to spend it. Like this, even if they had a gold mountain, it would be used up. Only now did he know the old master's intentions for forcibly splitting the family. It was nothing more than wanting them to be self-reliant. He was so old, and indeed couldn't raise these 4 sons for a lifetime. However, he didn't expect that they would place this debt on him. Now, they even found an opportunity to start scolding him, even in front of Li of Gojosian. Fortunately, Li of Gojosian didn't seem to want to meddle in these matters. He just walked over to sit on the side, and the concubine behind him served him tea. In fact, Long Heng wanted to turn around and leave, but thinking that the old master's life and death were unknown, he couldn't help but make Song Jiayue think too much if he left. After all, the two of them had been friends for many years, and naturally were different from others. It was just a pity that the little girl had to stand behind him. Obviously, her foot was still injured. The 5 brothers of the Song family first came in to see their father and great master Huishou, and then greeted Li of Gojosian. Although he didn't have the surname Wang, he was the only person in the imperial court who had been conferred the title of Wang. After greeting, the eldest of the Song family couldn't hold it in anymore, and asked the doctor, "Tell me, what do you mean you can't find the cause of the illness? If you can't find the cause of the illness, why are both like this?" The doctor frowned and said, "It doesn't seem to be an illness." "If it's not an illness, then what is it? Could it be poison?" The second son of the Song family sneered, but it was obvious that there was a hidden meaning in his words. Song Hui frowned and said, "Second brother, how could they be poisoned at home?" Song Jiayue also had the same expression as his father, but there was a trace of coldness between his brows. His own brother actually said this in front of outsiders. It really made people unable to get close to him. The Song family's third son was extremely slippery. From the moment he came in, his eyes had never left Bai Xianxia. Such a beauty was rarely seen, so how could he not take a few more glances now that he saw her? Bai Xianxia felt a pair of fiery eyes staring at her, making her feel uncomfortable. She looked up and saw an unknown middle-aged man staring at her in a daze. This kind of gaze made her extremely uncomfortable, and she couldn't help but glare fiercely at him as a threat. But her glare, to put it more elegantly, was like a wave of seductive glances. To be honest, it wasn't a threat at all, which made the man feel half of his body go numb. The Song family's third son was intoxicated and his soul almost flew out. But suddenly, he felt his body turn cold. He turned his head and saw Li of Gojosian's bone-chilling gaze. He shivered and turned his gaze away, subconsciously adding, "How could she not be poisoned? I'm afraid that someone wants to get the family property as soon as possible and is taking advantage of this opportunity to make a move." These words were extremely excessive, and even Bai Xianxia frowned. This man didn't have a brain, right? How could he say such things to his younger brother? Sure enough, Song Hui angrily said, "Third brother, what do you mean by this?" The Song family's third son snorted. He also felt that his words had rushed to his heart, and he actually said all the things he wanted to say. The Song family's eldest son also said, "Then tell me, how did people suddenly become like this?" Song Hui was so angry that his face turned red. He took deep breaths, and his anger was unbearable. Song Jiayue said, "It's just that one doctor couldn't find out. Someone, call another doctor." Bai Xianxia actually couldn't be sure that these two's illness was caused by the tulip flower poison, so she didn't dare to speak rashly. If she spoke, she would be pushing herself into the teeth of the storm, so she couldn't help but hesitate. The Song family's people moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more doctors were called over. In the end, they still couldn't find the cause of the illness. Now, everyone was anxious. The 4 brothers of the Song family kept interrogating Song Hui, insisting that he give them an explanation. Song Jiayue was a junior, so he naturally couldn't say too much. He couldn't help but sweat profusely. Bai Xianxia also felt uncomfortable because she felt that her chest was starting to feel stuffy. She wiped her sweat. Although Long Heng's back was facing her, he could feel her discomfort. In fact, anyone would feel uncomfortable in such an environment where brothers were quarreling, let alone a young girl like her. Thus, he stood up and said, "All right, if we can't find the cause of the illness, then this king will request for the imperial physician to investigate. They will definitely find the cause." Song Hui breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then it's all up to Prince." She didn't know why, but after she heaved a sigh of relief, she felt a tightness in her chest. She reached out to cover her chest. "Father, how are you?" Sensing that something was wrong with his father, Song Jiayue hurriedly supported Song Hui and asked anxiously. Song Hui waved his hand. He thought that it was because he was angered by his 4 brothers, so he didn't care too much. but Bai Xianxia cared. She knew that if she left with Longheng like this, then the two lying on the bed would be left here for a long time. When that time came, would they be poisoned to death? Her eyes were in a daze, and her footsteps stopped. Longheng also heard her footsteps stop. He frowned and turned his head to ask, "Why aren't you leaving?" Suddenly, he saw her raise her head to look at him. This look seemed to contain a deep determination. Her white teeth bit her lower lip, and then she took a deep breath. Her voice was slightly raised as she said, "Prince, please wait a moment." Longheng had been waiting for this to begin with. He couldn't help but ask, "Why?" Bai Xianxia turned around and saw a pair of gentle eyes looking at her with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. When she turned her head, he said the name of Buddha, as if he knew that she would turn around. Bai Xianxia's heart trembled, but she still gritted her teeth and said, "Actually, this concubine seems to have heard of such symptoms before." When the third son of the Song family heard the beauty speak, his voice made one's body go weak. He said, "Have you been poisoned?" Alright, this third son of the Song family was like this. He didn't even know what to say when he saw beauty. Bai Xianxia continued, "Yes, you have been poisoned." Her words caused everyone's eyes to focus on her. For a moment, she wasn't used to it. Although Song Jiayue found it strange, he still believed that she wouldn't suspect his father like the other three uncles, so he said, "Madam Xiao, please speak." With Song Jiayue's encouragement and Longheng standing behind them, Bai Xianxia's confidence increased. She said, "But it wasn't a human who poisoned them, that's strange." "If it wasn't a human, then what could it be?" The second son of the Song family interrupted her. Bai Xianxia took a deep breath. This man was really rude. It was a flower. Since he wasn't being polite, why should she be? She puffed out her chest and said loudly. When everyone heard her words, they were stunned. Even the doctors chuckled. They hadn't diagnosed any signs of poisoning, but this woman actually said that the two of them had been poisoned, and that it was a flower. What a joke. Bai Xianxia knew that after she spoke, she would definitely be suspected. She even prepared herself mentally. However, being stared at with suspicion and disdain still made her feel uncomfortable. She wanted to run away. At this moment, a voice came from behind her. "Oh? Why don't you tell us why the flower was poisoned?" It was Li of Gojoseon. His voice was very penetrating. Even if it was only a faint sentence in the crowd, it was enough to make people take it seriously. Bai Xianxia didn't care if his words were to help her or not. She still felt that she had some support. "It's tulips." Her slender finger pointed at the pots of unknown flowers placed around the temple hall. Ridiculous. How could flowers be poisonous? The eldest son of the Song family sneered. Bai Xianxia said, "Tulips are a type of poison. As long as a weak person smells it for a long time, they will experience shortness of breath, chest tightness, and even faint." How is that possible? The second son of the Song family didn't believe it. It wasn't just him. Almost everyone didn't believe it. However, Bai Xianxia said at this moment, "Right now, it's not a question of whether you believe it or not. It's a question of how to deal with it, right? After all, saving people is more important." Her words hit the nail on the head. Song Jiayue said, "That's right. Then you. Madam Xiao, what do you think we should do?" "Li of Gojoseon, this should be your concubine. Can you ask her not to cause trouble at such a crucial time?" The eldest son of the Song family sneered. He felt that this woman's words were a huge joke. Everyone's gaze once again fell on Li of Gojoseon. They saw him standing there with his hands behind his back. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised, carrying an unworldly authority. No one could resist this kind of authority. Everyone was silent at this moment. Everyone who achieved great things had a sense of dignity, but there were also different types. Emperors had their dignity, and ministers had theirs. There was only one type of dignity that possessed both characteristics, and that was someone who held a high position and had gone through the baptism of war. Longheng, Li of Gojoseon, was such a person. He was born into a family of generals and had been incomparably respected since he was young. Later on, he commanded the three armies. As the saying goes, when a general is outside, he does not obey the emperor's orders. He could even ignore the emperor's orders, which showed how great his authority was. As a result, this kind of dignity wasn't something that just anyone could bear. Even Xianxia, who had lived in the modern world, felt that the latter's image had suddenly become lofty, and goosebumps rose all over her body. Moreover, she hadn't turned around, so she couldn't see his expression. Nonsense? What, do you think it's wrong to save people first, or do you have other plans? Few people dared to refute Liu Guozhouzian's words. The Song brothers opened their mouths, but in the end, they closed them. This sentence choked them to death. If they dared to say anything, then they really did have other plans. Seeing that no one else spoke, Longheng said to Xianxia, "What are you still standing there for? Saving people is more important." Xianxia trembled when she heard this. Chest tightness makes it difficult to move. Remove all these flowers first, then open the windows for ventilation. After she finished speaking, the servants did as they were told. Soon, all the tulips were removed, and the windows were opened. Once the windows were opened, those who had been suffering from chest tightness felt better. Song Hui was the same, and couldn't help but believe her a little. His brows relaxed. "What else do we need to do, Madame Xiao?" Xianxia was also able to take deep breaths. Use a wet towel to wipe the patients' faces, so they can wake up. Don't use cold water, warm water will do. The servants did as they were told, and the two on the bed looked a little better. Song Jiayue breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Xianxia, who was directing the people in the room to disperse, and his heart was filled with shock and gratitude. There were many kinds of women in this world, but obviously intelligent but low-key women like her were rare. For example, Lin Qianzi knew some poetry and was beautiful, and was already known as the most talented woman in the capital. But what about her? Before she got married, she was unknown, and after she got married, she was quiet. She was obviously prettier than Lin Qianzi, and she knew how to cook vegetarian dishes. However, she had always been a pearl covered in dust. If he had known that there was such a woman like her, he would have definitely gone to ask for her hand in marriage. Unfortunately, she could only be someone else's concubine. Just as he was feeling sorry for her, he heard that the old master on the bed had already woken up. He coughed a few times and spat out some phlegm. It seemed that he was much better. However, he was still panting heavily as he said, "I'm really suffocating to death." Song Jiayue you, father. I'm better. Why hasn't Great Master Hui Shou woken up yet? Just then, Great Master Hui Shou also woke up. Looking at the situation, these two were indeed poisoned by the tulips. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't do anything wrong. If she couldn't save them and delayed the treatment, then she would be guilty. After drinking the tea, Song Jiayue naturally asked about the situation. Then, he found out that he was saved by Xianxia and couldn't help but smile at her. When he heard that his 4 sons were looking for trouble, he couldn't help but frown. He coldly said, "What are you still standing here for?" Scram. The 4 brothers of the Song family had no choice but to withdraw. Song Jiayue said to Xianxia, "I didn't expect you to know about these flowers. Originally, I accidentally saw these unknown flowers outside and felt that they were very elegant, so I put them in the temple. I didn't expect them to be poisonous. It seems that they have to be destroyed." No. I mean, tulips are still pretty good flowers. As long as you don't plant too many and put them in the room, it's fine. If you plant them outside, it's a pretty good scenery. Xianxia felt that tulips were still very beautiful flowers. As long as they weren't in large patches, there wouldn't be a problem. Song Jiayue saw that she wanted to save the flowers and couldn't help but laugh. "If you like them, then take them. I don't dare to raise them anymore." "Thank you, Song Jiayue." Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and thanked the old man. However, Great Master Huiguang didn't let her go. "Benefactress, you didn't have to look back just now. Why did you come back?" the old monk asked with a smile. Xianxia really wanted to roll her eyes at him and say, "How would I know?" However, there were too many people, and the most important thing was that her killing god was still standing behind her. She could only say, "Naturally, I thought of a way." "Benefactress, aren't you afraid of being embarrassed?" Huiguang still asked with a smile. I can't just watch Song Jiayue and Great Master Hui Shou be in danger, right? This wasn't a very obvious question. How could a monk like him not understand? However, Huiguang said, this is Buddha's fate. In that world, there are not many people who don't have Buddha's fate. Bai Xianxia couldn't help but rebuke Huiguang. Huiguang didn't change his expression. He was still smiling, but he didn't speak anymore. Bai Xianxia was stunned for a moment. She fell into deep thought. There were not many people in this world who didn't have Buddha's fate, but it didn't mean that everyone would turn back. Yes, she felt that she did have some courage just now. She couldn't help but blush slightly. Everyone's eyes were on her. She felt even more embarrassed. Long Heng was afraid that Great Master Huiguang would say something else, so he said, it's over. Why don't you leave? Bai Xianxia responded softly. She obediently followed Long Heng out. However, Song Jiayue felt a burst of heartache. His friend was really too cold. She was such a kind girl. She should be treated gently and carefully. His heart ached slightly, but he couldn't do anything. Seeing Bai Xianxia leave, Huiguang chanted the name of Buddha. However, Great Master Hui Shou said weakly, it's rare to see you so proactive. Huiguang said, it's rare to see someone with such wisdom. It's a pity that she still has worries. Hui Shou smiled and said, not everyone can truly jump out of the affairs of the mortal world. Huiguang nodded and said, you and I can't escape, let alone her. After resting for a while, the two great masters took the initiative to leave. However, what was unexpected was that one returned to the temple, and the other went to Liu Guozhian's residence to beg alms. Of course, this was a story for later. Bai Xianxia wanted to go back. Naturally, she had to say goodbye to Madame Song first. She also said goodbye to Yusei and Bai He for a while. Like this, it was evening and the sky was dark. Long Heng was anxiously waiting in front of the residence. He could have gone back first, but he couldn't be at ease leaving her here alone. As he waited, a servant came back with a report. It was said that the old master wasn't feeling well, so he wanted Madame Xiao to go to his place. He was afraid that she wouldn't be able to go back tonight. Long Heng almost kicked the servant to the ground. His woman wasn't a doctor. What was the use of keeping her? However, he couldn't be at ease leaving her alone. She was really too famous in the Song family. After some consideration, he had someone return to the residence to report to the old madam. He might as well stay here. Of course, he needed a reason to stay, so the old man was implicated again. Long Heng told everyone that he was worried about the old man, so he had to go back to see the old man who didn't like him. Long Heng's face was flushed, so it seemed that he was fine. The doctor only said that the old man's heart was overheated and left after giving him a prescription. The old man even asked for Bai Xianxia's opinion. Bai Xianxia saw that the old man's body was very plump, and his face was getting redder and redder. She couldn't help but think of a common disease in modern times, high blood pressure. She wasn't a doctor, so she didn't know how to write a prescription. Besides, there was no such thing as high blood pressure in modern times. So she said, this concubine knows a folk prescription that is good for the old man's body. Why don't you take some every day to strengthen your body? Oh? You sure know a lot. It was a pity that she had become that person's concubine. How good would it be if she was his grandson's concubine? The old man had always looked down on generals, thinking that they were rude and ignorant. The young man from the Long family was somewhat talented, but he was indeed rude. Since he was young, he had always used force to solve problems. Yet, such a person was arranged to have such a cute little girl by his side. The old man pitied her just thinking about it. Bai Xianxia didn't actually know any special recipes. She just wanted to lower the old master's blood pressure. Thus, she said, you can have someone grind the celery into juice and drink it every day. Or, you can drink it as water. If you don't like it, you can add some sugar or rock sugar. Celery? The old man frowned. He hated this kind of food the most. But when he saw Bai Xianxia nodding vigorously, he believed her and said, then let's try it. After saying that, he ordered the servants to prepare it. Bai Xianxia sighed in relief. As long as the old man could persevere, his body should get better. Then she talked about some plants that were good to place indoors, and the old man had someone take note of it. Song Jiayue accompanied them the whole time. In the past, he only liked Bai Xianxia a little, but now he was infatuated with her. Although there were many women around him, it was rare to see someone like her. Unfortunately, his friends had to stay for the night, so they were arranged to stay in the same guest room. This fact hit him hard. He glanced at his friend who was calmly drinking tea at the side. What did he see her as? The old master also needed to rest early, so Bai Xianxiu and Long Heng were sent to the courtyard arranged for them. The Song family's servants had already tidied up the guest room and prepared a bath. The two of them took a shower in separate rooms. Bai Xianxiu came out a little later because she was a little nervous. She saw that Long Heng had already dried his hair with the help of the servants and was sitting on the side reading a book. He had helped her a lot today. Bai Xianxiu felt that she should thank him. However, if the two of them were in the same room, something bad could happen at any time. Because she was nervous, she put the matter of thanking him aside. Long Heng was absent-mindedly holding a book. He had already taken a look at Bai Xianxiu when she came in after taking a shower. With just one look, he thought of the words natural charm. Although her personality seemed strict and self-disciplined, her body was really too eye-catching and attracted men's eyes. He didn't feel anything when she wore thick clothes during the day, but now that she had taken off her coat and was only wearing a thin shirt, her figure was faintly discernible. Especially when her hair was down, it was strangely sexy, making people want to hold her hair tightly in their hands and ravage it. Long Heng felt a fire rising in his body. If he didn't do something, he would definitely feel suffocated. However, he really couldn't do anything tonight. According to the ancient rules, a man and a woman were guests in other people's homes, especially husband and wife. Although they were arranged to sleep in the same bed, they couldn't casually sleep in other people's beds. This was a very rude behavior. If they really couldn't bear it, they must leave copper coins under the host's bed after the event. It could be considered that they rented the bed last night and didn't use it for free. This way, they wouldn't bring bad luck to the host. Of course, this matter would probably be laughed at by others. Long Heng was a man, so it naturally didn't matter. However, Bai Xianxiu still had to be a person. Although she was just an ordinary concubine, she didn't need to have any face. However, she was helping to deal with family affairs in the prince's mansion and had one face in the Song family. If she was looked down upon by others, it was inevitable that she would be criticized behind her back in the future. No matter how anxious he was, he wouldn't be in a hurry tonight. However, did she have to be so seductive, especially when he wanted to sleep quietly, but the other party was so shy, obviously thinking that he would do something to her. She looked scared and shy. Could it be that she didn't know that her appearance was almost naked seduction? Long Heng didn't dare to look at her anymore. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would do something bad. Bai Xianxiu was at a loss for a long time. However, she heard Long Heng say, "Turn off the lights and sleep." Was he going to sleep properly? But how was that possible? Obviously, his eyes were very invasive. Sometimes, just a glance was enough to make her tremble for a long time. He wouldn't do something after the lights were turned off, right? Bai Xianxiu trembled as she got onto the bed and lay down on the inside of the bed. She first sighed at the tragedy of her fate. She transmigrated and didn't even have a relationship before she was going to have sex. However, when she glanced at Long Heng's broad back, she thought that he was actually a responsible man. Perhaps he would take special care of her after they slept. Even if the female lead entered the door, as long as she didn't seek death, she might not die. After all, the previous supporting female lead, Bai Xianxiu, felt that it was very unfair that she couldn't get any pity from the male lead even though she was more beautiful than the female lead. Following that, she jumped around the male lead in all kinds of ways, begging to be slept with, begging to be pressed down. She even drugged the male lead, drugged the female lead, and drugged herself. In short, the protagonist's aura allowed the male lead and female lead to keep their virginity. However, she was abused until she was in a mess. In the end, she even became a stepping stone for the male lead and female lead to improve their relationship. After using her, she was ruthlessly executed. The reason why the ending was so tragic was inseparable from her idiotic behavior. As for herself, as long as she kept her heart and didn't have any improper thoughts about the male lead, it shouldn't be a problem to keep her life. Forget it, it's just going to bed. The other party could be considered a very powerful man. Whether it was his appearance or ability, there wasn't a single flaw to pick out. In the modern world, to be able to meet such a man, he was either a big star or a CEO. Sleeping with him wouldn't be a loss. She laid down on the bed with a plop and pulled the quilt tightly. She looked like she was ready to die a heroic death. The lights were quickly extinguished and Long Heng was obediently lying there without moving. Bai Xiangxiu's back was facing him and she did not dare to look, but he did not move for a while. She began to understand. Did he think that since they were in someone else's home, he could not mess around? His personality was actually quite strict, wasn't it? Letting out a sigh of relief, she saw that although the curtains were down, the moonlight was still softly shining in. She could even see the flowers and magpies on the carved wooden bed. In ancient times, magpies were a symbol of good luck. She reached out her hand and gently touched it, feeling that the carvings were really good. Her own bed in the king's palace also had magpies carved on it, but it was not as exquisite as this bed. She did not know if Long Heng was asleep behind her, but she could hear his irregular breathing. Although he had slept beside her before, she had never seriously listened to his breathing. Only now did she notice that a man's breathing was so deep and steady that she could not help but breathe with him. Suddenly, really suddenly, a warm hand was placed on her shoulder. She jumped in fright and her body could not help but tremble. Long Heng knew that she was afraid and his heart was also restless. However, he felt that since he could not do anything and could not sleep peacefully, then he might as well collect some interest. It would not be rude to touch and take a look. Thus, he straightened her small body and held her slightly panicked little face. The moonlight was too bright and he could even see her panicked eyes. Her eyes were really too mesmerizing and he could not help but kiss her. Sucking on her lips, he felt very comfortable and very much wanted to continue. Yes, he was sucking and even nibbling. This made her heart beat like thunder and it was very uncomfortable. However, he slowly evolved and was no longer rough, but very gentle. His gentleness made her intoxicated and she even forgot how to breathe. Perhaps it was because of the lack of oxygen, but her mind was becoming more and more chaotic. Her head was dizzy and her mind was drifting further and further away. She felt that her body was a little cold and it seemed that her clothes were being peeled off. Bai Xiangxiu felt that she should struggle, but she gave up in her heart because she felt that there was no point in struggling. Yes, give up, perhaps, he would feel better. I can't take it anymore. He really couldn't take it anymore. Long Heng stood up abruptly. His idea of taking advantage of her was really too stupid. He had thought that it would be a kind of enjoyment, but in the end, he was the one who was abused. Because she was really too attractive, it made him feel like he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off, but there was nothing he could do. This was really torturous. Long Heng felt that he was going crazy. No, he really couldn't. He wanted her now. Especially since she didn't struggle, she just seemed to stretch her body out of discomfort. This was undoubtedly an invitation to him. He caressed her slender legs, wanting to take it a step further. There was nothing that could stop him, but at this moment, because of the discomfort, the restless little paw lightly pinched his shoulder. It didn't hurt, but it served as a warning. Long Heng immediately straightened his head and took deep breaths. He had really miscalculated and almost made a mistake. This kind of thing was not urgent. He would go home tomorrow night, and he could have her tomorrow. He couldn't let her be ashamed in front of others in the future for a moment of pleasure. Thinking of this, he got up abruptly, then got out of bed, tidied up his clothes and walked out in a few steps. He needed to calm down, so he wanted to go out for a walk. However, Bai Xiangxiu, who was in a state of confusion, was stunned. The pressure on her body suddenly disappeared, and what came was a trace of coldness. Bai Xiangxiu hurriedly pulled the quilt, and then found that her body was very embarrassed. What happened to her just now? Shouldn't she push him away in disgust? Why did she enjoy all this? She frowned, hurriedly pulled her clothes and rolled to the side. However, when she just calmed down, she felt that she should go to the toilet. Her body was a little strange, very strange, and seemed to be a little empty. When she silently climbed to the cubicle to use the toilet and climbed back, she found that Long Heng hadn't come back yet. Where did he go in the middle of the night? Did he go to solve the problem by himself? Thinking of this, her face turned red, and she hurriedly covered her face with the quilt and lay down. She thought that she wouldn't be able to sleep, but she didn't know if it was because she was too tired or something else, but after a while, she fell asleep in a daze. When Longheng came back, she was sleeping soundly, and he had to take a bath because the practice just now had made him sweat all over. After taking a bath, he finally slept soundly on the bed. However, the side where she was lying was so attractive that he had no choice but to sleep with her in his arms. In his dreams, everything was still about her. It seemed that he would wake up after sleeping for a while, because he still had to go to the morning court. Every day at this time, he would wake up naturally, but it seemed to be a little more difficult today. Yes, he didn't sleep until almost the middle of the night yesterday. It would be strange if he didn't sleep late. However, the person beside him slept very well. He looked at her peaceful sleeping face and couldn't bear to disturb her. He got up quietly and went to the outer room to be served by Shuer to change into his court clothes. After freshening up, he said, "When your master wakes up, tell her that I will come to pick her up after the morning court. Ask her to wait." He didn't feel at ease letting someone else send her off. In any case, he had nothing to do, so he came to pick her up personally. Xianxia repeatedly agreed. She deeply felt that this prince loved her master. Look, he even came to pick her up personally. In fact, Bai Xianxiu had already woken up when Longheng got up. However, because she didn't know how to face him, she pretended to be asleep and didn't open her eyes. She waited until he left before sitting up on the bed. She couldn't help but blush when she recalled what happened last night. When Xiaoshi came in, she saw her master's red face and neck. She couldn't help but blush as well. She hurriedly helped her get dressed. Bai Xianxiu's skin was relatively tender, so Longheng's violent act yesterday had left quite a few sequelae. Xiaoshi would sometimes hurt her, but it wasn't too serious. She just frowned slightly and endured it. However, she still had her own thoughts. That was, Longheng was worthy of being a military general. His strength was really domineering. She remembered that when she was reading the book, there was a scene between her and the female lead. Although she tried her best to be gentle, the female lead was usually tortured to death. According to the book, the female lead wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 2 or 3 days. When she thought of this, she shuddered. She thought of how she was so miserable yesterday when nothing happened. If something really happened, she would definitely be traumatized. However, she was a little expectant. After all, this kind of male lead was the kind of man that women looked forward to. As she thought about it, she suddenly struck out. With a slap, she slapped herself. Xiaoshi jumped in fright and almost threw away the pearl hairpin in her hand. Seeing her master's red right cheek in the mirror, she couldn't help but panic. "Mr. Xiao, why did you hit your own face?" Bai Xianxiu rubbed it. "It's nothing, it's just a bit itchy." Actually, she was trying to stay alert and guard her heart so that she wouldn't be seduced by men. Longheng had been too attractive yesterday. Even if she hadn't dared to look closely, his strong muscles and firm chest had still caught her eye. In the modern era, this kind of pure masculine man was too good to be true. Traps were everywhere, making it hard to look straight at them. She had also gone on blind dates before, or with those young men from her university days. However, their slender figures, which were even thinner than her own waist, really made it hard for her to look straight at them. She didn't feel any sense of security when she thought about living with such a weak man. However, Longheng's figure really was the type that looked thin with clothes on, but muscular without them. Just looking at his back was enough to make her very nervous. Because she was too embarrassed to think about it, she slapped herself. Xiaoshi helped her freshen up and eat breakfast, then sat there and waited for Longheng to pick her up. At that moment, a servant came over and told her that the tulips were going to be thrown away, but she wanted her to pick a few pots to take away. Naturally, she had to pick the flowers herself, so she went with Xiaoshi to the greenhouse from before. Because they couldn't be placed in the room to harm people, and because they would freeze to death if placed elsewhere, they had no choice but to place them here. The place was big, and the air circulation was good, so no one would be poisoned. However, Xiaoshi was worried and didn't want her to go in. "Then you can stay outside, I'll go in myself. It'll be fine." Seeing that Xiaoxia was afraid, she knew that she was timid, so she wanted to leave her outside. No, if something happens to Mistress Xiao, what will this servant do? This servant will go in and choose. Seeing Xiaoxia's heroic expression, she couldn't help but laugh and pinch her nose lightly. Do you understand? It's better for me to go. As long as there are few people and they're covered with cloth, it's fine. Besides, some of the flowers have already been thrown away. It's not a big group. Then this servant will accompany you in. Although Xiaoxia was afraid, she still wanted to advance and retreat together with her master. In Bai Xiangxiu's eyes, she was still young, so she pinched her face and said, "You wait here. Not too many people can go in, otherwise, everyone will be poisoned." Xiaoxia really believed it. She hesitated for a moment before deciding to stay. Bai Xiangxiu only brought a servant with her. He was responsible for carrying the flowers and plants. She picked a pot, and he was responsible for moving it out. However, he had to keep it warm, and it would take 15 minutes to move to the nearest greenhouse. Because the air circulation here was good, Bai Xiangxiu didn't feel suffocated. Moreover, the presence of other plants also neutralized some of the toxicity. Suddenly, really suddenly, without any warning, one of the pillars above the greenhouse suddenly broke and fell down. The servant was moving the flowers and didn't pay attention to it. He was hit by the pillar and fell to the ground. Bai Xiangxiu was shocked. She wanted to go over to check on him, but she didn't know why she stepped on air and fell down. Bai Xiangxiu, an anxious voice sounded, and then she felt something warm in her palm. She seemed to have been caught by someone, but before she could be happy, she heard a rumbling sound in her ears. It seemed that everything around her had collapsed. She fainted for a long time before she woke up. What happened? Why was there so much dust? Bai Xiangxiu coughed violently. Something seemed to have entered her eyes. She couldn't see the situation around her clearly even with tears flowing down her face. Until a hand gently stroked her back and said, "Do you feel better? Master Song?" "It's me." "What happened?" She coughed a few times and wanted to rub her eyes. However, a handkerchief was stuffed into her hand and said, "Wipe it gently. Dust must have entered your eyes." "Thank you." Bai Xiangxiu gently wiped her eyes with the handkerchief and felt that she did feel better. Although there was still some friction and pain, she could see around her. They seemed to have fallen into a deep pit. It was very deep, and Bai Xiangxiu finally felt that something was wrong. She seemed to be sitting on someone's body. No wonder she wasn't injured. It turned out that someone was using her as a cushion. She quickly stood up and realized that her whole body was in pain. "Slow down." Song Jiayue supported her and said, "You hit your waist when you fell." "Waist? No wonder it hurts a little." She reached out to touch her waist and realized that there was blood on her hand. She felt dizzy. Was she injured? "Don't worry. It's just a scratch. It shouldn't be serious." Song Jiayue supported her. Because he was a martial artist, he wasn't injured. However, when she fell just now, he couldn't completely protect her and her waist was scratched by a nail. However, because she was wearing clothes, he couldn't see how serious the injury was. However, the amount of blood wasn't much, so it shouldn't be serious. He felt a wave of guilt in his heart. It was great that he came to take a look. Unfortunately, he didn't protect her well. Bai Xiangxiu calmed down and realized that she was covered in dust. Song Jiayue was the same. The person who helped her just now was the servant who was knocked unconscious. She couldn't help but be shocked and asked, "Is he okay?" "He's just unconscious." "There's no problem." Song Jiayue took off his handkerchief. He suspected that it wasn't clean enough. He shook it and then said to Bai Xiangxiu, "Wrap it around your waist." Bai Xiangxiu nodded and reached out to take it. However, she felt a little pain in her arm and groaned. "Your hand." Song Jiayue didn't care about the difference between a man and a woman. He directly took her hand. However, he found that her jade-like right hand was swollen like a steamed bun. "You must have injured your hand when you fell. Forgive me for being rude, but can I help you wrap it around your waist?" He was afraid that the wound on her waist would be dirted by the dust, so he could only use this method. "It's okay. Also, thank you." Bai Xianxia raised her arm, indicating that he should help her wrap the wound around her waist. Song Jiayue's heart trembled. He didn't think that she would be so bold. However, he still wrapped his handkerchief around her waist and then wrapped his handkerchief around her wrist. This way, she wouldn't be hurt a second time. After taking care of everything, Song Jiayue was covered in sweat. The smell of her body was too sweet, making him a little restless. This wasn't good. He had to keep a distance. He thought that she would cry when she understood the situation, or that she would be embarrassed because she wanted to avoid suspicion. However, the other party was still very calm. How do we go up? Where is this place? Song Jiayue was stunned. He finally knew why she was able to run over and block a knife for him. She was actually not as gentle as she appeared to be. She was strong, very strong. Such a strong yet weak woman would always make people's hearts beat faster. Song Jiayue's heart was beating wildly for no reason. Although she was in a very sorry state, she still could not hide the charm between her eyebrows. This charm was different from that of a prostitute. Their charm was tacky. But her charm seemed to be natural, making people unable to ignore it and unable to think of the word tacky. Song Jiayue looked at her and an evil thought appeared in his mind, his heart beating faster. I can go up. My qigong can be considered to be a small success. If I carry someone, I can definitely jump up. But this is too rude. What's there to be rude about now? Going up is the most important thing. The ancient people were so troublesome. When saving a life, they still talked about manners and impoliteness. Besides, no one else saw. Song Jiayue calculated that her personality was simple and bold. She had the courage of a Jianghu person, so he dared to make such a request. Because, at this time, he could jump up and call for someone to pull her up. But, he did not want to let go of this opportunity to get close to her. But he did not expect that the other party did not have the slightest doubt or hesitation, and directly agreed. In fact, if she refuted or doubted him a little, his heart would be cold, or he would feel that he was too dirty to raise his head in front of her. But she did not, and actually had a calm face. Although he hated himself for being like this, he still suppressed the anticipation in his heart. Men always had less patience than women, especially when it came to women's passion. So, even if Song Jiayue was a gentleman, he still could not get rid of this desire. Then I'll offend you. Bai Xianxia originally thought that being hugged and then flying up was nothing. In the modern world, this kind of thing did not need to be thought about. But for some reason, when she looked up and saw Song Jiayue's eyes, she felt hot. Yes, his eyes were a little too hot. It was so hot that Bai Xianxia suspected that this man actually liked her. But if he liked her, why did he reject her? Thinking of this, she felt relieved. She covered her chest slightly and allowed him to hug her. Song Jiayue's heart was beating very fast. He forced himself to calm down, but he couldn't help but panic. Generally speaking, he was just a young man in his 20s. In terms of age, Bai Xianxia was a few years older than him, so no matter how much he tried to hide it, it was still a little awkward. For example, his hands were slightly trembling, his heart was about to jump out of his chest, or he was intentionally or unintentionally lowering his body to smell the fragrance on her neck. When he hugged her, even Bai Xianxia felt that this hug was too gentle. His gentleness made her imagination run wild. He became inexplicably nervous, shrinking his body even smaller. From the back, it made people want to hug her even more. No, it wasn't just a hug. He wanted to take it a step further. No, the current situation was enough. He couldn't think too much about it. Song Jiayue's hand finally touched her shoulder. It was warm and comfortable. He gently reached out and wrapped his arms around her, then slowly hugged her. The process seemed to be in slow motion. When Bai Xianxia felt that her heart was beating fast, he finally hugged her tightly. He even whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid. I'm going to start." Pfft, Bai Xianxia almost vomited blood. If you want to jump, jump. Why do you have to be so ambiguous? What do you mean by start? The other party was too gentle. She couldn't complain to such a person. She just waited for him to take her out of the deep pit in an instant. When her feet touched the ground again, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Song Jiayue seemed to reluctantly let go of her arms. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she seemed to hear a sigh. She turned around abruptly, but the other party's expression was unusually gentle. He smiled and said, "Are you okay?" "No. It was an illusion." Song Jiayue's heart was filled with joy. He was just about to go out and call someone in to pull up the servant who fell down, but just as he took a few steps, he saw a person striding in. He had finally returned, and had actually found his way here. They were originally good friends, but for some reason, he felt that this Long Heng was really an eyesore. But he would still come, because this woman was his. He knew that no man would be willing to leave such a woman outside. He was very disappointed but still smiled and said, "You came at the right time. Mistress Xiao is injured." "I'm very sorry. I didn't expect that the long-abandoned cellar would suddenly collapse." The other party rushed past him like a gust of wind and walked in front of Bai Xianxia, saying, "Why are you injured so easily?" "Where is it?" His gaze focused on her waist. A light blue man's handkerchief was wrapped around it. If it wasn't a serious injury, why would it be wrapped around with a handkerchief? Long Heng anxiously reached out and hugged her, saying, "Go find a doctor immediately." "Ah, it hurts," Bai Xianxia cried out in pain. Although his actions weren't rough, he'd only focused on the wound on his waist and neglected her hand. Long Heng's body stiffened, and he didn't dare to move. Song Jiayue immediately said, "Her hand." Long Heng finally saw that one of her hands was pressed against his chest, and hurriedly loosened his grip. Bai Xianxia finally managed to pull her hand out from under his hard chest. It was a white, tender, and slightly red steamed bun. "Take it slow," Song Jiayue instructed, and then led them out. After they came out, he swiftly punished the steward of this place with 20 strokes of the cane and chased him out of the Song residence. When he found a female doctor to take a look at Bai Xianxia, she found that it was just a small cut on her waist from a needle, and it wasn't serious. After applying medicine and bandaging her hand, she could move freely. Long Heng didn't dare to let her stay in the Song residence any longer. He arranged for her to enter the carriage, and then left with her. Song Jiayue went straight to the door, and when he was about to continue, he received something. It was his handkerchief, and it was personally delivered by Shu'er. This was Long Heng's intention, and it was nothing more than to not let her bring a man's things into the prince's palace. That light blue handkerchief still had her blood on it. He clenched it in his hand, and then with a bitter smile, he turned around and went back. Originally, he hid the handkerchief, but because something happened at home, he went out for less than 2 hours, and when he came back, he found that the handkerchief was gone. He anxiously shouted, "You say, which one of you touched the handkerchief in my bedside cabinet?" He heard him shout, and ran in. She was startled for a moment before saying, "It was me. I found that the handkerchief was too dirty, so I took it to wash." "You, who allowed you to touch my things? Usually, I spoiled you too much, and you all don't treat me as your master anymore. You all just casually touch my things." He didn't want others to touch it, but now that everything that belonged to her had been washed away, what was the point of keeping it? He had been serving Song Jiayue for a few years now, but she had never seen him so angry. She couldn't help but turn pale with fright. After losing his temper, Song Jiayue knew that he had gone overboard. He waved his hand and said, "Go out." He sat on the bed weakly. She had already left, so what was the point of keeping those useless things around? He was too stubborn. "I wonder if she's already in another man's arms and is being doted on." In fact, Bai Xianxia was currently lying on her bed like a seriously ill patient being fed water by Xiaoshi. Long Heng didn't come over, but he sent a mama to watch over her. He didn't want her to move and let her recover. Even the old madam had received the news and sent someone to deliver medicine. Bai Xianxia was a little flattered. In fact, she felt that it was only a minor injury, although it wasn't very comfortable. After lying down for a while, a servant came to report that winter clothes had been prepared for everyone in the residence. He asked when they would be distributed. The weather was already a little cold, so it was natural to distribute them as soon as possible. Bai Xianxia sat up and called the person in. She saw that it was a young mama with a very beautiful appearance. After asking, she found out that she was the residence's former head maidservant, Sun Hong-er. This maidservant was very famous. It was said that she had been serving Long Heng since she was young. She should have been kept in his room. However, she didn't expect that Long Heng had joined the army when he was young, and she was placed in Long Heng's courtyard. Later, for some unknown reason, she was betrothed to a servant by the old madam. Less than half a year after they were married, the servant died. Therefore, although she was a mama, she was also a widow. Bai Xianxia's mouth twitched. She finally remembered who this woman was. A female supporting character who had always been thinking about the male lead. In the novel, her ending could be said to be very tragic. The reason was that when the male lead and female lead were quarreling, she seduced the drunk male lead and then rolled in the sheets with him. What kind of creature was the male lead? In the works of female writers, the male lead was usually very affectionate. Other than the woman he liked, he had no feelings for anyone else. Even if he had slept with her, he would not pity her. He would even kill her mercilessly. Coincidentally, this novel was written by a female author, so the male protagonist hated being slept with by another woman. They thought that it was disrespectful to the female lead and was filthy. How could he fall in love with a woman who made him commit such a mistake? As a result, the widow was first sent to the countryside. Later on, she was not convinced and always appeared by the male lead's side. In the end, she even injured the female lead who often escaped from the prince's mansion. If she hurt the female lead, the male lead would take revenge, so she was sold to a brothel by the male lead. What good fate would a girl from such a big house have if she became a second-class prostitute in a brothel? In less than a year, she was tortured beyond recognition by the men. In the end, she couldn't stand it anymore and escaped to beg for food. She starved to death in front of the male and female leads who were out on an outing. This kind of plot was very common in novels, but in reality, she once again felt that the male lead and female lead were indeed different. The halo and whatnot really hadn't been given in vain. Now, another female supporting character had appeared in front of her. Her fate was almost exactly the same as Bai Xiangxiu's. However, Bai Xiangxiu's fate was even worse, because she had been sacrificed before she could even hold the male lead's hand. She didn't know how to face this kind of female supporting character. However, she didn't like the way Sun Hong looked at her. It was clearly naked jealousy. This Sun Hong's appearance wasn't bad either. Because she was already a real woman, she was already very attractive. The novel also mentioned that she didn't have a good reputation in this mansion. Her dead husband wasn't the only man. It's best to distribute the winter clothes immediately. Everyone can see if they fit. If they don't, there's still time to change them. Bai Xiangxiu sat on the bed as she spoke to Sun Hong. Sun Hong retracted her gaze and smiled. Madame Xiu really is considerate of the servants. This servant will go distribute the winter clothes right now. What do you think? Is there anything we need to pay attention to? There's nothing we need to pay attention to. I'm not worried about you taking care of things. Just make sure you don't miss out on anything and cause people to gossip. Bai Xiangxiu felt that this was only a small matter. She could be at ease leaving it to her to handle. Distributing winter clothes shouldn't be that difficult, right? Sun Hong made a sound of agreement and left. Who knew that she would fall down with a groan as soon as she left the room? Bai Xiangxiu furrowed her brows. What a strange way to fall. She hadn't stepped on her skirt or tripped over anything. She had just fallen down for no reason. Who could tell her what was going on? She immediately knew, because a voice called out from outside, "It's you." All right, the male lead was here. No wonder she fell so heroically. Sun Hong's sweet voice rang out, "Sir, no, Prince, how have you been recently? Honger hasn't seen you in a long time." Her voice was so sweet, and the sugar content was too high. Bai Xiangxiu couldn't help but take a few gulps of water from the side. Xiaoshi wasn't happy. She glared outside, helped her master up, and whispered in her ear, "Vixen." Bai Xiangxiu nudged her lightly with her elbow. Then, she stood by the bed and slowly walked out to greet them. She still didn't want to see a certain woman clinging on to Long Heng. She felt so sick that she couldn't bear to look at her. But she didn't expect Long Heng to come in so quickly. It seemed like he wasn't bothered by Sun Hong. It seemed like a supporting female lead would always be a supporting female lead. She would never be able to become the female lead. She didn't know why, but Bai Xianxia gently bowed and said, "Greetings, Prince. Didn't I tell you to rest?" Long Heng said coldly, but he glanced at her hand. It was still swollen like a steamed bun. It seemed like she didn't use good medicine. Why was this little girl so stingy? Didn't he tell her to apply red pearl? Why was it still so bright and clean? Pa, he grabbed her wrist. Bai Xianxia was startled. Why was he grabbing her injured hand? Bai Xianxia was startled and looked strangely at Liu Guozhian. Long Heng led her to the bed and then said to Xiaoshi, "Bring me the red pearl." Xiaoshi obediently went to fetch the red pearl. Not long after, she returned with it. Long Heng poured out the medicine and applied it to her hand. Bai Xianxia was so shocked that her face turned pale. She had just expressed that she was very aware of being a supporting female lead. Why was she being treated so intimately by the male lead? Her swollen little hand was being rubbed by two big hands. It was a little painful and a little numb. She didn't know how to treat him. Her little face instantly wrinkled into a steamed bun. Long Heng felt that she was very interesting like this. The little steamed bun that was swollen beyond recognition had now turned red. It looked a little scary and awkward. Bai Xianxia was very dizzy when it came to red, so her head shook and she almost fell down on the bed. It was over. She finally remembered that she was a little dizzy when it came to blood. Now it seemed that not only did he have a phobia of blood, but he also had a phobia of red. Long Heng hugged her with one hand, but because his palm still had the red pearl's medicinal properties, her clothes were also dyed red. The man didn't care about this and only said, "Why did you faint? Quickly call a doctor." Suddenly, that bright red hand grabbed him and said in a trembling voice, "No, no need. Just wrap your hand properly." Long Heng didn't believe her and soon the doctor came over. This doctor was the prince's household's doctor. He sighed inwardly about Madame Xiao's weak body and called for him every 3 to 5 days. However, she was a beauty and the prince liked her, but after examining her, he found that she didn't have any illness. The doctor's imagination ran wild. Could it be that she was pretending to be weak in order to gain the prince's favor? He frowned. In order to entertain his masters, he could only say, "Fourth Madame's illness is caused by a weak body. It's not serious." As he said this, he prescribed some medicine. In any case, it was good for the body and wouldn't hurt. Long Heng only frowned. His original plan of pouncing on her as soon as they returned to the manor had been aborted. Her hands and waist were injured. No matter how beastly he was, he had to endure it. In any case, he was used to enduring it. Recently, he wasn't in such a rush to pounce on her. On the contrary, he felt that he wanted to be with her, but it wasn't just that. Bai Xianxia didn't have a good impression of drinking medicine. She was curious as to how this doctor diagnosed her fainting from blood as weakness. It seemed that in an instant, she had serious doubts about this doctor's medical skills. Long Heng wanted to leave when he saw her lying down, but he didn't know what to do. After circling around some of the narrower areas, he actually decided to stay. Bai Xianxia wasn't lying down comfortably. There was a red claw mark on her clothes. After thinking for a long time, she silently propped herself up. Before Xiaoshi could speak, Long Heng sat to the side and looked at his book. He said in a low voice, "Lie down." Bai Xianxia lay back down on the bed and closed her eyes. However, she couldn't sleep at all, not only because of the red mark, but also because of a physiological reaction. She wanted to go to the toilet. However, Prince was too strict, so she was strictly asked to lie down. If this continued, she might pee on the bed while still alive. Thus, she rolled left and right on the bed, her face flushed red. There were a few times when he wanted to prop himself up and say that he needed to go to the outhouse. But she was shy. If Long Heng was an ordinary man, it would be fine, but he was the man who was going to pounce on her. Wasn't it too embarrassing to mention the matter of going to the outhouse before being pounced on? Bear with it, bear with it. That physiological reaction was really unbearable. Helpless, she sat up with a red face. "Lie down, Prince, this concubine wants that, which one?" "To the outhouse." Bai Xianxia felt like she was going to bang her head against a wall. This prince was really too ignorant. Long Heng stared blankly for a moment, then said with a wooden face, "Go." Bai Xianxia felt like she was asking for leave from school to go to the outhouse. Then, she walked out of the classroom under the attention of the entire class. At first, she walked, but when she walked out of the door, she basically jogged all the way. Originally, there was a side hall in the room, but how could she dare to enter when there was a man sitting in the room? After she came out of the outhouse, she had Xiaoshi take her to the inner room to change her clothes. Then, she let out a sigh of relief and returned to the room to lie down. She was much more comfortable than before. However, as soon as she lay down, someone came to say that the old madam had fainted. Longheng was shocked when he heard this and immediately left. Bai Xianxia couldn't lie down anymore, so she followed him to the old madam's room. When they entered, the old madam was already awake. It was said that it was an old illness. Whenever the weather was cold, she would be like this. The book also explained that the old madam had to go to the south for a period of time to recuperate. During this period of time, Longheng asked the female lead to go somewhere to play. During this time, she got to know another male supporting character. As for where they went, she had long forgotten. However, she felt that the old madam was fine, so she didn't need to worry too much. However, she still had to put on an act. When she arrived, the other 3 madams had already arrived. When Longheng entered, the 3 madams and their maidservants bowed to him again and again. He didn't even frown as he walked inside. The old madam needed to rest, so they could only watch from the outside. They couldn't enter. Bai Xianxia knew what her status was, so she didn't follow in. She automatically stood outside and waited. She was ranked 4th, so according to the rules, she sat in the 4th place. Unexpectedly, as soon as she sat down, the second madam clicked her tongue and said, "Younger sister, you're injured, right? Your hand looks a bit heavy." "It's nothing." Bai Xianxia raised her hand and waved it. The second madam smiled and said, "Younger sister can endure. However, I'm afraid that the prince will feel distressed." Bai Xianxia frowned. Was it the time to talk about this when the old madam was lying inside? She was different from the girls of Bengue. Ever since she came here, she had been living carefully. It was the same now. There was no other way. Who told her to not have the female lead halo? Thus, she faintly smiled and pretended to be shy. She didn't say anything else. She only hoped that the second madam could be more honest, so that the old madam's people wouldn't find fault with her. Unfortunately, she underestimated women's jealousy. The 4 of them entered the manor on almost the same day. Among them, Bai Xianxia had the best appearance and had always been rejected by them. They didn't expect that the prince would directly take a fancy to her. Not only did he often go to her place, he didn't even look at them. This was undoubtedly a complete failure for women. How could they bear it? Thus, finding fault with them became one of the things they had to do. Who told them to be too idle and have nothing else to do? I heard that you were injured in the Song manor. They really were careless. How could they let a guest suffer such a serious injury? The second madam only said what she heard. She always felt that this matter was fishy. Wasn't it just an injury? Why did the Song manor and Longheng hide this matter? She believed that she was very well informed, but she didn't know how she was injured. There couldn't be any other reason, right? It was said that Miss Lin was also there that day. One was the mistress who hadn't married into the family, and the other was a favored concubine. It was inevitable that there would be some friction. The 3 madams were actually eager for them to fight. That way, they would have a good show to watch. Of course, if there was a fight, there would be injuries. No matter which one was injured, they would all be very happy. It was just an accident. Bai Xianxia was also a woman. Even if she wasn't good at fighting in the manor, she still knew a bit about their thoughts. They were thinking too much if they wanted to get any gossip from her mouth. Moreover, that matter wasn't pleasant to hear. Since the Song family and the prince's side had both shut up, it would be strange if she could talk about it. The 3 madams were originally listening attentively, but they didn't expect that Bai Xianxia would faintly say such a thing. There seemed to be no way to continue this topic. At this time, the doctor walked out from inside. His heart was still very conflicted. The 2 respectable mistresses of this prince's estate were lining up to fall ill. As a doctor, he was a bit busy. Seeing him come out, the head madam hurried over and asked nervously, Doctor, how is the old madam? The corner of Bai Xianxia's mouth twitched. Why did she feel that the head madam and the old madam were biological mother and daughter? She didn't see them getting along well normally. Look, the doctor was clearly frightened by the head madam's enthusiasm. He was probably still analyzing the relationship between the two. Why was she so excited? In the end, he coughed lightly and said, the old madam has been ill for a long time. She can't stand the cold when the seasons change. Then he said a few professional terms and left. The four of them looked at each other. In the end, the head madam smiled and said, younger sister, you see, the old madam has always doted on you. Why don't you go in and see her on our behalf? Bai Xianxia was speechless. She wondered if these people had all transmigrated. How could they be more ignorant than her? As a concubine, you should at least learn some professional knowledge. If you go in without being called, are you looking for trouble? Or do you think you've lived too long and want to shorten your lifespan? She believed that she had the fate of a supporting female character, so after coming here, she had added a lot of points to her professional skills. She was afraid that if she made a mistake, she would be killed before she could return to the modern world. Even if the prince wasn't cold to her and the old madam was still good to her, her status as a supporting female character was still one level lower. She didn't dare to have any expectations. The head madam is joking. How could I go in without being invited? It's better to wait outside for the summons. Younger sister, you're really careful. The prince and the old madam won't blame you. Everyone is worried about her. Younger sister, how can you be so cold? The old madam has always treated you like her own daughter. The head madam's smile hid a knife. Her status was much higher than the second madam's. However, Bai Xianxia didn't feel good. She wasn't in the mood to praise her. Because of one sentence, the head madam had pushed her to the heartless team. It was difficult to jump out of it. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and said with a smile, the head madam is joking. How could this concubine dare to be the old madam's daughter? I don't have that fate. She didn't say that she would go in, nor did she say that she wouldn't go in. She just played Tai Chi with first madam. While they were arguing, Hua Shui, the old madam, she smiled and said, oh, the madams are still waiting. Tian it's so cold, have you all been frozen? Old madam has woken up and is fine. You can all go back. First madam was no longer arrogant. She only said, old madam is blessed, so it's fine. Ba. This concubine, we will. Hua Shui nodded. She looked at Bai Xianxia, who had also turned around, and said, fourth madam, please wait a moment. Old madam invites you in to speak with her. Yes. What was she going to say? Bai Xianxia followed in nervously. She saw the old madam leaning on the Kong bed. Her face was indeed pale. Li of Gojoseon was by her side. His expression was the same. She frowned slightly and saluted, is the old madam feeling better? Much better. Come and sit. I have something to tell you. The old madam waved her hand and let Bai Xianxia sit. Bai Xianxia obeyed and walked to her side. Then, she sat down obediently. She didn't ask and waited for the old madam to talk to her. The old madam liked her calm temperament and said, my illness came from the cold. It will flare up when the seasons change. The doctor wants me to go to the south for a few days and come back when I'm better. However, the affairs of the prince's mansion will be left to you. Are you willing to take care of it? Bai Xianxia was shocked when she heard this. She understood the principle of shooting the bird that pokes its head out. She hurriedly knelt down and said, this concubine doesn't have any virtue or ability. This prince's mansion is so big. I'm afraid that something will go wrong. The old madam didn't rush to tell her to get up. She said with kindness and authority, I know your temperament. You're too conservative, but you're able to protect your wealth and don't flaunt it. This is very good. In the past, when I went out, the house was always left to a few mamas and the head steward. Now that I've moved into the prince's mansion, I haven't let go even once. I'm a bit worried. She paused and said, now, there needs to be someone in charge of the mansion. You can be considered a master. You just need to be a bit more reserved. I'll let them do the other things. It won't tire you out. Bai Xianxia understood. This company needed an honorary director. Now, she was put in this position. It was impossible to avoid this job. Instead, it would make the old madam unhappy. She could only nod and agree, as long as I don't delay the old madam's business. How could that be? These days, I've seen that your temperament is steady. It's just that your heart isn't ruthless. You need to treat your servants with kindness and authority. If there's kindness, there naturally needs to be authority. You don't need to worry about this. After Heng sends me back, if there's anyone who doesn't understand, you can directly report it to him. He'll take care of it for you. After the old madam comforted her, she nodded to Hua Shui. She came up and gently helped Bai Xianxia up. Bai Xianxia was a bit speechless. What was the point of reporting it to him? To beat him to death with a stick, she was most afraid of this, okay? She was so afraid that she'd have a mental illness. Long Heng saw that she was still hesitating and thought that she was afraid. He said, "You're too timid. The official seal is in your hands. What are you afraid of? If anyone isn't satisfied, let them come find me." The implication was that the power was in her hands. It didn't matter if she walked sideways in the mansion. But the old madam felt that his words were a bit excessive. If Bai Xianxia was the dignified mistress, it wouldn't be much. But for a concubine, he couldn't give her too much power and couldn't spoil her too much. If there were rumors that he favored the concubine and neglected the wife, it would be very bad for his face. She coughed softly before saying, "As long as you remember your duty, no one can do anything to you. Keep this official seal for now. I'll leave the key to the storehouse with Heng. If you have any needs, you can ask him for them." Long Heng frowned. Since she was going to be the housekeeper, why did the key have to be left with him? Why was there a need to guard against her like this? This little girl didn't have a playful heart. She was like a little kitten. Once she was scared, she wouldn't be able to find her bearings. But thinking about it, there wasn't much difference between leaving it with him and leaving it with her. When the time came, he could just give it to her in private. If his mother asked, he would say that he was busy and didn't have time to deal with family matters. She wouldn't be able to say anything. Thinking of this, Long Heng didn't say anything else. Looking closely, Bai Xianxia didn't seem disappointed or hurt because he didn't give her the key to the storehouse. It seemed that she really wasn't competitive. The old madam handed the gold seal to Bai Xianxia and told her a few things that needed to be done. After that, she left all the preparations for the trip to her. This could be considered a test of Bai Xianxia's ability before she left. Bai Xianxia listened attentively, but she wasn't too familiar with these matters. As a result, she gathered a few familiar mamas for a small meeting. Only then did she realize that there were so many things to pay attention to when the women of ancient aristocratic families went out. It was really an eye-opener. First of all the aristocrats in the capital had family emblems. The emblem of the prince's residence was an eagle embroidered on a blue triangular flag. Because it was the prince, the edge of the flag was inlaid with gold. There was a strong dragon character below, looking steady and heroic. Bai Xianxia was extremely afraid of the eagle's eyes. They looked a bit like Long Heng's eyes. They were very sharp, like knives. Back to the topic, if the women of the prince's residence were ordinary masters, such as herself or a young lady who came to visit, they would hang a cloth sail embroidered with the prince's residence emblem on the right side of the carriage. It didn't have gold borders. It didn't look particularly conspicuous, but if you looked closely, you could tell which family it belonged to. But the old madam was much more particular when going out. She was the mistress of the prince's residence, so when she went out, there would be a red-bordered family emblem on her carriage. Red was the symbol of the main wife here. Usually, no one except for the young lady or the main wife could wear red. Of course, she also had to think about who to bring this time, what to prepare, and what to use on the road. Otherwise, if the old madam wasn't happy, she wouldn't be far from being banished to the cold palace. In order to make the leader happy, Bai Xianxia pressed down on her waist and began to make all sorts of preparations with her still swollen hand. Fortunately, she had a good relationship with these old maids and helped them a lot. Once everything was ready, she would have to move to another place herself. How could this be? Winter Garden was one of the conditions for her return. She could break her head and bleed, but this place couldn't be moved. Put down your things and don't move. Who told me to move to Apricot Garden? Apricot Garden was only a wall away from the prince and Long Heng's residence. In the future, it would be arranged for the female lead. Arranging for her to go in at this time, did he want her to die early or die early? Yi Mama smiled and said, naturally, it's Prince. He said that Winter Garden is too small and far away, so it's not very convenient to deal with things here. In reality, all the servants knew that it was because the prince wanted to raise her status that he wanted her to move out of Winter Garden. I got it. I'll go talk to Prince. Don't touch anything else, okay? Bai Xianxia felt that men in ancient times were domineering. When she read in the book, she felt that she could rely on such men. She could get everything she wanted without any effort and live a carefree life. However, there was also a flaw, and that was that he did not discuss anything with her. He acted on his own and thought that he was infallible. She didn't want her status to be raised, nor did she want to move out of Winter Garden. She had to make this clear to him. Bai Xianxia did not have the slightest confidence in refuting Long Heng, but she felt that this matter related to her return must not be compromised. As she walked and thought, she finally arrived at Long Heng's courtyard. Because she had walked too quickly, she was already panting by the time she arrived. Outside the courtyard, everyone was busy. Someone had brought a horse over and was preparing a saddle. Today, Long Heng was also going to send his mother to the manor in the south and was also preparing. He was dressed in neat black clothes and a golden dragon silk belt was tightly fastened around his waist. It made him look very deep and full of power, like a leopard that could kill its enemies at any time. Seeing him like this, Bai Xianxia felt weak for a moment, but she gritted her teeth and still walked over. Unexpectedly, Long Heng's face flashed when he saw her, and a dreamy smile floated on his lips. Long Heng's face was really a gift from the heavens. When he did not smile, he was a domineering president, but when he smiled, he was a gentle and beautiful man, making people's hearts tremble and even show signs of softening. Bai Xianxia's heart, which had been in her throat a moment ago, was no longer so afraid when she saw his smile. She quickly walked over and gently curtsied, "Greetings to Prince." "No need, there is no need to be so courteous in our own home." Long Heng was in a good mood. She actually came to see him off when he was about to leave. Seeing her rush over, he felt unusually warm in his heart. Not only did this little girl deeply believe in his character, but she was also so reliant on him. As a man, his heart was filled with boundless pride, and his heart was as warm as the sun. "Prince, have a safe trip this time." Even if his smile was very gentle, she did not dare to say it. What should she do? Bai Xianxia secretly blamed herself for being so timid, but when she saw his eyes become even gentler, she could not help but say, "Prince, there is one more thing." Long Heng had already been coaxed by her silky and charming tone. If there were not people watching, he would have already hugged her tightly. Now that she said there was something, even if she asked him to kill someone, he would not hesitate to agree. "What is it?" "It's like this, I have a habit. I can't sleep if I move, so I don't want to move out of Winter Garden. Do you think it is possible for me to stay in Winter Garden?" At this time, Long Heng really made her heart beat faster and her ears feel a little anxious. Long Heng frowned. Apricot Garden was so close to him, but she did not want to move. Was she trying to avoid him? When he thought of this, his good mood completely disappeared. How could Bai Xianxia not notice his change? She could not help but feel her heart tremble as she said this. "I am still a little afraid of the cold. It is a bit cold in a big place. Also, I just took the job and moved. It is hard to avoid people thinking too much. How about we wait until next summer to move? Whoever dares to say more, immediately move." Long Heng wasn't going to listen to any excuses. He ordered coldly. But Bai Xianxia became excited. It was as if she would not be able to return home if she moved. Thus, she suddenly knelt on the ground and said, "Prince, please allow me to stay in Winter Garden." She was full of excuses. She gritted her teeth and refused to back down. You actually want to disobey orders?" Long Heng did not think that she would have the courage to do this. He could not help but be startled and then feel a wave of anger. Bai Xianxia's tears were about to fall, but she held them back and said, "I don't dare, but Prince, please allow me." "Miss Bai," he shouted. Obviously she was afraid, but she did not back down. The surrounding people also knelt on the ground. The atmosphere became very tense. Bai Xianxia's body was also trembling from the cold. Even though she was kneeling there, it seemed like she would collapse at any moment. Long Heng was thinking about how to punish her. After being in the army for so many years, no one could refute his intentions. There was actually such a person in his own palace. And it was a woman so weak that he could even lift a finger. Was she doing this on purpose? She was trying to embarrass him in front of so many people. Long Heng clenched his fists. His mind was filled with ways to punish people, but he couldn't find a single one that could be used on her. In his eyes, Bai Xianxia was too weak. She was so weak that no punishment could be used on her. In the end, when everyone was so worried that they couldn't breathe, he said, "Fine, then you can stay there forever." This could also be considered a punishment, as if he was imprisoning her. But his anger was still unquenchable. He got on his horse and said, "I'll wait outside for the old madam. Go do your own things. What are you kneeling for?" He was in a bad mood, and his tone wasn't gentle at all. Bai Xianxiu let out a sigh of relief when she heard the sound of the horse's hooves disappear into the distance. Fortunately, Xiaoshi caught her. She complained, "Madam Xiao, why did you have to do this?" "I don't know either. Too scary." As expected of the male lead. When he got angry, it was as unbearable as it was written in the novel. Even the female lead was scared, let alone a small supporting female character like her. Fortunately, the male lead didn't punish her. When she let out a sigh of relief, she felt a chill run down her back. Only then did she realize that she had broken out in a cold sweat. She was supported by Xiaoshi to send off the old madam. At this time, the old madam also understood that she had made her son unhappy. She didn't want to get involved in these kinds of matters between men and women. She thought that her son was already obedient to this little girl, but she didn't expect that he still hadn't fallen for her. This was good. She was relieved. As for Bai Xianxiu, she had already prepared everything. She couldn't be blamed for any small mistakes. Moreover, she was weak. She didn't think too much about it and left the prince's mansion with her servants. After the old madam left, Bai Xianxiu turned around and saw that the servants' expressions were completely different from before. It seemed that she had entered a battlefield, a special battlefield. She secretly clenched her fists. Since she had already accepted the mission, she might as well complete it, but she didn't expect that the prince's mansion wasn't as simple as she had imagined. First of all, the old madam was in charge of this place. It was only when the power was in his hands that he realized it was a little tricky. First of all, you don't just have to have a high literary standard to be in charge of a household, because there are some posts that are so arrogant that you want to beat them up. He could not be weak in mathematics either. If he did not pay attention to all kinds of accounting, he would not be able to understand it. She really didn't understand why those madams and young ladies in the books were fighting to be the housekeeper. Did they have too many things in their heads that they had no place to use? Why did they have to worry about such things? She frowned as she flipped through the account book. When she finally finished half of the account book, she felt that her frown could no longer be relaxed. Even Shika, who was standing up, was shocked. She walked around the room and glanced at the figure waiting for her in the outer room. Long Shooting, the head steward of the prince's residence, was one of the countless male supporting characters in the novel. Because there were simply too many supporting male characters, he simply couldn't make the cut. In the end, the female lead didn't even know that he was secretly in love with her. This man was not very old. He was about 25 or 26 years old and had a decent appearance. He was originally a scholar who had fallen behind and was assassinated on his way back to his hometown. He almost lost his life and was later rescued by Long Heng. Because he still had some skills, he stayed in the residence as a steward. After moving to the new prince's residence, he was promoted to head steward. Because he had no parents, no one took care of his marriage. Now, he was still alone. In addition, he had a noble temperament and a bit of the arrogance of a scholar, so it was difficult for ordinary women to enter his eyes. In fact, the old madam had also mentioned a few maidservants, but they were all rejected by him. Just now, he brought these account books over, but after looking at them for a while, she felt that this head steward probably looked down on her. Although the account books he brought were the most recent ones, they were not complete. There was only a copy of the residence's expenses. Therefore, Xianxia was tired from looking at them. Some of the expenses only had a few days written on them and what they were used for. There were no specific details. There was a screen between the two of them. Xianxia walked 2 circles on the ground and said, "Head steward, there are only the residence's account books. There are no detailed accounts outside. How do you want me to look at them?" The teacup in Long Shooting's hand paused. He really did look down on this concubine from the inner courtyard who used her looks to impress others. In traditional thinking, concubines were nothing more than men's playthings. He used to be born in a rich and influential family. Later on, his family declined and became like that. If it weren't for Longhing saving him, he was afraid that he would have lost his life in a foreign land. Although the old madam had ordered him to temporarily hand over the responsibility of managing the residence to this concubine, he always thought that she had only used her looks to win the prince's favor. She didn't have any real skills. Hearing her question, he smiled and said, "Fourth madam, the account books outside the residence are quite complicated. When the old madam comes back, today was the day to check the accounts every month. Then, she would settle the accounts and see if there was anything wrong." Did he not trust her? "Since the old madam has handed this matter to me, isn't it inappropriate for the head steward to do this?" "No, I just don't want you to tire yourself out. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to fulfill the old madam's instructions. When the old madam comes back, she'll have to work hard again." Long Shooting put down the teacup. The fourth madam's tone was very clear. She didn't seem like a woman without any achievements. Perhaps he could teach her. It would be fine if she didn't mess up or criticize him. After all, the matters outside were not something that a woman like her could understand. Thus, he said, "Then I'll have someone bring it over." After a while, the account books outside for this month were also sent over. There were more than a dozen accounts. Xianxia really didn't like to look at them, but there was nothing she could do. In order to gain the old madam's favor, she could only do what she needed to do. Thus, she began to look at them seriously. In the process, she washed her face and was dazzled by the number of accounts. In the end, she finally found the accounts and found that the prince's residence had many properties in the capital. However, some of the expenses were very strange. She pointed to a page in the middle and said, "Obviously, this shop doesn't save money. Why does it have to be supported by so much money every month?" Long Shooting didn't expect her to find out and couldn't help but be surprised. He had done this account book very carefully, and the old madam was also very careful. He didn't expect her to see through it. Since she asked, he could only say, "Actually, this shop isn't the property of the prince's residence. It's a shop in the old residence after the Long family separated. However, there aren't many people in the old residence who know how to run a business, so the old madam secretly allocates a sum of money to the shop every month in the hope that they can support themselves and not cause trouble in the prince's residence." "Oh, I see." The old madam was also very troublesome to help them but didn't want others to know about it. "Prince doesn't know about this, does he?" Xianxia suddenly asked. If Prince knew about it, he wouldn't have tampered with the account books. At this moment, Long Shooting felt that the fourth madam not only knew how to read account books, but also had a quick mind. Originally, he wanted to tell her to hide this from the prince. That's right. That's why old madam tampered with the accounts. He glanced around. His meaning was obvious. "Sure, don't mention this to Prince, okay?" Xianxia didn't know much about the Long family's old house, so she didn't mention it. Since both old madam and Long Shooting wanted to keep it a secret, there was no need for her to tell them. After looking at the account book, she already knew that in addition to the small businesses in the capital, the Wangfu also had businesses in 2 other provinces. Every month, the accounts would be sent to the Wangfu for the steward to check, and then the steward would take the account book back. Long Shooting had already gone through the account books, so he made notes on the areas that were problematic. Xianxia had read it as well. She didn't have anything to add. Long Shooting was indeed a very capable person, just like what was written in the book. "Then I'll leave everything to you." But what do you want to do with the restaurants in Yuezhou? It was written that it was a profit, but it was around 100 taels of silver every day. There was almost no change. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Moreover, the other industries were all worth more than 200 yuan. Logically speaking, the restaurant should be one of the most profitable industries. Long Shooting nodded and said, I'm afraid that the shopkeeper can't continue working there. I'll deal with this matter personally. That's good. That's all for the account books. Is there anything else in the residence? Bai Xianxia felt that her back was hurting. She really hoped that she could rest today. However, Long Shooting said, there isn't anything important at the moment. Miss Gu's birthday is coming soon. I don't know what to prepare for her. At the mention of her cousin, Bai Xianxia felt her balls ache. Although she had already packed up and gone back home a few days ago, her hostility towards her was still lingering. Although she didn't have any special feelings for that little girl, it was a little difficult to give her a gift. Firstly, he didn't know what she liked. Secondly, even if he knew, she probably wouldn't like it. Bai Xianxia glanced at Long Shooting, who was sitting calmly outside. She smiled and said, Chief Steward, even the prince often talks about your contributions to the prince's residence. Contribution? What the hell was that? However, Long Shooting only took it as a compliment. He didn't understand why she would bring it up now. You flatter me. Then giving a gift to a little girl shouldn't be a problem for you, Chief Steward. Why don't you be in charge? Bai Xianxia blinked her eyes slyly. Anyway, the other party couldn't see her playful look. Long Shooting almost spat out the tea in his mouth. Was she giving him a piece of candy first and then pushing the trouble to him? She didn't expect that a teenage girl would scheme against her. She wanted to refuse, but then she thought that the relationship between them was indeed a little complicated. Since it's fourth madam's order, this humble one will not refuse. However, I'm afraid that I can't leave the matter of replacing the kitchen steward. How about, Bai Xianxia gritted her teeth. This old fox. Then, let me handle it. Long Shooting smiled and said, since it's decided, this humble one will take his leave. After saying that, he stood up, bowed, and walked out of the study. When Bai Xianxia walked out, she only saw the back of a man. This man's figure was thin and not as strong and sturdy as Long Hung. He had a medium build, but he had the air of a scholar. Even the way he walked had a bit of the elegance of a scholar. It would be better if he was fatter. She thought that he was too scheming and tired and couldn't gain weight. She gently curled her lips. Unexpectedly, she didn't want to work with this kind of scheming person. She felt that she was very honest. If she worked with this kind of person, sooner or later, she would be sold out and still count the money for him. Xiaoshi had always been worried about her master. Why did she always have so many things to do? She didn't have as much free time as the other madams. Let's go take a look. Where are we going? The kitchen, of course. Yes, the kitchen steward had to be replaced. It was really a problem to choose the right person. After all, being the kitchen steward was a lucrative job. Many people would fight for it. Like this, the master and servant pair sat in a small sedan chair and went to the kitchen. Although the prince's mansion was newly built, some land had been expropriated from the old site that the emperor had bestowed. It made it so that it took a while to walk to the kitchen. Of course, only the main kitchen was like this. There were small kitchens built outside each courtyard. Otherwise, wouldn't the dishes be cold when they were brought in? The main kitchen was used by the stewards. It would only be used when the prince's mansion had major events. Generally, all the ingredients were placed here. As soon as Bai Xianxia arrived, the people in the kitchen all came out. Now that the old madam and the prince had left, the real masters were basically not here. They were more lazy. However, the fourth madam was different. She was the steward. She had just received the news that the matter of changing the kitchen steward had been handed to her to handle. Therefore, these people all had their own thoughts. Even if they looked down on her, this concubine, they still came out. Bai Xianxia's attitude was very friendly. She felt very uncomfortable as she walked into the main courtyard of the kitchen with them. There was a Kong bed built inside and a square table for 8. As soon as she came in, she was invited to the Kong bed. She sat on a soft cushion. It was warm and comfortable. Xianxia really wanted to build a Kong bed like this in her own winter garden. Otherwise, even if there was a ground dragon, it would be difficult to survive this winter. There were still many stewards in the kitchen. Because they had come with a purpose today, they sat around the square table for 8 regardless of gender. First, the previous steward handed the key to Xianxia. Because she was sick, and it was a skin disease, she could no longer appear in the kitchen. However, she still felt that it was a pity to lose this lucrative job. Xianxia looked at her slightly red face. There was a layer of skin on her face. She was wearing a gauntlet on her hand. If she guessed correctly, these things had also grown inside. No wonder she had to hand over her power. She couldn't hide it even if she wanted to. Xianxia maintained her usual gentle style and said, "Granny Lu, it's been hard on you all these years." Granny Lu didn't expect her to say this. She couldn't help but cry. On one hand, she didn't want to give up this job. On the other hand, she felt that she had indeed worked hard all these years. Xianxia said again, "Xiaoshi, take out 20 taels and give it to Granny Lu. Take it as me showing my filial piety to you in private." What did she mean by showing her filial piety in private? It sounded nice. Before the old madam left, she still left her some funds for activities. She meant to use it as a reward. Originally, she should be responsible for these things. Because she had to manage the family, there was a lot of money to be gained. However, Xianxia didn't have the word greedy in her personality, so she knew that she didn't have much money. Therefore, the old madam left her some money. However, the old madam didn't know that her son had given her a lot of money in private. It was just that Xianxia didn't use it at all. She had her own ideas. If one day she couldn't return to the modern world and couldn't stay in the prince's mansion anymore, she would secretly leave. That was a plan that required a lot of money. However, Xianxia knew that it would be difficult for her to leave this world, so she wouldn't take this path unless she was forced to a certain extent. After giving Grandma Lu 20 taels of silver, she had someone send her out. Then, she looked at the people sitting in the room. In fact, they weren't small characters and had the qualifications to take over the kitchen. However, she didn't know any of them, so she asked with a smile, "Everyone knows that I'm new here and don't know any of you." One of the women stood up. She was around 30 years old and looked very kind. Replying to fourth madam, "This servant's husband's surname is Bai. Everyone calls me second madam Bai. Since fourth madam isn't familiar with everyone, let me introduce you." She smiled and pointed at the people around her. There were more than a dozen people in the kitchen. Second madam Bai didn't show any bias when she introduced them, nor did she hide the merits of each steward. After the introduction, she poured tea for everyone. After observing them, she found out that she was the youngest among them. Could it be that she didn't have the qualifications to take on these tasks? However, she liked her very much and said, "Second Madam Bai, even if you bring out everyone's details, I still don't know much about them. Why don't I give you the task now?" What? Everyone was taken aback, especially Bai Er's wife. Although her husband also worked in the house, he was only a small steward. She had only been in the kitchen for 3 years. Everyone sitting here was more senior than her. Moreover, was it so easy to decide on the position of kitchen steward? I know that everyone has doubts. How about this, second Madam Bai, you have a 1-month probation period. If you can't take on the role, then you can change people. How about this? Xianxia was a modern person, so she unconsciously used the modern methods. In ancient times, there was no such thing as a probation period, so second Madam Bai was naturally happy. Although she didn't think that she could take on this position so early, since there was an opportunity, how could she let it go so easily? Thus, she bowed and said, "Since fourth Madam Bai trusts second Madam Bai, then there's naturally no problem." Xianxia liked her daring character. She nodded with a smile and said, "Then it's decided. I'll leave the key with you for a month, and then we'll talk about it again depending on your performance. However, don't be afraid if some of them refuse to accept your orders or find fault with you. When the time comes, I will naturally find these people to have a heart-to-heart talk." Puff, Bai daughter-in-law didn't expect this fourth foreign to be able to tell a joke and couldn't help but laugh. The others couldn't laugh, but they didn't dare to say anything either. They hadn't figured out the fourth madam's temper yet. She seemed to have a good temper, but she wasn't as weak as she appeared to be. Sometimes, when her gaze drifted over, it didn't seem like the gaze of an ignorant little girl. In modern times, Xianxia might be an otaku who did not have much experience, but she had thousands of years of cultural accumulation compared to the ancient people, so she was naturally different from others. She had solved the problem in the kitchen so easily. She knew that there would always be people behind her who would not be convinced. However, she didn't expect that as soon as she left, someone from the head steward's side went to complain, saying that this fourth madam acted arrogantly, used people indiscriminately, and didn't care about the opinions of her subordinates. Her behavior was strange and so on, and she even came up with something like a probation period. Probation period? What a good idea, why didn't he think of it before? If the shops outside used this trick when hiring people, then it would be able to see each person's character, so it wouldn't be easy to dismiss them after hiring them. Long Shooting put down the book in his hand and said with a cold face, "Is it really okay for you to criticize your master behind her back like this? If the prince were to find out." He didn't continue speaking and just changed the topic. The old madam gave all of the family's food to the fourth madam because she trusts her. If you have any opinions, you can wait until the old madam comes back and tell her. I'm just the head steward, so I can't do anything. After sending away the kitchen steward, he felt that he had underestimated the fourth madam. In fact, he had wanted to give the steward's position to her daughter-in-law before. She was a neat person with a lively mind, and her cooking skills were also good. However, because she wasn't very qualified, it was inevitable that people would not be convinced. He didn't expect that she would solve the problem as soon as she went. Her eyes were very sharp. Just when he was very sure of the new head's ability, something happened. She was the one who got into trouble. Why did she go to the clothing room to do something? In the end, there was a fire. When he heard the news, Long Shooting was so scared that he almost fainted. Although the fourth madam was only a concubine, she was the only one that the prince cared about after he came back from the battlefield. If something happened to her, he would definitely apologize with his life. He hurriedly put down the things in his hands and rushed to the clothing room. However, he didn't know that Xianxia and Xiaoxia were already surrounded by fire in a small room in the clothing room. At the same time, a little servant girl was also trapped. She had brought 2 people to see the winter clothes. Xianxia also felt that she was unlucky. There was a problem with the winter clothes when they were distributed. It was said that the outer appearance was good, but the inside was actually made of willow catkins. This was terrible. She was so angry that she ran over to see it. In the end, she found that some of the clothes used for low-level servants were indeed made of willow catkins. There was a big difference between cotton and willow catkins. If she went out wearing this kind of clothes, wouldn't she freeze to death? Although ordinary ancient people didn't care about low-level servants at all, in her heart, they were still human. However, she didn't expect to smell smoke when she walked into the room to check. Just when she felt that it was strange, the room caught fire. The clothing room was filled with flammable items. Once it caught fire, there was no way to save it. When Xianxia and the others saw that even the door was burned, they couldn't help but become anxious. She still wanted to go home and didn't want to die in a place like this. However, it was a little difficult to escape when surrounded by fire. Xianxia said, "Cover your mouth and nose and squat down." In the ancient times, most people who died in a fire were not burned to death but choked to death. Therefore, she should cover her mouth and nose and lower her body. In the end, she discovered one thing: there was a basin of water used to wet clothes placed on the side of the room. Although the water was dirty, it seemed to still be usable. Xianxia was delighted. She quickly took a few cotton-padded clothes and dipped them in the water until all the water inside was absorbed. Then, she reached out and draped one over Xiaoxia and said, "Pull it tight and jump out of the window." The window is on fire." Xiaoxia looked at the fire in front of the window and trembled. Xianxia didn't care whether she was afraid or not. She took a chair from the side and threw it at the window. Her actions made it seem as if she had turned from a goddess into a tough woman in an instant. Xiaoxia hadn't recovered from the shock when she was pulled to the window. She was pushed out of the window with a heavy weight on her back. P.S. Because the house is being renovated, it may be maintained for a period of time. Of course, it will explode in the future. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After pushing someone out, Xianxia covered her mouth and nose with her wet clothes and coughed lightly. The fire had been too strong and she felt a burning pain in her throat. Seeing that the fire had already reached the roof, she shouted at the little girl, "What are you waiting for? Get out!" Before she could finish her sentence, the pile of clothes on the left collapsed and the fire fell on the little girl's body. Xianxia was shocked. She hesitated for a moment and wondered if she should save the little girl. If she tried to save herself, she might not be able to get out of here. But when she saw the little girl screaming in pain from the fire, she gritted her teeth and rushed over. She kicked the cotton-padded clothes away and covered the little girl with the wet clothes. Then, she pulled her up and ran towards the window. Her hands seemed to have been burned in the process, but she couldn't care less. "Get out." With that, she put on the wet clothes and the two of them jumped out of the window, one after the other. As soon as he stepped out, his back foot was blocked by the collapsed clothes. Xianxia fell to the ground and panted. She felt that the fresh air was wonderful. Her body hurt, but she didn't know if it was because of the fall or the fever. She heard Xianxia calling out to her. She opened her eyes slightly and glanced at Xianxia. She heaved a sigh of relief when she found that Xianxia wasn't burned. The moment he breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't take it anymore and fainted. After what seemed like a long time, she seemed to have returned to the modern world in a daze. She was still sitting there looking at her phone. Suddenly, someone called out to her. "Yang, don't fall asleep. It's cold today." "Got it, Inspector Lee," she replied casually. Her head was a little dizzy and she didn't know where she was. Wait, there seemed to be someone calling out to her. Who could it be? "Mistress Xiao, mistress, please wake up." The sound of crying was so familiar. Who could it be? Oh, I remember now. It's her. It's Xiaoxia. She opened her eyes abruptly and saw Xiaoxia kneeling by her bed and crying. "Why are you crying?" Why was his voice so hoarse? Xianxia frowned. Everything that had happened before reappeared in her memory. She seemed to be trying to save someone, but she got injured when she jumped out of the window. There were burns on his hands. It couldn't be serious, right? He slowly lifted it up and found that it had been wrapped up like a rice dumpling. Her mind went dark and she almost cried. My hand isn't ruined, is it? And my face. It wouldn't be good if she ruined such a beauty. Xiaoxia hurriedly said, "It's not ruined, it's not ruined. The doctor just bandaged it a little too much. Your hand is fine, and so is your face." But looking at it made her heart ache. If it wasn't for her master saving her, she was afraid that she would have been burned to death in the betting room. Fortunately, she was fine. Otherwise, he would really have to die to atone for his sins. Seeing Xiaoxia crying, Xianxia reached out her hand, which was wrapped like a rice dumpling, to comfort her. Then she asked, "What about that girl? Is she all right?" "Her injuries are a little serious, but the doctor said there's no problem. It's just that there will be a mark on her forehead, but it won't affect anything. That girl practically treated her master as a god. After her injuries were bandaged, she knelt outside and kowtowed to her. From then on, she would come once a day to kowtow and then run away." "Oh, how long have I been unconscious?" Why did she feel weak all over, as if her bones were falling apart? "You've been unconscious for 2 days and even had a high fever. You really scared Xiaoxia to death." Xiaoxia finished speaking and began to cry again. "Silly child, I'm fine." In Xianxia's eyes, Xiaoxia was just a child. Xiaoxia was already used to her arrogant behavior and didn't mind. She only said, "Baoqin jia, Madame Xiao is awake. Shouldn't we feed her some porridge first?" "Yes, let Madame wait a moment." Baoqin answered from outside. Then, she heard footsteps. It seemed she was going to get the porridge. However, Xianxia struggled to get up. Xiaoxia hurriedly held her down and said, "Madame Xiao, you can't get up so casually, but I want to go to the toilet." Xianxia struggled to get up, but in the end, she was pushed back down by Xiaoxia. She felt helpless. "Ah, but you can walk, right? Why don't you have Xiaoxia bring the urinal?" No need. That would be too embarrassing. Bai Xianxia struggled to get up. With Xiaoxi's help, she walked into the cubicle. However, when she glanced at herself in the mirror, she almost fell down. What's with the mummy in the mirror? What did the doctor do to her? She didn't remember being injured in so many places. What kind of ghost could have done to her? It couldn't be that even the bottom of her skirt was bandaged, right? She was depressed. Madame Xiao, you mustn't be afraid. These injuries were bandaged by Xiaoxi. Because the nurse wasn't here, so. Xiaoxi's face turned red. Bai Xianxia understood. So she had been tormented by an outsider. Now, she didn't have to worry about being burned into a roasted suckling pig or something strange. After resolving the physical discomfort, she realized that her entire body really did hurt, but she could still endure it. Not long after, the doctor brought the nurse over to examine her injuries. He said that as long as she changed her dressing on time, there shouldn't be any problems. The most serious injuries would only leave light white scars, so there was no need to be afraid. Bai Xianxia really wasn't afraid. She didn't plan on using her face and body to seduce any man, so it didn't matter if there were a few flaws. The most important thing was, had those cotton-padded clothes been burned? That would be really depressing. It would take at least half a month to make these clothes, and the weather would be cold by then. If she wanted the servants to make them themselves, they would need the materials. Call the head steward over. She felt like her voice was like the strings of a broken zither. It was very uncomfortable to hear. Mr. Xiao, you should eat something first. Bao Qin brought in the porridge. Although Bai Xianxia was weak, she didn't want to eat anything because of her sore throat. Mr. Xiao, you have to eat something. Otherwise, your body won't be able to handle it. Xiaoxi cried as she spoke. She had no choice but to drink 2 mouthfuls. When she swallowed, she felt as if her throat was on fire. It was so painful that tears almost flowed out. The Hua also felt sorry for its master. Master is in pain, so is the Hua. Bai Xianxia hadn't expected to be comforted by a cactus. She couldn't help but laugh. Just as she was laughing, the head steward, Long Shooting, walked in. Although he was separated by a screen, he could see that she was eating. He was very upset. A perfectly fine person had been burned to this extent. When the prince returned, he would be punished. Most importantly, he hadn't expected this master to be so capable. He had actually saved the 2 maidservants at the most critical moment. If someone had really been burned to death, it wouldn't be as simple as being blamed. However, he hadn't expected that she would call him over as soon as she woke up. If he guessed correctly, it should be about the cotton-padded clothes. However, he was more concerned about another problem. Because he had seen the scene before, he was 100% sure that someone had set the fire, and it wasn't an accident. Daring to set a fire in the prince's estate and almost injuring the master, this crime wasn't light. However, the person inside was so weak that it wouldn't be easy to tell. It was better to hide it. Steward, what should we do about the cotton-padded clothes? We can't delay it any longer, cough cough. Bai Xianxia felt that the steward couldn't hear what she was saying, because even she couldn't hear clearly. However, the steward heard her clearly and said, I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult. This one will do his best to deal with it. Madame Xiao, don't worry. Just focus on recuperating. Yes, then do it quickly. The weather is getting colder. If we delay it for too long, I'm afraid someone will catch a cold. Yes. She had a kind heart. Long Shooting agreed and left. As expected, he would do his best. However, at this time of the year, the larger embroidery workshops were very busy and couldn't take on such a large task. Bai Xianxia rested for 2 whole days before recovering. Although she could still speak, her throat was slightly hoarse. However, Yi Mama thought of something. The prince and the old madam were about to arrive. Should she write a letter to them? Bai Xianxia didn't know what to write and just stood there in a daze. Xiaoxi suggested, before the prince left, you angered him. Why don't? Bai Xianxia sighed. She understood that she had offended her superior and had to find a way to remedy it. If he came back and took it out on her, wouldn't that be terrible? She endured it and finally admitted defeat. She picked up the brush and wrote a line from the untitled poem. It was difficult to meet and difficult to part. The east wind is weak and 100 flowers wither. These 2 sentences expressed her thoughts, which were that she missed him, and how sad she was after he left, and so on. She didn't write the next line because it would seem too excessive and make it seem like she couldn't bear to leave him. Then, she added some information about the estate. However, she didn't write about the fire or her injuries. They shouldn't be worried about this kind of thing. Most importantly, she should at least deal with the cotton-padded clothes first. After resting for a while, she felt that she should go take a look at the scene of the incident. At the very least, he should see what else he could use. It would be best if it wasn't completely destroyed. That would be a huge loss. With this thought in mind, Xianxia and Baoqin accompanied her out. As soon as she came out, she saw a maidservant kneeling on the ground and kowtowing towards her room. He wasn't a saint or anything, so why was he being worshipped? Baoqin smiled and said, she sure is punctual. She's here again. Who is she? Bai Xianxia asked curiously. You saved her before, in the fire, Xianxia reminded him. So it was her. No wonder she came here to pay her respects. What's your name? Bai Xianxia walked over and asked. She didn't want her to continue bowing like this. It was so awkward. The girl looked up and saw Bai Xianxia. Her face was also injured, and there was a red burn scar on her forehead. It wasn't big, but it really affected its beauty. Her heart trembled, and she kowtowed, Madam Xiao, this servant is Xiaoxia. Thank you for saving my life. However, this servant has caused you to be injured. I'm very sorry. Xiaoxia, right? It wasn't you who caused me to be injured. Get up, don't kneel. Bai Xianxia extended her hand, but the girl didn't get up. She only knelt in front of her. Madam Xiao, allow the servant to stay by your side and serve you. Even if it's just some rough work outside, it's fine. This servant grew up without parents. You're the only person in the world who treats this servant as a person. Bai Xianxia felt that this girl was a bit too stubborn, but it seemed that she didn't want to back down. Since that was the case, she might as well stay. She didn't lack this one. Moreover, she looked quite pitiful. The burn on her face didn't seem to have completely healed. All right. Xiaoxia, arrange for her to work in winter garden. When Xiaoxia heard this, she was so excited that she knelt down to thank her. Bai Xianxia felt very embarrassed and pulled her up. Don't be so polite. Get up and heal your injuries first before you go work. My winter garden is small, so I'm afraid you'll have to squeeze in with others. She looked to be in her teens, about the same age as Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia was very moved when she heard this and thanked her profusely. Bai Xianxia was a bit embarrassed by her thanks. Seeing that the girl had left, she took Xiaoxia and Baoqin to the bedding and clothing room. That room had already been burned to ashes, but it was a bit strange. She stood there and looked at the bedding and clothing room in a daze. Xiaoxia asked, Madam Xiao, what's wrong? Bai Xianxia pointed at the bedding and clothing room and said, it's very strange. Xiaoxia also looked carefully and said, what's strange? It had already been burned very badly. If it weren't for her master's vigilance, they would have died in there. This bedding and clothing room originally had 2 entrances. Everyone knew that there were cotton-padded clothes inside, so naturally, no one would start a fire inside. Therefore, it's most likely that an external source of fire caused the entire bedding and clothing room to burn. But now, it seems that the cleanest part of the fire was actually the area where the blankets were placed in the first room. That's probably where the fire started. Bai Xianxia analyzed as she looked. I didn't expect Madame Xiao to know about this, but you're right. Long Shooting walked over from behind and happened to hear what she said. He hadn't expected that a woman from the inner residence would be so knowledgeable, and her analysis was very correct. The fire had indeed started there. It's the head steward. Why had the head steward come here? She was indeed a beauty. Even though she was injured, she was still very beautiful. Most importantly, she wasn't just beautiful, she was also very intelligent. No wonder the prince liked her. So, this means that this wasn't an accident? Yes, but this one will investigate clearly. Madam Xiao, please go back. Rest is more important. Then what about the cotton-padded clothes? This one has already sent people to inquire about it. We're still waiting for news. Then I'll leave the investigation of the fire to you. Bai Xianxia knew that there were some things that she couldn't interfere in, even though she was very angry. Of course, she was also very curious. Why would someone want to burn her to death when she hadn't offended anyone? If this person couldn't be found, then how was she going to survive in the prince's estate? For the sake of her own survival, she couldn't allow the person who harmed her to continue hiding in the shadows. Madame Xiao, who do you think wants to kill Xiaoshi? Xiaoshi asked curiously as she walked. Ah? Why did they want to kill Xiaoshi? Shouldn't they want to kill me? Who else could it be apart from her? Don't tell me they want to kill you, no way. Xiaoshi was shocked. She really didn't know who would be so bold as to want to kill Madame Xiao. Although she was a concubine, she was still the master of the estate. Moreover, she was the woman that the prince liked. She's just a little girl. Why would anyone want to kill her? And why would they spend so much effort to set up this trap? Besides, there's no need to involve me if they want to kill a little girl. That doesn't make sense. If they wanted to kill a little girl, they would have changed their plans when they discovered her presence. But that person didn't, so it proved that the person they wanted to kill was her. Xiaoshi was so frightened that her eyes widened and her face turned pale. Madame Xiao, we should send someone to tell the prince that someone is trying to harm you. Bai Xiangxiu's hand was tightly held. Even Bao Qin, who was beside her, was very surprised and agreed with Xiaoshi's suggestion. The prince is very busy. Let's not inform him of such a small matter. He was still angry when he left, so he probably wouldn't care if she lived or died. She wasn't the female lead. If she thought too highly of herself, she would fall to her death sooner or later. Moreover, even if they did inform him, it would be difficult for him to come back. There's no rush. Killing also requires courage. She won't do it again for at least a few days. Madame Xiao, how could you do this? Xiaoshi was so anxious that she was about to cry. How could her master be so casual? Actually, it wasn't that Bai Xiangxiu wasn't afraid. She just felt that she had to rely on herself for everything. Moreover, Long Shooting wasn't a simple person. Perhaps he would investigate properly. Right now, the most important matter was the cotton-padded clothes. She had already offended one boss, so she couldn't afford to offend another. Since Long Shooting was investigating the fire, she would be in charge of the cotton-padded clothes. Although the large workshops wouldn't accept, she could still find a few smaller ones. This required time and manpower. She didn't know anyone she could use, so she could only leave the residence and drive the carriage to find a workshop. However, when Long Shooting found out, he still sent someone familiar with the capital to help her. She managed to find a few workshops in one day. There were more than 100 people in the prince's residence who needed cotton-padded clothes. The master's clothes were all made by the servants and didn't need to be made by these workshops. However, this was the time to make cotton-padded clothes. The workshops were already very busy, and the materials used weren't necessarily of good quality. After visiting a few workshops, Bai Xiangxiu came up with an idea. She would buy the materials herself and let them do it. She only needed to be responsible for the handiwork. In fact, this was time-consuming and laborious, but it was a good idea. It wouldn't be easy to make mistakes. Bai Xiangxiu left early in the morning and returned late at night for a few days straight. Finally, she finished her task. At night, she dragged her tired body back. Because it was late, she had the carriage driven away. She walked slowly back with Xiaoshi and Baoyu. After sitting in the car for a whole day, she felt that her whole body was stiff. The three girls stretched their bodies as they walked. It seemed that they were quite tired. Baoyu was even more upset because today was her first day. In the past, she used to carry Qin, but she fell ill today, so it was her turn. She originally thought that it would be fun to go out of the residence, but it would not be fun to spend the whole day in the carriage. They rubbed their waists as they walked. Suddenly, they heard a discordant voice. The three of them were all young ladies, so they were very sensitive to such sounds. They all felt cold sweat dripping down their backs. They looked at each other and wondered if they should hide. But that wasn't right. He seemed to be the head of this family. If he left at this time, he would be letting the old madam down. However, did he have to care about this kind of thing? Cheating really made people feel depressed. Just as he was thinking about it, the voice became louder. The woman seemed to be a little resistant. She said in a very soft voice, "Not here, Brother Quan. Don't do this. Where in the entire residence can we do this? Why care about that? We just live happily day by day." Xianxia looked at the moon and rolled her eyes. If you didn't say anything, wouldn't they just walk by? Just treat it as a servant and a servant having an affair. It wasn't a big deal. But what did you say? In the end, I heard it immediately. One was the third madam of the autumn garden, and the other was the garde Quan. She knew both of them. She didn't think that they would mix together. What to do? Catch them in the act or let them go. If they caught them in the act, according to the rules of the residence, one would be beaten to death and the other would be sold. However, that kind of punishment depended on whether the woman had served the master or not. If she didn't serve and didn't do anything, the punishment would be even heavier. Just as Xianxia was thinking, she didn't think that their panic would be heard by a Quan. He actually shouted, "Who is it?" Then he chased after them. When he saw who it was, he was also startled. He used his body to protect his back and said in a small voice, "Leave. You, it's fourth madam. Leave." It seemed that he wanted to protect the third madam. Xianxia admired this man. In this kind of situation, he came out and gave the woman time to leave. He clearly wanted to give her a way out. That woman should have left, right? Xianxia didn't want to pursue the matter. If one of them ran away, then it was fine as long as they didn't die. "A Quan, do you know your crime?" Seeing a Quan's eyes turn red, she thought that he would kill them to silence them. Who knew that he would kneel down and say, "A Quan knows his crime. Fourth madam, please let her go and don't pursue the matter." He admitted his crime like this. Obviously, there were only 3 girls. It was fine to kill them and then run away. Just as she thought of this, a group of guards walked over. Seeing the situation, they all ran over to watch. No, they were protecting the 3 of them. Xianxia cursed in her heart. This line of work really needed love. It was the same for cheating. They had to arrange a time, place, and sound transmission area. Everything had to be investigated. The guards in the prince's estate always changed shifts, and their location happened to be out of the range of the guards. If they hadn't returned at night and returned to Winter Garden, they wouldn't have noticed. They were indeed professional. Now wasn't the time to think about this. Xianxia looked at the guards and said, "Capture this guard and lock him in Repentance Garden for the time being." Repentance Garden was a place used in the prince's estate to lock up masters or servants who had committed crimes. It was equivalent to confinement. Usually, those who committed minor crimes would be locked up for 2 or 3 days. Those who committed more serious crimes would be punished physically. Some of the guards recognized a Quan. Obviously, he was resting at this time, but he was still fooling around in the garden. It wasn't hard to guess why he was captured. They didn't care. Usually, those who fooled around with servant girls would directly betroth them to him. So they went up to grab him, wanting to take him away and lock him up. At this time, a voice came from inside. "Brother Quan, don't take him away. It's all my fault." Just as the voice fell, the third madam walked out of the forest. She seemed to have tidied her clothes and looked as beautiful as before. Now, there were tears on her face. She walked out and knelt down beside a Quan. Xianxia stared with wide eyes. She had originally thought that it was a scene of someone who couldn't bear the loneliness and had an affair. But now, it seemed that it wasn't. This was clearly the rhythm of true love. Ruining someone's marriage was a serious crime. Did she have to do such a wicked thing? But in ancient times, especially in this kind of patriarchal society, if she helped them put a green hat on Long Heng's head, it was very likely that he would kill her. Thinking of Long Heng's anger, she couldn't help but shiver. The third madam came from a good background. She had always thought that she was a true young miss, which was why she used those little tricks. Now, it seemed that she had true love. Now that she had someone she truly loved, no matter how outstanding Long Heng was, she probably wouldn't like him. "Bring the guards into Winter Garden." Don't let anyone spread this news. Bai Xianxia brought the guards into Winter Garden. Fortunately, this place was rather remote, so no one noticed them along the way. She also had the guards keep their mouths shut. For the first time, she said in a very serious tone, if a single word of what happened today spreads, don't even think about keeping your tongues. However, she still had to keep some guards by her side, because Aquan was also a guard. What if he became angry and hurt the people of Winter Garden? However, she still had to clarify things. She sat in the main seat in the study, and Aquan took the lead to kneel. Fourth Madam, I beg you to let Sewer go. Even if Aquan has to work like an ox or a horse in the next life, he will repay your kindness. Aquan was so agitated that he suddenly jumped up. Bai Xianxia didn't know what he was going to do, but she had a bad feeling. She immediately shouted, "Stop him," her voice had a considerable effect. A guard who was closest to her reached out to block her. He actually grabbed Aquan's hand that was about to commit suicide. What kind of joke was this? Was he trying to trade a life for a life? Don't make it so scary. She really was timid and couldn't be scared. Bai Xianxia didn't know what to do with them. She weakly said, "Tie him up. If he wants to commit suicide, we can talk about it later." Third Madam, no, Lady Jiang, do you have anything to say now? Jiang Sewer was also frightened. Her mind was already in a mess. She also knelt on the ground and crawled in front of Bai Xianxia, as if she was the executioner who was going to carry out the death sentence. Madam Xiao, please let him go. Actually, it wasn't his fault. He was just too foolish. I followed my father's orders and married the prince as a concubine, but I didn't expect him to chase after me. It's my fault. Everything is my fault. There seemed to be a story behind this, so she naturally had to ask. As a result, he asked about a melodramatic story of a young lady and a rich young lady falling in love with each other. Bai Xianxia felt that the story was very melodramatic, but at the same time, she also felt that although one of them was a coward who didn't dare to disobey her father, or rather, he didn't dare to disobey society, she couldn't be blamed. Even she, who had transmigrated, didn't dare to do it, let alone him. As for the other one, he just silently guarded her. But in the end, the two of them couldn't help but do something that they shouldn't have done. If a man and a woman liked each other, this kind of thing was unavoidable. This king's escaped concubine was just like that. For example, after the male lead found out that he liked the female lead, he especially wanted her body. There was almost not a day that he didn't think about it. Whether he saw it or not, his mind was basically filled with that kind of thing. It couldn't be. She suddenly thought of the way the male lead looked at her was a little strange. Don't tell me he likes me, impossible. No, she seemed to have gotten off track. He couldn't think too much about it. It was more important to deal with the matter at hand. However, looking at the two people kneeling on the ground and looking at each other affectionately, she couldn't bear to be ruthless. Yes, she was indeed too naive. She thought that it wouldn't be too hard for her to manage an ancient family. But she forgot one thing, and that was that ancient people and modern people were always different. They didn't take human lives seriously. Even if the women in the harem wanted to punish the slaves, they wouldn't be lenient. Modern people cared more about life under their education. Only perverts wouldn't take human lives seriously. Bai Xianxia was a successful example of modern education. She really didn't want her hands to be stained with blood. She always felt that those girls who transmigrated to fight and kill were very powerful. But she couldn't make up her mind to do these things. She wasn't a saint, nor was she a Mary Sue. She just felt that it was too dark to kill people for the sake of two people's love and to show off her power in this family. It had to be known that the heavens were watching what people did. Morality and 3 values were all there. She couldn't just kill people because she wanted to. Rubbing her chin, Bai Xianxia looked at the two in front of her with a conflicted expression. Finally, she said, "Lock them up in Repentance Garden." After thinking for a bit, she added, "Lock them up together and reflect on their mistakes." Everyone was shocked. If they were locked up together, wouldn't it mean that they had a successful affair? What mistakes would they reflect on? A little girl was really a little girl. She didn't handle this kind of thing properly. But she was their master, so they had to do what she ordered. Seeing the two people with grateful eyes being taken away, Bai Xianxia felt bad. What if they committed suicide? But what did this have to do with her? Protecting them now was already the most benevolent thing she could do. As soon as they were taken away, the people who didn't agree came. Yi Mama had been with the old madam for a long time and knew her master's style. How could she get used to seeing Bai Xianxia let this adulterous couple go? Besides, they dared to have an affair behind the prince's back. How could she not kill them and lock them up in a room to give them a chance to interact? It was just that her master was dealing with things just now, so she naturally didn't mention it to her master to save her face. After everyone left, she took advantage of the time when she was making the bed to remind her. Mr. Xiao, no matter how you look at it, our prince's residence is still a large and respectable family. Although we come from a military family, our family has always been known for being strict. If this matter were to spread, I'm afraid it would bring shame to the prince's residence's reputation. Yi Mama is right. Reputation my ass. When the female lead comes with a group of male friends, your prince's residence will become a gathering place for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth men. At that time, don't talk about reputation, even reputation will be ruined. Okay, your old madam was almost angered to the heavens. This small matter was nothing, Yi Mama continued, this punishment is too light. You can directly sell off third madam, no, Madam Jiang, and then beat that man to death. He's just a servant who was sold into the prince's residence. Pfft, so this was the way to deal with it? It really wasn't surprising at all. Bai Xianxia looked at Yi Mama for a long time. How could such a good mama be so heartless? Jiangsu was only in her teens. In modern times, she would only be in high school. As for that guard, he wasn't old either, at most 18 or 19. Both of them were in the prime of their youth. One was sold into a brothel and sold her body to make a living, while the other was sentenced to death. Wasn't this really cruel? Mama, have you thought about it? The two of them added up to less than 40 years old, so dealing with this matter was simple and straightforward. However, it ruined two pitiful people. She silently stood up and said, I'm also tired. You should all rest. Yi Mama didn't say much. She only felt that this master was young and timid. She was completely unable to manage this household. It seemed that only someone like the old madam could do it. She didn't blame Bai Xianxia, but felt that she should let that filthy man and woman know what kind of fate they would face. Yi Mama had her own ideas. In order to not make things difficult for Madame Xiao, she decided to warn the couple. She returned to her room and took out 2 bottles of leftover poison, then headed straight for Repentance Garden. Unexpectedly, she found Baoyu there. She was sitting in front of the door. When she saw Yi Mama, she smiled, Mama, why have you come so late at night? It's nothing, I just wanted to teach that couple a lesson. They're not giving Madam any face, acting so recklessly at this time. If the prince comes back and finds out about this, what if he blames Madam? It seemed that Madame Xiao was determined to protect them. She'd actually sent Baoyu, the most honest and considerate of the servants. Baoyu nodded, because she agreed with Yi Mama's point of view. However, she had received orders from Madame Xiao to stand guard in front of the door. I'm sorry, Yi Mama. Madam said that this matter couldn't be spread or blown up. No one is allowed to see them again. Yi Mama smiled, then they still have to eat their last meal. How about I go bring them some dishes? Yi Mama, please don't make things difficult for this servant. Madam's meaning is very clear. She doesn't want anyone to get close to them. Baoyu wasn't clever, but she was honest. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been chosen to help Madame Xiao with household affairs. The old madam was very good at using people. With Bao Qin and Baoyu, who were smart and alert, she also needed someone loyal. That person was Baoyu. Yi Mama had no choice but to return. At the same time, she had a whole new level of respect for Madame Xiao. Although she looked honest, she wasn't stupid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent someone to stand guard here. Yi Mama really didn't know what she was planning. Yi Mama felt that she should write a letter to inform the old madam. Otherwise, if she didn't handle it properly and did something that humiliated the family, she wouldn't have the face to see Madame Xiao again. Thinking of this, she asked someone to write a letter to inform the old madam. However, Bai Xianxia also found out about this matter. Although Yumama had been in the household for a long time, Bai Xianxia had recently bought some people's hearts. For example, one of Yumama's servant girls was very close to her. She had found out about this when they were chatting. She tugged at her hair, feeling that she really had to hurry up with this matter. If the old madam's letter came back, she would have to kill them even if she didn't want to. However, she had no one in this world that she could ask for help from, and she had no one else to help her. In her helplessness, she thought of a person, the kind-hearted Lord supporting male lead. She remembered that he was a perfectionist, especially when it came to love. The ancient literati all liked to pursue love. They believed that love was completely different from lust and could be counted separately. Song Jiayue was such a person. He separated everything clearly, but he viewed his feelings as extremely important, more important than anything else. Such a person would probably agree with the idea of the couple who were locked up. Perhaps they could ask him for help. Yes, of course he could beg. Other than him, he couldn't think of anyone else. But who to ask to deliver the message was a problem. After thinking about it, she thought of the previous time when she had snuck out of the prince's residence. Perhaps this time would work as well. She discussed it with Xiaoxia for a bit and then lied that she was sick. Then, she put on her servant's clothes and appeared at the back door again to wait for Sun Si-er, who was delivering vegetables. She climbed into his carriage again and quietly hid inside. When Sun Si-er came back, he found that there was a problem. However, this method had only been used by that very beautiful servant before, so he felt that it should be her this time. He didn't want to care about the matters in the large residence, but he still threw a lot of cabbage leaves that he didn't use to block her. At this time, the only things that could be delivered to the residence were cabbage and radishes. He didn't have anything else. The cabbage leaves were all rotten. Bai Xianxia was speechless. Wasn't she just trying to save someone? Was it that difficult? After enduring it with great difficulty, she immediately threw out the cabbage leaves. Sun Si-er pulled the carriage tight and said, "Young miss, please come down." Bai Xianxia hurriedly came out. She carelessly put on her veil and then said, "Thank you. This time, the matter is urgent, so I'm sorry. I'll be leaving first." With a smack, she threw an ingot of silver into Sun Si-er's carriage. Then, she smiled at him and ran away. She still remembered the location of the Song residence. It wasn't too far away, but it wasn't very close either. The time she came out this time was very tight. She had to go back at night. When she arrived at the Song residence, the gatekeeper said that Song Jiayue wasn't in the residence. He had gone to the Full Moon restaurant. She was depressed. She had just passed by the Full Moon restaurant, and now she had to run back. She stomped her feet and ran back. Because she was running too fast, she bumped into someone when she turned the corner. With a bang, she bumped into the person without holding back. When she bumped into him, she was still thinking that this time, that person would be angry from being bumped. However, she didn't expect that the person was fine, but she was sent flying. Did she have to be so unlucky? She wanted to hug her head, but accidentally, her veil fell off. This time, she was going to fall very hard. However, she didn't expect that her waist would be hugged by someone. Her whole body fell into a warm embrace. A strong heartbeat, a refreshing smell, and a flat chest. Judging from the height and chest, the person hugging her was a man. Moreover, it was a very young man. This young man seemed to be an extremely shy person. Because of this unexpected hug, his heartbeat was so strong that even Bai Xianxia could feel his excitement. However, shouldn't he help her up to avoid arousing suspicion? Why did he keep hugging her? He hugged her, but she couldn't just keep hugging him. She still needed to save people, thus, she hurriedly stood up and said, "Thank you, Also, I'm sorry. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." She bent down to pick up her veil, but a hand had already picked it up and handed it to her. Then, he said, "Are you really okay?" This voice, could it be him? Looking up, it was indeed him. In her excitement, she grabbed Song Jiayue's hand and said in surprise, "It's you, Song Jiayue. It's really great to see you." Song Jiayue was sitting in front of the window when he was in the Full Moon restaurant. He saw a woman's figure fly by on the street. Although it was just a glance, he could recognize who that person was. His heart stirred, and he chased after her. he didn't expect that it really was her. And she actually came to find him. He couldn't help but be surprised and at a loss. However, when he heard that she was so anxious to see him, he couldn't help but be ecstatic. Without caring about anything else, he held her small hand and said, Please help. Xianxia blinked and said this. Because she didn't know why, she felt that the other party's gaze was very hot. This made her subconsciously want to escape. Thus, she hurriedly pulled her hand out and said, Sorry, I panicked. It's fine. Her small hand was really warm, just like her. Song Jiayue looked at her gently, as if he was looking at a treasure. He really wanted to reach out and touch her small face. However, this thought shouldn't exist. No matter what, she was here to ask for his help and it should be an urgent matter. This could be seen from her watery eyes. Song Jiayue felt his heart soften when he met her gaze and said, What do you need my help with? This? Actually, it was a bit difficult for a girl like her to say this. In the ancient times, this kind of action was too daring. However, she gritted her teeth and told him the cause and effect of the matter. Then she looked at Song Jiayue expectantly, hoping that he would nod his head and help. Song Jiayue did not think that she would tell him the secrets of the palace and look at him with such a gaze. This was clearly against the rules. He immediately panicked and nodded without even asking what she wanted him to do. But he regretted it after nodding because this matter was very difficult to handle. But seeing her happy little face, he could not bear to refuse and said, Then how do you want me to help? Xianxia lowered her head and blinked a few times. She was not familiar with this world, so she could not come up with a solution. She was hoping that the supporting male lead would come up with a solution, but the other side did not seem to have any ideas either. Thinking about it, this kind of affair would at most end up in court and everyone would go back to their own homes. Society's criticism would not be that serious. But in the ancient times, this kind of thing could not be done so casually. This was a place that paid attention to etiquette and justice. Of course, those rich people doing this would be called amorous, while slaves doing this would be called vulgar. She could not understand. Song Jiayue saw her troubled expression and knew that she did not have any ideas, so he said, How about this, if they really want to be together, it won't be too hard. Really? Xianxia was about to cry. Hearing him say that it won't be too hard, she almost leaned over to listen. Song Jiayue's heart was beating wildly. After knowing that she was such a kind girl, he could not hide his feelings even if he wanted to. She sighed softly and said, Tomorrow, you only need to say that you want to sell third madam, and then have a trusted servant come out to look for a slave trader. I'll have someone wait in the back street. After you bring him out, tell them that you want to hand him over to the authorities. They will definitely send him to the magistrate's court. I'll go to the meeting first and tell them to send him away. Then send the two of them to the same place, and they can be together. Good idea, it's really a good idea. Thank you, Xianxia smiled. Although this method was simple, he was the only one who could accomplish the process. This path required him to go through all sorts of people in the capital. Without connections and financial resources, it would be impossible to complete. Song Jiayue looked at her and couldn't help laughing. He noticed something stuck in her hair and picked it up for her. It was a piece of cabbage leaf and it was rotten. Startled, he asked, How did you get out? Xianxia was taken aback by his gentle actions. If he hadn't rejected her before, she was afraid that she would have tried to seduce him and use his power to get out of the prince's manor. She coughed a little awkwardly and said in a small voice, I got out of the prince's manor's back courtyard's vegetable delivery cart. The cabbage leaf was already in his hands. What else could she say? Song Jiayue couldn't help but frown and anxiously said, How can you be so bold? Quickly go back. Do as I say, and leave the rest to me. If people find out about this, they will definitely. At this moment, his heart was trembling. He knew of Long Hang's abilities. If he wanted to investigate, he would definitely find out that she secretly left the manor. Even if he couldn't find out, he would know that he helped her. If he found out that the two of them had a secret meeting, then the girl in front of him wouldn't have long to live. When you go back, write a letter and have Xiaoxia hand it over to the Song Manor. You definitely can't let anyone know that you came out. He paused and then said, That's right, the vegetable seller helped you a lot. As a girl in the inner courtyard, it's not good for you to thank him. How about I send someone to give him some money? That didn't sound right. No, that sentence sounded a little familiar. She pulled at her hair and suddenly thought of a plot in the book. No, it should be a sentence. That sentence was about the female lead often using Sun Seer's convenience to get in and out of the prince's manor. Later on, that Sun Seer seemed to have been secretly killed by someone. Yes, he was killed with just one sentence because he was afraid that he would reveal the secret meeting between the female lead and a certain person. And this certain person was the one in front of her, Song Jiayue. It can't be, right? She remembered that after he asked the female lead this question, that Sun Seer was killed with just one sentence. The female lead was completely unaware of this. Later on, the matter of her coming out was also found out by Long Heng, so he didn't find Sun Seer again. Feudalism really killed people. Obviously, this person was a gentle young master, but when it came to killing someone, he still didn't show any mercy. Moreover, why did he ask her Sun Seer's name so gently? Did he think she was as stupid as the female lead, or perhaps, if she hadn't read the book, she really would have believed that he would thank Sun Seer on her behalf? Because this kind of man, no one would suspect that he would be so cruel and kill people just like that. Hee. No need, I already thanked him. Moreover, he doesn't know my identity. Fortunately, she didn't tell him her identity, unlike the female lead who had already told him. Song Jiayue saw her dodging left and right eyes and his heart trembled. Could it be that she had guessed his thoughts? Seeing that her current expression was indeed so, he couldn't help but sigh. This girl was both kind and smart, it was hard to come by. Normally, smart people knew that to achieve great things, they couldn't be constrained by small details. Therefore, if they could give up something, they definitely wouldn't linger around and cause trouble for themselves. But this girl was different. She was smart, but she wasn't willing to harm other people's lives. She was smart, but she didn't use this on herself. She used it to save others, to make others happy. Then what about herself? Had she ever considered it? No, she had considered it, which was why she had extended her hands to him. However, those two hands had been forcibly severed by him. I'll send you back, but I won't do anything to that person. You should believe my words. He really hoped that she would believe him. And Xianxia naturally believed him. The supporting male lead was actually a person with a lot of morals. Although he later did some wrong things for the female lead, he always kept his words. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen him as her target. Because this king's little escaped concubine wasn't the only supporting male lead, and he wasn't the only one with power. The male lead was so strong, the female lead was a little white flower, and there were so many words. How could the story continue with a few incompetent supporting male leads who were instantly killed? So she gently nodded her head and said, I believe you, but there's no need to send me back. Moreover, they have a time limit for sending food. If we go back early, the carriage won't be there, so we can only wait. Song Jiayue was overjoyed when he heard this. Did this mean that they could still be together for a while? Then, it's not very convenient to talk here. Why don't we find a place where there's no one, so that we won't be discovered? The person who said this felt a little guilty, but the person who heard this slapped her head in realization and said, why didn't I think of that? That's right, where are we going? I'm not very familiar with the outside world. Normally, a lady would not leave the house, so it was normal for her to not be familiar with the outside world. Song Jiayue naturally wanted to be a guide and find a better and more elegant place. In addition, Xianxia was also a talented person, so why not go there? Thinking about it, he said excitedly, then put on your hat first. Okay. Xianxia did not have any doubts. If she knew that the supporting male lead had such thoughts, she would have grabbed him and said, take me out of the palace. Unfortunately, she did not know and thought that the supporting male lead only wanted to take care of a weak woman like her. Thus, she followed behind him with an open mind. Not long after, she saw him go to a shop and hire a small sedan. I can walk. She remembered that she had just run here. With her current body, it was not too much of a burden. But now, she had to sit in a sedan, and Prince Song had to follow outside. Was this really okay? Why don't you hire a carriage? She said a little embarrassedly. Haha, there's no need. Song Jiayue covered his mouth with his fan and laughed. It was only a few steps, so why did he need to take a carriage? This girl was still very cute. I don't need one. It's good to walk. There are many people here, so I don't want to get hit. As Song Jiayue said this, his servants caught up. He said with a cold face, go do what you need to do. I don't need you to serve me. The servants immediately had bitter expressions. How could their master not need to be served? If something happened, wouldn't they be the ones to suffer? Eldest young master, the boundaries of the capital are extremely complicated. Why don't we scram? Suddenly, he realized that the person in the palanquin had hurt him. He coughed lightly and said, what can I do? You can go back. Although his words were gentle, his eyes were unusually sharp. The manservants were startled. They glanced at the palanquin waiting by the roadside and seemed to understand what was going on. The young master had a date with a beauty, wouldn't they offend him if they followed? Thus, they looked at each other and left in the end. They couldn't offend the young master. As a result, Song Jiayue ushered in a proper couple's world without being suspected by Xianxia. Since it was a secret that she had come out this time, he naturally wouldn't let two people in the know to expose her goal. As expected, Xianxia thought so and was very touched. She was completely unaware that she had been taken as a date by the supporting male lead, and had even happily entered a place called Don't Stop Drinking with him from the backyard. The environment here was extremely elegant. Even at the end of autumn, there were still sceneries of late autumn. The rows of red maples in the courtyard and the chrysanthemums in front of the house were all part of the scenery. Especially since the rooms here weren't compact, one room was far from the other. The room was very large, with the four treasures of the study and a writing desk, as well as some zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Not only could the guests eat, but they could also admire the paintings and compose poems and paintings. This place was really humane, and the waiters didn't disturb them. They only needed to ask about the taboos and the shopkeeper would prepare some dishes for them. They would directly place the dishes outside and wouldn't ask the guests, so as not to disturb their mood. Xianxia never thought that there would be a place like this in the capital. The owner of this place really knew how to do business, or it could be said that he had the business philosophy of a modern person, being able to make an ordinary restaurant so unique. However, she was afraid that the price wouldn't be cheap. This place is so good, the price must be very expensive, right? Song Jiayue was currently drinking tea. He never thought that she would care about this, but he didn't think much of it and said, it's not very expensive, just 100 taels, pooh. Xianxia excitedly slapped the table and said, what, 100 taels? This is too much, my monthly salary is only 10 taels. The owner of this place must have gone crazy from saving money, right? After saying this, she couldn't help but mutter, all my assets are only enough to eat 2 meals here, this is too scary. She thought that 200 taels was a lot, but she never thought that this was just a game. Fortunately, the male lead would give her things from time to time and give her some money. Otherwise, if she came here with her original family's assets, she would simply starve to death. Song Jiayue was startled at first, but when he heard her mutter in a low voice, he couldn't help feeling distressed and amused. He never thought that even though she was in charge of the entire palace, she only had that little amount of money in her hands. How could he know that Xianxia was only talking about the private assets that the original owner of this body had saved up? If she added in the money that the male lead gave her, she could be considered quite rich. She was quite rich, but she always felt that she didn't dare to use the money that the male lead gave her, so she always hid it away and didn't dare to use it. Song Jiayue instinctively wanted to give her some of the money in his hand, but when he reached his hand into his sleeve, he felt that it was too impulsive. Obviously, he didn't even have a reason to do so. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He took his hand out of his sleeve and said, the dishes here are quite good, you don't have to be polite. Anyway, you have to go back in the afternoon. Xianxia nodded and said, this kind of opportunity is hard to come by, we can't leave him any money. It was too expensive, she had to eat until she was satisfied. In the end, Song Jiayue was amused by her serious attitude. With his appearance and his unbridled smile, he was surprisingly attractive. Xianxia was momentarily dazed by the sight of him. But she suddenly realized that she was being a bit overboard, so she quickly lowered her head in embarrassment. But how could Song Jiayuan not see her embarrassment? He couldn't help but feel his heart warm. Did she still have him in her heart? If that was the case, then could he? No, so what if she did? She was still his friend's concubine. And Long Hang's feelings for her were different from other people's. How was asking him to take her away from him any different from flirting with his wife? He clenched his fists and changed the topic, saying, I suddenly thought of something. Why don't you take a look at this painting? Song Jiayue stood up and led her to a painting. It was a painting of high mountains and flowing water, and it looked quite imposing. This painting, by Xianxia, was depressed. She didn't know how to paint. The only thing she knew was how to draw flowers, grass, and people. She learned all these just to draw bonsai. She also learned to draw people when she was studying painting and calligraphy in school for more than a month. She didn't know anything about mountains and rivers, but she just nodded and said, the painting is very good. This kind of scenery can only exist in a painting. Who knew that this sentence would expose Song Jiayue's thoughts? He couldn't help but frown, and then he felt a little excited. Was she really his confidant? Bai Xiangxiu didn't know that the supporting male lead would treat her as a confidant. She felt that she was just spouting nonsense. In reality, she really was spouting nonsense. However, the supporting male lead didn't think this way. He had always treated her as a talented woman, and a woman with both looks and inner qualities. He couldn't help but admire and be infatuated as he said, I wonder if you can leave behind a calligraphy piece? It would take a while for the dishes to be served. There really wasn't much to do during this time. However, Bai Xiangxiu was stumped. She didn't know how to draw anything else. She did know how to draw, but she still needed to use a charcoal pencil. This kind of thing did exist in this world, but it was usually used by women to draw their eyebrows. It was called a black brush. This kind of thing shouldn't exist here. Usually, not many people used it. Unfortunately, she was wrong. She inadvertently glanced at the writing table and saw that it really was there. This boss had considered everything. This black brush was usually only used to draw the edges and corners. Normally, no one would use it. She didn't expect that it would be there. She felt that it was strange and said, why don't I draw a picture for you? Draw. Draw me? He didn't think that she would have this kind of suggestion. He couldn't help but smile and nod his head. Since she wanted to draw him, then draw him. In the future, he could keep this painting in his private collection. He quietly sat by the window and allowed her to draw. Looking at her, it seemed like she wasn't used to using that brush. Why didn't she use a brush? However, he was very curious as to how she drew him. However, that movement seemed to be imprinted in his heart. He felt that it was very warm. If he could be like this for a long time, it would be the happiest thing. He originally thought that she would draw very slowly. If she used a brush, she would need at least an hour. If she drew more carefully, she wouldn't be able to finish it in 2 or 3 days. However, she had already finished drawing before the dishes were served. Moreover, she looked left and right. After a while, she pinched her chin and said, I'm done. I don't know if you want to take a look. I feel that it's not very good. Of course it wasn't good. The places that she drew wrong weren't corrected by the brush. She could only use stiff lines to draw. Fortunately, there weren't many places that could be wrong. Can you let this one take a look? Song Jiayue found it strange. He didn't expect the two of them to get along so well. Originally, he thought that he would do something wrong because of his excitement, but because of the other party's magnanimity, he actually stopped that special thought and became extremely quiet. He didn't expect that men and women could interact in private like this. He couldn't help but look forward to the days when he could be with her in the future. It was so peaceful and natural, just like a loving couple for many years. But when he picked up the painting, he was surprised again. It was a very simple painting, but it captured his essence. If he posted it, at least everyone who knew him would recognize him. He was astonished for a while because this drawing technique was too strange. He had never seen it before. I didn't expect your family to have such a deep history. This painting technique is really brilliant. It's actually like a real person. I didn't expect the black pen to be used like this. Song Jiayue was so excited that he refused to let go of the painting. As long as you like it. By Xianxia, who was praised, was a little embarrassed. She scratched her head and said, "Can we eat now?" "Of course we can. Can you give this painting to this humble one?" Although he said at the beginning that he wanted to draw for her, it was polite to ask. "And, you can take it." She couldn't take another man's painting back to the prince's mansion. If people found out, it might cause trouble. "Then thank you very much. Let's eat." Song Jiayue hurriedly thanked her and put the painting away like a pearl. He was going to frame it later. The wine and dishes were laid out. Bai Xianxiu only ate and didn't drink. Song Jiayue only lowered his head and drank without speaking. The atmosphere between the two of them became strange for a while. Fortunately, the meal ended quickly. Bai Xianxiu also took this opportunity to discuss the details with Song Jiayue. When she felt that it was about time, she said goodbye. Song Jiayue naturally wanted to give it to her, but Bai Xianxiu didn't agree. "If I can come out, I can go back. I really don't need anyone." She was afraid that he would do something harmful to the man who helped her get out of the mansion, so she was still cautious. Then he was embarrassed to say more. But after she left, he silently followed behind. It was better to see her go back safely. But he didn't expect that the girl didn't walk in a straight line. She led him around for a long time. In the end, she might have been tired of walking in circles. Then they reached a carriage parked by the side of the road. Song Jiayue smiled helplessly. Why did she have to be like this? He would definitely do what he promised her. But the next scene made him dispel the words "he would definitely do it." Because the man put a good girl like her in the vegetables and piled the vegetables on her body. No wonder there were vegetables in her hair before. It was really not easy to come out. He hoped that she could return to the mansion safely. He was a little worried and went back to arrange the rest of the things. Bai Xianxiu was familiar with the mansion, so she wasn't as nervous as last time. She went to the room without any danger. With Xiaosher's help, she dressed up and said, "Bring that man and woman here." Xiaosher naturally understood and had people bring them out. Bai Xianxiu saw that they seemed to have realized something and said, "Do you know your wrongs?" Third Madame Xianxia lowered her head and said, "We know our wrongs. Many thanks to Madame Xiu for helping us. We are already willing to accept the punishment." She was already being tolerant by being able to spend a night alone with them last night. Bai Xianxiu said, "Since it's like this, then I'll sell you out of the mansion tomorrow. Do you accept it?" "I accept, Su'er." Ah Quan. Wasn't this kind of situation tormenting single people? Bai Xianxiu was tormented. She took a deep breath and said, "Ah Quan will be sent to the authorities for bullying his master. Do you accept it?" "I accept it." The two of them cherished their last moments very much. They held hands and watched. Bai Xianxiu didn't want to be tormented too severely. She had told them so quickly today in order to shut Yi Mama's mouth. While waiting for the servants to take them away, Yi Mama said, "It's too light, but you left them a way out. Madame Xiu, you're too kind." As expected of a young lady. It wasn't wrong for her to be able to do this. When she thought of this, Yi Mama didn't have any hopes of getting involved in this matter. However, Bai Xianxiu was still a little worried. She leaned in front of the cactus and spoke softly. What do you think their fate will be? Will they be together?" This story wasn't mentioned in the original novel. Or rather, if she hadn't come over, no one would have discovered that third madam was having an affair with Ah Quan. P.S. I was so focused on writing that I forgot to look at the time. 5555555 was late by more than 10 minutes. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Could it be that she was to blame for this? Bai Xianxiu expressed her helplessness, but the day's thrilling events had left her exhausted. She lay on the table facing the air and fell asleep. Unexpectedly, as soon as she fell asleep, she had a dream. In the dream, according to Song Jiayue's plan, Jiang Su'er had been sent to the slave trader. However, in the carriage, she had actually put a hairpin to her own throat and ended her life with a single sentence, "Ah Quan, see you in the next life." As for Quan, after being handed over to the authorities, he had been sentenced to exile. While in prison, he had suddenly snatched a soldier's spear and stabbed it into his own chest, saying, "Su, I already know about your matter. We will be husband and wife in the next life." Xianxia was startled awake. What is this? She wondered. Was it a nightmare? However, wasn't this nightmare a little too realistic? Especially since she could actually read their thoughts, and even felt dizzy when she saw the bright red blood. This shouldn't be happening, right? Obviously, it was a dream. Could it be that she would faint from blood in a dream? Xianxia glanced at the cactus and pondered over the dream. Why did she feel a little scared, although it was just a dream? When she thought about the situation of those two people, she didn't know what they would do. They were in despair, so they began to pray for the next life. The superstitions of ancient people were stronger than modern people. Furthermore, one of them was going to be sent to sleep with another man, while the other was going to be beheaded. Since they couldn't be together, they might as well commit suicide. No, this was a big no. Xianxia began to feel anxious in her room. If what happened in the dream really happened, wouldn't their arrangements have been in vain? Thus, she had to inform that pair of infatuated men and women. Otherwise, what was the point of saving two corpses? She paced back and forth, and suddenly saw the desserts on the table. An idea came to her mind, and she hurriedly wrote a few words on a piece of silk cloth, then gently stuffed it into one of the desserts. She also asked Xianxia to prepare supper and wine. Xianxia obeyed and brought supper and wine to Xianxia and Quan's room, then placed the supper down. This is a gift from fourth madam. It can also be considered as the last meal for the two of you. After a while, she'll have the people outside leave, so you two can eat and drink. Then, she said, these desserts were personally prepared by Madame Xiao. You two should know how to be grateful and eat more. When she finished, she gave Xianxia and winked at her, Xianxia, and then, you should thank fourth madam, fourth madam, you should thank fourth, do you understand? After Jiangsu Susu was not translation to Jiang S's translations Jiang's translation, Jiang translation. There were only Jiang Su, you, but you. Madam, lady, and Su S. Air and Jiang, they, and, translation rumor had it that they should thank Madame Xiao for being able to stay together on their last night. Xianxia was finally able to sleep peacefully after taking care of this matter. She slept all the way until noon the next day. Yi Mama had already finished the preparations and asked Jiangsu if she wanted to drive the two out. Xianxia, of course, readily agreed. She then said to Xiaoshi, go outside and find a servant to take third madam away. Yi Mama frowned and said, Xiaoshi isn't too familiar with this kind of thing. How about this old servant, Xiaoshi? She's not young anymore. She'll have a lot to learn in the future. Mama, you can't spoil her. Xianxia's meaning was very clear. She wanted to cultivate Xiaoshi to be her trusted aide, so there were some things she needed to learn. Yi Mama, seeing that Jiangsu had such thoughts, didn't stop her. Who didn't have a few capable assistants? Xiaoshi, confused, went out to look for the servant. She really did come across a carriage with many young maidens. After asking around, she learned that it was a famous servant who had come to the residence to sell people. As a result, she was brought into the prince's residence. Yi Mama personally received her and didn't see any flaws. After that, Jiangsu sold him to the slave trader for 50 taels of silver. After that, she happily took the slave trader away. As for Quan, he was also handed over to the authorities at the same time. He was interrogated in the afternoon and sentenced to be banished to Shu. Generally, banished to places were quite harsh. Jiangsu didn't know if Jiangsu would be able to endure it. Moreover, there was another difficult matter, and that was to inform the Jiang family of this matter. Don't think that it's over just because you sold off their daughter. First, you had to give them evidence. Fortunately, she had Jiangsu and Quan's signatures, so she had someone invite Jiangsu's mother to the residence. Jiangsu's background was quite good. Her father was a fifth-rank official. However, she was a concubine's daughter, so the mother who came was not her biological mother. The other party was the wife of a fifth-rank official, so she, as a concubine, had to give her some face. Even if the one in the wrong was her daughter, it was the same. Moreover, Xianxia had never been one to put on airs. Thus, after inviting Lady Jiang into the residence, she first greeted her politely. However, this Lady Jiang was also very clear-headed. For her to be called in for no reason, there must be a reason. Moreover, they didn't send this person in charge to talk to her. Although she was a concubine, she was currently representing Li of Gojoseon's residence. Thus, she very politely said, "May I know why you invited me here?" It must be related to that lowly servant Suer. Sure enough, Xianxia had someone give the signatures of the two people to her. While drinking tea, she smiled and said, "Our prince's residence has already dealt with this person. If you want to save her and bring her back," she didn't continue, because generally, when a girl did such a thing in her husband's home, her maternal family would treat her as a great shame. Not many people would save her. This Lady Jiang was almost angered to death. A lowly servant born by a lowly servant was so shameless. Now, she actually smeared the Jiang residence's reputation. Fortunately, Li of Gojoseon wasn't here. Otherwise, who knew how he would deal with her? Let's do it according to Madam's method. She couldn't say anything unnecessary and wouldn't say anything. Even if the prince's residence killed her, they could only keep their mouths shut. Especially this Aquan. It wasn't that the prince's residence didn't know about their past. She didn't expect that he would chase them to the prince's residence and cause them to lose face. Then this matter is settled. Everything will be handled by the prince's residence. For the sake of the two families' reputation, no third party will know about this matter. The other party will say that the third madam has an urgent illness. How about it? Xianxia was actually quite speechless. No matter how good her background was, she was still just a concubine. She was a tool used to curry favor with the higher-ups. Now that she had made a mistake, she was heartlessly abandoned. Where was the slightest bit of pity? Suddenly, she thought of Xianxia's maternal family. She didn't know if they would do the same thing as the Jiang family when they encountered this kind of situation. If that was the case, it would be very hurtful. This thought only flashed through Xianxia's mind. She wasn't the real Xianxia, so she wouldn't be so stupid as to be sad over this kind of thing. Soon, the third madam's funeral was held in the prince's mansion. As the person in charge, Xianxia naturally had to send the coffin out of the prince's mansion. She sat in the carriage and sent the coffin out of the city gates. This was the first time she had been so far away from the prince's mansion. Originally, she felt excited, but when she reached the city gates, she didn't find anything special. There were only two magnificent gates, and there were soldiers standing guard around them. People came and went without stopping them. There were men and women, old people and children among these people. Sooner or later, there would be a day when she would be able to go out. Although transmigrating was more comfortable, in order to transmigrate back, she could only endure it. If she went back this time, she would definitely find a good man and marry him. Here, no matter how outstanding the men were, she felt that she couldn't fit in. There was a time when she missed the supporting male lead. She missed him during the day, and she missed him at night. She had never been so attentive to a man before. Unfortunately, it seemed that the people who came and went through the city gates were just passers-by. When the coffin left the city, the group was about to go back when they suddenly saw an extraordinary group of horses coming in from outside the city. Why was it extraordinary? Because no matter how you looked at them, they looked like soldiers. Their steps were especially majestic. The person in the lead was riding a tall horse. Just that horse alone was enough to make people linger for a long time. It was pure white, without a single stray hair. The person on the horse was even more graceful. He wore black brocade clothes and a golden crown on his head. His appearance was cold and handsome, and his temperament was outstanding. As soon as he entered the city, his unique temperament immediately attracted everyone's attention. The city gate officer bowed even more. "Welcome Li of Gojoseon into the city." Li of Gojoseon saw his own carriage at a glance. He didn't know who was sitting inside. Because no matter which concubine came out, they would all look like this. So he urged his horse to go to the front. When he saw Xiaoxia following behind, he was stunned. Why did she come out of the city? But what should she say when she caught up? He remembered that she had disobeyed him before. However, he wasn't angry. What he cared about was that after receiving the 2 lines of poems she wrote, he felt like he was the one who did something wrong, causing her to let her imagination run wild. With her body, if she was uneasy, it would be easy, wasn't it said that women's to think too much? When he suddenly saw her, he didn't know how to treat her. She could only follow behind the sedan and slowly make her way into Princely's manor. The person in the palanquin was even more conflicted. His master had returned, and he had offended him before. Should he take the initiative to express goodwill? So, of Gojoseon Long of Gojosephon, Xiaoxia's is of's, go, of Prince of S to of Gojoseph of Tuf of her head of Sov. 2 of course of to say, 2 of her of to say, to say, to 2 of the of 2 of 2 of S. Was she still angry? Why would a grown man be so petty? But when she thought about it, she had indeed challenged his authority. After he came back, he found out that one of his concubines had run away with him. His temper definitely wouldn't be good. Don't look at how he would chase all the women out for the female lead. Chasing them out himself was one thing, but having an affair was another. In ancient times, very few men could stand such a thing. So, she was a little worried that Li of Gojoseon would investigate. If he wanted to investigate Xianxia and Aquan, it would be dangerous. So, she had to deal with this matter as calmly as possible. It would be best if she could draw his attention elsewhere. This way, he wouldn't think about how to investigate. Thinking like this, she didn't hesitate and followed the petty male lead back to Li of Gojoseon's residence. But he actually went straight to his own courtyard without even showing his face. She was depressed. It seemed that she had to use her hot face to get snubbed. Otherwise, he would never calm down and she would be unlucky. Thinking of the original female supporting lead's fate, she couldn't help but shudder. No, she had to make him have a better impression of her. Alright, since it was like this, she would personally cook. Although she was cooking a vegetarian dish, she could cook a meat dish with the same method of cooking a vegetarian dish. Xianxia made up her mind and rushed to the kitchen. She washed her hands and started cooking. She really did cook all 4 dishes herself, and then had Xiaoxia bring them to her. She also didn't say any words of apology. How could he not understand her intentions? But the other side's thoughts went in a completely different direction. He actually planned to wash away his fatigue and then meet her. It was better than her letting her imagination run wild. But he had just finished bathing and hadn't dried his hair and changed his clothes when she chased after him. Longheng was delighted. He felt that he was thinking too much. This little lass probably didn't blame him. He didn't even comb his hair and just met Xianxia like this. He didn't expect that she had personally cooked food for him. How could he not understand this obvious intention of pleasing him? His heart warmed up. He sat down boldly. Seeing that she was still standing, he said, "It's useless, right? Let's do it together." Xianxia was actually having a nosebleed silently. What was with the inexplicably sexy smell of this man who was talking to her with wet hair? Was she sick or was he in heat? He even smelled so good. Wasn't this blatant seduction? When she heard his invitation, she immediately sat down. She didn't want to offend this man again. Seeing how obedient she was, Longheng didn't hesitate anymore. He actually asked someone to bring 2 wine glasses. Then he personally poured a glass for her and said, "Drink with this king." Yes. What should she do if she didn't like alcohol? But she still picked up the glass and drank with Longheng. He downed the entire glass in one gulp, but she only took a small sip and started coughing because of the spiciness. Longheng frowned slightly. How could he forget that he liked to drink strong alcohol? And she was a girl. She probably couldn't stand it. Look, her face was already red. Sure, go get a different type of alcohol that women can drink. Sure nodded and left. As he walked, he thought that the sun must have risen from the west today. Otherwise, their prince would have learned to think about women. It was a pity that Xianxia didn't manage to drink it. That mouthful of wine had already damaged her throat. Even speaking was painful. Longheng almost didn't know what to do with this woman who was like a paper doll. But who asked him to like her? When he thought of this word, he was stunned. He never thought that there would be a day when he would like a woman. But if that person was her, it would be great. He didn't feel too conflicted. Looking at her who was quiet, he said, "Stay here tonight." Bai Xianxia immediately felt dizzy. She reached out and pressed her forehead. After hiding here and there, was it finally time? But she didn't expect that because she rubbed her head, her hand and the wound on her forehead would be exposed. Long Heng reached out and grabbed her hand. He stood up and asked, "What happened?" He had just returned to the residence and didn't know about the fire. "It's nothing. It's nothing." Was this male lead concerned about her? P.S. Here's an explanation for why the male lead can't get his hands on her. The author wants him to truly understand that he likes the female lead and doesn't just want her body. And he's really about to get his hands on her. Everyone, don't worry. Actually, Bai Xianxia had only just noticed her hand. Although it was mostly healed, the layer of black calluses hadn't fallen off, and the skin around them was still dark. The same was true for the one on her forehead, so she covered it with bangs and wrapped it in cloth. But once she opened it, she believed that any man who saw it would lose their appetite. She wondered if she should tell him the cause of the fire, but she was afraid that the male lead would think too much. She had only been in charge for a few days, but someone already wanted to kill her for revenge. In order to leave a good impression on her boss, she could only shake her head and remain silent. In any case, he would find out sooner or later. As for what other people would say, she didn't care. This is a burn, and it's already been a few days. Why didn't you mention it in your letter? How did you end up like this? Long Heng felt his heart palpitate, but when he saw that she didn't seem to want to talk about it, he knew that it must be serious. He shouted at Shu'er, "What are you looking at? Call Long shooting over." Shu'er hurriedly ran outside. His master's expression was too frightening, and he was so shocked that he even tripped when he came out. In his heart, he thought that this steward was usually quite smart. How could he hurt a perfectly fine person in just a few days? Wasn't he looking for trouble? Long shooting knew that the prince would call him over sooner or later when he returned, so he took a sip of tea, took a deep breath, stood up, and rushed to Long Heng's study. It seemed that the prince really treated the fourth madam well. As soon as he returned, he immediately asked about this matter, but didn't even ask about the third madam's matter. As for why he guessed that it was about the fire, it was easy to understand. If he wanted to ask about the third madam's matter, he should have asked one of the palace's nannies or some of the guards in charge of this matter. By the time he was asked, it would take at least a few hours. Unfortunately, he had been called in less than an hour after he returned. It was obvious that he was very angry about the fire. In fact, he was also quite depressed. It had been a few days, but he still hadn't found any clues. Now that the prince asked, how was he going to explain it? By the time he arrived, the table had already been removed. Li of Gojosian was pacing back and forth on the ground with his hands behind his back. His hair was loosened. It seemed like he wanted to rest. He didn't expect such a big thing to happen in the prince's mansion. Madame Xiao, who had originally been very smart, was now sitting obediently to the side. She lowered her head and played with the hair in front of her chest, as if she had been wronged. At first glance, the two of them would think that Madame Bai was a bullied daughter-in-law, and Li of Gojosian was the bully. However, she did not have any injuries on her body, and she was dressed very well. It seemed that no matter how angry Li of Gojosian was, he would not resort to domestic violence. But why did Long Shooting have a feeling that Li of Gojosian was the one being abused? When he saw his master, he couldn't stand straight anymore. He lifted his robe and knelt down. Long Shooting greets Prince. Get up. What exactly happened to her injuries? Tell this king in detail. Long Heng was indeed quite depressed. He asked Bai Xianxia once, but she didn't say anything. After asking twice, she turned her face to the side and whispered, "Won't you know when the head steward comes later?" The third time, he didn't dare ask again for fear of scaring the little girl. In reality, Bai Xianxia's body was like a white lotus flower no matter how he looked at it. Coupled with her delicate and pitiful appearance, her eyes couldn't help but turn red when she was anxious. She looked like a little rabbit that was very lovable. Even if Long Heng's heart was made of copper, he couldn't continue speaking. He could only wait for the person who could speak. That person was the unlucky Long Shooting. Long Shooting glanced at the little girl. She actually didn't complain to the prince for protection. What a strange girl. At a time like this, shouldn't she be leaning into the prince's arms and asking for care? He had no choice but to explain the cause and effect of the fire himself. Long Heng calmly listened to Bai Xianxia's story. When he heard that Bai Xianxia had been injured so severely because she had saved the two maidservants at the critical moment, he actually took a deep look at this seemingly weak girl. Her heart was really very kind. This was a huge weakness for a person. But it didn't matter. He could feel this weakness himself. He slowly revealed the bloodthirsty light in his personality. Long Shooting was stunned. It seemed that this prince really hated people who hurt the fourth madam. Thus, he also told the results of his investigation. Then, he knelt on one knee and said, "It's my fault for not protecting the fourth madam. Please punish me. If it was planned for a long time, it has nothing to do with you." "But Madam Bai." He turned his head, but the other party was still playing with her hair with her head down, as if she didn't hear him talking to her. Madam Bai. How could she be distracted? Obviously, it was a very serious problem. Okay, she was seriously injured because of this incident, and it was said that she was in a coma for a period of time. Was she so frightened that she became more and more dazed? In fact, Bai Xianxia wasn't distracted. She was just unfamiliar with the two words Madam Bai. This Li of Gojoseon rarely talked to her. Even when he did, he rarely called her by her name. He usually called her you. How could she react when he suddenly called her Madam Bai? Even if she raised her head because of the other party's loud voice, she still looked confused. Li of Gojoseon looked at her pale and dazed little face and decisively thought that she must have been scared silly. Who told her to not be scared? He originally wanted to ask who she had offended, but looking at her appearance, he couldn't ask. Go back and rest. Recover from your injuries. He originally intended to let her stay, but how could he bear it when she was so scared? Originally, that kind of thing was a man bullying a woman. Moreover, this matter had to be investigated clearly. He couldn't leave a terrifying person in the manor. Especially if that person wanted to harm her, he definitely wouldn't be able to live. Not only would he not be able to live, but he would also make it difficult for this person to die. Long Shooting told Long Heng about the people in the manor who were most likely to do it. Long Heng's method was not to investigate, but to interrogate as long as there was a suspect. However, this matter couldn't be known to Bai Xianxiao. Therefore, when she was hiding in Winter Garden and sleeping soundly, first madam and second madam were found and personally interrogated by Long Heng. He already knew about third madam, but he didn't have the mood to care about it now. He only wanted to find the person who harmed Bai Xianxiao. He didn't expect that the two women who were most likely to harm her were not suspects. In the end, it was up to the people in the bedding and clothing room to investigate. Long Heng didn't rest as he interrogated them one by one. He was someone who had been trained in the military, and believed that there weren't many people who could lie to him without any flaws. It was late at night, but he didn't give up on the investigation. He even thought that if he couldn't find out, he would drive all the suspects out of the manor. At least she would be safer this way. Unknowingly, the night grew darker and darker. However, Long Heng was too angry to be angry. He was a man who had come from the battlefield and had been baptized by blood and fire. He was originally unfamiliar with matters of the heart, but he was also looking forward to them. That was because when he was drenched in blood, he felt that those feelings were foreign and distant. At the same time, they were very difficult to obtain. Now, he seemed to have obtained everything, but someone had come to destroy it. How could Long Heng remain calm? He wanted nothing more than to find this person and torture him to death. At this moment, a woman gracefully walked in from outside. Her figure was elegant, and her appearance was delicate and pitiful. At first glance, he thought of one person, and that was the quiet fourth madam, Madam Bai. Their temperaments were very similar, so his expression slowly relaxed. He sat there and watched the woman walk in. Upon closer inspection, he really did recognize her. She was his personal maid before he entered the army, Sun Hong-er. Now, her eyes were filled with affection, and her figure was elegant as she bowed. The two of them were very close. After smelling the scent on her body, Longheng subconsciously felt his lower abdomen tighten, and he couldn't help but frown. He felt that this scent could make him, as a man, lose control of his desires, but it wouldn't make him go crazy. Thus, he didn't immediately reprimand her, but he still felt some disdain in his heart. Why would a good girl put such a dirty scent on herself? She was clearly trying to seduce a man. He had experienced many things like this on the battlefield, so he was very disgusted. However, the other party's attitude was good. He stretched out his hand and said, "Stand up." Sun Hong'er's eyes were misty with tears. She stood up and admitted her mistake. "It's this servant's fault." If this servant didn't feel that there was something wrong with the cotton wool and called forth Madame over, she wouldn't have suffered such heavy injuries. "Don't cry. Just tell me what happened." Longheng waved his hand impatiently, and Sun Hong'er began to speak. She should be telling the truth, because Longheng didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her story. However, why was her head lowered? Even if she had to be courteous when meeting a man, she had already smeared the scent on her body. Was there a need to put on such an act, because he really didn't want to smell the smell anymore? It would make him think of Madame Bai, and he would think of how to press her down and do whatever he wanted. Every time this happened, the violence in his body seemed to have been activated, and his blood boiled. No, this version of himself was too violent. He had to suppress it. Otherwise, wouldn't that little papier-mâché person be tortured to death? Not to mention death, even being pricked by a needle would make his heart ache. His mind was in a mess. He waved his hand and said, "You can leave first. This king needs to rest." However, she did not expect that the other party would be so bold as to directly pounce on her. Her original intention was to hug Li of Gojoseon's waist, because a man's waist was not to be hugged casually. Wouldn't something happen if she hugged him? Unexpectedly, Li of Gojoseon was a martial artist and would never let his guard down. Even if she was a pet, if he didn't trust her, he wouldn't let her touch him so easily, let alone a woman. As a result, a strange position was born. Li of Gojoseon unconventionally pressed down on the woman's head. She was stretching out her arms to be hugged, but Li of Gojoseon's arms were longer than hers. He held her down, but she still couldn't touch a single finger of his. Li of Gojoseon raised an eyebrow and gently pressed down. Pa! Sun Hong'er fell to the ground with a thud. This development was not right. Moreover, the prince seemed to be much more violent than before he left. Although the youth from before wasn't very close to her, he wouldn't be so inconsiderate towards the fairer sex. Now, the girl fell on her face and was dizzy. She felt that her nose must have been broken. When she stood up, she found that the ground was covered in blood. She hurriedly reached out to cover her nose. She had wanted to take advantage of the fact that Madame Xiao was unable to serve the prince and spend a night with him. Who would have thought that her head would be broken and bleeding from the fall? She felt strangely wronged and wanted to turn around and leave, so that the prince wouldn't see her embarrassing state. Who would have thought that she would hear a voice as soon as she stood up? "Hong'er, did you come to recommend yourself?" Sun Hong'er covered her bleeding nose with her hand, almost unable to believe her ears. When had Li of Gojoseon become so enlightened? However, she had already taken the initiative. What was wrong with this man who didn't want to eat when there was meat? But he had suddenly asked this. Could it be that he had other thoughts? Sun Hong'er was extremely excited. She hurriedly wiped the blood from her nose with her sleeve and said faintly, "Prince." She used the word prince in such a way that Longheng felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard it. The thoughts that had been aroused by the fragrance were now completely dispelled by disgust. In a sense, this woman was extremely capable. "For this king, are you willing to do anything?" Longheng suddenly thought of a possibility, so he asked about it. Unexpectedly, the other party's body stiffened, and then she continued to court death with a trembling voice, "Of course. This servant is willing to do anything the prince wants." "Is that so? Then wipe the blood off the floor and get out." Longheng left with a flick of his sleeve after he finished speaking. He didn't look back at all. But when he returned to his room, he secretly sent people to investigate. It seemed that a young widow shouldn't have such guts. But her reaction just now was indeed suspicious. At the same time, it had saved her life. If he hadn't realized that she was in the wrong, she would have been dragged out and beaten to death by now. If she was the mastermind this time, then it wouldn't be as simple as death. Long Heng only slept for 4 hours that night before the people who had gone to investigate returned. They knelt in front of him and explained the cause and effect of the matter. The veins on Long Heng's forehead were popping out, and he said, "Immediately lock her up. I want to personally interrogate her." But after a while, the person came back and said, "She escaped. I've already sent people to pursue her. She's quite clever, but this king believes that a little girl like her won't be able to escape from your hands. Otherwise, what's the use of this king keeping you?" That person hurriedly kowed out and left. They had to capture this girl. Otherwise, if they lost face in front of their master, how could they continue to mingle in the future? Just like that, Sun Hong-er, who had escaped, was captured in less than an hour. Her nose was still collapsed, and her entire face was deformed. What delicate and pitiful. What charming and lovely. At this time, she was completely different. Calling her a ghost was already praising her. Long Heng's mouth twitched, and then he said, "Speak. If you tell me everything, perhaps this king will let you live." "Prince, this servant doesn't understand what you're talking about." Sun Hong-er wasn't stupid. She wouldn't admit it. Long Heng wasn't in a hurry. He sat at the side and looked at Sun Hong-er coldly. "Sun Hong-er, this king has thousands of ways to make you wish you were dead. Do you want to try?" "Prince, this servant really didn't do anything. Please, someone, cut off 5 of her toes first." Long Heng didn't waste any words. He knew very well where the human body was the most painful. But suddenly, he was very concerned about one thing. He was in the residence now. If he really made a lot of screams, wouldn't it spread? At that time, Madame Bai, who was in charge, would definitely know. She was so timid. Wouldn't she be scared to death? So when Sun Hong-er cried, he said, "Gag her mouth." Just like that, Sun Hong-er's mouth was gagged. She couldn't even cry out when 5 of her toes were cut off. How could a girl like her endure this kind of pain? She fainted on the spot. When she woke up, she wanted to scream. But with her mouth gagged, there was no chance. Originally, she was afraid of pain. She wanted to confess and die quickly. But she didn't expect that because her mouth was gagged, she couldn't speak. Long Heng intended to make her suffer more. So before she could speak, he cut off the other 5 toes. Sun Hong-er was already scared out of her wits. Just before her fingers were cut off, she knelt on the ground with a thud. It was only then that Long Heng waved his hand and removed the thing from her mouth. Bai Xianxia didn't know about these things. She was still sleeping in her room. The next morning, she woke up and was told that one of the small workshops had come to deliver the goods. There were about 10 pieces, and they were rushed to make them. She checked the goods and felt that the work was okay. She paid the money. Although only 10 pieces were delivered, she still distributed them. The servant who received the clothes also felt that the clothes this year were very warm. When he returned, he praised 4th Madam. Long Heng finished his work and returned. He found that the servants who received the winter clothes were all happy. It was rare to see them. Wasn't it just a piece of clothing? In his opinion, it was no different from the previous years. When they walked inside, they heard the conversation between Yimama and Bai Xianxia, which made them feel that Yimama was kind and adorable. "Madam Xiao, you've taken out your own silver this time. Otherwise, this coat wouldn't be so warm. It's just peanuts. It's just the clothes of a lowly servant. It's not worth it. They also work for the prince's mansion. If they wear warm clothes, they will work for the prince's mansion. Don't you think so, Yimama?" In ancient times, each level suppressed the next, making people feel speechless. Bai Xianxia felt that he was becoming more and more like a white lotus, but he really didn't like the hierarchical system that treated servants as people. The key to this was Long Heng. No one knew what he was doing now. She didn't know how he dealt with the matter after finding out about it yesterday. Had he found the person who wanted to kill her? At this moment, a person walked in from outside. It was Li of Gojoseon, Long Heng. Why did he come here? Wasn't this the servant's room for handling matters? Sure enough, everyone stood up. Bai Xianxia suddenly stood up from her seat on the Kong bed. Like this, she was twice as tall as everyone else. She felt that this was a bit impolite, so she could only lower her body. But it wasn't good to sit, so she anxiously knelt on the Kong bed. The Kong bed was different from a bed. It was very hard. So this time it was as if she was kneeling on the ground. It hurt so much that her face twitched. It hurts, you don't need to be so polite. Longheng reached out to help her up. There were too many people here, so it wasn't good for him to hold her hand and help her up. But when everyone saw this situation, how could they stay in the room for long? They all retreated. Still not getting up? This time, Longheng came up to help her up. Then he pulled her to the Kong bed. But Xianxia was petite, so she fell into his arms. Her body was soft and tender, and her fragrance assailed his nostrils. With her in his arms, something in Longheng's heart broke. He fiercely lifted her chin, then lowered his head and kissed her. This kiss could be said to be very domineering. It also seemed to have been suppressed for a long time. In just a few seconds, Xianxia felt that she couldn't breathe. Her entire mind was a bit muddled. That strong embrace, that gentle movement plucked at her zither strings. What should she do if her heart was about to stop beating? What should she do if her brain lost the ability to think? Xianxia's only action was to lightly kick her leg. Because the Kong bed was very uncomfortable for her. But Longheng felt that this action suited him very well. He reached out and lifted her onto the Kong bed. He bent down and pressed her down. Heavens, the servants outside the room who hadn't left were very surprised. They didn't expect their master to be so excited. Could it be that the prince wanted to do that kind of thing to the fourth madam in broad daylight? How urgent was this? Logically speaking, they should have come in to stop them. How could such a thing happen in broad daylight in the prince's estate, but no one dared to call them? They didn't dare, but others did. Just as they were nervous, a servant ran in to report that Minister Lin had personally come. Naturally, the prince had to personally meet the minister. So Shuer helplessly said from outside the door, "Prince, Minister Lin personally requests an audience. Your father-in-law is here. Don't mess around with your concubine inside." If Minister Lin knew, he would be so angry that he would faint. Longheng's body stiffened. He could hear what was going on outside. But the beauty in front of him had won his heart. It was just that he couldn't get her. When he raised his head to look at Xianxia below him, he immediately felt his body tighten. This girl was too attractive. Right now, her eyes were slightly closed, her expression was intoxicated, and her clothes were half undone. Naturally, she was all kinds of flirtatious and charming. He was a bit reluctant to let go, but the guest was waiting outside. He couldn't not leave. "I'll go see him. You go back to Winter Garden and wait. Don't worry about anything else." Longheng got up and tidied his clothes. When he went out, he saw that the girl was still lying paralyzed on the Kong bed. When he went out, he told Xiaoshi to go in and serve her. Then, he ran gloomily to the front to see the sinister and protective Minister Lin. No matter what happened to his children, he didn't investigate and only protected them. Now, he didn't know what important matter had happened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lowered his face to come in person. During this period of time, he had been busy with Madame Bai, so he didn't pay attention to the Lin family. He didn't expect that something would happen again. When he saw the person, he found that Minister Lin had been worried a lot recently. His hair was a bit white. There were also dark circles under his eyes. He probably hadn't slept for a few nights. "Come, prepare the tea." Longheng was in a bad mood after being disturbed. No one would feel good if he let the little beauty go to see this old man. Minister Lin furrowed his brows when he saw that there were many people around. He glanced at Longheng and waved his hand. "Your Highness, there's no need to be so busy. I have something to discuss with you in private. Can you have them leave for a moment?" Longheng waved his hand at those people and they left one after another. They didn't ask anyone to serve them tea. Minister Lin didn't care about this and only said, "There are some internal affairs that I need Prince's help to deal with. I'm afraid that this king isn't suitable to deal with the internal affairs of the Lin family." He secretly squeezed his cup. Was this Minister Lin muddle-headed? But he also knew that things weren't that simple. Minister Lin opened his mouth and then said, "My family was robbed recently, but the government can't do anything about it. So, I can only ask Princely for help. Ha, Minister Lin is joking. Even if the government can't do anything about it, I shouldn't be the one to deal with it. I only brought some fierce soldiers with me. How can I deal with the details of the government? No matter what the truth was, he should hurry up and leave. He didn't want to delay his business with Madame Bai. Minister Lin only felt that the veins on his forehead were throbbing. As a prince and in charge of half of the military, he should at least be concerned about his father-in-law's family being robbed, right? In the end, he didn't hesitate to push the responsibility to the government. He acted as if nothing had happened. But this matter must be dealt with by him. Otherwise, how could those Jianghu officials deal with it? Besides, there were some things that they couldn't let them know. Otherwise, his daughter's reputation would be ruined. As for Long Heng, the fact that he could bring his daughter back last time proved that he knew the inside story. He wouldn't have any misunderstandings about his daughter. But he didn't know how uncomfortable Long Heng was in his heart. He just sat there coldly, as if he didn't hear his request. Minister Lin had no choice but to continue. This prospective son-in-law's attitude towards his daughter was really cold. Li of Gojoseon, after all, our families are in-laws. If something happens to the Lin family, I'm afraid it won't be good for you. Oh? Then what is it? Minister Lin gritted his teeth. In the end, he couldn't say it out loud. Thus, he could only change the topic and said, that thief is very powerful. He actually dared to publicly kill the maids and servants of my residence. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, I'm afraid it will lead to a great disaster. If he forced his daughter to do something overboard, that would be really unsightly. Long Heng naturally knew who Princely was. If that man was willing to come all the way here, he definitely wouldn't let her off so easily. If she were to give birth to a child, he would be speechless. Just as Minister Lin said, no matter how much he didn't care about Miss Lin, the two of them were still engaged. If anything were to happen to her, it would be easy for him to be implicated. Thus, he said, then what does Minister Lin suggest? The family is in danger now, and I'm most worried about my daughter. Therefore, would it be possible for Li of Gojoseon to bring her to the Li of Gojoseon residence? No. Long Heng decisively refused and said, Mother is not in the residence. If outsiders find out, wouldn't it damage Miss Lin's reputation? What was this Minister Lin thinking? Was he trying to find a doctor when he was sick? Minister Lin was indeed anxious, so he could only think of this method. However, he didn't know that the old madam had left the residence. There was no proper woman in the residence, so it wasn't appropriate for his daughter to move in. There was no excuse, so he couldn't help but be stumped. Long Heng thought of Madame Bai. She had suffered a lot recently and had been frightened in the residence for a few days. It was time for her to go out and relax. Thus, after some consideration, he said, let's go to Red Maple Mountain Villa. That is the private property of the Li of Gojoseon residence. Not far from there is Yongning Temple. We can have Miss Lin use going to Yongning Temple as an excuse and have someone escort her to the villa in the middle of the night. Okay, it's decided. Unexpectedly, he thought of a solution so quickly. It was a relief. However, please go back and tell the eldest miss. When she moves into Red Maple Mountain Villa, everything must be done in a low-key manner. Therefore, please ask her to dress plainly and move in as a servant to avoid being noticed by others. Minister Lin, you should know what kind of people will notice. Okay, I will go back and explain to her. However, Xianxi's body has been weak since she was young. Please take pity on her, Li of Gojoseon. Minister Lin clenched his fists. In fact, he only hoped that they would get married soon. That way, he wouldn't have to worry. However, Li of Gojoseon didn't propose marriage. Delaying the marriage again and again really made him feel annoyed. How could her body be called weak? After being tormented by that man to that extent, he didn't see any problems with her. The word weak didn't fit her at all. Moreover, what did Minister Lin mean by this? Was he hoping that something would happen between him and his daughter? He sneered in his heart and said, if there is nothing else, Minister Lin, please go back and prepare as soon as possible. With this kind of arrogant and cold appearance, Minister Lin didn't have anything to say to him. He could only get up and leave. However, Long Heng didn't feel comfortable in his heart. He should properly stay at home and get close to Madame Bai. Fortunately, Red Maple Mountain Villa had beautiful scenery and was a good place to go. Since he decided to go, he had to go. Fortunately, there wasn't much to do in the barracks these days. The emperor also wouldn't require a prince to attend court every day. Therefore, Longheng had people prepare and then went to inform Madame Bai. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at Winter Garden, Madame Bai still hadn't returned. He couldn't help but frown and go to the discussion room. He found that Madame Bai was still there. He couldn't help but coldly say, "It's so cold in here. What matter hasn't she finished talking about?" This time, the servants were too irresponsible, throwing a perfectly fine person into the cold. However, the servants were also wronged. Yi Mama was the person with the most face and ability to speak. Thus, she walked in front of Longheng and obediently answered, "Madam, she just fell asleep and hasn't woken up yet." Madame Bai looked very tired. She didn't know what the prince had done to her. Only, how could she dare to mention this? Longheng felt a bit guilty because Yi Mama's lowered head didn't look right. Could it be that he had done something wrong? He lightly coughed and walked into the room. He saw Bai Xianxia sleeping on the Kong in the same position as when he left. However, there was an extra pillow and a quilt on her body. Xiaoshi was standing guard on the side. When she saw Longheng come, she hurriedly saluted. Longheng knew that this room wasn't usually burned. It was originally used to distribute things. Although this Kong was warm, it wasn't as warm as the rooms in the courtyard. However, the other party was sleeping soundly, so it wasn't good to pull her up and leave. Since he couldn't pull her up, he could hug her. With his speed, he would be able to return to Winter Garden in a short time. Longheng acted as soon as he thought of it. However, just as he reached out to lift her head, he felt that the person in his arms wasn't very cooperative. She twisted her body and actually reached out to hit him. She even forcefully slapped his chest a few times. Frowning, she said, "Don't make trouble. Let me sleep a bit more." Longheng was almost speechless. This girl's sleeping posture wasn't very good. It seemed that her temper when she woke up wasn't small. Longheng, on the other hand, understood this point very well. Humans were always impulsive and impulsive. Otherwise, why would there be an ancient saying that even a rabbit would bite when cornered? Even if Bai Xianxia was a little rabbit now, no matter how quiet and pleasant she looked, there would always be a time when she couldn't control herself. He just didn't expect that at this time, it would be when she was asleep. His heart was sweet from the beating, and he didn't disturb her anymore. Since she was going to sleep, then let her sleep. Go and heat up the house. After subconsciously giving the order, Xiaoshi opened her mouth and finally said, "Prince, if the Kong is too hot, it's easy to get heaty." If it wasn't for her master's good, she wouldn't have dared to say it. Li of Gojoseon immediately glared at her, but didn't give any more orders. His concubine was sleeping, it wasn't good for him, a big man, to stay here. Thus, he thought about it and decided to personally prepare for the trip. The chief steward would take care of all the big and small matters in the residence, he just needed to give instructions. Everything was prepared. This time, when he went to Winter Garden again, she was indeed there. However, when she saw him, she seemed to be more flustered, and even bumped into the table as she walked. Li of Gojoseon rubbed his head. Once the opportunity was gone, it wouldn't come again, so he decided to let her go today. Bai Xianxia was also depressed. After being kissed until her brain was deprived of oxygen, she fell asleep for half the afternoon. When she saw the person involved again, she couldn't calm down no matter what. Especially when the other party was quite gentle at that time, it actually made her fantasize a little. Bai Yi was already an older woman in the modern era, and had long reached the age of marriage. Being hugged by a man like the male lead was something that she would only dream of. Thinking about it, that was the male lead. He had the looks, the body, the knowledge, and the status. He was simply a tall, rich, handsome, and domineering CEO in ancient times. If she didn't like him, then there was something wrong with the girl. Bai Xianxia had always thought of herself as a good woman with normal values. Naturally, there would be times when her mind would be restless. However, when she calmed down, she thought of that damned plotline and silently suffered a blow, so she didn't move forward. However, once she was teased, she would definitely not be able to control herself. Therefore, she was now scolding herself for being a perverted woman while also scolding herself for being so bold. She even dared to covet the male lead. Wasn't she afraid that she would be instantly killed by the female lead one day and not even be able to return to the modern world, because he was too conflicted in his heart, he kept making mistakes. Originally, she thought that her behavior would definitely cause the male lead to dislike her, but the male lead actually said that he wanted to stay. Although he wanted her to stay in a separate room, what was the point of doing so? Just as she was about to go rest, she saw the male lead, who had just finished bathing, look at her and say, "Sit down, let's talk for a while." What an honor! The male lead actually wanted to chat with her. Xianxia sat down excitedly. She really wanted to hear what the usually calm and cold male lead had to say. But after waiting for a long time, the other party didn't say anything. She waited until she was yawning. Only then did the other party say, "When you have time, pack up your luggage. We'll go to Red Maple Mountain Villa at noon tomorrow." Red Maple Villa? This name sounded familiar. Xianxia thought about it and immediately understood. Wasn't this Red Maple Mountain Villa the place where the male and female lead got engaged in the novel? In the plot, it seemed that because the male lead wanted to be alone with the female lead, after the old madam went out to recuperate, he forcefully brought them to a place to secretly mingle with each other. At that time, the female lead was still very resistant to him, so the male lead domineeringly locked her up and spent all day and night together with her. In the end, the second male supporting lead, that martial arts practitioner, seemed to have come looking for them and seemed to have had a few fights. Because it happened earlier, Xianxia wasn't too clear about it. But it was strange. The plot had already deviated to this extent, so why did they still want to go there? Xianxia was a bit scared. Could it be that no matter how chaotic everything was, they would still return to the original route? Then, wouldn't she have to die? She really wanted to cry, so she very casually asked, "Excuse me, why do we need to go to Red Maple Mountain Villa?" Who knew that when she asked, she would see the male lead's face darken. Suddenly, he stood up and walked in a circle in the middle of the room. This kind of thing shouldn't be mentioned, but even though he knew this, he couldn't hold back because in his heart, he already didn't treat Xianxia as an outsider. "Lin Xianzi isn't as good as you think," outside, this kind of dirty thing, it really wasn't good to mention to her. She was a daughter from a scholarly family, how could she be as powerful as that Miss Lin, who managed to hook up with a man in less than a day after escaping? That man had a reputation for being dissolute in the Jianghu, but she didn't expect that he would constantly be thinking about a young miss like her. What happened to her outside? Xianxia still wanted to hear the female lead's gossip, so she blinked and asked. After she escaped last time, she was saved by a man from the Jianghu. That man fell in love with her at first sight, so he always went to the Lin Manor to pester her. "This time, I might have to bring her along, but you don't have to worry about anything, just go and have fun." He really didn't want to talk too much about that woman, but he also wanted to talk more with Xianxia. Looking at her under the light, it was also a kind of beautiful scene. Who said that beauties weren't good? At least they were pleasing to the eye. Okay, it seemed like the person who used to hate beauties was him. Then isn't she very pitiful? This wasn't Xianxia's true thoughts. What she was thinking right now was that the female lead really did find that male supporting lead. That man seemed to have eaten all of the female lead's body except for the last step. Just thinking about it made her feel that the male lead was at a disadvantage. Moreover, in order to obtain the female lead, he even gathered people from the Jianghu to go against Liu Guozhian. It made the imperial court and the Jianghu people look like enemies meeting, especially jealous. This made it very difficult for Liu Guozhian to conduct himself in the imperial court, and afterwards, he was even stripped of his military power for a period of time. Thinking about it, she frowned, and the male lead actually felt a bit jealous. She actually cared about that kind of woman. What was there to be pitiful about? If she had obediently stayed at home, how could she have met that kind of man? And that cousin, he was afraid that he wasn't obedient either. The current her, who knew how dirty she was. There's no need to pity that kind of woman. If you have time, why don't you water the flowers? Accompany this king, but he still didn't have the face to say these words. Water the flowers? Prince, what's with your hatred for the female lead? Could it be that you're already jealous? It didn't seem like it. It seemed like you were really annoyed with her. From the original novel, Long Hung was still very roundabout when it came to other matters. Whether it was national affairs or family affairs, he had a temperament that didn't allow others to intrude. But when it came to relationships, he was a bit inexperienced, or he didn't know how to deal with some things, so he seemed a bit simple, direct, and even violent. Long Hung was also depressed. Why did he want her to water the flowers for no reason? But he didn't expect that a certain adorable by Xianxia would say, "It's not good to water the flowers too much." Just as she finished speaking, she saw Li of Gojoseon's sharp gaze sweep over. She was so scared that she quickly turned around and said, "I'm going to rest." She practically ran to a compartment, took off her outer robe, and directly laid down. Long Hung didn't say anything. As long as she didn't ask about that woman again, it was fine. The next day, he had people prepare to leave early. In fact, he was looking forward to going to Red Maple Mountain Villa, although he felt quite depressed about meeting that woman. Bai Xiangxiu's injuries were already a lot better, but her skin looked a bit pale. She used her bangs to block it, but she couldn't do anything about her hands. Fortunately, ancient women's sleeves were very long, so she could completely cover it. But, why did she have to sit in the same carriage as Long Hung? His casual black clothes made it hard for her to breathe. There was no other way. He was the male lead. His aura was too strong. So strong that she couldn't hide even if she wanted to. There was no one else in the carriage. How could Long Hung just sit there obediently? He waved at her and said, "Come sit here." "I don't want to go over." "You definitely won't treat me well." Bai Xiangxiu thought this in her heart, but she had no choice but to go over. After all, the other party was Long Hung. He was her bread and butter. If he got angry and killed her, what would she do? So she had no choice but to sit there. Who knew that just as her butt touched the soft cushion, her small hand was pulled away. She thought that she would be taken advantage of all the way to Red Maple Mountain Villa. Who knew that the other party would only touch the wound on her hand? It was white and looked very fragile. "It hurt when you were burned, right?" She was startled. Was he worried about her injuries? "It didn't hurt. At that time, I only wanted to pull him out, so I didn't feel much pain." This was the truth. She didn't say it to leave a good impression in the male lead's heart. Now that she was so nervous, she said everything without thinking. "Idiot." Long Hung helplessly pinched her finger gently. Then, he looked outside and said, "That girl should follow us too." It was said that she was a sentimental person. After being saved, she kept kowtowing to her savior and even wanted to serve her in the winter garden. However, he didn't see her when he went there. It seemed that she was quite well behaved. "Her name is Xiaoshi. She's a good girl." Bai Xiangxiu turned her face to the side and said, trying to find something to talk about. Long Hung also felt that she was quite interesting like this. He was addicted to touching her. He was a person who practiced martial arts all year round. Both of his hands had thin calluses, so when he rubbed her hands, they felt a little hot. After a while, they started to hurt a little. Bai Xiangxiu couldn't help but frown. "Prince." Because she was disobeying him, she was afraid that he would get angry again, so she tried to keep her voice as soft as possible. "What is it?" Long Hung felt lucky that he had practiced martial arts before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hear what she was saying. "It hurts." Long Hung was startled. Then, he loosened his grip a little. This girl's hands were also made of paper, right? Why were they so hard to pinch? In the future, if he really wanted to do something, he would have to relax a little. After they arrived at Red Maple Mountain Villa and dealt with Miss Lin's matter, they would have their own time. Long Hung felt that he could calm down first, however, if he didn't do something, he wouldn't be able to get through this period of time. Thus, he hugged her and sat her on his lap. He was already very satisfied with hugging her slender waist. However, when the carriage shook like this, he immediately felt uncomfortable. No, it should be said that it was very comfortable. It was so comfortable that he wanted to do something. However, he couldn't do anything. He felt that it was becoming more and more torturous. In the end, he had no choice but to carry her and place her on a chair. Then, he only held her hand and silently looked to the side. Bai Xiangxiu's entire face was already red. The person who hugged her was indeed a man, a real man. Her reaction was so big that she couldn't ignore it even if she wanted to. She already foresaw that her days as a girl in Red Maple Mountain Villa were coming to an end. No matter how beautiful Red Maple Mountain Villa was, her thoughts were completely immersed in the pain and helplessness of losing her virginity. Of course, there was still a little bit of expectation. Who told her to be an older woman in her heart? With such a good man by her side, if she didn't think about it, then it could be that her inner secretion was out of balance, or that her androgen secretion was so excessive that she was about to become a man. Unfortunately, she was neither of those. Her body was really healthy to the point that it couldn't be any healthier. And her soul was also the same, the standard of a woman. Therefore, thinking about something else should be normal. It shouldn't be that she was lustful, right? While walking into Red Maple Mountain Villa, she kept thinking about it. When she regained her senses, she discovered that her hand was being held by the male lead as they walked in, and there was even a group of servants beside them. Damn, what kind of situation was this? Xianxia's hand trembled. She wanted to end this kind of ambiguous action. Because in this world, even if a man and woman were husband and wife, walking hand in hand, it was still not allowed by the eyes of the world. However, she, a concubine, was being held by the male lead like this as they walked in. Was it really okay to show off their love like this? What if, by chance, they came to retaliate, but before she could pull her hand out, it was tightly held again. Longheng said very helplessly, "Be quiet. Just now, you almost hit the main door." He didn't know how she walked, but after getting off the carriage, she looked tired and dizzy. As a result, she almost hit the main door. There was no other way. He could only hold her hand and walk in. Xianxia was just thinking about too many things. Her brain temporarily crashed, so she was a bit confused. She completely didn't expect that the male lead would be so proactive in protecting her, and even pull her in. This was great. The people who came with her, as well as the servants of Red Maple Mountain Villa, all saw it. She really didn't have time to live. The people of Red Maple Mountain Villa naturally received the news that their master was coming, so they prepared a room early in the morning. In this world, especially in ancient times, a concubine was different from a main wife. If the main wife arrived at a place, she might be arranged to share a room with the male lead. However, a concubine was different. She would forever be her husband's servant, so she could only live in a side room. She was only a bit better off than the average servant girl. Xianxia was also arranged a room. The conditions were very good, and the bedding was also very new. After she arrived, she washed up first, then walked out of the room. It should be dinner by now. She was already tired from sitting in the carriage all the way. But she didn't expect that as soon as she came out, Xiaoxia would say to her, "Mistress Xiao, the prince said that he went to meet a friend, so he asked you to eat dinner first and not wait for him." Friend? It couldn't be that supporting male lead, right? She remembered that the female lead had met another supporting male lead here. That person could be considered very talented and learned. After the female lead collected his poems, he fell in love with the female lead. In reality, his true identity was a spy from another country, and his goal was to assassinate the male lead. And all of this, the male lead seemed to be aware of it. However, he also wanted to obtain some information from the other country through him. Thus, he deliberately pretended to love talent and kept him in Red Maple Mountain Villa. P.S. I'm going to update an hour earlier today. Let's see when the editors will be interrogating the bird. This person was often sinister. Later on, in order to obtain the female lead, he did many things. Unfortunately, she only saw the part whereby Xianxia died. Whether or not he hugged the female lead later on, she didn't know. However, here, he had only just become aroused. Only, she was very disgusted with this supporting male lead because his poison skills were very powerful. It seemed that the male lead and female lead's first time was with the help of his poison. Although he lived a decent life, he was actually an evildoer. He pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger, one day and one night. Moreover, the other country was similar to the Miaojiang in the wuxia novels. The marriage customs were completely different from here and everyone was good at using goo poison. It was very unique. Unfortunately, the male lead had eaten elixirs at a young age, so their poison skills were almost useless against him. This was why they had to use other methods to kill him and sent this supporting male lead over. However, the male lead was only suspicious right now. He still couldn't figure out his true identity, right? Just as she was thinking, dinner was served. She was tired from the day, and although she was hungry, she couldn't eat much. This was the first time Xianxia came out with her, so she was a bit nervous. In fact, she was a bit confused. Why did her master bring her and Xianxia out and leave a more mature Yi Mama in the manor? She wanted to ask the reason, but she was hesitant. Xianxia, do you have something to say to me? This girl's thoughts seemed to be easier to guess than Xiaoxia's. Xiaoxia was startled and finally said, "This servant is clumsy and doesn't understand why you brought me here." Even if she didn't bring her mama, there was still Bao Qin and Bao Yu. Didn't you say that you never left the manor? This time, I brought you out to play. Bai Xianxiu actually felt that it wasn't easy to leave the manor. Naturally, she didn't want to bring those people who were controlling her. Especially Yi Mama. If she came, she would definitely make her seduce the prince. If she didn't seduce the prince, she wouldn't be able to push him away even if she wanted to. If she seduced him again, she felt that she would definitely suffer a tragedy. After dinner, Li of Gojoseon came back. When he came in, he looked very unhappy. His face could not be any colder. Have you eaten? Bai Xianxiu always felt that it was better to stay away from him when he was angry. She originally wanted to turn around and rest after he finished eating. Not yet. Dear, you can't be like this. How could someone like her, who was already prepared to run away, answer that? Bai Xianxiu had no choice but to order the maidservants to heat up the food and bring it over. In fact, Li of Gojoseon had one good point, which was that he was easy to take care of. No matter what it was, he could eat it without being too picky. Although he was eating today, it was obvious that he was angry. Bai Xianxiu used to hear her mother say something when she was at home. Today, for some reason, she said, eating when you're angry is not good for your health. Ba, did she have nothing better to do? Why did she have to talk about these things with the male lead, who was known for his coldness, but she never thought that the male lead would be stunned and then suddenly raise his head to look at her. Bai Xianxiu thought that she was going to be blamed this time. How could she, a concubine, order the prince around? But she never thought that he would actually raise his lips and smile. She never thought that he would reveal such a frank smile. She was stunned for a moment. The male lead's smile was just like how it was described in the book. It was too attractive. Even the female lead could be immersed in it and not be able to pull herself out. Not to mention her, who had never seen many handsome men and had never seen the world. She silently blushed. This made Li of Gojoseon not have the heart to eat anymore and changed it to wanting to eat people. But the current situation was too warm. The stuffiness in his heart was unknowingly blown away by the wind. He never thought that this little girl would have this kind of ability. He couldn't help saying, "How did you know this king was angry?" He really wanted her to understand him, he really wanted to understand her. He had never felt such a strong feeling before. Longheng felt his heart become uneasy again. This concubine didn't know that you were angry. I didn't know at all. In the novel, the male lead was very angry when the female lead guessed his thoughts for the first time. So she was a bit scared. Because compared to her, the male lead was a bit like a wild beast compared to a little white rabbit. Madam Bai, he didn't know why, but he suddenly felt awkward calling her this. Or perhaps, it was not intimate at all. He tried his best to pull the two closer, so he coughed lightly. After hesitating for a long time, he said, "Fragrant, fragrant, fragrant?" Bai Xianxiu tilted her head. She thought she heard wrong. Today's dinner was very fragrant and sweet. Longheng held his breath. It was just 2 words. Why couldn't he say it? Bai Xianxiu smiled and said, "Prince, as long as you are satisfied." After eating, Longheng naturally knew what he had to do. He looked at Bai Xianxiu and said, "You should rest." It didn't make sense. At this time, shouldn't he say, "Let's rest"? The male lead seemed to have endured for a long time. How could he miss this rare opportunity? Was there something wrong with him? But that was impossible. It was written clearly in the novel. Other than being a bit self-disciplined and abstinent, there was nothing wrong with the male lead. Not only was there nothing wrong with him, but he was also quite outstanding. Why didn't he seize this opportunity? Bai Xianxia couldn't be blamed. She could be considered to have read countless novels. She remembered that it was written that the male lead couldn't hold back at this time, although the novel was a bit exaggerated. It said that art came from life. Perhaps there was a bit of truth in it. Since that was the case, why was he like this? Was the anger just now related to this? Was it because of that new male supporting character? Or, just as she was thinking, someone came in from outside and said, "Prince, the new girl has been sent here. They sent her here and wanted to ask Madame Four to arrange a place for her." "Don't talk too much. Didn't I tell you to bring her to this king's place to wait? It seems that after being in this Red Maple Mountain villa for so long, you've forgotten the rules." Long Heng wrinkled his brows. Although he told Bai Xianxia that Miss Lin would come here, he didn't want them to meet. In his eyes, Bai Xianxia was like a flower bud that had just bloomed. She was very delicate. And Miss Lin was a fickle woman to him, very filthy. The two were completely different. In order to protect this little flower bud in his heart and let her slowly bloom into a beautiful flower and bear fruit, he had no choice but to drive the filth away from his side. He was this kind of person. Once he set his mind on something, he definitely wouldn't change it. In the beginning, he cared about Madame Bai first. His heart already couldn't let go of other women. Long Heng had always been a serious person. If he practiced martial arts, he would practice martial arts. If he didn't practice until he couldn't improve anymore, he wouldn't stop. If he studied literature, he would study literature. He had to pass the imperial examinations. It was because of this that he had this kind of attitude. Otherwise, no matter how good his family background was, he wouldn't have been bestowed the title of prince. That's why the male lead was so stubborn when it came to relationships. He didn't know how to change or adapt. This was all explained in the book. Unfortunately, Bai Xianxia only thought about how to protect her life and how to survive in ancient times. She didn't have the heart to think about these emotional matters. This caused her to look like she was very stupid when it came to relationships. However, she still understood that the male lead was different from the one in the book. At the very least, his attitude towards her was completely different. However, right now, she only treated herself as a passerby. She would try her best not to get involved in relationships. Because the other party was the male lead. Sooner or later, he would become the female lead's man. Bai Xianxia only thought about it for a moment before she felt that it was very strange. Why would the male lead care so much about a girl? Could it be that Prince Li had other secret feelings besides the female lead? That was a bit impossible. The book had always emphasized the male lead's loyalty. Bai Xianxia blinked her eyes as she stuck her head out to take a look. She seemed to be very concerned about that girl. However, she didn't expect that her expression would make Prince Li feel good about himself. The little girl still cared about him. Otherwise, why would she look at him like that? "What are you looking at?" "No. Nothing. Who is this girl? Since you brought her here, let her in for fourth madam to see." The little girl must be jealous. He couldn't hide this from her. What if she thought too much? However, he couldn't let them be together. Bai Xianxia was even more confused. She was pulled into the room by Long Heng and sat down on a chair. Then, a little girl dressed as a servant was brought in. Bai Xianxia only saw the side of her face. Before she could see her entire face, she recognized her. This kind of pure and holy temperament like a white lotus, this kind of delicate figure, who else could it be but the female lead? She subconsciously stood up. However, she felt a pain in her right shoulder. She was forced to sit down by the male lead. "Damn, Li of Gojoseon Darren, what is the meaning of this? This is the female lead. Her halo is shining brightly. If you let a concubine sit and let her stand, then how can they get along well in the future? Of course not." Just by looking at the female lead's eyes, one could tell how hurt she was. Even if they weren't married yet, they were still engaged. She was just a concubine. She really couldn't just sit there. However, the male lead's gaze drifted over, carrying layers of ice dregs. Bai Xianxia had no choice but to straighten her back as if she was sitting on pins and needles, cold sweat dripping down. It wasn't that she was timid, but this female lead seemed to be moving into Li of Gojoseon's residence after a period of time. At that time, she would give her a hard time or something. What would she do? He just didn't expect her to come in as a servant girl. What was going on? Li of Gojoseon was the clearest about this matter. He pursed his lips and said, "If there's nothing else, you can leave first." Everyone else left the room. Even Xianxia were forced out by Prince's gaze. His gaze was really ferocious, so just a glance was enough to let people know what they should do immediately. At this time, Xianxia was very conflicted. The female lead was here, but she could only sit. She was so sullen. After everyone left, she stood up abruptly and said with a smile, "So it's Miss Lin." Sister, Li of Gojoseon was unwilling. In his heart, Xianxia was his woman. This Miss Lin was just a figurehead. He also knew that it was wrong to favor the concubine and neglect the wife. If her style was better, he wouldn't be like this. Like now, she was hiding because of that man's harassment. However, that Jianghu man probably ran into her room several times before he found out. This person was really dirty. No matter how pure and moving she was now, she had already given him a very bad impression. He naturally couldn't bear for his woman to show weakness to a so-called mistress. "Xianxia, sit down." She sighed in relief. She had finally called out. "You also sit down, Miss Lin." With this, there was a clear distinction between who was close and who was distant. Originally, Lin Qianzi didn't agree to this marriage. However, their relationship had already been approved by the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. It was a fact that couldn't be changed. Minister Lin had told her many times that if she really wanted to refuse the marriage, she was afraid that it would implicate her family. Lin Qianzi also gave up. In addition, she really felt that this Li of Gojoseon wasn't bad. At least he would save her. However, what did he mean by letting a concubine make her lose face? However, for the first time, she felt that this Xianxia was really eye-catching. When she saw her before, she didn't know why, although she was beautiful, she was a bit out of place. Even when she was wearing clothes, it was as if they weren't hers. But now, her entire person seemed to have completely merged with her temperament. Her smile was exceptionally beautiful, even if it looked very forced. At this time, Xianxia was already speechless. "Male lead, are you trying to draw hatred for me?" Lin Qianzi sat down and coldly said, "Where does Prince want to arrange for me?" Being a servant was just an excuse. She didn't want to be harassed by that man anymore. "Since you came in as a servant, you can be a servant in spring-containing courtyard. You'll be in charge of the courtyard there." The corner of Long Heng's mouth lifted slightly. That smile was so cold that it made people tremble. "Prince, how can you be like this?" Lin Qianzi didn't know how she had offended him. She couldn't help but frown and ask loudly. "Miss Lin, do you want everyone here to see your identity? When the time comes, the one who will lose face won't be the prince's estate." Long Heng's voice was a bit cold. It was so cold that Lin Qianzi shivered. She gently bit her lower lip. Her eyes glistened with tears as she said, I know." Xianxia didn't know how to interrupt, but the Miss Lin in front of her was really weak and helpless, making people feel sorry for her. She really was the female lead. This kind of level simply had the ability to instantly kill men. However, she looked at the tea in front of her. They had some to drink, but the female lead didn't. So she lifted the pot to pour her a cup. But just as she was about to get up, Long Heng pressed her down again. "Woo-woo, male lead, what do you want to do?" Obviously, she wanted to live a loving life with the female lead. But why was there a man standing in the middle? The female lead's aura was very important. Not only did the male lead have an aura, he could also instantly kill people. So she silently submitted to the male lead's abuse of power, not daring to move. She looked at the tea. Obviously, she was very thirsty and didn't dare to drink. She was afraid of being resented by the female lead. Don't look at how the female lead was a white lotus. Her heart was still very small. If she didn't like a person, she would silently chat with the male lead or supporting male lead and whisper pillow talk. Basically, those people wouldn't live for more than a month. If they weren't poisoned, they would be beaten. They couldn't be more miserable. So it was said that the female lead's aura was the male lead and supporting male lead. If you didn't have any skills or special skills, it was best not to fight with her. Strong, this was strong, she had finally seen the male lead's strong side. She didn't know why, except for when he had just returned, Xianxia didn't remember being scolded by him. Could it be that this man's strong side only appeared when he was facing the female lead? Xianxia didn't know what she should be thinking. She was at a loss and looked pitifully at the female lead. Thus, in Liu Gojoseon's eyes, these two women were simply competing to see who was more delicate and pitiful. Unfortunately, his heart was biased in an instant. Firstly, Xianxia's weakness was already deeply ingrained in his heart. Secondly, Xianxia's appearance was a level higher than Lin Qianzi's. Coupled with her large, watery eyes, she was even more lovable. Longheng patted Xianxia's hand and said, "Miss Lin, since you have a job, go ahead." "That's right, from today onwards, your name will be Xianxia." "Give her a name." Xianxia was sweating profusely. When she looked at the male lead, she almost cried and her hands trembled. She felt that she must have offended the female lead this time. She was afraid that she would die a horrible death sooner or later. Besides, it was fine if the male and female leads were quarreling, but why did they have to drag her, the supporting female lead, into it? Longheng saw that she was frightened to this extent and was in no mood to continue teasing her. He could only say, "Let's call her Yuan." After saying this, he directly said, "Someone come, take the girl Yuan to spring-containing courtyard to be a gardener." After Longheng finished speaking, someone came in and took the female lead away. Xianxia felt very gloomy when she saw the resentment and hatred in her little eyes. She'd really gotten herself into trouble this time. Thinking of this, her mood worsened. Her face was gloomy, and she looked completely listless. Longheng was originally very happy that he had gotten his revenge on Miss Lin, but the woman beside him was extremely uncooperative. He had always been a very self-disciplined person. Since she had something on her mind, he was not in a hurry to force her to do anything. But just because he wasn't in a hurry to do it, it didn't mean that he had to go back to sleep by himself. How boring would that be? So Liu Gojoseon stayed at Xianxia's place, but there was no compartment, only a big bed. Xianxia was in a bad mood. After taking a bath, she was ready to be pressed down and eaten by him, and then accept the sad life of being a concubine in the future. After all, she was a modern woman. Who would be willing to be someone's mistress? What she hadn't expected was that Longheng really was just sleeping. Seeing that she was so shy that she didn't want to get on the bed, he knew the reason and said, "Why aren't you getting on the bed?" Xianxia shivered. She did not understand why she was so afraid of him. But what could he do if he was so scared? She had no choice but to take off her shoes and get on the bed. Then, she immediately lifted the blanket and got in. Come on, come on. You'll have to do it anyway." Moreover, she should have done this a long time ago. She was considered late. She closed her eyes, pulled the blanket, and prepared. After a while, she felt the room turn dark. Then, a man's body got under the blanket. She instinctively dodged, as if she had been scalded. She thought that he would chase after her, but who knew that he did not move at all? This did not make sense. Shouldn't he pounce on her like a beast after getting on the bed? It was written like that in the novel. Could it be that he was planning to do something? Xianxia slowly opened one eye to take a look. Then, she opened the other eye. She saw the back of a black head. Long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. It looked very seductive. Why was a man's head so smooth? No, why was he sleeping like a good boy? Shouldn't he press her down and do that? Was the script so powerful that it insisted that the male lead keep his chastity for the female lead, or was she too unattractive? Just as she was feeling conflicted, she heard a muffled voice say, "Sleep quietly. When you're no longer afraid, just leave it to me." Xianxia's heart inexplicably jumped. It was as if there was a beat that could not be stopped. Her hand slowly tightened on the blanket as she made a low sound of acknowledgement. "Male lead, you're actually a good man. I can see that from this point alone." No matter how afraid she was of him before, she did not know why she believed him now. Perhaps he would not be so unreasonable. Thinking about it, if it weren't for those supporting female leads who insisted on hurting the female lead and finding ways to press down on the male lead, how could they be killed or beaten by him? Thinking about it, he had never poked a single finger of the female lead. He was even more caring towards her. Moreover, he was still able to tolerate the female lead when she was in a mess. Actually, wasn't it already not bad? In short, she was still grateful for what happened today. She did not turn around. She just laid there and stared at the top of the bed. After a while, she actually fell asleep. However, Long Heng could not fall asleep. There was a beautiful woman lying behind him, and she was even his concubine. Then he just lay there and slept like a log. Unless this man was incapable, or he was simply a eunuch. He was not a eunuch and was still in the prime of his life. Letting him sleep quietly was harder than killing him. However, he did not dare to move. If he scared away the one behind him, it would be very worrisome in the middle of the night. Therefore, he just lay there and pretended to be a corpse. He could not continue pretending until the second half of the night. He got up and walked around to wash his face. Under the moonlight, Xianxia looked very beautiful. Her white face blended in with the moonlight. He gently touched her face and then lay face to face with her, breathing in her breath. Perhaps it was because her expression was too calm, or perhaps it was because her scent was too pleasant, but regardless of the reason, Long Heng slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. This sleep was exceptionally sweet. In his dream, he seemed to be holding Xianxia and playing among the flowers. Her body was really fragrant. He boldly touched her. The other party did not seem to object and even made a pleasant sound. That's not right. The sound clearly came from beside his ear. Long Heng subconsciously opened his eyes. Then, he almost burst his blood vessels because of what happened in front of him. Xianxia was lying on top of him. Looking at the situation, she seemed to have woken up and wanted to get off the bed, but he held her in his arms. Because of that dream, he did very bad things to her. The little girl's face was as red as silk. She was trying her best to crawl out like a worm. However, it seemed that in the end, she could not escape from his two evil claws, so she was powerlessly trying to think of a way. She seemed to feel that Long Heng had woken up. She suddenly raised her head. Their eyes met. The little girl instantly exploded and said in a muffled voice, "Let go, let go." As expected, Long Heng loosened his grip, causing the beauty to slip out of his embrace and fall to the ground with a thud. However, she just snorted and then immediately jumped up from the ground and ran wildly. There seemed to be a bathroom there. Washing and going to the outhouse were all done there at night. Long Heng lay stiffly on the bed. He couldn't be any clearer about what she'd looked like just now. She'd wanted to crawl over his body to go to the toilet, but he'd caught her and pinched her for a long time, but she'd still been unable to escape. Thinking about her vexed little face and her angry look, he could not help but laugh out loud. A certain someone, who was squatting on the toilet bowl to relieve herself, heard the laughter in the room and felt uncomfortable. She clenched her teeth. She was embarrassed and speechless at the fact that she had almost peed on him. This Long Heng was born with a grudge against her. The book had killed her. Even in her dreams, she had almost suffocated to death. He was indeed not a good person. She should not have thought so well of him yesterday. She did not expect to be abused so early in the morning that she almost lost face. She did not know if it was because of her deep resentment, or because she had been driven mad by a certain someone's laughter. In short, Xianxia's face was red when she came out, and she did not even raise her head. However, Long Heng did not say a word. He just looked at her silently. She was speechless. Then, she said faintly with resentment, "What are you looking at?" Long Heng was startled. This girl must have really been infuriated. Her tone was clearly impatient. However, he felt that she was surprisingly cute like this. She was not so afraid of him and was more comfortable like this. Normally, he would not like those who were disrespectful to him. After all, he was born with pride and could not get rid of it. However, Xianxia was different. They were going to do something very intimate in the future. If she was always afraid of him, he would not be able to do it. This kind of thing, it was better when the feelings were strong. Long Heng's hand paused when he thought of this. When did he have such a strange thought? Since young, he had only cared about practicing martial arts. He rarely took women's matters to heart. After that, he went to the army and slowly lost interest in them. Until the first time he was seduced by a woman. At that time, he only had disgust for them. He did not even get excited when he saw the woman's shameless behavior because she was on top of his subordinate's corpse. Since then, he had no pity for women until he met her. This woman seemed to have been rewriting his thoughts about women, and now it seemed to have changed again. He no longer desired her body and beauty. He wanted her to keep him in her heart, not because she was afraid of him. He didn't know if it was good for him to continue like this, but the feeling of joy in his heart was quite comfortable. There seemed to be other goals in life besides fighting, but this goal was different from war. No matter how difficult it was or how impossible it was to win, he had to persevere. Since he had a target, he would attack and defend. Their ultimate goal was to win this war. Thinking of this, he slowly put on his clothes. Then, he saw a certain little woman struggling with the belt of her clothes. It seemed that she was still angry. He didn't know why, but he walked up to her and helped her put on her coat. Both of them were startled. A prince helping a concubine dress? Wasn't this a bit strange? But soon, each of them found their own thoughts. Xianxia thought that he was apologizing for holding her in the morning and not letting go, which almost made her wet her pants. Li of Gojoseon thought that he was helping his woman put on her clothes. What was wrong with that? The ancients also had the interest of drawing women's eyebrows, so he didn't go too far. Thinking of this, he even straightened her and tied the belt of her clothes for her. Looking at his cold face with only a little warmth in his eyes, Xianxia felt awkward. Why did you tie the belt for someone with such a cold face? It was so scary, wasn't it? But inexplicably, she was a bit moved. She pulled her belt and said, I can do it myself. I don't need you. No, it's this concubine. When you and I are together, you don't have to be so reserved. Long Hang's overbearing and affectionate look made Xianxia a little frightened. She had the illusion that the two of them had already rolled together yesterday. However, obviously, it was very pure. They didn't even hold hands, of course, apart from the awkwardness this morning. Speaking of which, she didn't know what he dreamed of. He pinched and squeezed her little butt. At that time, she was anxious to get rid of him, so it seemed to be quite painful. Now, would it be bruised? But she didn't dare to study her but in front of him. She had to be patient and put on her clothes before calling the servants in. When she looked at Xiaoxia and Xiaoxia who came in, the two girls' faces were already full of smiles. Especially when they saw that she was fine, Xiaoxia walked with a light breeze. Did they have to be like this? Wasn't it just being eaten by a man? What was there to be happy about? Besides, they hadn't rolled together yet. Aren't these two girls a little too pure? The bed was so clean. What were their eyes? But she couldn't explain this in front of Long Heng, so she could only let them misunderstand. She sat weakly by the dressing mirror. In the end, another misunderstanding happened. As soon as she sat down, she jumped up from the chair with a cry because a certain part of her body was in pain from being pinched. That cry could be said to be soul-stirring and extremely lethal. It was the first time Long Heng saw her explode. But when he saw her aggrieved and vexed expression, he was stunned. Then, he thought of her injury and couldn't help but cough lightly, saying, "Put a soft cushion for your master." Damn. After he said that, the two girls' faces became even more ambiguous. Originally, Xianxia didn't think much of it. But when they looked at her, even her face turned red. Her heart was beating so fast that it couldn't stop. But what was going on with Li of Gojoseon? Why was he still smiling, and smiling so gently? Did he think that she wasn't embarrassed enough? Probably because she was bullied too badly in the morning. The usually weak little white rabbit was finally angry for the first time. She used all her strength, and fiercely, she rolled her eyes at Long Heng. But she completely didn't know that her face wasn't threatening at all. She had completely turned the roll of her eyes into a flirtatious look. Long Heng wasn't threatened at all. Instead, he felt that her glare made his heart beat faster. Finally, he went outside. After Shu'er helped him freshen up, a servant asked if he wanted breakfast. He naturally agreed. Before eating, Xianxia concluded that her attitude was a bit too much. But he didn't seem to want to pursue the matter. Since he didn't want to pursue the matter, why should she care? In any case, he was also in the wrong. Not long after, the two of them ate breakfast at the same table. Porridge and sweet biscuits. Because she was busy the whole morning, she was hungry. After eating 2 bowls of porridge, she felt full. She remembered that her body in the modern world could eat 4 buns and a bowl of porridge in the morning. But ever since she came here, this body was a bit uncomfortable. Even the amount of food she ate was cat food. Only this morning, she ate a bit more. She rubbed her stomach and decided to go for a walk. She couldn't sit still if she didn't go for a walk. Her little butt really hurt from being pinched. Longheng originally wanted to accompany her. He had brought her here to have some fun, but just as he was about to walk around with her, he heard that something had happened to Lin Xianxia. She had fallen ill. Naturally, no one would pay attention to a servant girl falling ill. However, she wasn't a real servant girl. If she really died of illness, Longheng would be in trouble. Therefore, he had no choice but to go take a look. He didn't expect that timid woman to go take a look. With her fearful and respectful attitude towards the future mistress of the house, she would only be careful in front of her. Although he used to think that she had a sense of propriety and respected him, he now felt that as his woman, her actions were a bit embarrassing. She was his woman, and he needed to protect everything about her. He didn't want her to suffer too much and cater to other people's moods. She was his woman, so she should stick out her chest and not lower her head in front of anyone. Longheng's male chauvinism was such a way of thinking, but Xianxia didn't know about this. She was very happy to admire the maple leaves. It was said that the maple leaves were very beautiful, but she didn't expect them to be so fascinating. Suddenly, she saw a slender figure standing under a tree in the distance. His figure was very attractive, with the firmness of a man and the gentleness of a woman. Just this background alone was enough to let people guess that he was a beauty. No, a beautiful man. If it was an ordinary transmigrator, seeing this kind of situation, they would definitely want to see his true face. But what kind of person was Xianxia? She knew the story and had already guessed who this man was, so it would be strange if she wanted to see him. Therefore, Xianxia slammed on the brakes when she saw this background, turned around, and left. That man had already heard the sound behind him and wanted to turn around to see who it was. But as soon as he turned around, he saw a certain woman running away with 2 servant girls. However, looking at her side profile, she was indeed a beauty. Strange, why did she turn around and run away without seeing him? This woman was really strange. If he guessed correctly, she should be Longheng's favorite concubine. It was said that he would take her with him wherever he went. Although she was a woman who stayed at home, there were some things that could be used. Thus, he softly said, "Miss, may I ask if you're lost in the Red Maple Mountain Villa? Perhaps I can lead the way for you." Why was this the same as the sentence used to strike up a conversation with the female lead in the book? "Dear, can't you come up with something new?" No. Xianxia didn't even turn her head as she continued to run forward. What was wrong with this woman? Wasn't her behavior a little too strange? He didn't want to give up, so he said, "Miss, don't you think this is too rude?" Xianxia didn't care if she was polite or not. She probably couldn't run away. However, she had forgotten that this man was actually an evildoer. You would never be able to understand the thoughts of an evildoer. Thus, as she was walking, she felt a pain in her leg and fell to the ground with a cry. This man actually plotted against her. Otherwise, with her current walking skills while wearing a long dress, it would be impossible for her to fall so easily. She was being slandered just like that. It was very, very depressing. The dark-skinned man rushed up to her and asked gently, "Miss, are you all right?" Cough cough. This evildoer, why did he pretend to be a sickly and delicate handsome man? In reality, you're a tiger, right? This kind of appearance really makes people feel disgusted. She couldn't feel disgusted. When she raised her head and saw this man, she felt unwell. Because he was indeed very beautiful, so beautiful that it was a little unreal. Not only was he beautiful, but he was also exquisite. Not only was he exquisite, but he was also like a young master. In short, as long as people had a normal sense of beauty, they wouldn't hate him with this kind of appearance. On the contrary, they would show affection, sympathy, and some feelings of dependence towards him. This was the disguise of an evildoer handsome man. It was really hard for people to see through. "I'm fine." She didn't accept his outstretched hand and handed it to Xianxia. She didn't expect this girl to be stunned by him. She couldn't help but lightly pinch her. Although she was a little unwilling, this man was indeed beautiful. If he wore women's clothing, she was afraid that his appearance wouldn't be worse than her current appearance. "Miss, don't panic. This one is a guest here. I can help you find the way out." He pretended that he didn't know her identity and only treated her as a tourist who was allowed to come in by the owner. In fact, this maple leaf villa was famous for its scenery. Many famous literary figures would send a visit and then come in to play for a few days. No need. Because she was anxious to get rid of him, she was too lazy to explain. But that man grabbed this opportunity and said with a smile, "This one is Duan Yunying. I'm not a suspicious person. I'm just kindly showing you the way." Duan Yunying's eyes lit up. This woman's beauty was really rare. But this attitude was a little wrong. No, it was very wrong. He wasn't some kind of scourge or fierce beast. Why was her first thought after seeing him was to escape, not to mention that she was only a concubine? Even the wife of a large family would want to stay and say a few words after seeing him. Even if he didn't do anything, his appearance would attract them to do so. She was special. It seemed like she wanted to hide from him. However, he didn't seem to have done anything excessive to her, except for just sealing the acupuncture point on her leg. Obviously, she didn't know martial arts. She shouldn't have noticed it, right? He suddenly thought of another reason. Longheng had already noticed it, so he wanted her to stay away from him. If that was the case, this Longheng wasn't just strong in martial arts. His mind was also considered a wise man. His plan was almost flawless. At least now he felt that he shouldn't do anything that would easily cause him to misunderstand. "Then, miss, please be careful. This one will take his leave." Duan Yunying gently bowed, looking very scholarly. But Bai Xianxia knew that he was clearly putting on an act. Although she didn't know why, it was good that he didn't bother her again. However, this matter was clearly seen by Longheng. He frowned. Bai Xiangxia's beauty could indeed make countless men fall in love with her. Although she had been very polite and avoided him today, she was even colder than the two maidservants by her side. That man didn't have any chance. But she did attract him. Although Duan Yunying was very talented, he was also a very self-disciplined person. Ever since he moved in, she hadn't heard that he had a woman by his side. Today, his attitude towards Bai Xiangxia was not normal. "Senior Duan, you seem to be very free today." Longheng walked out and slowly walked to his side. Duan Yunying smiled and said, "It's just that I haven't been feeling well these past 2 days. I don't have the mood to look at these maple leaves. If I miss this autumn, there won't be any more." Longheng put one hand behind his back and lightly said, "Just now, thank you for your help. That person is a family member of Li of Guozhouzian." Duan Yunying smiled and said, "So it's like this. No wonder you were so reserved." Longheng's gaze lingered on Duan Yunying's face for a moment before turning to the red maple leaves. This man indeed had a very charming appearance. He didn't know why he felt uneasy today, but it was all because he saw them together. He didn't know that this emotion was called jealousy, but he felt unusually uncomfortable. Usually, the two of them would test each other, so they would chat for a long time. But today, he wasn't in the mood. He just wanted to go back and lock her up, and not let her see any other men in the future. This was just an impulse. When he went back and saw her little face, he immediately softened. He just gently touched her face and said, "What are you thinking about?" Bai Xiangxia was indeed obsessed with the plot, so she didn't know when he walked into the room. When she felt a hand on her face, she woke up and turned her head to ask in a daze, "What?" Longheng was speechless for a moment, and immediately said, "Maybe you want to go out for a walk?" Okay. Going out for a walk was better than staying in the room. At least she could hide from his invasive gaze. Just like that, Longheng completely threw away his feelings and brought his woman out to see the scenery. Actually, this wasn't bad. At least he felt that even though the weather was a little cold, he felt that the wind was very comfortable. Achoo, Bai Xianxia sneezed fiercely. It was already close to winter, so it was really cold. Longheng woke up a little and said, "Go get a cloak for the madam." Xiaoshi acknowledged and ran off. Longheng awkwardly took off his coat and put it on her. Then he looked elsewhere, as if he wasn't the one who had just done it. Wasn't it just being a gentleman? In the modern world, this was how men showed off. Why did he feel shy when it came to him? She couldn't understand, but he was really good. Although he didn't look like a gentleman, he was still considerate to his woman. By the way, how's Miss Lin's illness? She subconsciously tried to find a topic to talk about, but she didn't expect the male lead's face to immediately darken. As expected, it was the relationship between the male lead and female lead. Even if they were far away from the plot, they were still entangled with each other and could even stir up his emotions. Don't mention her. His good mood immediately disappeared. When he thought of her saying, "Your Highness, please don't disturb me. I really can't take it anymore." She had only stayed in a servant's room for one night and she couldn't take it anymore? He didn't seem to have done anything to her. At least, he didn't make her run around, and he didn't press her down on the bed and do anything inappropriate to her. She made it sound like he was abusing her. Longheng was so angry that he left immediately. Bai Xianxia was speechless. What happened to the male lead? When she gets better, we will return to the prince's mansion. Yes. When he heard her reply in a soft voice, he guessed that she was probably afraid of returning to the prince's mansion. Who would be able to continue living when they knew that someone wanted to harm them? Don't be afraid. I have already dealt with the person who wanted to harm you. From now on, you can live in peace. What? Who is it? Bai Xianxia was very strange. Who wanted to harm her? What was their reason? How did they get rid of them? She would always be curious about this matter. But she didn't want to know too clearly. She only hoped that the other party would explain. But she didn't expect that in the other party's eyes, she was a fragile object. How could he say such terrible things to her? So he said, "Why does a woman like you need to know so much? Just stay in the backyard quietly. Let's see who dares to touch you." Bai Xianxia blinked furiously. What a male chauvinist. Is it really okay for you to protect a concubine like this? Your female lead is still a servant girl. You should be tormenting her instead. What, is there something else? Seeing that she seemed to be dissatisfied, he asked her about it. Nothing. Don't think that I can't find out if you don't tell me. When we return to the mansion, we will know who is missing. Bai Xianxia didn't want him to say anything, and the male lead breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this matter was caused by him. That Sun Hong-er also admitted that it was because she was jealous that Bai Xianxia had won his favor that she wanted to kill her and replace her. He didn't know if these women were brainless. So what if they replaced her? It was just a temporary favor. Moreover, he wasn't the kind of person who was blinded by lust. How could he not know which one he cared about? Rather than looking for a sad substitute, it was better to seriously protect the real one by his side, so that he wouldn't regret it in the future. When he went in and out of the battlefield, the biggest taboo was the so-called regret. If there was something to regret, it would be after sacrificing a lot of people. So he wouldn't allow himself to make that kind of mistake. As for Bai Xianxia, tonight seemed to be the time. Thinking of the previous two incidents, he decided to drive everyone one li away today. They were not allowed to disturb him. If anyone dared to disturb him, they would be severely punished. However, the matter of her menstruation was very unexpected. As he walked, he silently counted the days. He didn't feel that it was embarrassing for a man to keep track of a woman's menstrual cycle. But his memory was good. After counting, he felt that it had been more than 10 days. Wasn't that just right? After eliminating all possible factors that might disturb them and cultivating their feelings for a day, he felt that it was time. At night, he took an early bath and made all kinds of preparations. Bai Xianxia's mouth was almost twitching. Even she could see that tonight, the corners of Li of Gojoseon's eyes had a gentle smile, although his face was still cold. Looking at him like this, she also had some expectations, What was there to look forward to? Be careful not to put yourself in it, he was the female lead. Sooner or later, the female lead would roll in the sheets with him. If she knew that his first woman was her, she would hate her for the rest of her life, but she didn't know that the female lead was sick and coughing. As she coughed, she felt that she was being abused by her fiancé. The young miss had arranged for her to be a servant, and she was forced to clean up the courtyard by the servants. Her hand was even cut. Why didn't he take pity on her? Obviously, sooner or later, she would be his wife. Delicious, she wanted to drink some water. She forcibly propped herself up and wanted to get a cup of cold tea from the table, but she couldn't reach it. With a thud, she knelt on the ground with one knee and groaned in pain. The teacup was still far away, but she had a feeling that it was thousands of miles away. With a wah, she cried out. But at this moment, the cup of tea was placed in front of her eyes, and a voice said, "You've still harmed yourself by hiding from me. If I hadn't found you, were you prepared to freeze and starve to death? It's you, Luo Yunqing." When she was at her weakest, he appeared. She felt a trace of softness in her heart. Perhaps the only person who cared about her now was this man. Luo Yunqing was indeed heartbroken. He didn't expect Li of Gojosian to abuse her like this. He helped her up and placed her on the bed before feeding her some water. "Are you coming with me or staying here to be humiliated by him?" "I must stay here." If she left, the minister's residence would be blamed by the emperor. She couldn't be so selfish. Okay, I'll go ask him what he wants." Luo Yunjing didn't want to have anything to do with the people of the imperial court, but she turned around to leave in anger. "Luo Yunqing, don't go, he won't let you off." She knew how powerful Li of Gojosian was. Every time she saw him, she couldn't help but tremble. "Are you afraid of him?" Luo Yunqing laughed out loud, then touched her little face, turned around and jumped out of the window. "Luo Yunqing, why did this happen? He actually went to find trouble with that man for me. If anything happens, I won't be able to rest in peace even if I die." She couldn't lie down anymore and dragged her weak body forward slowly. Luo Yunqing was highly skilled in martial arts. After a few jumps, he had already arrived at Li of Gojosian's residence. However, when he stood on the roof, he knew that there was no one below. He couldn't help but frown. Where did Prince go instead of staying in his courtyard? It was getting late, could it be? The corners of his mouth curled up. He was indeed a man, he couldn't control his nerves. Luo Yunqing changed his route and went to the small courtyard. However, it was strange. Why did the guards and servants retreat so far away? Could it be a trap? After all, he was a man of the martial arts world. Although he was paranoid, he was bold and arrogant. Hence, he really approached the master bedroom of the room. He gently curled up on the roof and looked into the room upside down. At the same time, he broke the window paper with his finger and saw the situation inside. The girl that the little girl kept saying that she couldn't compare to was indeed very beautiful. Her figure alone was enough to make any man's heart flutter. Her coquettish face was now filled with shyness. Her hands were tugging at her collar and she looked like she was waiting for a man to abuse her. Luo Yunjing was a man with a story. Therefore, his throat moved involuntarily. The little girl was right about one thing. Any man would want to have a taste of this beauty. But if it were him, she would just be a woman that he would forget after sleeping with for a while. He really didn't dare to keep such a beauty for too long, afraid that she would be cuckolded. Seeing this, Li of Gojosian couldn't help but approach her. He stretched out his hand to pull her hand down and admired her beauty under the lamplight. She thought that he would not be able to resist the urge to hug the beauty and get straight to the point. This was also good, taking advantage of the most important moment between him and the beauty to assassinate him. He was a man, and he knew when a man was the most relaxed. Seeing that he had already brought her to the bed, the beauty seemed to be struggling a little because she was gently repelling the man's approach. But as for women, as long as you were a little more forceful, they would give in half-heartedly. He hugged his chest and looked happily. Who didn't like to look at a beauty's body? But at this moment, Li of Gojosian suddenly sat up and covered the beauty lying there gasping with the quilt. With a move of his finger, the light went out. Oh no, I was discovered. Unexpectedly, he could still observe the situation outside at this time. In fact, Luo Yunqing didn't know. Sadly, Liu Gojosian was disturbed too many times and became vigilant, so before he acted, he deliberately listened to the movements around him. As a result, he really heard it. He secretly gritted his teeth and rushed out after turning off the light. Bai Xianxia didn't know what was going on. When she climbed out of the heavy quilt, she felt a gust of wind around her, and then found that Liu Gojosian, who was pressing on her just now, was gone. Pucci, Bai Xianxia directly burst out laughing. How many times had he been disturbed? Even if Liu Gojosian had a good temper, he was afraid that he would explode. However, he was really unlucky. Why did she feel a little pity for him? If this happened a few more times, would this child be scared out of his wits? No, the average person wouldn't jump out to kill people when disturbed. Could it be an assassin or something like that? She didn't know why, but she was a little worried. She quickly jumped out of the quilt and ran to the window to look outside. In the end, he saw a pair of people fighting in midair. They were really fighting. They didn't say a single word and just kept on fighting. Because there were windproof lanterns outside, it wasn't dark. She saw with her own eyes that the two people were punching each other. The situation was really dangerous. She held the window with her hand, so nervous that her palms were sweating. Although the male lead was powerful, she didn't know who that man was. Her brain forgot to analyze, and she only hoped that the person was fine. But after watching for a long time, she wanted to flip the table. How was this fine? It was clearly a desperate fight. His face was punched, but the other party was also very miserable. She even heard the sound of bones breaking. Men were fierce when they fought. If they continued fighting like this, would they be crippled? Bai Xianxia anxiously thought of something. This was Prince's territory. Why was she watching here nervously? She had to call for help. Thinking of this, she suddenly jumped out of the window. She knew that in order to make love with her properly today, Liu Gojosian had already sent the servants a mile away. If she wanted to call for help, she had to run a few steps and then shout loudly. Only then could she get people's attention. She couldn't count on men. Seeing how they were fighting in silence, she believed that they wouldn't call for help. Bai Xianxia wasn't counting on Longheng either. She only wore her undergarments as she ran outside. After running a few steps, she felt that it was about time. Then, she shouted at the two guards standing far away under the lanterns. But before she could call for help, her mouth was covered. She was so scared that she almost peed herself. She thought that this thief had accomplices. In the end, she felt something soft on her back. Although they covered her mouth, they didn't seem to have much strength. She only struggled a little and the person was pushed down by her. This thief was too weak. When she turned around, she saw that it was the female lead. She was also lying on the ground in her undershirt. She coughed and said, "No, you can't call for help." Female lead, what's wrong with your brain? Even if you don't know that Liu Gojosian is the male lead, he is still your fiancé. Now that someone is trying to assassinate him, you're stopping his concubine from calling for help from Liu Gojosian? The situation was too chaotic. She rubbed her head hard and the corner of her mouth twitched. Dear, is there something wrong with your brain? Lin Qianzi always thought that this woman was gentle. Because she was too gentle and trusted her man too much, she always felt inferior in front of her. But suddenly, her expression seemed to have completely changed. That pair of eyes became abnormally firm and serious. Lin Qianzi was stunned. She didn't know how to answer. But Bai Xianxia already understood. The person who was fighting with Longheng was the third male supporting lead. He was the Jianghu man, Luo Yunqing. His martial arts were very high and he knew some dirty tricks. This kind of person was fighting with Liu Gojosian, and the female lead actually didn't let her call for help. Bai Xianxia felt that she was really defeated by the female lead's Mother Mary feelings. She was defeated to the point that she was no longer afraid of her. She turned around and ran to call for help. But she didn't expect that the female lead was also going all out. She actually got up and hugged her waist. You can't call for help. If you call for help, he's dead. She was once again infuriated by the female lead's pretentious act. She couldn't even differentiate between right and wrong. Just what was in her head, only now did she realize that her White Lotus attribute could be beaten back and remolded when compared to her. She had finally managed to get here with the two men behind her back. If she was stopped and couldn't call for help, it wouldn't be good if her boss got hurt. So she didn't care whether she was the female lead or not. She grabbed her hand and flung her back, saying, "Move away. If you don't call for help, the prince will be in danger." "No, he's the Lee of Gojosian. He can protect himself." "You're crazy. He's the Lee of Gojosian. He's also human. He's not a real god of war." Bai Xianxia panicked. Seeing that the female lead was about to pounce on her, she slapped her hand out. She didn't want to hit the female lead. She just wanted to push her away. But she didn't expect that because she moved too quickly, she actually slapped the female lead's face. Not only that, but her long nails also left a bloody mark on the female lead's face. Damn, I'm in trouble this time. Bai Xianxia felt that she would soon be hunted to death by the male lead and male supporting characters. But she didn't expect that the female lead's claws would grab her hand. She struggled a little, but her hand was also scratched by the female lead's nails. The two women probably didn't expect to hurt each other, so they were both startled. But Bai Xianxia wanted to save people. She didn't care about her image and ran away. She shouted, "Help!" She had been holding her voice for a long time, so it was very effective. The guards on the other side immediately sensed the commotion and ran towards her. Longheng also heard the commotion and subconsciously looked in her direction. In the end, he saw Lin Qianzi pulling on her, while she continued to call for help. This was the first time he saw Bai Xianxia so desperate. He couldn't help but be dazed. When he came back to his senses, that man's fist was already flying towards him. He quickly blocked it with his palm. In the end, he still suffered internal injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Xianxia's heart tightened when she saw him falling from the sky. She didn't like him or anything. She just felt that he had been protecting her recently, and he didn't hurt her. Even if he wasn't a friend, he should at least be more caring than a stranger, right? Therefore, she shook off the female lead and ran over. Compared to the female lead, the male lead was more important to her. Bai Xianxia was running, and so were the bodyguards. Lin Qianzi shouted at Luo Yunqing, "Run!" However, before she could finish her sentence, the guard's sword was already pressed against her neck. She didn't dare to move. The third male supporting lead, Luo Yunqing, felt that he had indeed taken advantage of the situation. He jumped up and ran out. Bai Xianxia had already run to Longheng's side, but when she saw that his mouth was bleeding and his face was pale, she didn't know how to support him. Who knew that Li of Gojosian's expression didn't even change? He only said, "I'm fine." He stood up from the ground and used his sleeve to wipe the blood from his mouth. He said, "Bring her back to where she came from and guard her. If anyone comes to look for her, kill them without mercy. Do we need to call a doctor over? Your injuries don't seem light." Bai Xianxia's hand was grabbed, and then a few bloodstains appeared in front of him. "It's her? It's an accident. Actually, I also grabbed Miss Lin." She lowered her head. His heart must be aching. As expected, Li of Gojosian's heart ached. He said, "Go inside." After the doctor came, he said that Li of Gojosian had suffered internal injuries. Fortunately, it wasn't very serious, and she only needed to tease him a bit. Bai Xianxia was relieved. Then, she felt that she had indeed gone overboard. She had scratched the female lead's face. Although the male lead didn't blame her, she felt that the supporting male lead would seek revenge on her sooner or later. This included the male lead in front of her in the future. However, she only hoped that he would remember that she had saved him tonight and wouldn't take this matter to heart. But she still had to remind him. Thus, when Li of Gojosian's complexion improved a bit, she suddenly knelt in front of him. "I'm sorry, Prince. I hurt Miss Lin in a moment of desperation. Please punish me." "You. Get up." Longheng didn't know what to do with her. How could she be so timid? When did he ask her for her sins? She made it seem like that woman was important to him. Bai Xianxia hesitated. She saw her boss close his eyes and faintly say, "She's just an unrelated person. Why do you have to suffer for her? In the future, you don't have to be afraid of her." What did he mean by that? For a moment, Bai Xianxia's mind couldn't wrap around it. What did he mean by that? Did he already think of her as his woman? Even so, she couldn't relax. Who knew when the male lead and female lead would be rekindled, but it had to be said that the male lead's words made her feel very comfortable. She even let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that her efforts for such a long time hadn't been in vain. At least she had received the leader's praise and recognition. Thinking back, when she first started working, she had this kind of thought. However, the male lead was much more handsome than her previous leader. Looking at the side of his face when he was cultivating, she was actually a bit dazed. She didn't even notice that Xianxia had put on clothes for her. In the end, as she watched, she actually fell asleep on the table. The group of servants didn't dare disturb their master's cultivation. Everyone gathered to the side in silence. When Longheng woke up after one cycle, he saw that the little woman who had been very powerful just now had fallen asleep on the table. His heart softened and he got off the bed to carry her and cover her with a blanket. Then he laid down beside her and waved his hand. The people outside all withdrew. He didn't do anything. He only stroked her hair and thought, obviously, she was a very timid person. But just now, in order to save him, she did such a bold thing. It seemed that she had him in her heart. Longheng gently kissed her forehead. Although he was angry when that man came to find him, after seeing her trying to protect him, it didn't matter anymore. Gently kissing her smooth forehead, his heart actually felt a bit of happiness. He couldn't help but smile. Although he didn't do anything, the warmth in his heart grew deeper and deeper. Xianxia didn't sleep well. She dreamed that a big tabby cat was chasing and licking her. It didn't stop until her face was covered in saliva. Then she dreamed that a monster was pressing down on her chest. It was so stuffy that she couldn't even breathe. When she woke up the next day, she felt that this sleep was more tiring than climbing a mountain for a day. No, it seemed like there really was something pressing down on her chest. Looking down, it turned out to be a man's arm. Don't blame her. Anyway, she was too big. Obviously, she had always slept alone. Who would be used to suddenly having someone next to her? Moreover, this person was obviously a man. The muscles on his arm could be clearly seen through the thin undershirt. Xianxia never would have thought that the male lead would openly sleep next to her like this. This was simply too shocking, wasn't it? So, she couldn't be blamed for this strange cry. Fortunately, her mouth was covered by a large hand halfway through her cry. Longheng sat up with a dark face. He didn't do anything. Did she need to shout like this? It was as if he had bullied her. Calm down, it's me. Seeing her eyes flash, he seemed to relax. He couldn't help but understand that she wasn't afraid of him, but because there was someone else around and she didn't know who it was. Now that she seemed to know who was beside her, she wasn't as afraid as before. Longheng released his hand in satisfaction and got up to put on his clothes. Actually, Xianxia should be the one to take care of these things. Unfortunately, seeing her still in a daze, he was afraid that she wouldn't get up to do these things. However, Xianxia really remembered that she was his concubine, so it seemed that she should help him put on his clothes. Moreover, the clothes had already been prepared and were just waiting to be draped over his body. In order to curry favor with her boss, she stood up and went to his side. Then, she took the belt and raised it in front of him. Longheng raised the corner of his mouth and took the belt from her hands and tied it around his waist. Then, he said, "Go put on your clothes." Xianxia agreed and ran to the side to take out the clothes from the closet and randomly put them on. In any case, Xianxia and the others would come over later to help her tidy up. Longheng often heard people say that looking at a beauty under the light was a kind of enjoyment, but he didn't know that a beauty in a daze in the morning was even more pleasing to the eye. Under the light, it was because there were some flaws that couldn't be seen, so it was beautiful. However, Xianxia's face was perfect no matter how you looked at it. Therefore, no matter when you looked at it, it would make people feel very comfortable and very charming. Moreover, this woman was his, so there didn't seem to be anything that could make him this happy. Because of this, he felt that his mood would be very good today. The two of them only put on their outer clothes, but they still needed other people to come in and help them wash up. Because there was a female master, 2 maidservants came in to serve her. They had entered the residence when they were young, so they had learned a few things about serving people. After he was dressed, he ordered someone to serve breakfast. After dinner, Longheng planned to take Bai Xianxia for a walk nearby. However, as soon as he went out, he saw several monks standing outside. He recognized one of them. It was the old monk, Huiguang, who said that Bai Xianxia had a Buddhist fate and urged her to become a monk. The corner of Bai Xianxia's mouth twitched. Was she really fated with Buddha? Longheng's expression was so cold that Bai Xianxia unconsciously pulled on her cloak. He felt that he had been set up by the old monk. So it's the benefactress. We are truly fated. Fate, fate. Bai Xianxia said with a smile, but in her heart, she was thinking, it was more like they had a grudge. Looking at the current prince, why did she feel like a supporting male character had appeared and two men were fighting over a woman? Unfortunately, this supporting male character was too old, and he was fighting over her to make her become a nun. What was with this ridiculous setting? She would rather have a very outstanding supporting male character appear and snatch her away to be his wife. Master, what brings you here? Longheng's tone was so cold that it was about to turn into ice shards, but Huiguang still maintained a faint smile. In a sense, his cultivation was really good. Even Bai Xianxia couldn't help but admire him. He could actually maintain this kind of indifferent attitude around Longheng. This old monk was really not simple. However, the old monk's words were very simple and clear, which almost made Bai Xianxia roll her eyes in public. However, she thought that it was very indecent behavior, so she forcibly stopped herself. Begging alms. Huiguang smiled and chanted the name of Buddha, still facing Bai Xianxia. Xiaoshi, give these masters 10 taels of silver. She immediately used money to send them away. They should go as far as they could. She was really worried that she would freeze to death before winter arrived. Come, take 100 taels of silver and give it to this master. In the future, ask him to stay away from here. Longheng's cold voice sounded again, which really made people feel like they had eaten a frozen pear in winter. Huiguang was still smiling, completely ignoring the alienation and coldness in Longheng's tone. Then many thanks to Princely and this benefactress. If benefactress has time, you can visit Yongning Temple. This old monk will personally welcome you. After chanting the name of Buddha, he stood there waiting for Bai Xianxia to agree. Longheng felt that if he had a sword in his hand, he would definitely first poke open this old monk's head to see what he was thinking. He actually dared to seduce a woman from the inner residence to become a nun. Didn't he notice that there was a man next to her waiting to make love with her? What an eyesore. So he flashed in front of Bai Xianxia and said, Master, I still have something to do, so I won't accompany you. Please. I didn't expect that there would be a day when the master couldn't invite a guest. After a burst of refreshing laughter, the supporting male lead Duan Yuning appeared. He seemed to have just returned from outside. Although his white robe looked simple, it was unexpectedly very imposing. He was a male god. Not only did his appearance pass, but his taste in clothing was also the same. However, he was too enchanting. He was not Bai Xianxia's cup of tea. Her preferences were entirely for pure manly men like the male lead, or for the second male supporting character, Song Jiaoyue, who was a genuine, kind, and gentle gentleman. She really didn't have any good feelings towards this kind of evildoer. This probably came from his attitude towards the female lead in the book, or perhaps his attitude towards all women. He was very beautiful and knew how to use women. In the beginning, it could be said that he didn't have any feelings for the female lead. Even when she transmigrated, she couldn't see how he had any feelings for the female lead. And his so-called feelings were nothing more than a man being attracted to a woman, wanting to roll in the sheets, and then using this feeling to his advantage. Of course, the female lead was also a fool. She treated him as a little white rabbit who had been played many times, and still thought that he was a good person. When the male lead went to save her, she still said that it was all a misunderstanding. Looking up to the sky, she sighed. She really didn't understand how the female lead's brain worked. How could she not see through such a blatant act? He just wanted to use her to kill the male lead. Apart from this use, there was almost nothing about her that was worthy of his affection. Even if he was together with her, wasn't there still some ambiguity with another woman? At this time, a figure came into view. She nodded her head. Her memory awakened. Yes, the beautiful woman he was having an ambiguous relationship with was of mixed blood, just like the woman who had just come down from the carriage. Wait, Xianxia rubbed her eyes again and looked at the woman. No matter how she looked, why did she look the same as what was written in the book? Wasn't this the supporting female lead in the book? The one who seduced the male lead and had an ambiguous relationship with the supporting male lead, the one who was known as the #1 beauty outside the desert. Yeah, that's right, she did appear at this time. It seemed that because of this, the female lead misunderstood that there was something going on between her and the male lead, so she got jealous and was finally kidnapped by the supporting male lead for a period of time. Master Huiguang smiled faintly, and then mysteriously chanted a Buddhist prayer, saying, secular affairs, haven't you seen enough? After saying that, he turned around and left with the money. Xianxia knew that those words were directed at her. She felt that she had read the book and knew some of the plot developments, so when faced with these characters or matters, she would inevitably have a special attitude of watching a play, as if she was really watching a play. To her, was this the so-called secular affairs? If she wanted to jump out, would she be able to go back? With that thought, her hand was already grabbed, and the hard calluses on her hand made her frown. However, when she woke up, that hand had already let go. At this time, the supporting male had already brought the supporting female over, and he seemed to be very dissatisfied with the supporting female coming out of the car. Yeah, didn't I tell you not to be unreasonable? This is the Central Plains. As expected, it was yeah. She only smiled faintly, and that foreign appearance was extremely eye-catching. She didn't know if the author had used the appearance of a Japanese mixed-race girl who liked to take selfies, or if she was born this way, but in any case, she really looked too similar to that person. She was pure and seductive, and when she stood next to the supporting male Duanyunying, they were practically a perfect match. However, her personality seemed to be naturally infatuated. She actually jumped in front of Longheng and stared at him in a daze. Then, she smiled and said, "Ah. Is this the great hero, the great hero? Yaya loves great heroes the most, how about I treat you to a drink?" Heavens, so passionate. Who could tell her that she had transmigrated to ancient times? Why would there be such a passionate girl inviting a man to drink? What about the supporting male, aren't you going to do something? When her eyes met the supporting male leads, he actually revealed a weak smile that made people feel good about him. He even helplessly sighed and said, yeah, Li of Gojoseon isn't someone from the desert, so it's not appropriate for you to be like this in the Central Plains. Come over quickly. What's there to be polite about? I like this kind of big hero the most. She threw herself into Longheng's arms like a little sparrow, as if she had fallen in love at first sight. However, Longheng took a light step forward, and she immediately pounced on empty air. Her beautiful eyes flashed, as if she had been wronged. The male lead was lucky. A beauty was throwing herself at him just like that, but was she blind? Didn't she notice that she, the concubine, was still standing at the side? It didn't feel good to be ignored. She moved slightly, intending to prove her existence. But at this moment, he saw the female supporting lead's gaze suddenly shoot over. It was truly as cold as an ice arrow. Although the male lead's eyes were cold, they weren't filled with malice. However, the coldness in this woman's eyes was filled with hostility and contempt, and even a little evil. This shouldn't be the case, right? He didn't seem to have offended her in any way. As a modern person, Xianxia naturally wouldn't be frightened by a female supporting character. Thus, he straightened his back, waiting to see what she wanted to do. However, he didn't expect that this female supporting character would take such an unusual path. She was ignored again, and only stuck close to the male lead. It was as if she wanted to rub her white, half-exposed chest against his. Damn, she really thought of her as a sick cat. Even if she had always been a female supporting character, she was only afraid of the male lead and the old madam. After all, those two were the people who were destined to kill her. However, you're also a female supporting character. No matter how cold your eyes are, why should I be afraid of you? This woman was openly trying to steal her man. Although it was in name, it still made people feel disgusted. Thus, she suddenly moved a step to stand between the two of them. It just so happened that the female supporting character wanted to pounce on the male lead again, and she reached out her hand to stop her. Then, a huge misunderstanding occurred. Bai Xianxia originally wanted to support the female supporting character, yeah. In the end, she supported herself in the wrong place, and just happened to support herself on the other person's two perky breasts. Wow, they're quite impressive. But what's up with the softness below? This girl couldn't have used something like a breast pad, right? In fact, only after coming to this world did she realize that the ancient people weren't too conservative in certain aspects. The only ones who were truly conservative were the young ladies of the large houses. Generally, women in the marketplace or brothels were very fond of beauty. Of course, breast enlargement was also very popular. Who knew where Yimama had learned this skill? All day long, she thought of padding her breasts. In the end, one day, after taking off her outer clothes, she took the initiative to dispel this idea. She even said, "It's better to have real material." Thus, she had been holding on to her real material until now. However, the other person wasn't, although it was still quite comfortable to hold. "Ah, what are you doing?" Yaya hugged her chest and retreated a few steps. If she didn't have an ulterior motive, she would have already slapped her. However, there was no need to compete with a woman who was destined to die. Even if her appearance was very unexpected. I'm sorry. I didn't think that there would be such a coincidence. But we're both women, so you're not at a disadvantage. Seeing her extremely resentful appearance, she said, "How about you touch me?" "No." Duan Yuning said. "Nonsense." Li of Gojoseon shouted. Then he reached out and picked up Bai Xianxiu, placing her in the carriage. Bai Xianxiu's mouth twitched. What was going on? It felt like he was going to forcefully take her away. Duan Yuning said, "Prince, please forgive her. This one's cousin comes from the desert, so she's not very familiar with the rules of the Central Plains. Fourth madam, please forgive her rudeness." After saying this, she coughed twice. Before Bai Xianxiu could say anything, the male lead's huge figure completely covered her. She couldn't help but retreat a bit to give him space to enter the carriage. He also narrowed his eyes and said, "It's fine." Then, "Prince, can you allow this one's cousin to stay here for the night? After all, it's a bit worrying for a girl outside." "As you wish." Li of Gojoseon was really a man of few words. However, his performance today was quite satisfactory. At least, Bai Xianxiu felt that he was very qualified as a man. But it was still the same. Unfortunately, it was the female leads. It was really a bit of a waste. Why did she feel that the White Lotus female lead was becoming more and more unpleasant to the eye? But most importantly, where was Li of Gojoseon taking her? She didn't expect that he would take her hunting. Was hunting really suitable for her? Why did he leave her in the forest halfway and go hunting by himself? But just as she was in a daze, she saw that the people Li of Gojoseon had actually set up a pot in the forest. Then, they spread out a mat and placed all kinds of things that could be cooked on top of it. At first glance, it was very comfortable. They even prepared fruits and placed them on top. Bai Xianxiu wore a thick cloak and sat on a cushion made of eiderdown. As the late autumn wind blew, she felt really comfortable. After winter, she might not be able to come out often. Sitting in this mountain full of maple leaves, could she really be in a painting? She was very, very satisfied with the appearance of this body. She had always wanted to draw Bai Xianxiu with this body. If it was matched with this scenery, it would be even more beautiful. She did whatever she thought of. She had people prepare brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Then, with everyone ready, she spread the paper on the table and imagined as she drew. This time, it was not a sketch, but a picture of her imagination, so it was a bit slow. She was not in a hurry. In any case, the male lead would not be back so soon from hunting. Who knew that she would be so focused on drawing? When Li of Gojoseon returned, he saw her painting seriously. No matter how he looked at it, she should be the most beautiful picture. So, he casually handed the game to the others and let them clean it up. Then, he stood to the side and quietly watched her as she painted. It was as if he had never seen such a beautiful scene before. Xiaoshi and Xiaoshi waited on the side. They seemed to know that the prince was looking at their master, so they smiled ambiguously behind him. But when they were glared at by the prince, they turned their faces to the side and did not dare to look. After a while, she was a bit tired. She raised her head to see how the preparations were going. She saw that it was very lively. People were killing sheep and chickens. It was a lively scene. She had lived in the mansion for many years and had almost forgotten that she was dizzy with blood. Although she was only looking at it from afar, she still felt a bit uncomfortable. She gently pressed her head and felt a bit dizzy. Xiaoxia quickly went to get some water. Longheng also felt strange and walked over. What is it? Dizzy, blood. Longheng waved his hand and said, take care of it elsewhere. How could he forget that she was very sensitive to these bloodstains? The servants quickly took the things and went elsewhere to get it done. After a while, they came back with the processed meat. Strangely, Xianxia was not afraid of the processed meat, although there was a bit of blood on it. She thought it might be a psychological effect. She wanted to take care of it herself, but Longheng pulled her and said, go to the side and rest. I will do it. Ah? Why did she have a feeling that she didn't understand? However, Longheng didn't explain to her. He washed his hands and started cutting his own flesh. His technique could be said to be abnormally familiar, and his movements were also very elegant. But what was he going to do? She soon found out because he had stewed and roasted the meat. Damn, the male lead is actually preparing a picnic. There was no such plot in the book. Although he didn't look like he was forcing himself, he seemed to understand these things very well. In fact, at this moment, Xianxia actually understood him. After all, he was also a man who lived in the military all year round. How could he not know this kind of thing? However, he wouldn't do these things after he returned. After all, he wasn't in the military anymore. Then why did he do this today? Was it for her? How could this be? He must be craving for wild game. But it clearly didn't seem like it. Xianxia silently felt a faint warmth rise in her heart. Whether he did this for her or not, he always brought her here. There were only a few people in the world who could eat the meat personally roasted by Li of Gojoseon. He was the male lead, the ruthless, affectionate, and overbearing Li of Gojoseon and Prince's escaped concubine. Thinking of this, she was slightly moved. After a while, they prepared the food. Xianxia's small plate was also filled with a few pieces of cut meat. They were very, very small pieces. However, his knife skills were good. Prince personally cut it and brought it over. Xiaoxia was almost moved to tears. Prince was really too good to her master. Xianxia suddenly had a feeling that she had returned to the modern era where men and women were equal. She reached out and couldn't wait to grab a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. It had the taste of modern barbecue, and the taste was even more fragrant. After eating, she nodded vigorously and nodded with a smile. It's delicious, it's really delicious. Longheng saw her eating and talking at the same time. Obviously, it was very rude, but it wasn't annoying. On the contrary, it was very cute. He reached out and gently scraped a piece of red chili powder on her cheek. Xianxia's face turned red. She used her sleeve to vigorously wipe her mouth. Don't use too much strength. It's red. Longheng sat beside her, completely different from his manners in the palace. His sleeves were rolled up and he sat cross-legged beside her. He picked up the meat with his chopsticks and ate while drinking wine. He looked very casual and more like a man. In the past, because she didn't dare to understand him, she only felt that he was the male lead with a mask in the book. But now, he looked so real. Unconsciously, she was a bit dazed. When Longheng turned his head, he found that a certain woman was in a daze. Her eyes seemed to have stopped on his face. He couldn't help reaching out to wipe his face. He actually looked a bit confused. Xianxia was amused by his reaction, but she didn't know that her smile was brighter and more real than before. There is nothing on your face. Your smile is very beautiful right now. Xianxia was stunned and then her face turned red. Heavens, the male lead praised her smile, but he wasn't even willing to casually praise the female lead. But it was a good thing that she was a very rational person. She immediately stopped the thoughts that were rushing out. Thank you, Prince, for your praise. Xianxia had eaten a lot of meat, so she was a bit full. She rubbed her stomach and let out an indecent burp. She immediately covered her mouth. Her face couldn't be any redder. Longheng looked at her and laughed loudly, but still gave her some face. He covered her with the cloak and whispered in her ear, "The cloak is thick. No one can hear you." Bai Xianxia didn't know why, but she almost cried. She had been in this world for a very, very long time. It had been so long that she almost thought she would stay here forever. But apart from Xiaoshi, this was the first time she had met someone who truly cared about her. She forcefully bit her finger under the cloak. It hurt a bit, but she finally stopped burping. Longheng was also very full. Because he had drunk a lot of wine, he decided to practice his spear skills. His weapon was a spear, which he often hung on his mount. Usually, it was divided into two halves. When necessary, he would pull it out and put it together. Bai Xianxia was still wrapped in the cloak and curled up into a ball when she suddenly heard the sound of wind whistling in her ears. Xiaoshi gently poked her and whispered, Madam Xiao, Prince is practicing his spear skills." Although Bai Xianxia knew that every man in this world knew a bit of martial arts, she had never truly seen it apart from that day when they fought in the dark. When she took out the cloak, she almost shouted out loud, "So handsome." Fortunately, she had some foundation in acting in this world, so she didn't shout out in the end. But she kept shouting in her heart. She really wanted to take a photo of him like a fan who had met their idol. Unfortunately, she didn't have a phone with her right now. She could only watch this rare ancient martial arts performance without blinking. What material was that gun made of? Why was it completely black, and why did he look so handsome when he danced with it? Bai Xianxia felt like her saliva was about to drip out. Due to the influence of the Han wave, people in the modern era preferred those weak and seductive little fresh meats who looked even more feminine than girls. But she couldn't bring herself to like them. She didn't feel safe at all. He was a man, so he had to look like a man. For example, the one dancing with the gun was handsome, cool, and stylish. But unfortunately, he wasn't hers. But that didn't stop her from admiring him. Such a scene was truly rare. Most importantly, a certain someone looked back with a smile after dancing with the gun. It was like an invisible arrow shooting straight towards Bai Xianxia's heart, causing her to feel both painful and numb. That wasn't all. She didn't know what was wrong with him, but he actually came back with a jug of wine. With a gun in one hand and wine in the other, he danced and drank a few mouthfuls of wine. It looked like he was playing with a gun while drunk. Bai Xianxia could tell that he was happy, so she couldn't help but clap her hands. Only when she returned did she realize how crazy she had been. Her hands were red from clapping, and Liu Gojosian was actually a little drunk. But she was really happy. It seemed like she had never been this happy since coming here. She looked at Liu Gojosian, who was resting with one hand supporting his head and his eyes closed. She felt like she had just met him for the first time. After walking all the way back to the residence, the servants helped Liu Gojosian and Longheng to change their clothes. She also returned to her room to tidy up. Just as she was about to sit down, she saw Xiaoshi come over with a bowl of soup. She smiled and said, "Mistress Xiao, this hangover soup is ready. Shouldn't you send it to the prince?" Alright, this great matchmaker was getting restless again. But she was a little curious to see how Liu Gojosian was doing now. It was said that people who could handle alcohol well also had good character. His performance in the carriage was pretty good, so she wondered if he would be any different when he returned home. Alright. He personally carried the hangover soup to Liu Gojosian's room in the Red Maple Mountain Villa. It was still a small courtyard with its own entrance. It was very quiet, and the scenery was good. The surroundings were all red maple leaves. She didn't know why, but she felt a little nervous, so she said to Xiaoshi, "Just stay here and let me in." Xiaoshi nodded. She felt that her mistress was shy, so she didn't stop her. After she walked in, she felt that the manservants standing outside were a little guilty. She asked them to inform her, but they didn't go in. They only let her go in by herself. Strange, what's wrong with these people? Bai Xianxia didn't mind. The male lead had a lot of problems. Maybe he drank too much and didn't like people to get close to him. But when she went in, she was completely stunned. What was going on? Why was the supporting female Lijia here? And why was she hugging Prince? In this situation, should she hide or not? Unfortunately, in her nervousness, she turned around and bumped into the door frame. The bowl of medicine in her hand also toppled over. The crash caused Longheng to raise his head and let go of his hands. His loose shirt fell with his movements, revealing an extremely strong chest and abdominal muscles. But his eyes were a little confused. He glanced at Xianxia and frowned. Xianxia? He didn't know when, but he had actually started to call her name naturally. But, if the person at the door was her, then who was the person he was hugging? He lowered his head and finally saw the face clearly. Without thinking, he suddenly threw the person away and shouted, "Why is it you?" When he was in a daze, he felt someone hugging him from behind. He thought that only Xianxia could hug him here, so he didn't refuse. In addition, his senses were a lot stronger after drinking, but his mind wasn't very clear. So he hugged her back. He originally wanted to do something excessive, but at this time, the real Xianxia came out. He only felt cold sweat on his back, and he actually woke up. Yaya was pushed and staggered. She couldn't help but frown. Why did this happen? Obviously, she remembered that Longheng drank too much today, and then he almost had sex with Miss Lin in a daze. Of course, if her master hadn't stopped them, they would have already been together. So she took advantage of this opportunity to come. Although that Lin Qianzi was in this mountain villa, she was sick and didn't seem to be coming out to cause trouble. As long as she told her master that she could do this, he wouldn't stop her. In her previous life, she approached Longheng in order to complete the mission. Later, she found that she slowly fell in love with this man. He was a very good man, and very good to his woman. He was completely different from other men who were ruthless. Even if this kind of man became her concubine, it wouldn't be bad. At least she wouldn't have to curry favor with other men for the sake of the mission. But she didn't expect that she would fail. Fate wanted her to try again. This time, she couldn't lose. God gave her this opportunity so that she could be together with Longheng. But she didn't expect that this time, there would be a woman called Xianxia. She remembered that she was just a woman in the backyard who wasn't liked. Although she was a concubine in name, she wasn't loved by Longheng. But she didn't expect that she would come this time. This made people feel very surprised, but she didn't see her as a threat at all. Because, sooner or later, she would be killed, and it would be next year. But she didn't expect that she would be disturbed this time. She thought that Longheng would want her. She heard that her master said that his relationship with Miss Lin wasn't as good as it was in her previous life. Then it was very likely that this was her chance. This opportunity was fleeting. After she was flung away, she glared angrily at the man who was pressing his forehead. Scram! Longheng roared, and then strode to Xianxia's side. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Xianxia was already confused. Her first reaction was that she disturbed someone's good time, so she was yelled at to scram. So she stood up and walked out, but she was tightly hugged from behind. "I'm not talking about you. You stay." His voice was obviously gentle, which made Xianxia startled. Yaya didn't give up and said, "Prince, obviously you were very enthusiastic just now, scram, or you will disappear with your cousin." He wanted to play with those people who approached him with a purpose from the beginning. But if he hurt this little woman because of this, it would be a little different. Yaya naturally knew what would happen if she ruined her master's business. She had already experienced it in her previous life. So she came to find this Longheng for another purpose. That was, he could help her get rid of that man. She frowned, but still clenched her teeth and left. After she left, Longheng turned Xianxia's body around. This time, he really saw it was her. His behavior just now must have made her misunderstand. Why did he feel guilty? P.S. 3 chapters tomorrow, 2 chapters today. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Although he felt guilty, he didn't know how to explain himself. Was he using alcohol to commit a crime? Xianxia had wanted to resist, but before she could do what the female lead in the novel did, she sneezed violently. Then a second one, then a third one. Longheng's original intention was to let her lie on the bed and rest with him, to prove that he wasn't interested in that woman. But why was she sneezing and crying while looking at him? What was going on? Although he was drunk, he had already sobered up. Seeing her like this, he couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? You. Your body smells too fragrant. Her body really had all kinds of problems. She was dizzy with blood, afraid of pain, and now she was allergic to some kind of fragrance. This was really terrible. Were all the female supporting characters' bodies so deceptive? There should be a limit to how easily a delicate body could be pushed down. Which man would like this? She was like a piece of paper. But men who wanted to be strong liked her. For example, the male lead, Li of Gojoseon. Since he was young, all the men and women around him were so strong that they didn't need anyone to protect them. Even if their bodies were weak, their mental strength was strong. Someone like Xianxia, who had a weak body and a -5 combat strength, was truly a rare sight. Therefore, he naturally felt a strong desire to protect her. Seeing that she was about to faint from her sneezing, he frowned and sniffed himself. There was indeed an unpleasant smell. "Come, help this king bathe." The people outside hurriedly came in, trembling. No matter how stupid or slow they could hear the impatience and coldness in their master's voice. Longheng helplessly retreated a few steps and went to wash his body with the help of the servants. When he came back, he found that a certain someone had already left. He couldn't help but feel depressed. Perhaps he could wait until tomorrow to explain, although how to explain was still a problem. That's not right. Why did a man like him have to explain things to a concubine like her? Why did he have to worry about how to explain things here? After lying on the bed for a while, he sat up again. She believed that he was more easily hurt than other women. He had to explain because he didn't want her to think too much and hurt her body. Yes, that must be it. Li of Gojoseon unconsciously found a good excuse for his loss of face. Then he closed his eyes and rested, preparing to explain the next morning. But on the other side, it was a sleepless night. After Xianxia went back and told her what had happened, she was slapped in the face. "Little darling, do you really have a pig's brain? Xianxia knows how to seduce a man's heart better than you do. You have to learn from her and know what true gentleness is. Although your body is seductive, your temperament makes strong men unable to raise their spirits." He told her countless reasons to be more reserved because he could see that Longheng did not like bold and loose women. Xianxia and Miss Lin both had a sense of weakness. Perhaps it would be better to start from this aspect. Duan Yunying pinched her with all his might, causing her snow-white back to turn bruised and bruised. However, she seemed to have thought of something. She retracted her hand and said with a smile, "Use your current appearance to seduce him or make that woman angry at him. You can do that, right?" I can do it, I can do it. Master, Xianxia is very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. What a slut. Duan Yunying sneered. She was too lazy to serve others, so she pulled up her pants after she finished her business. She returned to the pure and kind appearance of a little white rabbit. Then she sat on the chair, narrowed her eyes, and said, "Pack up and get out." Xianxia did not dare to say no. She packed up and walked out. After she came out, Duan Yunying sneaked a peek at Miss Lin. He had thought that she was the one he could use to his advantage this time, but who would have thought that she would fall seriously ill after coming here? Aside from a few minor incidents that had occurred during the night, Duan Yunying did not know that Miss Lin would fall seriously ill. Longheng had set up several layers of guards in the courtyard, but how could these be a problem for him? Unconsciously, he drugged one of his guards and jumped into Miss Lin's room. Finding that there was nothing unusual in her room, he sneaked in. However, Miss Lin did not know why she saw him. She whispered on the bed, "Is it you?" It seemed that she mistook him for someone else. He did not move, but just turned his back to her. Miss Lin's voice was still very pleasant. It was a little hoarse and charming. There was no light in the room, so she should not be able to see him clearly. Thinking of this, he walked over. Unexpectedly, Miss Lin actively pulled him and hugged his waist. "Yunjing, I'm sorry. Are you injured?" "It's because of me that you are injured. But I can't leave, because if I leave, the emperor will blame the Lin family, so I have to marry him." Lin Xianxia was confused because of the illness, so she thought that the man who broke into her room was Luo Yunqing. This was the first time that she took the initiative to hug him, so she was a little nervous. This was a woman. She was soft and looked very easy to bully. Wouldn't he be a fool not to take advantage of her? So Duan Yunying put her on the bed and kissed her fiercely. Duan Yuning had indeed kissed her from head to toe, but Lin Xianxia didn't resist at all when he wanted to take things a step further. Not only did she not resist, but she also said, Yunjing, Yunjing, take me. I don't regret. Duan Yuning suddenly lost interest. What was the difference between a woman who was too easy to get and Iya? So, he stirred her mouth with his finger and said, you really don't make people interested in you. He reached out and took her undergarment, saying, your undergarment is in my hands. If that man called Yunjing comes, ask him to find me in the small wooden house by the river. I have something to tell him. If he doesn't come in 3 days, I will give your body and clothes to Li of Gojoseon. According to his temper, what do you think will happen? Miss Lin's face turned pale. What did she do with this man just now? She almost became this man's woman. No, who are you? You are not Yunjing. Lin Xianxia pulled the quilt tightly, but she felt a flash in front of her eyes. The dark figure was gone. She trembled as she put on her clothes. Why did this happen to her? Why, Li of Gojoseon didn't care about her life at all. Even Madame Bai, who had always treated her as a friend, ignored her. Yunjing, 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 please save me. Lin Xianxia sobbed in a low voice. She hugged the quilt on the bed and called Luo Yunqing's name. Suddenly, a voice above her head said, what's wrong? You finally remember my good side? Who else could it be other than Luo Yunjing? Who else could it be but Luo Yunjing? Lin Xianxia raised her head and looked at the person in front of the bed in surprise. This time, she saw clearly that it was him. She didn't care if she was in a very difficult situation now. She threw herself into his arms. Luo Yunqing rarely saw her take the initiative. He was very happy and thought that he didn't take the risk to come here in vain. But after she entered his arms, he felt that something was wrong. She was the daughter of a minister. How could she be so shameless as to sleep naked? He frowned and suddenly pushed her out of his arms. Under the moonlight, he looked carefully. As a result, because of his high internal strength, his eyesight was very good. He saw some traces left by a man and a woman after making love. This almost made his liver and gallbladder break. His eyes were red. He grabbed her shoulders and shook her. Who is it? Who is that man? No, it's not what you think. Lin Xianxia also guessed that he saw the condition of her body. She quickly covered her body with her clothes and shrank back. It's not what I think. Who is that man? No, no. Don't do this. I'm scared. You hurt me. Why did every man treat her like this? Even he was like this now. Haha, I hurt you, hurt? You can feel pain? I've always let you pamper you, respect you, and love you, but you actually gave yourself to another man? Alright, I'll let you know what real pain is. As he spoke, he pressed his entire body forward, venting all his suppressed anger on Lin Xianxia in an instant. Lin Xianxia was just a rich young lady, so how could she have the strength to resist? It didn't take long before her body was broken. In the end, she couldn't even shed any tears. She felt like she was about to die, but she couldn't figure out why it was like this. After venting for a while, Luo Yunqing finally realized that there was something wrong with the woman below. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so impulsive. Why was there no sound coming from below him, and even his aura was so weak? Luo Yunqing stretched out his hand and found that Lin Xianxia was lying there as if dead. She didn't even have the slightest bit of vitality. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He hurriedly wanted to carry her to ask for help. But who could he ask for help? It was already very difficult for him to come out alone when he was injured. If he carried her again, he would definitely be discovered by others. At that time, he was afraid that they would implicate her, so he could only think of other ways. After thinking about it, he fixed his eyes on a person. Although he wasn't very familiar with her, according to the pure Lin Xianxia, she was a good person. In any case, he could only try. If she didn't help, he would kill her. Thinking of this, he helped Lin Xianxia get dressed, and then tidied up the bed sheets. Thinking that there were no traces, he jumped out of the room. What he didn't expect was that Li of Gojoseon really took a fancy to that plaything woman. The guards around her were no less than the guards outside Lin Xianxia's room. Fortunately, his martial arts were good. After entering the room, he first flicked his finger to seal the acupuncture point of a maidservant under the light outside the room. Then he turned around and entered the room. Luo Yunqing had never seen Bai Xianxia up close before. Although the light in her room was off, the lines under the quilt made people feel that she was a beauty. He walked over to the bed and gently pushed it. The person on the bed seemed to be a light sleeper. He only pushed her a little and she woke up, but she looked a little confused. Xiaoshi, go to the cubicle by yourself after lighting the light. I won't go with you. Xiaoshi was very timid. Sometimes when he accompanied her in the room, he didn't dare to go to the toilet at night. However, when he went to the cubicle, he sometimes needed someone to accompany him. Fourth madam, you're sleeping so soundly. A strange man's voice sounded. Bai Xianxia immediately sat up vigilantly. Seeing that the man was approaching her, she didn't think about it and used her hand to support herself on the bed and fiercely kicked him. Although she was a little gardener in modern times, she also learned some self-defense skills. She had been practicing the skills she learned during the military training. Although she had changed her body, as a beauty, the chances of encountering a wolf were higher. Although she had always maintained her image, she would still practice self-defense skills when there was no one around. She didn't expect to really encounter a strange man who came to her bed in the middle of the night. He was definitely not a good person. If she didn't kick him, who would she kick? Luo Yunqing was indeed a person with excellent martial arts skills. However, he was injured before, and then because of anger, his mind was damaged. After that kind of intense thing, he was already weak. Moreover, he had always thought that the women in this big house were weak and easy to bully. For example, Miss Lin was really a soft girl who could be bullied at any time. As for Bai Xianxia, it was rumored that she was gentle and cute, weak and beautiful. He didn't expect that she could still fight back. Moreover, this blow just happened to kick the weakest part of the man that he had just used and still needed to repair. He couldn't help but groan and bend over. Who was this fierce woman? Could anyone tell him if he was in the wrong room? However, that woman still didn't behave. Seeing him bend over and lose her guard, she jumped off the bed. She obviously wanted to call for help. Luo Yunqing hurriedly flicked his sleeve and sealed her acupoints. If he hadn't sealed the acupoints of the servant girl outside, she would have heard the movement. At that time, it would be difficult for him to go out. After sealing her acupoints and seeing that she didn't move, he slowly straightened his back with an ashen face and turned around twice on the ground. After a while, he felt a little better. P.S. Today is the third watch. Luo Yunqing had never suffered such a big loss from a woman in his entire life. His head was filled with black lines as he turned in front of Bai Xianxia. She was currently closing her beautiful big eyes, innocently asking who he was and why he was doing this. Luo Yunqing could see the meaning in her eyes and was very surprised that using eyes to speak could actually happen. Fourth Madam Bai, I have a request right now. If you can do it, I will let you go. If you can't, then I will. He looked at her with an evil gaze and measured her chest, strip off your clothes and throw you out on the street. The other party seemed very scared, tears almost falling down her face. But in her heart she was thinking, is he treating me like a child, and even throwing me out on the street? But right now I should listen to him, otherwise who knows what this person will do to me. In fact, she didn't recognize who he was at first, but when she heard his ruffian tone, she guessed that he was the supporting male lead Luo Yunqing. Why did Luo Yunqing run into her room? Were all the guards outside dead? At this time, she heard a small group of people pass by outside. It seems like they didn't die, but the opponent was too strong. Luo Yunqing looked at her calm gaze and felt that she was indeed an honest and weak woman. So he continued, go out now and call a doctor over to Miss Lin's room to take a look at her illness. But no matter what the illness is, you can't tell anyone. Otherwise, I can kill you at any time. After he finished speaking, he still didn't feel relieved. He took out a pill from his chest and threw it into her mouth. This is poison. If you succeed, promise not to tell anyone. I will definitely detoxify you. Of course, if you tell this to Li of Gojoseon, your end will still be. He swiped his hand across his neck, his meaning was very clear. Bai Xianxia was so scared that she was about to cry. She looked pitifully at Luo Yunqing, proving that she wouldn't act recklessly. Luo Yunqing was relieved. He reached out and opened her acupoints. Go. Bai Xianxia nodded and said carefully, can you let me get dressed? Put it on. She was sensible and well-behaved. It seemed that she did not intend to cause trouble. If she really invited a doctor to treat Miss Lin, he would be at ease. What happened to my girl? Bai Xianxia was a little worried about Xiaoshi. She had been sitting outside the whole time. Luo Yunqing said, I just sealed her acupoints. You just need to go. She will be fine. Bai Xianxia rolled her eyes and said in a low voice, but it's so late. Won't people be suspicious if there's no maid following us? Luo Yunqing was startled. He originally thought that she was kind and worried about the girl, but he didn't expect her to have such thoughts. He couldn't help but nod. She'll wake up after you pat her. This was a way to tease girls, especially girls who didn't know martial arts. Their expressions must be very funny. Sure enough, when Bai Xianxia saw that Xiaoshi's acupoints had been sealed outside, she seemed to have a "this is really so magical" expression. She walked over and patted her. Behind her, Luo Yunjing used his finger qi to unseal Xiaoshi's acupoint, waking her up. Bai Xianxia actually exclaimed, she's really awake. Luo Yunqing was a little amused. She was really a simple little girl. Like Lin Qianzi, she was just a young lady who was used to staying in a big house. He waved his hand in the dark, indicating that she should go out. Bai Xianxia naturally went out. She would be a fool if she didn't. So he pulled Xiaoshi and said, let's go. Let's go see the garden. Ah, it's the middle of the night. It's not the middle of the night to see someone. Let's go. In this way, Xiaoshi was pulled out by Bai Xianxia. In the middle of the night, they carried a lamp and ran towards the female lead's place. After walking for a while, Bai Xianxia suddenly said to Xiaoshi, Xiaoshi, go and call a doctor over. Tell him that I want to see a doctor, but the place is in the garden. Xiaoshi felt strange. She felt that mist was writing on her palm. She also understood the words. She couldn't help but nod and go to call the doctor. However, the doctor woke up a servant and asked him to inform the prince. Bai Xianxia waited outside the garden for a while. Finally, she saw Xiaoshi come over with the doctor. Then she dared to go in with him. However, before entering the room, she had an idea. She said to Xiaoshi, you stay outside and watch. Don't come in. Xiaoshi didn't know what was going on either. She could only stand guard outside. Bai Xianxia personally led the doctor into Lin Qianzi's room. As soon as she entered, she smelled a strange odor. She had never smelled this smell before, but it didn't feel good. She didn't know that the doctor was experienced. He frowned slightly and said unhappily, can you light the lamp? Bai Xianxia nodded. She didn't call for anyone to come in. She lit the lamp on the side of the table. After the lamp was lit, she glanced at Miss Lin on the bed. She felt that her current lifeless state was a little strange and scary. So she walked over and lifted the bed. With a glance at the female lead, she seemed to have guessed what had happened. Although Lin Qianzi's clothes were still intact, it was obvious that someone had put them on her. Moreover, weren't there the legendary strawberries on her collar? Damn, which man was so ruthless? Not only did he take advantage of this sick and powerless young miss, but he also left her with so many marks of love. Don't think that these marks were fun. They were very painful when they were left. This proved that he really wasn't gentle at all. How did she know? Wasn't it because of Li of Gojoseon's gentle touches? Although he seemed to be very domineering, no matter what he did, he didn't leave too many marks on her body. At most, there would be a few kiss marks, which would disappear the next day. Looking at Miss Lin's marks, she was afraid that they wouldn't disappear for 3 to 5 days. Of course, even now, she still didn't believe that Miss Lin had lost her virginity. This was because she felt that the plot of a book was very difficult to change. This female lead seemed to have gone through several baptisms before she did that with the male lead, but she never got to the end. This time, she probably didn't get to the end either, right? The doctor walked over and gently took her pulse. He was extremely disgusted with this servant. A servant girl actually did such a thing in the courtyard. She really had no sense of shame. How is she? Bai Xianxia saw that the doctor didn't speak for a long time. His expression was very strange, so she asked. This young miss originally had a fever from her illness. Later, she had intercourse with a man and injured her foundation. If I'm not wrong, she is still bleeding. So she needs a lot of nourishment. I'll write a prescription here. She has to keep taking it. Because this master's wife was by his side, the doctor didn't reveal a look of disdain. However, in his heart, he completely looked down on this kind of woman. What? You said she. Bai Xianxia felt a wave of dizziness. It wasn't because of anything else, but because the plot was out of her control. This kind of feeling wasn't good. Leaving aside Bai Xianxia's entanglement, the male lead and the supporting male lead met again. When the two saw each other, their eyes blazed with hatred. Long Heng was annoyed that this man actually ran to Bai Xianxia's place in the middle of the night. He was simply too arrogant. As for the supporting male lead, Luo Yunqing, he thought that he had fallen into the little girl's trap. Obviously, he saw her go to Lin Qianzi's place in a well-behaved manner. In between, she only asked a servant to call for a doctor. He didn't expect that she would have the guts to ask that servant to call Long Heng over. Obviously, he watched her from afar. However, he didn't come out after arriving at the doctor's residence. What did this mean? It meant that the little girl wasn't afraid of his poison and was playing tricks behind his back. Good, her loyalty to Long Heng was commendable. However, she really surprised him by giving up on her own life. No one would be happy after being tricked. Thus, the two met in Bai Xianxia's room without even greeting each other. Of course, Long Heng didn't foolishly bring a lot of people over this time. He was afraid that this matter would damage Bai Xianxia's reputation. Thus, the two of them were locked in a fight just like last time. Long Heng's martial arts were originally higher than his. After a while, the unlucky one became Luo Yunqing. He hurriedly escaped, but didn't expect to be quickly discovered by the Red Maple Mountain Villa's guards. During the chaotic fight, his shoulder was hit by an arrow, causing him to groan in pain. If it weren't for the fact that he had some Jianghu tricks on him, he would have died here. In the chaos, he didn't know where he ran to, but when he turned around, he entered a room. He didn't expect that the quiet man sitting in the room wasn't surprised to see him. Instead, he smiled. Luo Yunqing narrowed his eyes. He felt that he had entered a wolf's den. As for Long Heng, because he was worried about Bai Xianxia, he hurriedly ran to the garden. That man must have gone to Miss Lin's place and then asked her to call the doctor. He could only blame himself for being careless and allowing him to take advantage of the situation. In fact, when he shouted that Luo Yunqing was not allowed to come in, it was just for show. The guards there weren't that strong, and he knew that Luo Yunqing couldn't come in if he wanted to. It was just that, on the one hand, she saw that he had the guts for that woman, and on the other hand, she wanted him to take her away. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that after coming in, he would actually run over to his woman's place. If he dared to hurt her, he would definitely destroy everything he had. He was worried as he walked. He didn't expect that his little woman was so powerful that she could let Xiaoshi send a servant to inform him by writing. Although it was a small matter, most people would only panic after being threatened. It was not easy for them to think of a way to escape. In fact, the fact that it was so easy for her to come out with a servant girl made Long Heng feel that her mind must be very calm at that time. Luo Yunqing originally wanted to wait for the news at her place because he didn't dare to run around. He was afraid that he was watching their actions from afar. But he didn't expect that he would fall into Bai Xianxia's trap in the end. When he was outside the garden and about to rush inside, he saw Bai Xianxia sending the doctor out. Seeing him coming from afar, Bai Xianxia, as a qualified subordinate, hurriedly ran over and asked, "Prince, are you okay?" Long Heng felt warm in his heart and gently shook his head. But he was looking inside. Bai Xianxia immediately said, "She's fine, but her condition has worsened." She winked at the doctor. The doctor had already promised her that he wouldn't tell anyone about this matter. Seeing her winking, he stammered, "It's just a cold." "It's not." Long Heng raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh?" He turned his gaze to Bai Xianxia and saw that she turned her head to the side and didn't look at him. This was clearly a sign of a guilty conscience. "What about you?" She looked fine on the outside, but she was so timid. There must be a reason why she could deal with this matter so calmly. He thought that she would immediately shake her head and say, "I'm fine." But he didn't expect that Xianxia would actually blink at him and say, "He gave me a kind of poison. He said that if I didn't listen to him or tell you about it, then." After saying this, she copied Luo Yunqing and wiped her neck. Long Heng was scared witless. Why did she say such a big thing in such a tone? "Doctor, come with this king." He picked up Xianxia and ran to his room with a cold face. "The direction is wrong, it seems, Aya." The male lead's face was so scary. She instantly turned into an ostrich and didn't dare to say anything else. Long Heng placed her on his large bed and then looked at the doctor. The doctor took Xianxia's pulse and then his fingers trembled. He looked at Long Heng and said, "She was indeed poisoned, but this one's medical skills are not good enough, so I can't tell what kind of poison it is." Long Heng knew that there was no way to force him, so he waved his hand to let the doctor leave. Then he spun around a few times on the ground like an injured leopard. But he quickly came to Xianxia's side and said in a soft voice, "You don't need to worry, I can definitely find a way to cure the poison for you." A poison in Jiang who naturally needed a famous doctor, and it wasn't like he didn't know them. I believe in you." Xianxia nodded. She really did believe in Long Heng. Because in the novel, the female lead was also poisoned by the supporting male lead and forced to leave with him. In the end, the male lead found someone to cure the poison. Although the process was a bit torturous, the result was good. And with the male lead's ability, he could quickly find someone to cure the poison. She remembered that this poison wasn't anything special, it just made people a bit confused, like there was a lack of blood. The female lead had always been confused, and because of this, she received all kinds of impression points from the male lead and the supporting male lead, Duan Yunying. It wasn't that she wanted to get some impression points, but she didn't want to be threatened by that ruffian-like man. Moreover, if she really listened to him, she didn't know if she would be used to do other things. Although Xianxia always wanted to live a quiet life like an otaku, she had an arrogant temper, which was her reverse scale. That was, she didn't like being used by others. When she was in elementary school, she was once used by a classmate to bully another classmate. In the end, that classmate was caused to get into a car accident. Although she was fine afterwards, she hated those who treated her well on the surface, but in reality, they were using her. Although Luo Yunqing only told her to do this and give her the antidote, just by looking at his eyes, she knew that this person definitely wouldn't do this. He and the female lead had an ambiguous relationship, and in this mess, it was very likely that she would be killed again. But she didn't know that because of her choice, it had a strong impact on the male lead's heart. In this world, there was actually someone who believed in him to this degree. She was like a little fool, looking at him with such pure eyes, completely believing in him without any suspicion. That's right, it was also like this before. That fiancé didn't believe in him, the entire capital didn't believe in him, only she spoke up for him with a serious face. Long Heng could be trusted by thousands of soldiers because he was their general. He could be trusted by his subordinates because he was their leader. However, he had never been so excited to be trusted by a woman whom he had no actual relationship with. He reached out and hugged Xianxia to comfort her. However, his hug hurt Xianxia a little, but she did not avoid him. "You don't have to hide it for her." "What is it?" Nothing. She still wanted to hide it for her. Long Heng was angry, but he could not do anything to her. This little girl actually knew the word loyalty. This was her. That was why she was so moving. Yes, now he knew that he had a crush on her. However, it was inevitable that he would feel a little nervous. Besides, it was not the time to hug a beauty. It was more important to find a way to detoxify her. He put her on the bed and said, "You should rest here tonight. That man has not been caught yet, so it is very dangerous outside." Xianxia nodded. She felt a little dizzy, as if she was drunk. The world was spinning around her. Long Heng immediately went out and asked his subordinates to invite a famous doctor over. On the other hand, he continued to search for Luo Yunqing's whereabouts. However, he did not like to be hidden from other things, especially things that she wanted to hide from him. After summoning the doctor, he knelt down and told him the whole story in just 3 sentences. Long Heng's face turned ashen. He actually dared to do such a dirty thing in his place. He was really underestimated. Right now, he only wanted to detoxify by Xianxia and let him go. That woman, he would keep her. His subordinates were quite capable. They quickly found a doctor, but it would take 2 days for him to come. However, he still had some antidote pills. He could feed her one every few hours. When he came back, he saw that Bai Xiangxiu, who was fine just a moment ago, was now being supported by Xiaoshi to drink water. What kind of poison was this? It acted up too quickly. Logically speaking, he wouldn't poison her in such a tyrannical manner. Because he wanted to use her to take care of that woman for him. How are you? If the situation was too dangerous, she would carry him to the doctor. However, Bai Xiangxiu said with her eyes closed as she drank the water, I'm fine. It's just that my head is too dizzy, so I can't get up to drink water by myself. His tone was a little light, as if only a drunk person would have such an expression. What kind of poison was this? Long Heng could be considered experienced and knowledgeable, but he had never heard of it before. But the doctor would be here soon, and she should be fine by then. Right now, he should give her the antidote. She handed the pill to Xiaoshi and fed it to Bai Xiangxiu. Bai Xiangxiu was already very dizzy. As soon as the pill entered her mouth, she felt even more uncomfortable and even a little nauseous. When an old mama came in with tea, she saw Bai Xiangxiu vomiting into a ball. Prince stood to one side, looking a little anxious. Xiaoshi was already scared to tears, but Xianxia was different. She was immediately amused. Quick, don't pat her back too hard. Someone, bring some water. She quickly put down the tea and asked for some water to feed Bai Xiangxiu to rinse her mouth. When she saw that she was better, she put her back on the bed. Madam Xiao, this servant has a question. Yes. How long has it been since your last period? Should I call the doctor in to take a look? The old mama had given birth to several children and was very experienced. So she felt that a woman's vomiting and dizziness were signs of pregnancy. Bai Xiangxiu's eyes widened at her question. Who could tell her what this old mama meant? How could her vomiting have anything to do with her period? She was clearly poisoned, all right, but the old mama didn't know. Seeing that Xianxilia's eyes were wide open and she didn't say anything, she thought that Xianxilia had just realized something. She bowed to the prince and said, Prince, do you want a doctor to take your pulse? Long Heng's heart was still thumping when he heard the old mama ask about this. When she mentioned a doctor, he said, he just took a look and left. The old mama immediately became excited. She didn't dare to ask the serious prince, so she could only ask Xiaoshi. How is it? Is she pregnant? If the old madam knew, she would be overjoyed. Ah? What is it? Xiaoshi asked blankly. She was young and had never experienced such things. Naturally, she didn't know what was going on. Naturally, it's the young master. Seeing that Xiaoshi still didn't understand, she glared at her and said, Madam Xiao's stomach. Xiaoshi understood and hurriedly said happily, Mama, you're saying that Madam Xiao is pregnant with the young master? Madam Xiao, congratulations, congratulations. She was too excited. For a concubine, having a child meant that she had a foothold in the prince's household. In the future, it would be difficult for her to be sold off when the new matriarch came. But this was undoubtedly a loss of face for the matriarch. When the time came, she would probably have to suffer. Just as Xiaoshi was feeling happy and worried, Bai Xiangxiu rolled her eyes. She was still a virgin, so how could she have a child? Long Heng also understood from the other side. He knew that these two had misunderstood, but he couldn't help but feel awkward. He coughed lightly, and the two excited people calmed down. He looked at Bai Xiangxiu, indicating for her to explain. He had stayed in her room a few times. If he said that there was nothing going on, no one would believe him. But this kind of thing couldn't be brought up, because he was a man. He couldn't bear to lose face. Although Bai Xiangxiu was dizzy, she felt that Long Heng's current deflated look was very interesting. She couldn't help but turn her face to the side and smile. You've misunderstood. There's nothing in my stomach. I'm just sick. The old mama frowned and said, Do you want a doctor to take a look? No, there's no need. The doctor just took a look. I'm not pregnant, with that. She was a girl, so she was very shy when talking about it, especially when there was a man standing there. The old mama could only give up, but her expression still said that she shouldn't give up. Or was it because she was still in the womb? Alright, you can leave as well. Don't disturb your master's rest. Longheng finally had a chance to chase her out. Otherwise, the old mama's gaze would have clearly declared his incompetence. If he took her as soon as he returned to the manor, she really might have a child of her own. However, she was afraid that the poison would affect her as well. After Xiaoxia packed up and left, he sat next to her and asked what Luo Yunqing did to her and what he said. Although Bai Xianxia was dizzy, she still told him the truth, including how she made him hand over Xiaoxia and how she obediently went to find a doctor for Miss Lin. You did the right thing, but there are some things that you can't hide from me even if you want to. Do you understand? After all, he was her man. That Miss Lin was already so filthy, yet she still wanted to help her hide it? Could it be that he wanted him to marry an unclean woman? Bai Xianxia had been very sensitive ever since she came here. Or rather, she had always been this kind of person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to stay alone in this complicated society. So she immediately whispered, because she's very pitiful. Loyalty wasn't worth much. She had already pretended to be loyal. The female lead had already done that, so she couldn't hide it even if she wanted to. Moreover, she couldn't go against the male lead for her. She was the male lead's concubine, not the female lead's. She was still a bit depressed. The female lead's chastity was gone. How could the two of them be together in the future? This was ancient times, not modern times. Men wouldn't care about this. She's pitiful. She reaped what she sowed. Eat this medicine. You're not allowed to vomit again. Longheng raised the antidote pill in front of her. But how was he going to feed her? Bai Xianxia was also depressed. How was she going to eat this? She was so dizzy that she couldn't get up. She was afraid that she would vomit again. She tried to get up. In the end, Longheng saw that she couldn't get up, so he put his hand on her mouth. Bai Xianxia licked the pill with her tongue and sucked it into her mouth. But Longheng only felt his palm heat up. He hurriedly raised it. But he also felt that she was very attractive when she was sick. It made him want to pounce on her and kiss her. But the other party was poisoned, so he could only endure it. He didn't know much about this kind of poison, so he didn't feel at ease leaving her alone in the room. Even if there were other maids serving her, he felt that something would happen. So, the two of them slept in the same room that night. But they didn't know that in another room, a plan was in progress. They both had their own needs, so it was easy for them to hook up. The next day, when the famous doctor from the Jianghu arrived, something unexpected happened. The famous doctors in Jianghu always had a strange temperament. When he was treating others, he hated being watched by others the most. Although Longheng was anxious, he still had to abide by the rules. The barbaric habits of the people of Jianghu would not change because of anyone. Longheng waited outside. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "Go guard the spring-nourishing courtyard. Don't even let a fly in." This time, he had ordered his personal bodyguard to do it. If others wanted to take advantage of the situation, they would be asking for trouble. Why was there no movement in the room? What happened to her? No, even if she didn't make a sound, he could still hear her breathing. Why couldn't he hear anything now? Even the sound of breathing was the same. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the door open and walked in. However, there was no one in the room. She didn't expect that famous Jianghu doctor to collude with Luo Yunqing. Otherwise, why would he kidnap her? Chase. Without thinking, he took the lead and chased after them. Judging from the situation, he and his men escaped through the window, so there should be someone outside to receive them. Who was it that helped the famous Jianghu doctor? The most important thing was, what kind of method did he use to control the famous doctor? His own bodyguard chased after him. He coldly said, "Explain." That person was silent for a moment and said, "This subordinate knows his mistake. I will immediately find out who threatened and used him. Go. If you can't find out, you don't need to come back." Yes. He turned around and left. His style was unexpectedly the style of the people of Jianghu. Longheng ran and ordered his bodyguard to do something. He couldn't let outsiders know about this matter. No matter what happened to her, it would be spread out. At this time, Xianxia had just woken up from her coma. She saw that it was dark all around. A figure stood on top of her head. Seeing that she had woken up, he didn't hesitate to slap her in the face. Bastard! Xianxia almost shed tears from the pain. However, judging from the size of the hand and the action, the other party should be a woman. She had never offended a woman. Who was she? Right, why did that doctor want to harm her? Why did he suddenly make himself dizzy when he was feeling his pulse? Plot, right, plot. She wanted to use the plot to understand her situation, but her face was too painful. Not only was it painful, the other side of the woman's face was slapped. She immediately fainted from anger and forgot about the plot. She suddenly sat up and hid. Looking at the blurry shadow in front of the bed, she said, "Stop. You didn't catch me just to hit me, right? If you have something to say it quickly. It's better not to do anything unnecessary." Although Xianxia was afraid of Longheng in the mansion, it didn't mean that she would pretend to be weak at this time. In any case, if Longheng wasn't here, who would she pretend for? The woman just chuckled and then said in an obviously fake voice, "You are just a two-faced person. Now you don't pretend to be kind and magnanimous?" This woman knew her and her tone was full of hatred. Who doesn't wear a mask in this world? If you don't even dare to let me hear your real voice, then isn't that more pathetic than me? Actually, at this time, Xianxia sighed in relief. Since she wanted to hide her voice, it meant that she didn't want to hurt her. It was just that she didn't feel good. She felt that she had inexplicably replaced the position of the female lead. But now, she didn't have time to think about it, so she tried her best to find out more about her from this woman. You are just a concubine. No matter how well you pretend, in the end, you will just be. Why should I mention this to you? Being a little more obedient is good for both of us. This arrogant tone, with a tone that seemed to know everything, this attitude, Xianxia touched her face. Even if she wasn't a transmigrator, she was a reincarnated girl, it was just that the entire prince's little escaped concubine was a real ancient story. There wasn't a single person who was reborn or transmigrated, but since she was here, there was no guarantee that someone would be reborn. Since it was someone who was reborn and familiar with her, she immediately guessed who the other party was. It was the supporting female Xianxia who ignored her a few days ago and then hated her. At the time, she felt that this person was very strange. As for what kind of strange method, she couldn't figure it out. But now, she understood. Wasn't the reason why she ignored her because she knew that she would be beaten to death? That was why she didn't care about her actions. In any case, she was already a dying person. And she was much more passionate about Longheng than what was written in the book. She remembered that in the book, she really liked her master, Duan Yunying, so she always had different thoughts about seducing the male lead. In the end, she still followed her master's orders. But later, she seemed to like the male lead a bit. Because of his infatuation, she felt that this kind of man was rare in this world. Of course, it was also because she was hurt by her master that she changed her feelings. But in the end, the male lead didn't pay too much attention to her. So, why did the supporting female lead have to make things difficult for the supporting female lead? They were both cannon fodder among cannon fodders. What was the point of being enemies? That wasn't right. The female lead had already become like that. It seemed a bit difficult for the male lead to be moved. Could it be that she thought of her as a love rival? Speaking of which, this supporting female lead, you've already been reborn and you still can't get over it. A forcibly picked melon isn't sweet. No matter how passionate you are, it's useless if the male lead doesn't have any feelings for you. Besides, what's the point of capturing a supporting female lead? Is it fun? Just as she was thinking this, a hand suddenly appeared on her chest. Woo-woo, it can't be. Was she trying to take advantage of her? What was wrong with this supporting female lead? She actually grabbed her to take advantage of her? Molestation. After thinking for a while, the speechless Xianxia could only shout out these 3 words. At this time, the supporting female Xianxia didn't know that she had already guessed her identity. Seeing her shout out, she immediately slapped her again. But she didn't expect that not only was this little woman's mouth more powerful than she thought, she even dared to use her hands. Suddenly, a slap came over. She completely didn't expect this result. Her face was scorching hot from the slap. The supporting female lead was a bit startled. What happened to the promised rich young miss, the promised gentle and lovely person? Was Longheng and everyone else blind? Including her own master, she couldn't help but wonder. In her past life, she had liked him so much, but in the end, he had been stuck by that woman's side. No matter what, he wouldn't withdraw his thoughts from her. Now that her past life had passed, she didn't dare to force him in this life. She only had hatred for him. But she didn't expect that although Miss Lin wasn't protected by Longheng like before, she didn't attract her master's interest either. The reason was that woman wasn't someone in Longheng's eyes. In his eyes, she was just a concubine that Longheng had simply killed off. Who would have thought that this concubine would turn out like this? She wasn't like her past self, who went around stirring up trouble, using her beauty to seduce men and using all sorts of methods to kill Miss Lin. She wasn't going around provoking Longheng either. But Longheng pitied her and loved her because of her beauty. But the servants always said that she had a good personality and was very considerate. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Yaya sneered. Since she was a two-faced person, why should she be soft-hearted? She might as well turn her into a two-faced person. With a flick of his finger, Bai Xianxia felt a chill on her face. She reached out and touched her hand. Even in the dim light, she could see the blood on her hand. Disfigured, it must be disfigured. This woman actually ruined her appearance. She finally thought of this scene. The female lead's journey of losing her virginity. The female lead and male lead were originally living well in Red Maple Mountain Villa. Although Luo Yunqing from Jianghu came to disturb them, they didn't care at all. Their relationship progressed very well. At this time, the third male supporting character, Duan Yunying, who had the appearance of a little white rabbit but the heart of a big wolf, appeared. He made the female lead feel pity for him, which made the male lead jealous. And Duan Yunying used Xianxia to make her feel jealous of the male lead. Finally, she ran out of Red Maple Mountain Villa. The female lead was the kind of creature that left the male lead and was in danger everywhere. Therefore, she was caught by Duan Yunying and Xianxia, who had long been prepared outside, and used this danger to save the male lead. The male lead wanted to save her, but he really spent a lot of effort. What sword array, what assassin, what poisonous sand, and so on, one after another. So, this time, was she suffering for the female lead? She stayed in Red Maple Mountain Villa, but she was going to be tormented. That little white rabbit male supporting character didn't treat the female lead lightly in the book. He didn't treat her lightly in all kinds of ways. He almost gave her a sadistic deep love. However, he was also the third man to see the female lead naked. The first was the male lead. The second was the male supporting character, Duan Yunying. The third was him. No, she didn't want that pervert to see her body, but it seemed like she had just been molested by the female supporting character. Your chest isn't that big. Other than your face, there's nothing to see. So, if it's ruined, you're nothing. She wanted to continue, but suddenly her whole body hurt. She screamed and fell to the ground, twitching. Moss. Master, please spare me. Master, please spare me. The door opened and a faint figure walked in. He was like a fairy that came from the clouds, light and faint. He was wearing a mask, a peach blossom mask. There was also a poem on the mask, which looked very elegant. Duan Yunying, even if he didn't show his face, she could guess his identity. Or rather, it wasn't a guess, but she knew his identity. And Xianxia on the ground was poisoned. She could tell from her painful appearance. Get out. A cold voice came from Duan Yunying's mouth, which made Bai Xianxia tremble. Master, I beg Master to give me the antidote for the heart-piercing needle. Pa, a small bottle fell to the ground. Duan Yunying with the peach blossom mask said, use it after an hour. Consider it your punishment. Yes. Xianxia clenched her teeth and crawled out. Yes, she really crawled out. Bai Xianxia couldn't see what was in front of her, but she could guess what had happened. No wonder Xianxia set her eyes on Longheng after being reborn. She seemed to understand her choice. A male lead who seemed to be very affectionate and a terrifying perverted little white rabbit. If it was her, she would also choose the male lead without hesitation. Just like when she first came, she didn't hesitate to choose the male supporting character between the male lead and the male supporting character. This was because he wasn't a dangerous person. Compared to him, the male lead was too dangerous. But now, she missed him a bit. Because at this time only he could save her. Or save herself. Looking at the male supporting character approaching her, she didn't move at all. In the novel, the female lead hid here and there, but in the end, she was suppressed. Although it was to treat her injuries, he also took advantage of her. Duan Yunying was slightly startled. This woman was too calm, so calm that he couldn't figure out her true personality. He knew Yaya's personality. If he wasn't provoked, he definitely wouldn't dare to hurt this woman behind his back. He originally wanted to use her to do something, but it didn't seem to be going as smoothly as he imagined. You want to return to his side? Yes. This him was naturally referring to Long Heng. But it was strange, why didn't the male supporting character take the opportunity to bully her and then take the female lead's place? Why did it change again? She was a bit depressed and couldn't help but knit her brows. She had no idea what this pervert was thinking. He was both perverted and enchanting. He actually slowly walked over and gently pulled on her hair. With a smile, he said, "Why don't you ask who I am? Don't you find it strange that I'm wearing this mask by your side?" Although her gaze was very calm, it was more like the bottom of the sea, making it impossible for people to see through her thoughts. This woman, it seemed like she wasn't as simple as she appeared. How many people wouldn't be afraid in this kind of situation, but she only looked at him. Although her face was bleeding, she didn't show any fear. In fact, Xianxia had already fainted. She had a blood fainting problem, in fact, her head was very dizzy, and she was not feeling very well, but she forced herself not to faint. Therefore, in Duan Yunying's opinion, she was not as weak as he had imagined. Instead, she was very strong. Obviously, she was afraid, but she bit her lower lip with her teeth and did not make a sound. You don't even want to talk to me? Then do you want to know what Long Heng thinks of you? His face was almost touching her nose, and he hooked some blood from her face onto his finger. He put it in his mouth and licked it. Xianxia's whole body trembled, and she almost shouted, "Mom, save me, there's a pervert here, you really don't want to know?" His head came closer again. Xianxia endured the nausea and said, "I don't want to know. Move away and don't come any closer." Oh? Why didn't she want to know? He was getting more and more confused about this woman. His mask was not ugly, but she did not dare to look at him. She even frowned and looked like she wanted to hide. But she was not afraid. She was really not afraid. Therefore, Duan Yunying grabbed her chin and pulled her back. Let's see how far she can hide this time. Unexpectedly, Xianxia was already dizzy and nauseous. After being pulled by him, she immediately felt unwell. Her stomach churned, and she could not help but vomit. Although she didn't eat anything and spat out water, no one could stand it. Even though Duan Yunying had 1,000 tricks up his sleeves, he was still stunned for a while before he came to his senses. The first thing he did when he woke up was to slap Xianxia without thinking. She was knocked unconscious, but half of her face was already bleeding. When he slapped her, blood immediately splashed all over his head and face. Even he felt that he must be very disgusted now. However, there was really nothing he could do when faced with someone who was already unconscious. In the end, he angrily turned around and ran away. He wanted to take a bath. He wanted to soak in a bath. Otherwise, the smell would make him collapse. But after he left, Xianxia, who had been lying weakly on the bed, suddenly got up. She wiped the blood off her face. Although her head was very dizzy, she could only grit her teeth and bear with it. Thinking about the plot, this should be an inn in the middle of nowhere, and the entire backyard should have been booked by them. Here, the female lead was disfigured by the supporting female lead. Afterwards, she was entangled with the supporting male lead in all sorts of ways. In the end, she still managed to escape. How did he escape? He had been reading the novel for too long and had been catching up with the chapters, so he had forgotten most of what he had read in the beginning. Oh right, if you leave this room and walk to the left, there's a dog hole. That seemed to be what was written in the book. After that, she crawled out of the dog's hole and saved a little shop assistant like the Virgin Mary. Finally, she escaped back to the Lin family with the help of the shop assistant. Yes, because she misunderstood that the male lead didn't come to save her, she abandoned him and returned to the Lin family. Of course, she couldn't go back alone. She was sent back by the supporting male lead. This supporting male lead seemed to be the big perverted Duan Yunning's version of Little White Rabbit. The female lead begged him not to tell the male lead about her and begged him to send her back to the Lin family. Duan Yunning had no choice but to agree to her request. In fact, he was taking the opportunity to show her how gentle and affectionate he was in front of her, which made the female lead's heart pound. In short, the process was quite melodramatic. Then, Duan Yunning was a little anxious because he couldn't get the female lead. Seeing that the male lead was about to catch up, and that there was another supporting male lead, Luo Yunqing, causing trouble, he wanted to get her body first. Thus, a melodramatic situation occurred. He drugged her and then set up a trap. This trap was for him to get the female lead's body, and then the male lead would misunderstand that the person was Luo Yunqing. Thus, they would fight to the death, and he would benefit from the side and kill the male lead. However, the male lead's law of immortality allowed him to escape death. In the end, he still got the female lead by a strange combination of circumstances. Bai Xianxia had to divert her attention to the smell of blood, so all she could think about was the book. After thinking about the melodramatic plot, she thought about the present situation and realized that it would be difficult for her to escape. That Duan Yunning must have sent someone to keep watch outside. The female lead must have used a cheat to steal the drug that Duan Yunning had on him, and it just so happened that the drug was a knockout drug, which was why she was able to escape. She didn't have that kind of knockout drug, so she could only think of other ways. The sky was dark, and the room was very dark because there was no light. After a while, a person came in. He seemed to have come to deliver food. Bai Xianxia saw that the person was a young boy. Moreover, she remembered that the book said that this boy was a mute and didn't know any martial arts. Since he didn't know any martial arts, then sorry. Bai Xianxia pretended to want to get off the bed, and then fell on the side of the bed with a cry of pain. Although this boy was a passerby who rarely appeared, according to the book, he was a kind person. So he cried out and ran over to support her. I'm sorry, little brother. Bai Xianxia gritted her teeth. She really didn't want to stay here and be abused by this pervert for many days. She was undressed, washed, and molested. Being touched by the male lead all over her body was already very unlucky. Adding on another male lead, she felt that she had really thrown away her moral integrity. The jade in her hand suddenly hit the back of the mute's head. She thought that he would faint like the book said. Who knew that he would groan and hug his head? At a loss, he looked back at Bai Xianxia with tears flowing down his face. He didn't seem to understand why she hit him. Bai Xianxia rolled her eyes at the sky. At this moment, she really wanted to sing. Sure enough, novels are all lies, she had no choice. While the mute was still in shock, she took the bed sheet and pressed him under it. Don't make a sound. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Her tone was cold. Because it was her first time threatening someone, she wasn't used to it. However, his hands were very nimble. He didn't know where he got the strength to take off the man's outer clothes. Then, he tore off the blanket and tied the mute man up. He also tied one over his mouth. Although he was a mute, he was still afraid that he would make some noise. Finally, she tied up his legs and took care of him just like that. After taking care of him, she put on the boy's outer clothes and combed her hair again. Of course, she also used the water in the room to wipe her face. Because it had been a long time, there was no longer any bleeding. After doing all this, she was so tired that her head was covered in sweat. This body was really not weak. She really didn't understand why the previous Bai Xianxia would take things so hard. She was so weak, yet she still wanted to steal a man from the female lead. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, she took the food box and went out again. On the way out, she kept her head down and didn't look at or talk to anyone. Because the people outside also knew that she was pretending to be a mute, no one talked to her. But at this moment, two people walked over. One was the Duan Yuning who had just bathed and changed her clothes with the peach blossom mask. The other was the masked Xianxia. Bai Xianxia cursed her bad luck in her heart. It hadn't been easy for her to recover from her blood sickness, but she'd run into these two great villains right in front of her. Couldn't they let her escape in peace? She lowered her head and tried her best to minimize her presence. She thought that she would be discovered, but the two of them had their own thoughts and did not notice her. Duan Yuning was really angered by Bai Xianxia. Even after bathing for half a day, she still smelled. Xianxia, on the other hand, was still feeling a little uncomfortable because the poison in her body had just been removed. In addition, there were many things to do, so she only asked Duan Yuning, "Do you want to exchange hostages?" "Of course, but I didn't expect him to be so willing to exchange his wife for a concubine." Duan Yuning sneered, but she could guess why Longheng would do this. It was because that wife was the pain in every man's heart. Although men were lustful, few could tolerate their wives betraying them. This is too good for Longheng. It was also too good for the concubine inside. Duan Yuning nodded and smiled. "That's why I'm going to use the yearning gu this time." "Master, is it really good to sacrifice like this? She is just a woman who can sleep with anyone." Xianxia gritted her teeth. The man she once liked was going to bed with another woman. Even if she was prepared, she still could not accept it. Duan Yuning stood up. Her lips under the peach blossom mask curled up slightly, and then she pinched Xianxia's face. "Don't talk about yourself as if you are a saint. How clean can you be? No matter what, she will become my woman today. You better not speak ill of her in front of me. I hate to see women fighting among themselves." Duan Yuning finished speaking and walked towards the room where Bai Xianxia was locked up. But as she walked and walked, she saw everything with her eyes. At the same time, she heard about the love gu. This was something that could be put into a woman's body through the most primitive movements of men and women. Then this thing could control a person's thoughts and even actions. This was also the reason why he pretended to be a little white rabbit and wanted to roll in the sheets with the female lead. Other than being able to make the male lead and the supporting male lead kill each other, he could also control the female lead after he failed and kill the male lead while they were rolling in the sheets with their guards down. Bai Xianxia had read the book before, but she couldn't remember the general plot. She could only think of it by association. These were things she remembered through the yearning gu. She didn't expect that she would have to suffer for the female lead in this kind of thing. It really wasn't a good thing to be thought about and pressed down on in bed all day. Moreover, once they entered, they would discover that he had escaped and would probably come looking for him immediately. "I can't wear the clothes I'm wearing now. Maybe I can change into another one." She walked around like a headless fly for a while and finally saw the clothes rack hanging at the side. There were some guests' clothes hanging there. Because they hadn't dried yet, they hadn't been taken back. Bai Xianxia took advantage of the fact that no one was around to run over and choose a boy's clothes that looked a little short to wear. She also styled her hair to look like a boy's. It was just that her hair was a little loose so that no one would notice her appearance. However, she didn't let go of the clothes that she had taken off. She used a bamboo pole to prop it up. This way, under the cover of the night, it looked like a person standing there. This inn had already been booked by Duan Yuning, so she had to be careful if she wanted to go out. She kept walking in the shadow and finally found the dog hole. Climbing out of the dog hole was a little depressing, but there was no other way. In order to survive, she could only do this. Fortunately, although the dog hole was small, she could still crawl through it. There was an alley outside, and she still wasn't safe here. At this time, she even heard someone shout from inside, "She's here." They found her quickly. Bai Xianxia hurriedly ran forward. Outside was the main street. She could find a place to hide. The female lead hid in this way, but she was quickly found by the man. Calm down, calm down." She ran and stopped. Then she noticed that the backyard door of a house was unlocked. This might be an opportunity, so she walked in and locked the door from the inside. Then she looked around. Under the moonlight, she could see that there was a sheep shed behind the house. Because there were no sheep, there was firewood and straw. Bai Xianxia didn't care whether it was dirty or not. She directly went inside. The night was really too cold. She had to do this. She couldn't enter the house. No one would welcome an outsider like her in the middle of the night. As for Duan Yunying, she probably didn't expect her to hide instead of running away. In this weather, if she hid, it was the same as freezing to death. A woman who stayed at home couldn't have this kind of courage. Bai Xianxia did. She could be considered to have some survival skills in the wild. Because sometimes she would go out with her classmates to find some special plants. Sometimes she would live in the wild for 2 or 3 days. So she was completely different from those young ladies who stayed at home. But the weather was very cold now. She was still cold even though she was hiding in the firewood. She shivered and couldn't sleep. She thought that if she had the chance tomorrow, she would go out and find Long Heng. Only by returning to his side would she be safe. Long Heng, she hugged her knees and thought about everything in the past. She felt that Long Heng was still good to her. But now he wasn't here. She felt that it was more suitable for her to live in the prince's mansion. Because she felt that her future was bleak, she had no money, no people, and she had to have a very attractive face. She reached out and touched it. She didn't know if people would still like her if she was ruined. Or if the male lead would look at her again. It seemed like there were many things to do. It also seemed like she had returned to her original self. She didn't know if she should be happy or depressed. She stayed in the pile of firewood until the morning of the next day. Only then did she carry her frozen body out of the pile. Fortunately, this family hadn't woken up yet. She could sneak out from the corner gate. But sneaking out was one thing. If she walked out like this, she would inevitably be suspected. Bai Xianxia turned her eyes and saw a cart on the side. This thing should be used to push things. Coincidentally, maybe she could use it as a cover. Thinking of this, she casually picked up some things and put them in the cart. Then she quietly opened the door and pushed the cart out. This cart was already very old. It was very strenuous for her to push it. In addition, it was made of wood. It wasn't easy to push. With great difficulty, she finally pushed it onto the street. Although there weren't many people, no one noticed her. Although this kind of broken cart was very old, it was still very convenient for some poor people to use it to push things. Bai Xianxia's original intention was to push the cart out of the city and then find a way to return to the Red Maple Mountain Villa. But after pushing it for a while, she felt that this was a great challenge. The cart was too heavy for her to push. After pushing it for a while, her palms began to hurt from the abrasion. However, he continued to push until they reached the city gates. She had already inquired about where Red Maple Mountain Villa was. After leaving this small city, she would reach it after walking another 5 li and climbing up the mountain. The mountain wasn't easy to climb, but she could throw the cart away once she reached the foot of the mountain. After pushing it out of the city, she tried her best to control the cart, but because she was too tired and her arms were sore, she didn't manage to control it well and ended up crashing into someone. "I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. Did I hurt you?" She lowered her head and apologized, but heard a voice above her, "Your voice, cough cough, damn," she still couldn't walk over. She was about to go up the mountain. Bai Xianxia subconsciously threw the cart away and turned to leave, but her hand was already tightly grabbed by that person. She felt that she couldn't escape, so she secretly gritted her teeth and turned around. Then, she pretended to be very innocent and shed a few tears. It's Sir Duan. Are you here to find me?" Duan Yunying saw her like this and hated her so much that the roots of his teeth itched. He didn't expect that he would unexpectedly run into her just as he was about to return to Red Maple Mountain Villa. Obviously, he had already given up looking for her. After all, he had already tried his best. He didn't expect this woman to know how to hide. Now, it seemed that she didn't know how to hide. She was in such a sorry state that he couldn't recognize her. If she hadn't asked, he probably wouldn't have been able to find her. This was also good. Since she ran into him, she couldn't blame him for being impolite. However, he really couldn't find the appetite to eat her like this. "Madam Xiao, you've suffered. The prince has sent everyone to find you. There are still dangers outside. Why don't we find a place to hide and I'll find an opportunity to secretly send you back to Red Maple Mountain Villa." Duan Yunying could even smell sheep dung on her body. It was extremely disgusting. No, the first thing he had to do was to wash her clean. If this continued, no matter how hungry he was, he wouldn't dare to touch her. How could Bai Xianxia not know what he was thinking? Don't look at how calm he appeared on the surface, he was definitely feeling disgusted. Look at how his hands were shaking, he couldn't hide it. Since he was in such a hurry to suppress her, why not grant him his wish? Bai Xianxia smiled to herself. Suddenly, she threw herself into his arms and said with a trembling voice, "Okay, I'll listen to you. However, in order to let the prince know that I'm safe, why don't we send him a letter first?" Duan Yunning's chest heaved up and down, and she was about to vomit. Bai Xianxia was laughing like crazy in her heart, but she was afraid that he would really vomit on her, so she quickly stood up and pretended to be very shy. Duan Yunning clutched her chest and said painfully, "This way please." She was about to throw up. He let go of Bai Xianxia's hand. It seemed that he had no intention of holding her hand again. She heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that she was safe for the time being. However, it would be different if she washed herself clean. She was afraid that he would roll in the sheets with her and take the opportunity to plant some lovesickness goo. In the end, she was brought to the city. Because she had already seen through his identity, he naturally wouldn't wear the peach blossom mask to look for her in fear that she would be suspicious. In the novel, he also thought like this, so he stayed by her side as a little white rabbit. Alright, since he hated her like this, then she would stay like this. Even if she couldn't beat him, she would still disgust him to death. She didn't believe that a little white rabbit would come over and force her to take a bath. Although her appearance was very disgusting, she could only endure it like this. However, she was used to it and didn't feel anything. Alright, she was just comforting herself. It really smelled bad. She could only persist like this. She looked at the water that she had already drawn and only looked at it. In the end, she saw a badly mutilated face and a body full of filth. Not to mention that men wouldn't like her like this, even she herself was disgusted by it. Especially the scratch on her face. It wasn't deep, but it was very painful. Obviously, she really liked this face. It was a pity that it was ruined. However, it didn't matter. As long as she returned to the male lead's side, he would find a way to treat it. She remembered that it was written like this in the novel, but she didn't know if he would feel disgusted and want to stay far away from her when he saw her like this. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. If she guessed correctly, it should be Duan Yuning who had just finished bathing. Alright, then she would continue to disgust him. In any case, there was nothing to do. Bai Xianxia had already honed her acting skills to a very outstanding level during this period of time in the prince's estate. Even if she couldn't control it as she wished, it was enough to make her look at her in a new light. Opening the door, she carefully looked around and said, "Sir Duan? Please come in." Duan Yuning opened the door and smelled a strange odor. She couldn't help but frown. She had finally finished bathing, so why was she still like this? She thought that she had finished bathing long ago. However, Duan Yuning was now a very weak scholar, so she tried her best to appear very weak. She lightly coughed a few times and said, "Madam Xiao, why haven't you washed up yet? Do you dislike the servants here for not serving you well?" "No, come in first and we'll talk." Bai Xianxia pulled him inside. Even though she knew that she would be disliked, she still continued to do so. She was very happy. Whenever she thought of how his heart was twisted, she couldn't help but tremble with joy. Yes, Bai Xianxia felt that she was a bit perverted now. As expected, people who had been abused would have a twisted personality. In short, she felt that she was like this right now. She didn't give in to the perverted, but fought back against the perverted. Although she would be injured, the other party definitely wouldn't have an easy time. After Duan Yuning was pulled inside, his entire body tensed up. He even felt that he couldn't breathe at this moment. He wanted to kill this woman, but he couldn't do it now. He calmed down and forced a smile. "Why do you look like this?" "It's like this. Because this concubine was taken out by bad people from Red Maple Mountain Villa and became like this. That group of people are very perverted and have been chasing after this concubine. If I return to my previous appearance, I'm afraid that it will bring you trouble. Because Sir Duan is a scholar, it's best to be careful." Bai Xianxia spoke so matter-of-factly that Duan Yuning couldn't refute her. First, it was because the smell was too unpleasant. Second, it was because he was called a pervert. He smiled slightly and said, I didn't think that Madame Xiao would be so considerate. It's just that I've wronged you. He couldn't refuse, because it was just like how the other party had called him a scholar. In front of Long Heng, he had always been a scholar who didn't know much about martial arts. Moreover, he had used medicine to hide his original internal strength, which was why he hadn't been seen through. So, how could he dare to mention it in front of this cunning woman? Now, Duan Yuning knew that this woman wasn't as honest and gentle as the rumors said. How could an honest and gentle woman like her be able to come up with all kinds of strange arrangements when she was trying to escape? Duan Yuning took a deep breath and looked at her seriously. Her every reaction was very straightforward. Obviously, they were all fake. How could she still act so straightforwardly? How could he know that in the world Xianxia originally lived in, it was normal for her to protect herself like this? Modern people did not advocate force, but everyone had a protective aura in society. This protective aura would only disappear when they met their family members. Xianxia had not been able to go home since she came here. She was always at work, so her acting skills were not bad. Duan Yuning actually felt that he could not see through her. This was also the reason why he was becoming more and more interested in her. However, his interest was one thing, and this visual and olfactory impact was another. The most amazing thing was that the other party did not seem to know how disgusting she was. She still thought that she was that beauty and kept moving closer to him. If it was before, he would have been happy because the beauty was obviously interested in him. She did not even need to use medicine to directly take him. But now, he really could not be happy. As long as she came close, he would almost throw up the food from last night. Then we have to return to Prince's side as soon as possible, right, Mr. Duan? Xianxia came closer in fear. Duan Yuning was so scared that he stepped back and coughed softly. Is Mr. Duan feeling unwell? I heard from Prince that your body has not been well. You must be tired from looking for this concubine. Why don't you let this concubine give you a massage to loosen your muscles? As she spoke, she stretched out her claws. Looking at the black claws with a smell, Duan Yuning finally could not sit still. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, I don't dare. Ugh, I don't dare. This one will go back and rest. Seeing Duan Yuning rush out of the door, Xianxia finally revealed a smile. Unfortunately, her face was a little painful, so she did not dare to laugh. However, she was still very happy in her heart. She slowly lay down on the bed. She was not afraid that he would come to bother her tonight. She only hoped that he would still be like this so that she could safely return to the Li of Gojoseon and Long Heng's side. While she was sleeping peacefully with Big Ming, Duan Yuning continued to shower until midnight. After washing it, she still felt that the smell lingered around her, so she used some spices. At this moment, the window was suddenly pushed open by someone, and a sword was placed on his neck. He sneered but didn't move. What's the meaning of this? I should be the one asking you that. Why did you abandon the cooperation you proposed and run away? You should know the consequences of offending me. Hero Luo, do you think Long Heng is that easy to deal with? Even I didn't expect him to be so meticulous. He actually placed hidden guards at Miss Lin's place. No matter how strong my men are, I'm afraid they won't be able to break through his secret guards. What about her? Since you want to change hostages, why don't you take her with you? She ran away. Duan Yuning felt extremely depressed. He had clearly laid out a plan, but it had been completely ruined by them. Long Heng wasn't easy to deal with, but he didn't expect her to be so surprising. When he saved Luo Yunqing, his original intention was to have a win-win situation. The two women would each kidnap one and carry out their own plans. Luo Yunqing used his connections in the Jianghu to force the doctor to kidnap Xianxia for him and hand her over to him. Then he would sneak into Miss Lin's place and take her out. However, there was a change in the plan. He didn't expect that Long Heng would think that someone would have designs on Miss Lin and place hidden guards. Fortunately, he retreated quickly. Otherwise, he might have been forced to reveal his true identity. He didn't want to use poison in front of Long Heng. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be able to find something. He originally wanted to plant the lovesick insect in her body before changing hostages, But he didn't expect that Xianxia would run away. The plan was ruined, but he didn't have any other way now. Isn't your goal Miss Lin? Moreover, that woman is now next door to me. If you want to take her to change hostages, just go ahead. Next door to you? That beggar? Luo Yunqing was startled. He didn't believe his words at all. Exactly. You should know that there are almost no flaws in the plan this time. I have tried my best and saved your life. Even if it fails, you won't lose anything, right? Huh, do you think I'm a fool? I helped you take her out and then changed hostages. We don't know what he will do to Miss Lin. After all, she is his fiancée. What do you think he will do? Moreover, I can guarantee that when this woman goes back, she won't be innocent. This can be considered as helping you to take revenge. Or do you want to do it yourself? Luo Yunqing was startled. Then he smiled and said, I didn't expect you to treat her. Well, in that case, it's up to you. If you change hostages, I can delay it for a few days. But, at that time, you can take her away from me. Then you should enjoy it. Luo Yunqing nodded. He was very satisfied with this result. There was nothing wrong with delaying it for a few days. When the time came, he would be wearing a green hat. He was very proud. Although he didn't know who this man was, at this time, as long as Long Heng was against him, he was his friend. Throwing the sword in his hand, he turned and left. Duan Yuning looked at his back and made a decision. Tomorrow, he must find a way to get her into bed. As it turned out, the ideal was very plump, but the reality was very thin. As for Luo Yunqing, he returned to Red Maple Mountain Villa to leave a letter. He set the location of the change hostages at Fallen Maple House 3 days later. After he left the letter, he wanted to leave. But he heard Long Heng's voice using his internal force, Luo Yunqing, don't you want to see her current appearance? Luo Yunqing had just had a relationship with Miss Lin. He felt that she was different from other women. In addition, he felt guilty towards her. He frowned. He knew that if he went back, he might fall into Long Heng's trap. But he still clenched his teeth and stood in front of the window. Soon, countless spears were pointed at his throat. He wasn't afraid and coldly said, do you want to kill me? Or do you want to kill that woman? Long Heng pushed the door and came out. Luo Yunqing only felt his body become heavy. He didn't expect the angry Li of Gojoseon to be such a terrible person. Speak, where is she? She is doing well. You can prepare to change hostages in 3 days. Where is Miss Lin? She is also doing well. Long Heng's lips curled into a cold smirk as he hooked a finger behind him. Lin Qianzi's limp body was then brought out. She was still unconscious, but it could be seen that she was sick and not well. What did you do to her? Luo Yunqing angrily shouted. You did something to her, not me. But if she doesn't come back safe and sound, this king may really let other people serve her. Long Heng couldn't bear it anymore. If Xianxia didn't come back safe and sound, he would really do something that even he couldn't imagine. You, cure her illness and change hostages in 2 days. He brought forward the date by 1 day. After all, she wasn't really in his hands. If something went wrong, he couldn't bear to see Miss Lin being defiled by Long Heng. Long Heng raised the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. Those women dragged Miss Lin back as if they were dragging a dead dog. How can you treat her like this? She is your fiancée after all. Luo Yunqing couldn't stand being provoked and almost couldn't help but fight with him. Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke this king has ever heard in his life. Luo Yunqing, you better treat her better. Otherwise, you should have heard of this king's temper. Li of Gojoseon, the worldly didn't come out of nowhere. He flung his sleeves and walked back coldly. The people below closed the door and isolated the two. Knowing that the other party couldn't see, Long Heng was relieved. He sat on the chair with a thud. His fingernails dug into his palms and blood flowed down his robe. Fortunately, she was fine. He thought that something had happened to her when he suddenly lost contact with her. He didn't know before, but after she disappeared, he spent the past 2 days in fear. He didn't sleep and didn't even eat much. In the past, when he was on the battlefield, he always took the time to sleep for a while. But now, no matter how much he wanted to sleep, he couldn't. He pressed his hand on his forehead. He must hold on for the next 2 days. In fact, he could ask for a change tomorrow, but he was afraid that the other party would see that he was too anxious and would make an even more lawless request. In fact, in the current situation, if outsiders knew that he exchanged his fiancée for a concubine, he was afraid that it would be too much. At that time, he wasn't afraid, but Xianxia would be in a difficult situation. Looking at the dark moon in the sky, would she also have a long night of sleepless sleep tonight? Or, would she be tortured? She was a fragile person. After this, he didn't know how long she would need to rest. But how could he have known that the heartless person was sleeping soundly at that moment? She was cold and hungry last night and didn't sleep at all. She knew that the man thought she was too filthy and wouldn't touch her, so she could sleep at ease. After sleeping for a whole night, she felt that when she woke up the next day, she was 100 times more energetic. She stretched with all her might. Although her face hurt, she was in a good mood. Because if she used this look to torture that man, he would send her back sooner or later. Thinking of this, he laughed loudly in his heart, but on the surface, he was very calm as he watched the waiter deliver the food and leave with the corners of his mouth twitching. She only rinsed her mouth and sat there eating the porridge without even washing her face. She wasn't worried that he might have poisoned her, because even if he did, he wouldn't be able to eat it. With his disfigured appearance and smelly body, she didn't believe that his appetite would improve after just one night. Look, he didn't even have breakfast with her. After breakfast, she saw that the Duan Yuning still hadn't come. She smiled. If the mountain didn't come to her, she would go to the mountain to find him. Xianxia, who smelled like sheep dung, knocked on Duan Yuning's door. Because he was in a good mood, he knocked loudly on the door. Duan Yuning's heart immediately sank. He didn't want to see this woman no matter what. Especially so early in the morning. He didn't want to throw up all the food he had just eaten. Just because he didn't go didn't mean that she wouldn't come. So this person really did come, and even knocked loudly on the door. How could a weak woman be so daring, knocking on a man's door so early in the morning, and with such righteousness too? He really didn't want to throw up the food, so he used a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, coughing as he opened the door. In the end, when he saw that face covered in blood and pitiful appearance, he couldn't help but vomit. He then immediately covered it up with a cough. "Madam Xiao, is something the matter? Shouldn't we immediately set out to see the prince?" Xianxia asked matter-of-factly, trying to present herself as a white lotus flower. The key to a white lotus flower was that she had to be beautiful, but she lacked this factor, so she became neither fish nor fowl. It was rather frightening and out of place. Even she felt disgusted by this appearance, let alone this male supporting lead who wouldn't go near a woman who wasn't beautiful. But the male supporting lead wasn't weak either. Although he felt disgusted, he still looked at her and smiled very elegantly. "Don't be anxious. I'm currently sending someone to contact the prince. Don't be too anxious." "Oh? But I feel that rather than having someone contact him, it's better for us to go find him together. In my current situation, I'm not afraid of being recognized." That's right. He felt that if Longheng stood in front of her, he wouldn't be able to recognize her. Suddenly, he thought of something. If she looked like this, would that Longheng still be moved by her? If he wasn't moved, then what was the point of him going to bed her? Xianxia had originally been happy, but she suddenly felt a chill. Her heart trembled, and she had a very bad feeling. She gritted her teeth. It seemed that this man wasn't so easy to deal with. She had no way of knowing what he was going to do to her, and a chill grew in her heart. "Madam Xiao, don't be rash. We'll take our time to plan everything." His little white rabbit image appeared again as he negotiated with her in a good mood. But Xianxia clearly knew that he was definitely planning something. What should she do now? Could it be that she had to escape and find the prince again? But this time, he'd probably pay attention, so she might as well be ruthless. In any case, she couldn't care less about her image. Why would she still pretend to be a pure and innocent girl? No, I must see the prince. I want to see the prince. I want to see him now. If you don't agree, I'll find him myself. Crying and throwing a tantrum. If he still didn't agree, she'd hang herself. She'd never used such a shameless trick before, and she didn't know if it would work. One had to know that what men hated the most was her current appearance, especially when she dragged him along and acted shamelessly. This deepened his thoughts of not using this woman. With such an ugly appearance, Long Hung was probably just like him right now, only wanting to get rid of her. Since that was the case, then he'd just take her to exchange hostages like this. He could also ask for a favor from Luo Yunqing. In the future, when the two of them needed each other, there would always be an opportunity to make a move on Long Hung. Since Madame Xiao is so anxious to see the prince, then let's set off now. Really, you're such a good person. This trick really worked. Bai Xianxia sighed in relief. However, he was still on guard against her escaping. Even when he went to find a carriage, he still took her with him. The two of them found a very small carriage. She sat inside while Duan Yuning sat outside. He originally didn't need to drive the carriage, but he really couldn't stand the smell on her body, so he could only sit outside and become the coachman. Fallen Maple House was only 5 li away from Red Maple Mountain Villa. They just happened to pass by this place on their way to Red Maple Mountain Villa. However, they still had to delay the journey by a day because Luo Yunqing had sent him a message telling him to hurry up and make a move because he'd brought forward the time by a day. But when he thought of making a move, he felt nauseous, so he just had to think of a way to delay the journey by another day. Duan Yuning had always been sinister, so when the two of them were halfway there, he suddenly coughed violently and spat out a lot of blood. Bai Xianxia naturally poked her head out to take a look. She couldn't help but turn pale with fright as she asked, "What's wrong with you?" She was very curious as to how he spat out so much blood. "This is an old problem." Duan Yuning pretended that he was about to faint. His original intention was to pretend to be sick to make this woman feel pity and then delay the journey. Who would have thought that this woman's brain had a problem? She actually reached out and pulled him into the carriage, and then said a little nervously, "Then we must immediately find Prince, so that he can save you." Duan Yuning's jaw almost fell to the ground. What did this woman think that Prince was, a god? But when he was surprised, he saw that she had already whipped the horse's butt. The horse was in pain and ran forward like crazy. Duan Yuning could not calm down. He clenched his teeth and sealed the woman's acupuncture point, and then pulled her into the carriage. This kind of behavior was very dangerous, but he really could not bear it. She did not act according to the normal way of thinking. How could she let him take advantage of her? Moreover, the hostage exchange was not something he could bring, it had to be Luo Yunqing. He must now find a way to hand her over to Luo Yunqing. If he stayed by her side for another 15 minutes, he would have the desire to twist her head off. Decided like this, Duan Yuning pulled the reins to calm the horse down. Then he turned around and went to the wooden house that he had already arranged. Then he used his robe to grab Bai Xianxia and threw her on the ground. Regardless of whether she was cold or not, he just let her lie there without unsealing her acupuncture point. Because if he unsealed it, he did not know what she would do. Unsealing her acupuncture point for a long time was not good for the human body. Unfortunately, he hated her so much that he did not care whether it was good or bad. After sitting and waiting for a while, he saw that the sky was dark. He knew that Luo Yunqing would soon come, so there was no harm in leaving early. But this woman, he absolutely could not let her go back to Long Heng's side. He had always been vengeful. So he took out a pill, and then opened her mouth with some disgust and put it in. This medicine was called 3 Days of Drunkenness, and it was specially made for women. If a woman ate it, even a saintess would turn into a stunner. Not only that, her body would naturally emit a kind of scent. If any man stayed by her side for a long time, he would be attracted to her, and as if he had been poisoned, he would treat a sow as a saintess. Then, things would naturally be done. Most importantly, neither man nor woman would know that they had been poisoned and would still think that it was caused by love. For the rest of the day, Luo Yunqing would be the one who would spend the most time with her. At that time, if he couldn't help but do something to her, it would be considered as disgusting to Long Heng. Although they had failed this time, the battle between the pugilistic world and the imperial court was about to begin. It was worth watching. As for this brainless woman, he didn't need her. In fact, he had a good impression of her in the past, but it was a pity that she had completely ruined it recently. He even felt that even if she became as beautiful as before, he would not be moved. Seeing that the 3 days of drunkenness was starting to take effect, her dark face became a bit hot. Then, she sneered and jumped out of the wooden house. But he didn't expect that less than half an hour after he went out, Xianxia would wake up from the cold. The temperature in the room was too low, causing her blood to circulate slowly, which caused her to wake up early. After waking up, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Her whole body was hot, especially her lower abdomen. It seemed that she wanted to go to the toilet. She found a convenient place in the small wooden house to relieve herself, but she still felt that she wanted to go. But the most important thing right now was to escape. She pushed the window and the door, but they were both locked from the outside. The light in the room was dim, and there was no movement in the surroundings. She felt that she should think of a way to break the door. She couldn't wait for someone to save her. This plot was not in the original novel, so she didn't know what would happen in the future. If she continued to wait here, she didn't know what would happen. Besides, Duan Yunying might have some tricks up his sleeve if he locked her in here. It would be strange if she wasn't afraid. Looking around, there was nothing in the wooden house that she could break open the window with. She was about to lift the table and smash it when the sound of the door opening suddenly came from outside. Xianxia fell to the ground with a thud as fast as she could, maintaining her curled-up position. She didn't know who came, but in order to avoid any unnecessary conflict, she had to do this. Then, she heard footsteps and a voice said, "You really know how to run. Now that you've become like this, it's quite pitiful." It was Luo Yunqing. What happened between the two male supporting leads? Xianxia didn't dare to move. She felt him move her face up, then took a few steps back and said, "What's this smell? That guy surnamed Duan actually wants to sleep with a woman like this. He really sacrificed a lot. In order to take revenge on Long Heng, it seemed that he was going all out. However, after smelling it, it's not bad." As a young man, Luo Yunqing had never been able to control that kind of thing. Naturally, he quickly detected the smell of the 3 days of inebriation and was actually somewhat addicted. Xianxia was even more uncomfortable. When she knew that Luo Yunqing was approaching, her body actually became hotter and hotter. Especially when he touched her, her entire body was already unwell. What exactly did he want to do to her? Fortunately, Luo Yunqing still had a bit of rationality left. Or rather, her current state made him unable to do anything to her. He was actually a bit better than Duan Yunying. At least he threw her on the bed and sat on the chair thinking about the day after tomorrow. Right now, he wanted to lock her in here for a day and a night while he went to observe the situation at Luo Feng House. Although it was his territory, it was always better to be prepared. In addition, that godly doctor had already been captured by Long Heng. It was hard to say what he would say. Thinking like this, Luo Yunqing couldn't sit still. After going out, he locked the door and jumped into Luo Feng House. After he left, Xianxia got up again. She panicked and ran to the toilet again. This time, she was somewhat unsettled. She always felt that she was a bit different. Suddenly, her mind opened and she thought of the aphrodisiac called 3 days of inebriation that the female lead had mentioned in the novel. That kind of aphrodisiac was extremely overbearing. If a woman was poisoned by this kind of aphrodisiac, it would affect all the men around her. Moreover, if a man and a woman didn't have sex, there was basically no cure for this kind of aphrodisiac. But it wasn't overbearing. If a man and a woman didn't come into contact with each other, it wouldn't affect their normal lives. Therefore, most people wouldn't pay too much attention to it. When it happened, they would think that it was natural. Could it be that he knew that Luo Yunqing was coming, so he handed her over to him? Not to mention that the supporting male lead had already had sex with the female lead. Even if they hadn't, she didn't have any good feelings towards ruffian men. Luo Yunqing, this kind of person, to put it nicely, he was casual. To put it bluntly, he was promiscuous. Although he loved the female lead very much in the novel, he was a natural playboy. This was also greatly related to him being a Jianghu man. If a beautiful woman was sent to his door, he would definitely nibble on her first. There was absolutely no way that he wouldn't take advantage of a beautiful woman by his side. But he truly loved the female lead, so he was different from others. There were some exonerating sentences written in the book, but it couldn't hide the fact that he was a scumbag. Xianxia didn't have a good impression of him. It should be said that other than Song Jiayue, she didn't have a good impression of any of the supporting male characters. But now wasn't the time to think about this. If she really was poisoned by 3 days of drunkenness, then she had to find a way to cure it, but the female lead was cured by the male lead. How was she supposed to cure it? She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't let Luo Yunqing or Duan Yuning succeed. But the outside of the wooden house was locked. She couldn't break it open by herself. Xianxia walked around the room. When she saw the lighter used to light the oil lamp, she couldn't help but think of a plan. She first felt the wind outside. She felt that it wasn't very strong, so it shouldn't help the fire grow. She then ran to the cubicle and dipped her handkerchief in water. This way, she could cover her nose and mouth. When everything was ready, she smashed the oil lamp on the door of the wooden house. Then, she blew on the lighter and set the door on fire. Seeing that the door was on fire, she hid in the cubicle. Seeing that the fire was getting bigger and bigger, burning a hole in the door, it seemed like it was time. Thus, she picked up a square table and threw it outside. With a loud bang, the door was smashed open by her. Xianxia was secretly happy. Because she had the experience of jumping through the fire window last time, she didn't hesitate at all this time. In any case, if she wanted to pass through the fire, she wouldn't get hurt as long as she was fast. Thus, she lifted her skirt and ran as fast as she could. Even when she ran out of the wooden house, she didn't stay idle. She ran in the direction of Red Maple Mountain Villa. Right now, she only had one hope. If she couldn't go back, then she would never go back. No, if she couldn't go back, then wouldn't she never be able to go back to modern times? So, no matter what difficulties she encountered, she had to overcome them. She cheered herself on as she ran. But seeing that the sky was dark, it was very difficult to walk. She had no choice but to hide. He remembered that there was a place called Fallen Maple Tavern in front of him. It was a tavern that was specially designed for officials and nobles who came to enjoy the scenery to rest and recite poems. As long as they passed by this place, then the Red Maple Mountain Villa would not be far away. She comforted herself as she rested. Just as she was feeling a little better, it started to snow. Could this be considered as a case of when it rains, it pours? He wanted to laugh bitterly, but he found that even his throat was hoarse. If he guessed correctly, it should be because of the torment in the past few days that caused him to catch a cold. If one were to be unlucky, even a mouthful of cold water would get stuck in one's teeth. This sentence seemed to have been designed for her. At this moment, the snow on her head was suddenly blocked outside, and an umbrella was raised above her head. A gentle voice sounded in the night sky, like the sound of nature. "I'll give you the umbrella. There's also some food and money." Xianxia was a little stunned when a pile of things was placed in front of her. Wait a minute, she wanted to tug on Song Jiayue's clothes, but he didn't turn back because he was in a hurry. He only left her a single sentence. He only said, "This one has an urgent matter, so I'll be leaving first." He didn't recognize her. Thinking about it, how could any man recognize her in this ghastly appearance? Moreover, his qigong was too good, disappearing in the blink of an eye. She didn't even have time to grab him. But it was strange. Where was he going in the middle of the night in the snow? That direction seemed to be the Red Maple Mountain Villa. She originally wanted to rest a bit before leaving, but seeing the food the supporting male lead threw down, she decided to eat while walking. Otherwise, if this illness was delayed until tomorrow morning, who knew what it would become? However, the biscuits from the Song Manor were all delicious, sweet and fragrant. He also threw quite a bit of money, around 10 taels. This umbrella was also not bad, but it was a pity that the person ran rather quickly, not even giving her time to say a few words. Xianxia had the idea of moving forward because of this strange opportunity. Even if she caught up with the supporting male lead and revealed her identity, it would be fine. At least she could be sent to the male lead's side. Although it would ruin her image in the supporting male lead's heart, it didn't matter. In any case, she had already been rejected by him. At most, she had helped the Song Manor, so he would treat her as a friend. Being friends wasn't bad, at least he could help her. She decided like this. She quickly walked forward, but although it looked simple, it wasn't easy to walk. She didn't know martial arts, so walking like this took an entire night. She felt that she was already exhausted, and her body was on the verge of collapsing. Fallen Maple House was right in front of her. If possible, it would be best to rest inside. That way, she could freshen up before going to see Longheng. She didn't expect him to recognize her like this, and it was already good enough that he didn't feel nauseous. She didn't have to curry favor with other men, but this male lead was her source of income, so she definitely had to curry favor with him. She finally reached Fallen Maple House with great difficulty. Because it was too early, it wasn't open yet. However, a waiter walked out from the corner door. It seemed like he was going to buy groceries. Seeing that he had left, she walked in from the corner door. She needed a warm place to rest and drink some water. She had money in her bag anyways, so this kind of feeling wasn't bad. Behind the corner door was the kitchen. She went in and found that there was already a fire inside. She hurriedly squatted by the stove to warm herself up, feeling much warmer in an instant. There was still hot water in the pot. She didn't care if it was boiling or not, she just poured it into a bowl and drank a few mouthfuls. She let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, a voice came from outside. The water hasn't been boiled yet. The guest wants to take a bath. Immediately bring the water over. Remember, it's sky number 2. Xianxia was startled. She was about to find a place to hide, but the person outside said, "If you don't bring the water over, I'll do it myself." "Really, you're so slow." Cough, cough, I know. Xianxia blurred her voice and then did something like filling a bucket with water. Strange, why would he want to take a bath this early in the morning? What a strange guest. She naturally couldn't help others carry water over, but she suddenly had the idea of taking a bath. So she filled the bucket. But where should she go to take a bath? This was the best place. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be good if someone came in the middle of the night. How about finding a room that wasn't rented out? Anyway, there weren't any guests in the morning. Xianxia carried a bucket of hot water and walked out, avoiding people as she walked. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the morning. She walked while looking at the situation of the guest rooms. There were ancient rules in ancient times. If there were guests, the sign outside would change to red, but if there were no guests, it would be green. Xianxia finally saw a room with a green sign. Just as she was about to bring the water in, she heard a voice from the room next to her. "Did you bring the water? Come in." This voice made Xianxia's whole body tense up. She felt uncomfortable. Where did the plot go? Why was the female lead in this place? If the female lead was here, then wouldn't the male lead be here too? Where was he? He couldn't be in the female lead's room, right? Otherwise, why would she ask for hot water so early in the morning? Thinking of this, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. But she was afraid that the female lead would be suspicious, so she lowered her head and brought the water to the door, gently knocking on the door. The door opened. Sure enough, it was the female lead. It seemed that her complexion was much better, but she was born a sickly beauty. Now that she had recovered from a serious illness, she looked even more delicate and pitiful. When she walked, she swayed gracefully and was full of beauty. Sure enough, as described in the book, after the female lead transformed from a girl to a woman, she completely changed and became even more attractive. However, that man was not the male lead. The two people were startled when they saw each other. Unfortunately, Xianxia, who was the supporting female lead, was startled because the other party was actually the female lead. As for the female lead, Xianxia, she was startled because this person was so dirty and disheveled. There was also an unpleasant smell on her body. As a real female lead, she was kind, so she did not cover her nose and run away like other people. She only frowned and wondered why such a person would be invited to such a place. Pour the water in. Xianxia nodded and poured the water in. The process took a lot of effort. However, the female lead unexpectedly said, "Go get a few more buckets. I want a bit warmer water." Xianxia's hands trembled. She just wanted to find a place to take a bath. Why did she keep getting water for someone else? She wondered who had provoked who. However, there was no other way. She nodded and left. However, at this time, the female lead said, "Wait a moment. No, Could it be that she recognized her? Unfortunately, the female lead actually placed a piece of silver in her hand and gave her a friendly smile. Bai Xianxia felt that if she was a youth, she would definitely be moved by her kindness. Unfortunately, she was not. She silently agreed and came out. In the end, she saw a mama in front of her. It should be said that she was a very fierce old woman. As soon as she came in, she said, "Yuan, come with me. The prince is looking for you." This? I sweated last night. I was just about to wash up before going to see him. Lin Qianzi's heart ached so much that she was about to die, especially after hearing that he wanted to see her. He was her fiancé, but she had lost her chastity to another man. Originally, it would have been better if the woman who knew about it had kept it a secret. However, she had told Li of Gojosian about it when she had treated him. Although he didn't say it, his attitude already showed that he knew, because every time he saw her, his mouth was full of vicious words that could poke a hole in her heart. She hated him, but she did not blame him. Because she was no longer the pure Lin Qianzi of the past. Thinking of this, she held back her tears. Obviously, she was a rich young lady, but now she was acting so humble. Unfortunately, the old woman covered her mouth and nose and said, "You think you are a big shot? The prince doesn't need you to serve him. If he asks you to go, then go. We can't afford to be late." Lin Qianzi had always been afraid of Longheng. After hearing what she said, she didn't dare to take a bath. She dressed up a little and went out with the old maid. She did need to dress up because she wanted to get some love from Li of Gojosian. Even if it was just a little, she would not hesitate to become his woman and always stand by his side. They left in a hurry. Bai Xianxia just walked out of the room in order to cover up, because she knew they were going to see Longheng. Naturally, she couldn't let go of this opportunity. So she secretly followed them to see where they were going. She didn't need to take a bath. As long as she could see Longheng, she would shout out who she was. No matter whether he still liked her or not, at least he could take her back to the prince's mansion. Bai Xianxia didn't care about her image. She secretly walked forward behind Lin Qianzi. But she didn't know that Longheng had already received a secret report about her. Lin Qianzi's room had already been surrounded by spies. As long as a suspicious person appeared here, he would be the first to know. Because today was the day of the exchange of hostages, he didn't sleep all night. So when that person reported, he knew that a very suspicious person was close to Lin Qianzi, so he sent that person here. In the process, he also received a secret report. It was said that the suspicious person was still following them, but he didn't notice the hidden guards around. Because he was too sloppy, they didn't know whether he was a man or a woman. You don't have to worry too much. She should be fine. The one who spoke was Song Jiaoyue. He was far away in the capital city, so he rushed here overnight when he heard that something had happened here. Now his white clothes were a little dusty, but he looked more vicissitudes of life, which made him more eye-catching. Longheng's eyes were cold. He sat there straight like the king of hell on patrol, which made people tremble with fear. Now he seemed to be able to kill these people at any time. No one dared to look at him directly. If that person comes in and does something suspicious, disable him first. The sky had been bright for a long time, but the other side was really calm. He clenched his fist. No matter what relationship this suspicious person had with that Luo Yunqing, it was necessary to disable him so that he couldn't move. Who told him to be so unlucky when he was in a bad mood? Lin Qianzi didn't know any of this. She and that mama also didn't know that there was a tail behind them. When they walked in, the first thing they saw was Longheng staring at them coldly with a dangerous smirk on his face. Lin Qianzi felt a burst of weakness and almost fell to the ground. Bai Xianxia, who was following behind them, didn't rush in. But after many days of nervousness and intuition, she felt that there seemed to be some kind of danger slowly approaching from behind. The person she had been looking for many days was in front of her. She could only take a gamble. She suddenly rushed forward. Sure enough, she saw Longheng sitting in the middle. Next to him sat the supporting male Song Jiaoyue. Her heart relaxed. Just as she was about to introduce herself, a person suddenly rushed out from the left. A sword went straight for her legs. Bai Xianxia was scared silly. She couldn't even move. She originally wanted to shout, but she knew that even if she shouted, there was no way to save herself. The other side's sword was really too fast. It was so fast that she only had time to reveal a weak, bitter smile. Her face was disfigured and her legs were crippled. This really was a tragic transmigration journey. Just when she thought that she wasn't far from becoming a cripple, she heard a voice shout, "Stop." Then almost at the same time, she was held in a warm, broad embrace. Then she only heard a muffled groan. The imagined pain didn't come to her legs. She was startled. Before she opened her eyes, she heard a concerned voice above her. "How did you make yourself like this?" It was Long Heng. How did he recognize her? By Xianxia's eyes widened. She even forgot to be afraid. She just raised her head and looked at Long Heng's firm chin. He didn't look at her affectionately, but there was concern in his eyes. His brows were furrowed, but it was obvious that he was worried. Ha, 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 she was crying, but she didn't know why she was laughing in her heart. After coming to this world, she had always hidden her original self and lived with her tail between her legs. In the end, when she encountered the first crisis of her life, she made herself neither human nor ghost. She almost thought that no one in the world would recognize her as the peerless female supporting lead, because even Song Jiayue and the female lead ignored her. She didn't expect that she would be recognized by the male lead that she had been hiding from. Wasn't this a kind of irony? However, she was mostly moved and relaxed after experiencing a life and death situation. When people relaxed, it was easy to do unusual things. For example, she didn't care if the other party hated the smell on her body or liked to hug her. In any case, she very willfully felt that since he recognized her, it was only right for her to snuggle up to him and act coquettishly. After all, she was a girl, a little woman. Therefore, Bai Xianxia reached out and grabbed Long Heng's clothes with her dirty claws. She fiercely cried without caring about her image. Long Heng was originally very worried, but hearing her cry, he knew that there was no problem at all. But, didn't they talk about exchanging hostages? Why did she come over herself? He didn't have time to ask these questions because this woman was crying too fiercely. He didn't even have time to interrupt. He silently sighed and just let her cry like this. Fortunately, he had just moved quickly, otherwise her legs would have been cut off. But, his subordinate had fainted there and seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. He waved his hand and someone pulled him out for treatment. Song Jiayue also recognized her. She was also there when they were in the snow last night, but he didn't recognize her at that time. But looking at the current situation and carefully identifying her, he realized that she was actually that delicate Bai Xianxia. Obviously, he had met her last night, but in the end, he had thrown her into the snow. Thinking of this, his heart ached and he secretly regretted it. But seeing them hugging together, his heart became more and more uncomfortable. Song Jiayue understood that his heart was afraid that he couldn't suppress it even if he wanted to. Now, it was like there was a thin piece of paper between them, as long as someone pierced through it. At this time, a voice said, "Since the person is already in your hands, then hand over the eldest miss." When Luo Yunqing returned, he discovered that the wooden house was on fire. He thought that the woman had committed suicide because of her disfigurement. Who would have thought that she had actually escaped? It was one thing for her to escape, but how did she find this place? He and that person didn't tell her where they were going to take her. However, how could the world-renowned Long Heng still be able to carry her when she was in such a state? He had even wrapped his arms around her waist. From a certain point of view, he was truly a capable person. When Bai Xianxiu heard his voice, she shuddered and stuffed it into Long Heng's arms. In fact, she wasn't afraid of this Luo Yunqing. She just wanted to take revenge on them. Although it was embarrassing to use the male lead, she still had to let him know what she had suffered. She was just telling the truth and then spoiling their plans. If they succeeded, they would really think that she was easy to bully. He had almost died, and now he was poisoned by the embarrassing 3 days of inebriation. Yes, it was really embarrassing. When she finished crying and hugged the male lead, she felt that her breath was somewhat unstable. Fortunately, the male lead had to do business, so he hadn't calmed down yet. Otherwise, she was afraid that he would also smell her body. At that time, she would go through the original plot. Thinking of this, she shuddered a few times. She rolled in the sheets with him like this, and rolled for an entire day. Thinking about it, she was afraid for herself and felt wronged for the male lead. She wanted to leave, but Longheng didn't let go of her. He didn't think that she would lose face for him. I don't remember that you were the one who brought her here. Moreover, in this situation, there shouldn't be any need for a hostage exchange. It seems that you have no way to leave. Luo Yunqing chuckled aloud and said, Do you think you can keep me here? Prince, they chose this place to exchange hostages. There must be a reason. Bai Xianxia kindly reminded him. Although the book didn't mention this place, she felt that Luo Yunqing and Duan Yuning weren't people who didn't know how to calculate. However, when they said they wanted to exchange hostages, did they really want to use Miss Lin to exchange for her? What was the male lead doing, exchanging his wife for a concubine? What was this indescribable feeling of being moved? It was better not to think too much about it. But Longheng said, Someone come, protect them and retreat first. They were naturally referring to Miss Lin and Bai Xianxia. Luo Yunqing laughed like a ruffian and said, Wait a moment, that woman can be taken away, but Miss Lin can stay. She doesn't want to go with you, right, Miss Lin? Lin Qianzi's entire body trembled. She didn't feel good at all. She really didn't want to be together with Longheng, because he didn't have the slightest interest in her. He wouldn't even look at her. As for that woman, she had already become like this, but he still held her in his arms like a treasure. But she was forced to lose her virginity, and in the end, he still forced her to go with him. Lin Qianzi wanted to shake her head, but she didn't dare, because this man's personality was too unpredictable. Even she didn't know what he would do next. But she didn't dare to nod, because Longheng was standing there. Longheng sneered and said, If you want to go to the Lin family and take her away, it'll be difficult for you to get her from this king's hands. TSK, why bother? Since you're already holding one in your arms, then give me Miss Lin. After all, she's my— Shut up, Lin Qianzi became anxious and opened her mouth to interrupt him. Was this a love-hate relationship? Bai Xianxia thought. But suddenly, she was glared at by a cold gaze. She was stunned and turned her gaze to Lin Qianzi. She didn't understand how she had offended this young lady. But the hooligan seemed to have seen through Lin Qianzi's intention to hide. He had been born and raised in the underworld since young, and didn't care about a woman's chastity as much as others. So he sneered and said, Don't let your imagination run wild. You're still here. What's the big deal about that? That woman that man holds as a treasure was also played by another man. They were surrounded by Longheng's men, but he didn't hide this matter at all. This brain of his was probably abnormal. Bai Xianxia was stunned. When had she been played by another man? And many people understood this man's meaning, not only Bai Xianxia, but also Lin Qianzi. Damn, wouldn't this make Longheng even angrier? It would make it seem like he was wearing a green hat. Bai Xianxia wanted to help him regain some face. In addition, her disfigurement were already very miserable. If she lost her chastity, she felt that even if the male lead had a good impression of her, he would immediately beat her to death. After experiencing so much, she didn't want to be bullied anymore. That feeling wasn't good, so she walked to Longheng's side with a scary face. She looked straight at his ashen face and said, Prince, don't listen to his nonsense. This concubine is still pure. With a tearing sound, she tragically tore open her right sleeve. A bright red chastity mark appeared in front of everyone's eyes, including Longheng. In ancient times, there were some good things, such as the chastity sand. Without it today, it would be troublesome. Longheng's complexion improved a lot, but he didn't know how much effort she had put in to protect her chastity. However, a hot finger touched the wound on her cheek, and a harsh voice said, Nonsense. After that, a coat was draped over her body. When the coat was draped over her body, Longheng had already jumped up and fought with Luo Yunqing. This time, he didn't want to endure, and waved his hand to order everyone to attack Luo Yunqing. Luo Yunqing wasn't afraid, and with a flick of his finger, several Jianghu people who were originally workers rushed in. So he wasn't afraid because of this. Unfortunately, Longheng sneered, Can your few people really resist Li of Gojoseon's army? So you were already prepared. Luo Yunqing didn't want to be at a disadvantage, so he looked at Lin Qianzi and said, I will come to pick you up later. No, I don't want to see you again. Lin Xianxia quickly retreated, waving her hands, and her expression seemed to be terrified. However, Luo Yunjin whistled as he jumped out of the window. His men followed behind him, slaughtering their way out of the encirclement. Longheng didn't chase after them, because Bai Xianxia, who was standing straight a moment ago, suddenly swayed and fell down. Bai Xianxia didn't want to faint, mainly because she had suffered too much in the past few days, and if she didn't faint, she would feel sorry for her body. Longheng didn't have the mind to chase after Luo Yunqing, and immediately carried her to find a bed to let her lie down, and then found a doctor to check on her body. When Bai Xianxia woke up again, she was lying on a bed in Red Maple Mountain Villa, clean and clean. Her face hurt a little, and when she touched it, it was already bandaged. However, there was no medical tape in ancient times, so the bandage was quite scary. Xiaoshi and Xiaoshi were waiting on her by the bed, their eyes like walnuts from crying. When they saw her wake up, they thought they would ask a classic question, "Madam Xiao, are you all right?" In the end, Xiaoshi's first reaction was to turn her head outside and say, "Prince, Madam Xiao has woken up." Following that, the bed was covered by a large shadow. However, her heart actually relaxed. She looked up at the man who was walking over. Why were his eyes a little red? Was it because he hadn't slept well these past few days? Her heart was thumping wildly. A woman who had never been in love before and had even been poisoned by the 3 days of drunkenness could not afford to be hurt. Even smelling the masculine scent on his body made her body heat up. What should she do? Prince Xiao, she wanted to get up, but was pushed back down by someone. Bai Xianxia was scalded by his body temperature, and her face instantly turned red. She didn't dare to struggle anymore. Longheng said, "No need to get up. How are you feeling?" "I'm fine." Her face was disfigured, but the way he looked at her hadn't changed. He still rarely looked directly at her. Longheng paused, then said, "Don't worry, I'll have someone treat your injury." "Prince Xiao, do you dislike this concubine's disfigured appearance?" Actually, calling it disfigured was a bit excessive, because she had only used her fingernail to make a long cut. It was so deep that the bone couldn't be seen. If it was treated properly, it shouldn't be so ugly that it couldn't be seen. But there would definitely be a scar in a short time. If he was a man who loved beautiful women, he would probably care. But Longheng had never cared about other people's appearance, or it could be said that he didn't have a good impression of beautiful women because of his experiences on the battlefield. So whether she had a scar or a disfigured face, it didn't affect him at all. The main thing was that he was a bit annoyed. He always felt that it was really embarrassing for a man to be kidnapped by his side. "What nonsense are you talking about? Rest well." He really wasn't gentle at all. If he was a bit gentler now, she would probably fall into his arms, but, imagining a gentle Longheng, she couldn't help but shiver. She deeply felt that this was already very good. Although Longheng didn't ask about what happened after she went missing, she still had to make things difficult for others. For example, Duan Yunying and Yiya. She had already determined that Yiya was a reincarnated girl, so she said those arrogant words. After all, she was reborn. She always thought that she knew how powerful the plot was, so she had this kind of arrogant attitude, as if she could see through everything. But Bai Xianxia didn't understand. What was there to be arrogant about? She had read the book and left a comment under the book, but she didn't dare to do anything big. Wasn't she afraid of being burned? Moreover, that master of hers, to put it nicely, was a pervert. To put it bluntly, he was a control freak. If someone escaped from his control, he would chase after them and control them. So, in the book, he really wanted to control the female lead because his poison didn't take effect on her body and was accidentally eaten by a man. As for herself, it was even more dangerous. So, before he made a move, she had to let the male lead know that they were in danger. At least, this matter might have something to do with them. Speaking of which, where's Mr. Duan? He saved me before. I hope he doesn't meet with any danger. After telling him everything, she naturally had to tell him about how Duan Yunying bumped into her on the road. She was still a little white flower. She said with a little black-bellied sigh, "I could have come back in my original state. Unfortunately, Mr. Duan was warm-hearted and insisted on protecting me. In the end, he met with danger." "Prince, you have to save him." After hearing this, Longheng couldn't help but worry. Thinking about Bai Xiangxiu's appearance when she came back today, it was true that very few people could recognize her. Since he recognized her, it was reasonable for him to want to protect her, but the process seemed a little awkward. Moreover, although he did receive a letter from his reincarnated person, he didn't say where to go to pick her up. Furthermore, this item came a little too late. Someone had only just delivered it to him. This king knows what to do. When he heard that she was thinking about the man, he felt uncomfortable. He silently decided that no matter what this Duan Yuning's background was, he would drive her far away in the future. However, for Bai Xiangxiu, who hadn't had enough of wearing small shoes, she still had to continue to work hard. Thus, she gently touched her face and said, "It hurts." "What are the characteristics of the woman who hurt you?" Longheng asked coldly. Sure enough, he did ask. He was really concerned about her. "That woman is a little scary. She seems to have gone crazy. Moreover, she hates me very much. It's as if I stole something from her. Moreover, she seems to know Prince and knows martial arts." Longheng nodded. In his mind, he wondered if he knew such a person. Bai Xiangxiu couldn't help but remind him, she should be a beauty. Her body is very fragrant. Her figure is very good. However, there's something strange about her. Her eyes seem to be slightly blue. Slightly blue eyes. Longheng wasn't a fool. After reminding him to this extent, how could he not guess who it was? However, Longheng was someone who did not like to bring outside matters into his residence. It was a habit he had developed over the years, and it was also because the woman in front of him had just returned from her ordeal. He did not want this matter to bother her anymore. Looking at the person lying weakly on the bed with a pale face, he really did not know how to comfort her. However, he had not seen her for such a short period of time. When did her body smell so good? This was different from her usual scent. He could not tell what it was, but it was extremely enticing. Even if there was someone beside him, he still could not help but want to get closer. Bai Xiangxiu felt that he was really getting closer and closer. It was already a dangerous distance. She was lying on the bed with nowhere to hide, but her expression was a little embarrassed. She was already in this state, why was he still so close to her? That's right, she was still poisoned by that damned 3 days of inebriation. Should she mention it to him? However, looking at his expression, it seemed that if she mentioned it, he would be able to cure the poison very quickly. Moreover, he would use the most direct method. However, could he really take advantage of her in this state? "Prince, my face," she was already in this state, it looked quite scary. However, Longheng frowned, secretly blaming her for ruining the atmosphere. However, which woman did not care about her face? Thus, he completely misunderstood her as a woman who loved beauty. "Do you care so much about your face? I'll get someone to treat it for you right now." Longheng walked out of the door in annoyance. He stood outside and tugged at his lapels with all his might. Only when the wind blew did he calm down a little. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came out, someone outside said that Duan Yuning had returned and was being treated for her serious injuries. Because someone had already made things difficult for the other party, Longheng frowned. This man was not simple. He was afraid that he had to be thoroughly investigated. And the woman beside him, as he was thinking, the woman hurriedly ran to his side and knelt down in front of him with a thud. "Prince, I beg you to save my cousin. He's seriously injured. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to struggle. Raise your head and speak." Longheng's voice was a little cold, but there was no killing intent. As a martial artist, she was usually very sensitive to the murderous intent in other people's words. Since Xianxia could not feel it, she felt good about herself and raised her head abruptly. However, a cold hand pinched her chin, almost lifting her up from the ground. That pair of slightly blue eyes were blinking and looking at him, as if they were filled with mist, making people feel tender affection for her. However, Longheng sneered after looking at it. Then, he threw the man to the ground and said, "This king is not a doctor." "But Prince, stand down." Xianxia refused to accept it. She believed that there was no such thing as an adulterous cat in this world. Even if he was dead set on Lin Qianzi in his previous life, she had heard that he had slept with other women before. Since that was the case, could it be that she couldn't accept him? That way, she could be separated from that man and never see him again. Or, she could borrow his hand to get rid of him, that perverted master that she was afraid of in her previous life. In this life, she hated him. Ever since she died in her previous life, she had always hated him. However, after her rebirth, she still came to his side. That gave her a chance to take revenge. Thus, she chose Long Heng. Only this man could cut through all the thorns. If he met gods, he would kill demons. If he met demons, he would kill demons. He was really a rare overlord. Her master had also lost to him in the end. Or, it could be said that he had never won. Because of this, she thought highly of him. If it was about attachment, it was just a little bit of envy for Lin Xianxia. Because every woman wanted to have such a man. However, she did not expect that other than Lin Xianxia, there was another woman who had caught his attention. This was not right. Why did he not pay attention to her in her previous life and this life? Since he liked weak women, then she would just pretend to be weak. Thus, she really left with tears in her eyes. However, when she was walking, she accidentally fell on the ground and sprained her ankle. "Oh. It hurts. Prince, it hurts." "Ah. Ouch." Long Heng only felt that the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. She was indeed very beautiful, but she was beautiful because of her passion. She was originally so passionate, but now she was lying on the ground weakly and crying. No matter how one looked at it, it did not seem right. It was just like hanging an exquisite painting in a toilet. Its value would immediately drop by a lot. He did not want to look anymore and wanted to leave. However, that beauty was lying on the ground and crying out like a wolf. "Prince, Prince, it hurts, someone come, take her away." He did not do anything to her. Who was she hurting for? His woman was still lying on the bed in pain. He was also in a hurry to send someone to the capital to bring the imperial physician over. How could he have the time to talk to her? Although he did not touch her now, he would make her suffer sooner or later. There were servants from the prince's residence who went to pull Yi away. She weakly put her hand on them and walked away, crying out in pain. Long Heng did not even look at her. He went to send someone to bring the imperial physician over. That man really needed to be paid attention to. The most important thing was that woman. He felt that sending her away now would be a good thing. Anyway, weren't they in love? If he did not help her, wouldn't he be letting her down? Thus, he met his fiancée alone for the first time. She looked very pale. After seeing him, she was especially nervous. However, her nervousness might be due to the fact that he knew about her dirty deeds, which was why she was like this. "I can't keep you here." Long Heng spoke indifferently, as if he was talking to someone completely unrelated to him. I'm sorry. He forced me. I was sick at the time. I. After saying this, Lin Xianxia began to cry. She leaned on the chair and said, "If you feel that you can't accept it, then go and ask the emperor to cancel the engagement." Haha. Cancel the engagement? Miss Lin is really joking. But, if you don't care, this king can consider it. His cold voice and tone made Lin Xianxi's body tremble. She seemed to understand something. If he wanted to explain to the emperor and empress dowager, he needed a reason. Otherwise, it would be going against the emperor's orders. The real reason was to destroy her and let everyone know that she was a woman who had lost her chastity. No, don't. Prince, everything is my fault. I can die, but I can't let the Lin family be pointed at by others with me. Please don't say anything about this, otherwise I will kill myself in front of you. Lin Xianxia was also a stubborn person. She felt that if he did not agree, she would really kill herself. It was a pity that the other side's cold voice made her body freeze. She could not move at all. Oh? Kill yourself? After killing yourself, it would be hard to explain to the Lin family. But it doesn't matter. As long as you tell Sir Lin that his daughter was raped and committed suicide out of anger. In order to take revenge for you, this king will personally kill that thief and bring his head to your grave to pay his respects. Miss Lin, what do you think? This was the first time that Lin Xianxia saw Long Heng smile, but that smile made her heart twitch. She even forgot what to say. Why? Why did he treat her like this? What did she do wrong? Alright, I'll go back. Xianxia held onto the chair weakly, trying her best not to fall. But in her heart, she was determined not to let that man who treated her so crudely have his way. She would definitely run away halfway. Longheng had waved his hand, and she had been taken away. She had indeed wanted to run away halfway. But she hadn't expected that Longheng would instruct his subordinates to guard her closely, regardless of her status. Xianxia was a dignified young miss, but she was being guarded day and night by men dressed in black. Even when she went to the latrine, there were men standing outside. She felt greatly insulted, but there was nothing she could do. At this time, she felt that at least Luo Yunqing respected her, and wanted him to come out and beat these men to save her from this abyss of suffering. But she didn't know that Luo Yunqing had been following them all this time. But he was already seriously injured, and had been on the move for days, so it wasn't suitable for him to act immediately. Moreover, those men were Longheng's hidden guards, and weren't easy to deal with. So he could only wait for her to return to Minister Lin's residence before acting. Wouldn't it be easy for him to catch anyone in the residence of a civil official? Just like that, he followed Xianxia all the way back to the capital. As for Longheng, he was also conflicted, because his woman was finally able to get out of bed after lying down for an entire day. But why was it that when he stood by her side, he couldn't suppress those thoughts? He had never felt this way before. But he couldn't blame her. He hadn't expected that she would end up in such a state in order to protect her chastity. His heart softened at the thought of this. He had never felt this way before. How is Madame Xiao? Song Jiayue couldn't help but ask. He had thought that the two of them had already done the deed of husband and wife, and that this good friend of his treated her well. Just by looking at how he wanted to exchange his wife for a concubine, he knew that she was different from others in his heart. But even if she was different, why weren't they together? She's fine. Longheng was the kind of person who didn't want to talk about his family background, so his reaction was very indifferent. However, Song Jiayue frowned. She had suffered so much but was able to return safely. How could he still be so indifferent? In fact, Longheng was just not good at expressing himself. Obviously, Song Jiayue knew his temperament, but now he was at a dead end. If you can't leave the person who hurt her, I can help you deal with him. Song Jiayue just couldn't see anyone hurting her. No need. Those people have already given themselves away. The information she brought back is useful. You. Song Jiayue's face paled. Don't tell me you knew that there was danger here and deliberately used her to attract the attention of those people? That was why he had deliberately brought her here to prove how much he loved her. Was that why some people took action and caused her to almost be disfigured and humiliated by other men? Longheng frowned. He originally didn't have such thoughts. That was because Duan Yuning had always acted as if he didn't pose much of a threat. Who would have thought that his actions would change completely this time? In other words, if it wasn't for Bai Xianxia, they might have to hide for a while. This matter is also due to her efforts. If it wasn't for her, there was no way to lure out the hidden enemy, although he didn't do it on purpose. But Song Jiayue didn't think that way. At the same time, his mind filled in the details of why she was still a virgin. How could he not know that his good friend disliked women? He thought that he would at least familiarize himself with the life here before he would give up his hostility towards women. Who knew that he would accept Bai Xianxia so quickly? He thought it was all because she was too beautiful. Now it seemed that he had thought too much. This man was not tempted by her at all. Especially when she was an extremely beautiful woman. He hated beauties. Song Jiayue was very clear in his heart. If he continued to think like this, he seemed to understand why Bai Xianxia had fallen in love with him before. Because Longheng had only been gentle to her on the surface. Who knew how cold he was behind her back? Therefore, she didn't love him. So the two of them were still innocent. And Longheng had been using her trust and gentleness to do many things. For example, to please the old madam and to lure out the hidden enemy. I never thought that you were so good at acting. Song Jiayue chuckled, but the fan in his hand was tightly held. If he knew that he needed a shield when he came back and she happened to be used by him, he should have accepted her to take her out of the palace. but now, he had caused her to be injured and he had rejected her. He had to admit that ever since he had rejected her, that prideful person had not approached him even once. Perhaps she would no longer care about him. Or perhaps she had already accepted her fate. She had accepted her fate of being used by Li of Gojosian. While Long Heng was pondering what Song Jiayue meant, Bai Xianxia actually came. Although she was safe lying in bed, she felt that there were too many things that made it impossible for her to be calm. There were also some things that Long Heng hadn't explained to her. For example, where did the doctor that kidnapped her go? Why did he send the female lead away? Was it really to help her? The more she thought about it, the more she thought about it. It was better to return to the palace. In the end, she forgot that it was already the 3rd day since she had been poisoned by the 3 days drunk. This poison came in a cycle every 3 days. The 3rd day was when the effects of the poison were the strongest. After that day, the effects of the poison would fade a bit. After another 3 days, it would reach its peak again. So, as soon as she came in, the 2 men sitting in the room immediately tightened their stomachs and a wave of heat rose up from their bodies. Especially the Song Jiayue who had experienced this kind of thing, his reaction was even stronger. He even felt that his mouth was dry. He quickly drank a cup of tea to hide his body's discomfort. But why was it that the more he drank, the more thirsty he became? Obviously, she still had a scar on her face. Although it didn't affect her appearance, it still didn't look that attractive. But his heart couldn't calm down. He really, really wanted her. Long Heng's forehead was already covered in sweat. He thought that he really couldn't wait for too long. He wanted to wait for her to heal, but this desire almost drowned him. Why did you come here? He suddenly wanted to hide her and not let her see any other men. In reality, Long Heng's martial arts were high and his wild intuition was even stronger. His intuition was very accurate right now. Prince, this concubine wants to ask, when will we return to the palace? This concubine can prepare early. After saying this, she guiltily lowered her head. At the same time, the 2 men with different personalities noticed her snow-white neck and soft voice at the same time. However, they also thought that she was afraid, right? Long Heng also quickly drank a cup of tea and said, "Prepare, we'll leave in the afternoon." This place was very strange. It was better for him to leave early. When he returned to the palace, he might be able to have her. Wait, we'll leave tomorrow. He really couldn't wait a moment longer. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios by Xianxia hadn't expected him to change his mind halfway through, but seeing that he wasn't joking, she nodded. It wasn't too late to go back tomorrow, but she still had to make some preparations. Thus, she bowed towards Long Heng and Song Jiayue before leaving, wondering what was going on with the 2 men inside. One of them had a pair of bloodshot eyes, like 2 wolves. When she passed by the courtyard, the guards would turn around to look at her, their gazes similar to those of Long Heng and Song Jiayue. Thus, she realized that this was all because of the 3 days of drunkenness. It looked like she definitely couldn't go out again today, and couldn't meet any other men. Having made her decision, she quickly walked towards the courtyard, but instead of meeting a man, she met a woman. The woman's name was Xianxia, and she was the somewhat arrogant reincarnated girl. Actually, there wasn't anything bad about being a reincarnated girl. In the past, she really liked reading novels about people who were reborn and abused their enemies, and then walked on a new path. But how could this girl harm a stranger who had nothing to do with her, and even disfigure her face? Although it could be healed, it would take at least half a year's time. Fortunately, she didn't have a knife with her at the time. If she had stabbed herself, it would take a few years for her to recover, and by then, it would be too late. That wasn't right. She wasn't hoping to seduce the male lead, so what if she died, but now wasn't the time to think about this. Seeing that Xianxia had already walked to her side, she looked at her with a shocked expression and said, "Ah, Madame Xiao, what happened to your face?" If she hadn't guessed that it was her doing, she might have been moved. But at this moment, Bai Xiangxia's heart was filled with all kinds of curses. Even though she didn't say it out loud, she still had to pretend to be very pure and innocent as she looked at Xianxia. They were both cannon fodder level female leads, but look at how thick-skinned the other was. Did she really think that no one in the world would be able to guess what she had done? Again, if you think you're very smart, then be careful, Because there are many people in this world who are smarter than you, therefore, Bai Xianxia touched her face and pretended to be sad. She covered her face and ran away. Yes, it was used to run. Didn't you just come here to see her injured? Anyway, women care about their faces the most, especially beauties. Therefore, her fragile heart couldn't take it and she ran away in tears. As for why he was crying, it was naturally because he didn't want to talk to this reincarnated female supporting character. Just thinking about it made him feel tired. If he could avoid her, he would avoid her. If he couldn't, he would fight her. If he showed weakness to her, he would only be tortured. It should be said that since she was going to be abused anyway, she could vent her anger by resisting. It was better that she didn't have to suffer and be angered. But when she wanted to leave, the supporting female lead didn't agree. She reached out and pulled her back. In fact, Xianxia was very strange. Her master had a habit of not touching her, but why didn't that guy called Luo Yunqing do it? Was he still a man? Did he have any courage? How could she know that Luo Yunqing had only glanced at her and left? He hadn't even smelled her. Besides, if she had been seductive and enchanting at the time, it would have been fine. But with her appearance, which man would have the energy to do it? In that case, he might as well let him die. Madam Xiao, I know you've been wronged. If you have anything to say, just tell me. I'll take revenge for you. Xianxia sneered in her heart. She didn't believe that she knew who had hurt her. Actually, if she had time at the time, she would have scratched her other face. Just look at that delicate skin. It really made people envious. Bai Xianxia saw that she was unwilling to forgive, but she couldn't expose her identity. Otherwise, the male lead would blame her for not being able to catch a big fish. Therefore, she cried until she was out of breath. My life is over. As if. How could that be? It'll get better soon. Xianxia sneered in her heart. Women like her cared about their faces the most. If her face was injured, that prince probably wouldn't care about her anymore. Bai Xianxia could naturally tell that this supporting female lead's target was Li of Gojoseon and Long Heng. But Long Heng had already explained in the book that he hated beautiful women like Xianxia who knew how to seduce men the most. This was especially true after he found out that her identity was questionable. He hadn't given her a good look since. Of course, this kind of abuse was much lighter than that of her master. But this lighter punishment included having his subordinate pretend to be infatuated with this woman to test her. In the end, he had even gotten together with her. Although she didn't know her ending, Bai Xianxia didn't think it would be too good. Which supporting female lead in the book had a good ending? For the sake of the prince's little escaped concubine, the supporting female leads all jumped out one by one. No matter which one it was, they all ended up as cannon fodder. Bai Xianxia's fighting strength was very strong among the supporting female leads. Mainly, she had many tricks up her sleeves. She wasn't some naive supporting female lead. Unfortunately, she still ended up as cannon fodder. For a girl like Xianxia, although she was born to serve a perverted master, she was also spoiled by men. Because of her mixed-race appearance, a portion of the men found it novel. In the end, they were willing to be used. Because of this, her performance in the novel was somewhat arrogant and had a bit of a beautiful woman's temper. Therefore, she was constantly trained by that perverted master. Just based on her current performance, Bai Xianxia felt that in terms of fighting strength, she really wasn't suitable for a house fight. Thank you for your kind words, Mississippi. It's just that Prince. Prince, Bai Xianxia's cries were so heart-wrenching that she ran off before she could even finish her sentence. This time, Xianxia didn't catch her because she heard what she wanted to hear. Long Heng had probably lost interest in this beautiful fourth madam. Did that mean she could take advantage of this situation? When she thought of this, she went back and told Duan Yuning everything she'd seen and heard. Her goal was to get this perverted master to allow her to seduce him again. When Bai Xianxia returned to her room, she stopped crying. Xiaoshi, who had wanted to console her, was startled. This person suddenly stopped crying. What should she do with the words of comfort she'd been thinking about? Should she swallow them? Madame Xiao. Prince, he didn't seem to dislike her. It's because Prince doesn't care that I'm so happy that I'm crying tears of joy. Bai Xianxia prayed that Xianxia would go and seduce Long Heng. If he didn't abuse her, she could chop her head off and kick it like a ball. Crying tears of joy, Xiaoxia expressed that she really couldn't tell at all. At that time, the people around her probably thought that she was disliked by the prince because of her disfigurement. Only those close to her knew that Prince's attitude hadn't changed at all. On the contrary, he was even more concerned about Madame. However, what Bai Xianxia didn't know was that her reputation for beauty had spread far and wide throughout the country after this incident. Oh, no, it wasn't her reputation, but her reputation. The most popular rumor was that Long Heng's concubine was so beautiful that any male who approached her would be attracted to her, to the point that they couldn't even walk. As long as one smelled the scent on her body, even the calm and composed fairy would be disturbed in body and mind. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation by Xianxia didn't know about all this. If she knew, she would definitely scold Duan Yuning and his 8 generations of ancestors. Now, she was sitting in her room quietly drinking tea because she also felt hot and weak. She felt very empty. Both her body and her heart were very empty. She urgently needed someone to comfort her. Not good, the effects of the 3 days of intoxication were acting up. The quieter it was, the more irritated Bai Xianxia was. She had no choice but to ask Xiaoxia to get cold water for her to take a bath. In fact, although the effects of the 3 days of intoxication were overbearing, in order to not be noticed, it didn't cause too much of an impact on the body. She wouldn't pull a man up just because she wanted to, but it didn't feel good either. Especially today was the 3rd day. She felt that if there was a man standing beside her, she wouldn't be able to resist pinning him down. Therefore, she urgently needed to take a cold bath. Xiaoxia didn't understand. The weather was so cold, why did she need to take a cold bath? But when they saw their master's flushed face, they thought she had a fever. They didn't agree to let her take a bath. They just dipped a towel in cold water and placed it on her forehead. They even wanted to find a doctor. The doctor was a man, so how could Bai Xianxia let them find a doctor? She only said that she would be fine in a while. She lay in bed until noon. After asking Xiaoxia and the others to prepare for their return to the capital, she instructed them to leave. The more people in this room, the more irritating the atmosphere would be. She couldn't wait to be alone. She could be a quiet and empty woman. After being empty for a while, she felt lonely. She really wanted someone to accompany her and give her a hug. This was a very bad feeling. She really couldn't stay in bed and wanted to go out for a walk. In the end, she bumped into the male supporting Song Jiayue. Why was he here? And why was he already at the door? She was startled, and so was the other party. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Ever since she left, he had been thinking about her. He couldn't get rid of that figure in his mind. He wanted to leave, but who knew that on the way, he would hear some men talking about how flirtatious she was. But it seemed like she was being bullied, because she was crying just now. She ran back. As they spoke, their hearts were broken. Song Jiayue's heart was broken when he heard that. Therefore, he rushed over in a panic without thinking about anything. Sometimes, it was unavoidable to complain about not cherishing what one got. That was exactly what he was feeling right now. Originally, he was an extremely transparent person, but when it came to relationships, he couldn't help but be a little impulsive. What's more, this was the first time he had fallen in love with a woman. His psychological state wasn't any better than Long Heng's. But when he stood at the door, he regretted it. How could he just barge in? Wasn't this causing trouble for her? Just as he was about to leave, he saw someone come out from inside. Before he even got close, the smell of 3 days of inebriation assailed his nostrils. Song Jiayue silently swallowed his saliva, feeling especially awkward just standing there. Although it was hard for a man to control himself when he was impulsive, this was the first time he had such a hard time suppressing it. And Bai Xianxia's first thought when she saw him was to never get close to a man. Now that even she couldn't control herself, if another man was by her side, wouldn't she be making Prince a cuckold? Are you okay? Song Jiayue's only remaining rational thought was that he had come to see if she was okay, then he would turn around and leave. He absolutely couldn't stay any longer. I'm fine. Bai Xianxia was a little scared. She turned around and wanted to go back. She really didn't understand why she couldn't control herself and ran out to breathe some fresh air. This was great. If the effects of 3 days of inebriation were too strong, wouldn't she be devastated? Just as she thought, the effects of the drug were really too strong. Because her sleeve was suddenly grabbed. What should she do? There were so many people around watching. She was so scared that she almost didn't dare to move. Her mind was thinking of many things in an instant, but she almost didn't know what to do. Behind them, Song Jiayue wasn't much better off. He'd only subconsciously wanted her to stay. Once he'd grabbed hold of that soft material, her scent would probably be all over his body by now. His heart seemed to stop at this moment. He actually felt that this was not bad. He would just take her and run away. But the figure in front of him suddenly fell down. Kneeling on the ground with one knee, she turned around and carefully covered her chest and said, "Thank you, Prince Song. I suddenly felt dizzy." "You're welcome." Her reaction was very fast. But did she really not hurt by doing this? "You're not hurt?" Song Jiayue wanted to pull her up, but this scene was seen by Long Heng, who had just finished his work. Since he was young, he had always been close to Song Jiayue. There had never been a moment when he hated him as much as now. Yes, he actually hated Song Jiayue because he was holding by Xianxia's hand. Whether it was her body or her soul, that woman should belong to him. He absolutely couldn't allow others to touch her. He had never had such emotions. How could someone as powerful as Long Heng have the chance to be jealous of another man? If he wanted a woman, others could line up to give it to him. Therefore, this feeling of jealousy suddenly came and made him very annoyed. He even rushed up and slightly violently pulled Bai Xianxiu into his arms without even thinking about it. Bai Xianxiu felt depressed. It was bad enough that he pulled her up, but the feeling of being pressed into his arms was very, very bad. Because his chest muscles were as hard as iron, her head was dizzy and her forehead seemed to be seriously injured. The most important thing was that she was extremely empty now, whether it was her soul or her body. In addition, Long Heng's other hand was still holding her. When he hugged her hard, Bai Xianxiu immediately couldn't help but moan. In fact, she was in pain, but when the two men heard it, it was a different reaction. Long Heng's original anger was now nowhere to be found. Song Jiayue also felt that he couldn't stand anymore because it would only make him more and more lose his self-control. Since there's nothing else here, I'll return to the capital. He thought that Long Heng would at least send him off, so that no one would touch her. Then be careful on the way. Long Heng actually didn't wait for him to finish speaking and sent him off. Even if he wasn't angry, the jealousy couldn't be extinguished. Moreover, it was harder for him to let go of a beauty in his arms than to reach the sky. Song Jiayue had no choice. He glanced at the woman nestled in his arms and felt that this Long Heng was putting on a show of affection for him. If he didn't cherish her, then he would marry her sooner or later. When they returned to the capital, then he could confess to her. At least, he would give her a box of thoughtful snacks. If she had the heart, then he would have to get Princely to find another woman to act as a shield for his harem. And this woman, he would bring her home to love and pamper her. Long Heng held Bai Xianxiu in his arms. Although he was a little distracted, he subconsciously saw Song Jiayue's glance when he sent him off. The complicated look in Bai Xianxiu's eyes made him realize that this man's feelings towards Bai Xianxiu weren't just gratitude. Although he wasn't familiar with love, he wasn't stupid. In the past, he just didn't care, but now that he was moved, he seemed to have become a little more enlightened. So, when he saw Song Jiayue's eyes again, he immediately understood. As a man, how could he not guess what he was thinking? Greed, worry, adoration, infatuation, all kinds of emotions appeared in that pair of eyes in an instant, and those eyes were fixed on the woman in his arms. Even with his old friend beside him, he didn't have the time to hide it. Song Jiayue, you can't play with a friend's wife, but you actually moved your thoughts to his woman. Thinking of this, his hand silently tightened, and he said in an extremely soft voice, "It hurts." That soft and sweet voice made Long Heng's body stiffen. Without thinking, he picked her up and ran into the room. His martial arts steps were fast, and even though he was carrying a person, he left Xiaoshi and Xiaoshi far behind. When they caught up, they found that the door was closed. When they gently pushed the door, they found that it had been locked from the inside. Then, an irritated voice said, "Get lost. If you come any closer, you'll be punished severely." Longheng gently put the person in his arms on the bed. Even if her body was clean, he still couldn't calm down. So, he pinched her chin and pressed his whole body on top of her. The male lead said in a deep voice, "Bai Shi, you and Song Jiayue, en?" Bai Xianxia was seriously distracted. After all, she was the one who was drunk. Until the man put her on the bed, she realized how much she wanted a man to love her. Well, she felt that it was already very difficult for her to endure. In the novel, the female lead directly hugged the male lead and said that she loved him. She had changed herself from a pure girl to a seductive woman. She was born with a seductive appearance. Her eyes flashed slightly, and her face was slightly flushed, which made the scar on her face lose its effect. How would she know what she had become? Because she knew that she had been poisoned, she was still thinking about how to endure the hope in her heart. However, Longheng swallowed his saliva and his Adam's apple trembled. She was too tempting. His original intention of interrogating her had become less important. He pressed his body down and said seriously, "You can't run away again today. Every time, I'm not the one running away?" Bai Xianxia was already a little dizzy from holding on. When she saw Longheng approaching, she subconsciously reached out to touch his determined face. It was very, very hot. She felt as if her heart was being scalded. She didn't even bother to address him as Your Highness anymore. Instead, she said, "Longheng, yes, it's me." This was the first time she had taken the initiative to touch him. She was bold. However, Longheng didn't have the mind to think about whether she was bold or timid. He was young and couldn't withstand a little stimulation. Moreover, he was already tempted by the poison of 3 days of intoxication. Coupled with Bai Xianxia's little initiative, his heart beat violently. Without saying too much, he quickly took off his clothes. Then he looked at Bai Xianxia. Her eyes were dazed and she was lying there, panting slightly. Probably because she saw his body, her face seemed to be on fire. She turned her head away shyly. However, he wanted her to look at him, so he turned her head back. However, Bai Xianxia really felt that Longheng's body was too good. It was so good that she didn't dare to look directly at it. So when she looked again, she immediately became abnormal. She even wanted to touch it. In fact, because she had grown bolder now, she actually touched him. She touched it. Longheng was often naked in the army since he was young, but no one had ever touched him there. He immediately felt blood rush to his head and his mind become blank. Although he had been afraid of hurting her and had let go of his hand, at this moment, she made all his tenderness for the fairer sex disappear beyond the clouds. "Prince, it hurts," he didn't do anything. He just took off her clothes and she was already exhausted. She lay there dripping with sweat. She wanted to beg him to be gentle, but she glanced at Longheng with her remaining consciousness. At this moment, this man was really too tempting. He was completely naked, and his aggressive eyes proved how much he wanted her. At this moment, she didn't dare to look at him. She just silently reached out her hand to cover her body. However, her hand was quickly pulled over her head by Longheng. What should come will come. She remembered that in the novel, Longheng actually liked the female lead's performance that night. Because she was really passionate about him, it made him feel that she loved him. Men always wanted to be affirmed in this kind of thing. After all, it was the first time. If he was shocked, there would be some psychological trauma. Bai Xianxia had been making a good impression on him, and now she was a little used to it. Moreover, since he recognized her immediately after coming back, she seemed to have a good impression of him. Finally, maybe she felt a little sorry for him. Thinking about how many times he hadn't eaten it, if she delayed any longer, there would be some problems. No matter what the reason was, it seemed that she should indulge herself once, even if it was for this rare transmigration trip. Anyway, she couldn't escape, and she didn't want to escape. Sometimes, if you had a different choice, the result would be different. For example, her unreserved acceptance of Longheng was undoubtedly the best encouragement for him. If she resisted a little, out of a man's pride and other reasons, he might use some forceful means, and he might not be happy afterwards. However, Bai Xianxia was obviously weak, but she tried her best to keep silent. Biting her lips and cooperating with him made him calm down. He was a man, and she was a weak woman. If he didn't restrain himself, she would definitely be hurt. In addition, Xianxia had always given him the impression that she was like a piece of paper and easily hurt. The more she cooperated, the more he felt that he was being too rude. Although he didn't skimp on any of the things he should have done, and was even a little rough, he loved her so much that he was willing to die for her. Xianxia's body was now completely out of her control due to the effects of the 3 days of intoxication. Even if it hurt, even if it was uncomfortable, she couldn't stop. She even took the initiative to seduce the male lead. Was there a need to be so thirsty? After an unknown amount of time, she seemed to have become completely addicted to it and fainted. In a daze, she seemed to hear Longheng calling for someone to fetch water, but she really didn't know what happened next. Even when she was asleep, she still felt uncomfortable. She always felt that her entire body was uncomfortable. The only good thing was that the other party had finally let her sleep. She wanted to sleep for 2 or 3 days before waking up. But she didn't know that a certain prince on the side was both satisfied and distressed. This was the first time he knew that the matter between a man and a woman was so comfortable. Especially after he had feelings in his heart, there was naturally a different feeling. Thinking about it, if he had slept with her when he first had a slight favorable impression of her, perhaps it wouldn't be as vivid as it was today. It was just that the situation was a bit tragic. Sometimes, he couldn't control his emotions and left a few marks on her body. When he was bathing her, he counted 4 or 5 marks. One of them was even on her neck. Although he had applied medicine, he still felt a bit apologetic. But how could he know that it was normal for a man and a woman to leave some love marks in a moment of desperation? He thought that he was really too rough, so he thought that he should be more careful after tomorrow, but seeing her tired little face sleeping was abnormally beautiful. He kissed the wound on her face, then placed her on his arm and watched her sleep. The next morning, the servants of Red Maple Mountain Villa began to prepare for their master's return to the prince's residence. But no matter how busy they were, Xianxia's small courtyard was very quiet. No one dared to speak loudly. How could everyone not know what happened yesterday? The male lead slept with the 4th madam. Right now, the 2 of them were lazing in bed and no one had gotten up. Oh, no, the male lead had gotten up and directly said to the people guarding the door, "Everyone retreat. Don't make any noise." Thus, no one dared to make any noise in the courtyard. They were all scared away. Longheng was not in a hurry. He returned to the bed and continued to look at Xianxia's sleeping posture. The more he looked, the more he had the urge to laugh. The corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. Even he didn't know why. The little girl was really small, but the happiness she brought him was something he had never experienced before. He just wanted to hold her like this forever. He wanted to touch her and hug her again, but he was afraid of waking her up, so he didn't dare to move. At this time, Xianxia was having a terrible dream. In the dream, she was being cut by a knife. It was very painful. She slowly opened her eyes when she couldn't stand the pain anymore. Before she could see clearly what was happening in front of her, she opened her cherry-like but somewhat dry lips and said, "It hurts." Longheng only felt his heart being scratched. It was itchy and slightly painful. He could only grab her hand, as if to comfort her. "Where does it hurt? Should I call the doctor over to take a look?" Could it be that he had gone overboard and hurt her somewhere? Didn't they say that it was normal for women to bleed on their first night? Shouldn't she bleed so much? After that, it didn't seem to be blood, right? He wanted to lift the blanket to take a look. If she bled again after that, he would really have to call the doctor over. But just as he moved, the cold air burrowed into the blanket. Today, Xianxia was not as bold as yesterday. After all, she had been drugged then. Today, the poison had been neutralized several times. If she let this man lift her blanket again, she would feel awkward. Especially under the blanket, she wasn't wearing anything at all. How could she not be careful? Longheng couldn't lie down. He didn't care whether she agreed or not and lifted the blanket. Then, he saw a certain animal that had just turned from a girl to a woman shrink into a ball at the fastest speed. She said coquettishly, "Why are you like this?" It was Longheng's first time seeing her act like a little girl. He smiled and said, "Like what?" Bai Xianxia felt that she was being teased, but she didn't dare to move now. She could only roll her eyes at him. After yesterday's battle, she was no longer afraid of him. Instead, she was acting like a little girl, which made Long Heng's heart itch. Fortunately, he was still concerned about Bai Xianxia. He was afraid that her body would be uncomfortable. Don't move. Let me see if you're injured. No, I'm not injured. It's just that my leg hurts. As she spoke, Long Heng reached out and pushed her to the side. A red plum blossom stain was revealed. Bai Xianxia felt uncomfortable. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. In Long Heng's eyes, this kind of distressed look was extremely adorable. He reached out and carried the curled-up person over and covered her with the blanket. He touched her messy hair clumsily and said, "Don't move." "Where does it hurt?" There was no fresh blood on the bed. It proved that she was injured elsewhere. Therefore, out of concern, he didn't care if she was shy or not. "It doesn't hurt." "Ah, it hurts. It would be strange if it didn't hurt." Why did he torment her leg again? Bai Xianxia glared at Long Heng with tears in her eyes. He almost couldn't control himself and hurt her again. "Your leg hurts?" He only pulled it gently, but it hurt a little girl like that. It seemed that her leg did hurt. He knew the reason why her leg hurt. Sometimes, he couldn't control his strength. When he was excited, he always felt that his legs were in the way, so. Long Heng looked at her and felt uncomfortable. He could only cover her with the blanket again. "Lie down and rest. I'll tell them to set off tomorrow." "No. No need. If you go out and give orders like this, it'll make me embarrassed." Oh, if they told the outside world, it would prove that they were very intense last night. Those servants would laugh behind their backs. She didn't want to be laughed at because of this. Wouldn't she die of embarrassment? Long Heng couldn't do anything to her now. It was strange that she would act coquettishly after having this relationship. Most importantly, he actually liked it. His heart felt numb. Bai Xianxia was speechless. She felt like a wolf was about to pounce on her again. Thus, she tightly clutched the blanket. "What are you afraid of? It's not like you haven't seen it before." Long Heng's lips curved. He actually got up and put on his clothes. He was now refreshed. He wanted to go out and practice all the martial arts he had learned. Only when he sweated it out would he feel comfortable. Unfortunately, he couldn't bear to leave her. Seeing that they had been lovey-dovey for a long time, Bai Xianxia also had a little physiological reaction. She chased after Long Heng to get out of the way. With such a big body lying there and staring at her, she was too embarrassed to say that she wanted to go to the toilet. Although Long Heng felt like he couldn't get enough of her, he saw that her eyes were drifting as if she wanted to leave. He could guess what she wanted to do. Thus, he slowly got up and said, "If it hurts, I'll carry you." No, definitely not. If the male lead carried her to the toilet, she would rather. Before she could think of what she would rather do, the male lead had already easily carried her naked body into the cubicle. Then, he placed the stiff person on the side of the toilet bowl. Thinking that it would take a lot of effort for her to sit down, he pressed her down with his hand. She sat up straight and hugged her chest. Although the ancient toilet bowl couldn't be flushed, the design was still reasonable and humane. Sitting on it was no different from sitting on a sofa. It wasn't cold at all. Not only was it not cold, but she also felt abnormally hot. It was probably because she was so embarrassed that she felt hot no matter where she sat. Long Heng could also tell that she was in a predicament. He silently walked out of the room. Bai Xianxia wanted to cry but had no tears. Just as she was about to heave a sigh of relief, the other party poked his head in again. "I'll come and take you out later." Suddenly, he saw the little girl who was holding a pair of white rabbits looking at him with a very angry expression. Yes, for the first time, she showed an angry expression in front of him. He coughed lightly and retracted his head. Lion Hedong roared from behind, "Don't come any closer." Long Heng didn't care. He knew that she was angry out of embarrassment. He even felt that this was the real her. He never believed that there would be a person in the world who didn't have a temper. Moreover, after tormenting her like that last night, he seemed to be able to tolerate her even if she went overboard today. No, it would be tolerated if he did anything overboard in the future. After Long Heng went out, he asked Xiaoxia and the others to come in and serve them. Then, he cleaned himself up and ordered the servants to continue preparing to return to the prince's mansion. However, the carriage was more comfortable, so the journey couldn't be too rushed. After preparing for a round, he came back to eat breakfast. When he came back, he found that Xianxia had already been cleaned up, but her expression was still a bit tired. She sat there waiting for him to eat. Her little head was still nodding as if she was about to fall asleep. Long Heng's heart was softened by her words. He sat down next to her, as if he was afraid that she would fall off the chair. Now that he had this woman, he didn't stay as far away from her as before. It was as if everything was natural. Although Xiaoxia and the other servants felt that it was strange, they still felt that the prince and their master were different from before. Xianxia couldn't always be shy. Her mood was a bit better now. As the first time in 2 lives, the feeling of rolling in the sheets was not very good, but it was very warm in the morning. The male lead was good to her. It made her want to act coquettishly towards him, but she didn't know where to start. Seeing him sit next to her, she silently put a piece of food into his bowl. As a result, she received a very friendly look and a very warm smile. After returning the smile, she was kissed on the forehead. Damn, there were servants around, okay? She really didn't know where to put her face. She hurriedly lowered her head. It was so sweet in the morning that it made her panic. What should she do? She couldn't even eat the rice. It was so sweet that even her teeth were about to fall out. She secretly glanced at Xiaoxia. Her face was almost like a monkey's but the person doing this seemed to not care at all. He was enjoying it. He ate a lot and very quickly. When the porridge was finished and the steamed buns were eaten, he looked at the woman beside him who had just eaten a little of the porridge. After thinking for a while, he reached out and put some food into her bowl. Xianxia was slightly surprised. She didn't dare to look at the male lead's face and directly ate the food. Why did the porridge become sweet? After finishing the meal with great difficulty, Xianxia wiped her mouth with Xiaoxia's help. Then, she looked at Long Heng inquiringly. Who knew that before she could ask, he seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. He said, let's set off at noon. You can rest for a while. No need. We can set off now. Don't delay everyone's journey because of me, this concubine. Was it really good to pamper her like this? She was a little proud. She even wanted to get rid of the female lead and make a comeback. What should she do? It won't be long anyway. It's important that you rest well. Don't think too much. Just lie down first. I'll take care of things outside. Long Heng always thought that she was made of paper. After yesterday's heavy physical labor, she was already strong enough to get up today. After the preparations outside were finished, he went to see the man who liked to pretend to be weak. But he didn't immediately expose him. Even if he was suspicious of this person, he still hadn't found out his true identity. In fact, Long Heng couldn't be blamed. The male lead's identity as Duan Yuning was cultivated from a young age. From a young age, he would occasionally show his lower body. Even the entire Duan family didn't know that this child was actually from another country. So, it wasn't easy to find out. They only knew that he liked to wander around the world until he stopped at Long Heng's place. On the surface, it seemed like he recognized a wise master and wanted to make a name for himself. But now, it seemed like he had another goal. Only, what was their goal? Why did they want to cooperate with that Luo Yunqing? Long Heng was still thinking about this problem as he sat in the carriage. The little woman beside him was already snoring. She had been sleeping before she got on the carriage. He was the one who carried her up. Then, she didn't wake up for the entire journey. Fortunately, the carriage was covered with a thick layer of fur and she was lying on top of him, so she didn't wake up. In fact, he wasn't in a hurry to go back, but he was afraid that man would take action again if he stayed in Red Maple Mountain Villa. Especially her face, she could only get better treatment after returning to the capital. Although he did not care, it did not mean that she did not care. A woman cared about her face the most, not to mention a beautiful woman. But, was she really going to sleep all the way to the capital? Actually, he really wanted to talk to her and see her smile at him. Then he could pinch her face and take advantage of her. By the time he was done, they would have reached the capital. But looking at her sleeping face was not bad. It was quiet, cute, small, and weak. Why did he suddenly have the feeling that he was looking at his daughter? Wasn't she his woman? But if this woman gave birth to a daughter in the future, she would definitely be very cute. No, before that, he needed an heir. Just as he was thinking about this, the eyes of the person in his arms suddenly opened. He felt a burst of guilt because he was thinking about how to make her give birth to a son for him. Xianxia happened to see the change in Prince Li's expression. He'd been smiling just a moment ago. Seeing that she had woken up, he immediately became serious. Fortunately, he did not push her away. This man, wasn't he a bit awkward? Or was it that he was used to acting like a general in the army, so it was hard for him to recover? She smiled faintly and did not get up from his body. Probably because of their relationship, this kind of action did not make her feel shy. Moreover, the weather was cold, so it was very comfortable to be in his arms when she had just woken up. Longheng was also not in a hurry to wake her up. Instead, he pulled the thin blanket over her body. But he was not used to chatting. Even if he was facing the woman he liked, he was still cold. Although his actions and expression were not as cold as when they first met. Xianxia was not afraid of him at this time. Thinking about how good the male lead in the novel was, and how serious he was about relationships, it would not be bad if it was always like this. No, I have to go back. That's not right. If I don't go back, will I be able to dominate the male lead for the rest of my life? She was a bit conflicted. On one hand, she wanted to go back, but on the other hand, she could not bear to go back. It seemed that after a man and a woman had a relationship, many things had changed. Bear with it for a while longer. We'll reach the relay station soon. We can rest for a while. There were relay stations set up outside the capital, not only for the purpose of changing the patrolling horses, but also for the rest of the traveling merchants and officials. However, the personnel here were not complicated. After all, it was a department under the government. There was a special place here for the women of the officials' families to rest. They entered the backyard and walked through a long corridor. Of course, they could all enter the carriage until they reached the rear courtyard, where the women here would take over. Longheng did not get down from the carriage from the beginning to the end. This was not because he wanted to stick to Xianxia, but mainly because he had always been a person who did not want to appear in public if he could. Xianxia was not as weak as he thought. After sleeping for a whole day, she had already recovered. Although there was a sore feeling in his body, it wasn't that intense. In addition, she only found out later that Longheng had drugged her, Red Pearl. Now that she thought about it, she didn't even dare to take off her pants to look down there. That thing couldn't be washed off, okay? Fortunately, it did not fade. Otherwise, her skirt and underwear, thinking about it made her cry. How could he have rubbed that kind of thing there? Let's not care about this first. Even if we wanted to care about it, we couldn't. If he dared to touch her again tonight, he would be the one disgusted. Xianxia thought it through very thoroughly. She elegantly got down from the carriage and entered the room with Longheng's help. Yes, Xiaoxia wanted to help, but she couldn't. Because of this, she felt very depressed. Xiaowu was the same. She was here to serve her master. It was not easy to snatch Mama's position, but in the end, the male master was inexplicably promoted. She still could not touch her master. This feeling was very bad. Longheng now liked and respected Xianxia, but he was also full of curiosity. Therefore, before the sky turned dark, they stopped and directly sent her to the room in the relay station. Then, they each took a bath. After bathing, they immediately arranged a meal. The two ate with their own thoughts. After eating, the sky was still bright. However, Longheng was addicted to the taste and stubbornly carried her to the bed. Touching and kissing were unavoidable. Xianxia kept trying to push him away. Unfortunately, he did not care about her little strength at all. The sky is still bright. Let's talk? Seeing that her clothes were missing one piece after another, Xianxia was afraid that the two of them would roll again before the sky turned dark. Okay, what do you want to talk about? Longheng found a comfortable position and put his hand into her clothes. The more she wanted to hide, the more he wanted her. However, seeing that it was still early, he suppressed his temper and played with her. Tell me. Why did you want to exchange Miss Lin for me? Exchanging the female lead for the supporting female lead. This was probably what all the supporting female canon fodder wanted to happen the most. Don't ask why. In short, even Xianxia felt very relieved. Even though she had never been affected by the female lead's halo. When Longheng heard about Lin Qianzi's matter, his face was quite dark. However, he was not angry at the moment. Because his hands were touching the warm and fragrant body of the fairer sex. It was soft and fragrant. How could he care about other things? It's not like you don't know what kind of person she is. She casually provoked that man. When I went to save her in the past, I discovered that she was no longer the noble and pure Miss Lin. He sneered. After seeing the situation at that time, no matter how beautiful she was, he would not care about her anymore. Moreover, at that time, his mind was already very concerned about the little woman in front of him. Touching her face, he said, "Why do you care about her?" But, she might have been forced. She must have been forced. Miss Lin had a problem. All the female leads had a problem, which was that they were very unreasonable. She never took the initiative to do anything with a man. After being forced, she blamed him and resented him. However, when others hurt that man, she felt that he treated her well and felt all kinds of heartache. Then, the only one who abused her was the male lead. The male lead's temper was quite good. Although he sometimes abused the female lead, he was still quite tolerant of her. Of course, in the end, the female lead finally experienced the male lead's good side. The two of them had a happy ending. Didn't most novels have this kind of rhythm? Xianxia had not finished reading, so she could only interpret it this way. Forced? Forced her heart to be with that man? When did she treat me as her fiancé? She has always ignored me. Why would she make me take care of her all day? Touching her hair, he said, "Or do you also want to live off me and be a traitor, His voice quickly turned cold. Xianxia immediately felt the pressure. She hurriedly shook her little head until it was about to fall off. Do you know your mistake? I know. Good children must learn from their mistakes. Unfortunately, she did not expect to be slandered once. A certain someone had no choice. The more he touched, the more addicted he became. But she didn't allow him to continue. Wouldn't that be more painful than killing him? So he finally settled her with threats and coaxing. Although the process was a bit complicated, he unexpectedly found it very interesting. If something was too easy to get, it would be boring. Xianxia's personality was just right. As long as you gave her some face and scared her, you could get it right away. The little girl was also easily shy. She would only let him touch or look at her after the red pearl medicine had completely worn off. He had no choice but to compromise and not look at her. He could only do it. Longheng was a martial artist. His waist and arm strength were very strong. Last night, because he was also a virgin, he was all kinds of flustered and didn't feel too comfortable. But things were different today. He'd found a few tricks to do it, and hadn't caused Xianxia to feel like dying. But she still wanted to just faint. In her heart, she secretly wanted to kill the author of this book. You said you wrote that the male lead's ability was good. It was good enough that he was good. You wrote that she couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. Were you torturing your own female lead or giving her sexual bliss? Anyway, Xianxia felt that she had sex but no bliss. She only felt tired, painful, and dizzy, especially the next day. The sore waist really didn't allow her to get out of bed and walk freely. It was as if her waist was broken when she moved. She felt so wronged that she wanted to cry. Obviously, she had begged for mercy, but he actually promised to torture her. How could there be a man who didn't keep his word? In order to disgust him, she even asked him to pay attention to the wound on her face. In the end, he not only didn't care, but also deliberately smeared saliva on her face. Damn it, Xianxia, who couldn't move at all, could only look at him with sad eyes. Her big eyes were full of tears, and it looked like they were about to fall. For the first time, she felt that the distance between the door and the carriage was so far. So, she was picked up. For the first time, she felt that getting into the carriage was not easy. So, she was carried into the carriage. For the first time, she felt that sitting was so uncomfortable. Thus, she laid down horizontally in Long Heng's warm embrace. It was very comfortable and enjoyable. If he didn't care about those messy hands, it would be fine. Along the way, one dodged and the other chased. They didn't find this kind of thing boring. They made a lot of noise that made people's hearts beat faster. Xianxia now hated Long Heng and was angry and resentful. When he pushed her too far, she even dared to act coquettishly and pat him a few times with her small hands. Reality proved that men were willing to endure even if a woman bit them, even if it was the male lead. He was not a strict person from ancient times, so Xianxia was becoming more and more indecent in front of him. Long Heng was a little surprised at the beginning, but he slowly accepted it later. Anyway, the woman was his. It was only right for her to act coquettishly. He had indeed gone overboard. The more he thought about it, the more he indulged her. Even he didn't know when he would become so tolerant. Xianxia was pushing her luck bit by bit, testing his bottom line bit by bit. In the end, she still hadn't found it out. She was a little suspicious that this guy's bottom line was too wide. This would make her more and more unruly. She didn't know when she would return to her previous state. Would he regret it then? The ambiguous journey to the capital was like this. Prince naturally had to go through the main door to return to the residence. Who knew that before he entered, he would see a group of people in front of him? Long Heng frowned. Although there weren't many people, it was the first time he saw such bold people. He sent someone to find out what was going on, but Xianxia had already straightened her body. She knelt by the side and pulled open the curtain of the small window to poke her head out. Her body was more sensitive, so when she breathed in the air outside, she smelled a very strange rotten smell. She couldn't help but cover her nose and asked curiously, "What's that smell?" Long Heng pulled her and said, "Sit down obediently." "I'm just taking a look." "What is that?" "It looks like a corpse." Someone had fallen to the ground, and there were a few people kneeling around it. It looked like they were here to redress a grievance. Long Heng also smelled the smell. When he heard what she said, he pulled her back and asked the people outside what was going on. Replying to Prince, "It's someone brought Granny Sun's corpse here and said that they wanted to ask Prince to make a decision." Before the people outside could finish speaking, Long Heng had already gotten up and got out of the carriage. He said, "Send Madam back to the residence. Don't let anyone disturb her." He then turned around and said, "Don't look around." He guessed who this Granny Sun was. Sun Honger's corpse must have been found by her family somehow. Obviously, they should have dealt with the corpse better. How did they find it? Was there someone else involved in this? What was their purpose? Xianxia felt that she wasn't such a weak person, so she didn't listen to Long Heng's words. Most importantly, she was very curious about who this Granny Sun was. There were several Granny Suns in the prince's residence. Who had died during this period of time? Who knew that when she looked, her heart would run wild? She suddenly sat back down and felt disgusted. She couldn't recognize this Granny Sun, but her clothes were familiar. She could tell that it was Sun Honger. Why did Sun Honger suddenly die, and in such a miserable manner? After death, eunuchs had to keep their cut-off things as a companion. But her feet were bare, her hands were bare, and her face didn't look good. Who was it that killed her? Xianxia's body could be considered a delicate beauty. So when she was attacked by this situation, she actually started to feel disgusted. She felt that her blood pressure was low. If it wasn't for Long Heng's joke of making her unable to get out of bed for 3 days, it was really torturous. When the carriage entered the courtyard, she was already weakly lying on the carriage. But her heart was very clear. She felt that Sun Honger's death wasn't simple. Suddenly, he sat up, and a shiver ran down his spine. Could it be that she was the one who wanted to kill her, but was later dealt with? This was very strange. Sun Honger was a supporting female character, but she had always wanted to harm the female lead. Could it be that because she had the male lead's face, she had also set her sights on her, but wasn't it too much to kill someone? But thinking about it, it was possible that she was the one who wanted to kill her. However, Long Heng had always been very secretive. How could they find the corpse and dare to cause trouble in front of the prince's residence? This matter wasn't simple. Someone must be behind it. Unfortunately, she was a little dizzy now. When she arrived at Winter Courtyard, she lay on the bed. But she immediately had Yimama inquire about it. She felt that the plot had gone too far, and it was a little unacceptable. Sun Honger's matter had been brought forward a long time ago. Moreover, she wasn't killed like this. Not long after Yimama left, she returned and said that Longheng had sent all those people to prison. However, the people outside were saying that the prince was tyrannical and the rumors were not good. Longheng's reputation was indeed as such. Although he had a heroic reputation outside, he was also known for his tyrannical and meritorious deeds. After the Empress Dowager passed away, the emperor gave him the cold shoulder. Actually, the image of the Li of Gojoseon was deliberately created by someone. The book did not clearly state who it was, but Xianxia could guess that it was the cold and two-faced emperor. He did not want to get rid of the Li of Gojoseon, he only wanted to suppress him. This way, he could slowly take back the military power in his hands, or give it to others. However, he did not have anyone he could use at the moment. When he found someone he could use, right, that scum of an emperor seemed to have been found. Moreover, he was a supporting male character. No, that scum of an emperor was also a supporting male character. It seemed that they would meet before the male and female leads got married. However, there was still some time before the wedding. She did not want to think too much about it because she was really tired. "Master, please pay attention, please take a look," Huer's sad voice sounded, causing Xianxia's heart to soften. She immediately got off the bed and sat by the window to apologize in a small voice. "I'm sorry, I left you behind for so long. You've grown a lot, not bad, not bad." If it wasn't for the fact that it was covered in thorns, she would have reached out to pat it to encourage it. However, she did not dare to do so. While she was chatting with the plants adorably, Longheng came over after changing his clothes. He was here to explain the situation to Xianxia. Xianxia had been frightened to the point of fainting on the bed. The little one's body was not good. If she was frightened, she might go crazy again. What should he do? As a result, he saw her talking to the strange thorny plant as soon as he came in. Could it be that her illness was acting up again? Without thinking, he said to Xiaoshi, "Why aren't you calling the doctor over?" "I didn't see." He didn't finish his sentence because he was afraid that Xianxia would hear him. Xiaoshi reacted, but she didn't expect that Prince would treat her master so well during this period of time. However, she was a little worried because Nanny and the others all said that men usually only wanted something new. Moreover, her master's face had become like that. Although she didn't look that ugly, it was still not a good thing. Xianxia heard someone talking and turned around. When she saw that it was Longheng, she couldn't help but blush. When she heard that he was going to call a doctor, she frowned. Why did he call for a doctor? Was it because his physical strength had not recovered? How was she going to explain herself when the doctor came and asked her why she was so weak? Both of them had their own thoughts. One wanted her to see if she was frightened, while the other wanted to see if she was physically weak. In the end, neither of them chose to say the reason, and each of them felt awkward. It was Longheng who spoke first. Now that the two of them were in that kind of relationship, how long would she have to live in this small courtyard? Pack up and move to Apricot Garden. This time, Longheng was 100% confident that she would move there. Who knew that Xianxia didn't want to move there? The reason was that she had transmigrated into this courtyard and always hoped that she could go back. Although she already had a relationship with the male lead, it seemed that she couldn't forget the hope of going back. After all, she had lived there for more than 20 years. It wasn't easy to leave. Moreover, she lived in a happy family. She wasn't like the main characters in the book who were assassins, and she didn't grow up in an orphanage. Her parents were very good to her, and there were also her grandparents. All of these were the reasons why she couldn't give up, therefore, she was very conflicted. First, she felt like she was in love. Moreover, she was in love with the male lead in the book who had the halo of a main character. Her life was very sweet, so she needed some courage to leave. "Prince, I don't want to move to Apricot Garden." Because they had become familiar with each other in the past few days, he said what was in his heart very calmly. However, Longheng wasn't happy when he heard that. Actually, his original intention was to move her to his courtyard, but that wasn't very appropriate. Therefore, he took a step back and let her move to Apricot Garden. In the future, she could be at his beck and call and wouldn't have to travel so far. He could also accompany her to have a meal or something every day. He wouldn't have to live in Winter Garden and attract gossip. However, he didn't expect her to reject him. Did she not want to be close to him that much? You have to move. Do it now. What are you looking at? Pack up and let the doctor go to Apricot Garden. There's no need to come here. After all, Longheng was domineering. Moreover, Winter Garden was close to the periphery, so it would be very cold in winter. Why couldn't she understand his feelings? Therefore, he didn't want to say more and turned to leave. But Xianxia didn't give in on this matter. She hurriedly ran over and grabbed him, saying anxiously, "I'm not leaving. I'll stay here. If you want to leave, you can leave." In a moment of panic, she actually said something like that. Actually, she regretted it as soon as she said it. Longheng didn't have any experience in arguing with women. Seeing that she seemed to be angry, his mind was also in a mess. He reached out and hugged her in his arms and walked out. His actions were quite domineering. Bai Xiangxiu's head became dizzy. She found that she was already lying in Longheng's arms and couldn't help but feel anxious. Not only was the room full of people, but it was also the same outside. But this didn't count. Because she wanted to rest, she didn't even wear a coat. "Prince, let go of me first." "Let go, shut up." Bai Xiangxiu was speechless. How could she forget that no matter how gentle the man in front of her was, he was still a man from ancient times. Moreover, he was the male lead. How many male leads would be unusually gentle to women? It was already good enough that they didn't abuse you. Therefore, after reading countless novels, she felt that she should try her best not to do things that went against him too much. Otherwise, there would be some kind of abusive love scene. "I'm not wearing shoes." She simply pointed out the reason why she didn't want to go out. She was afraid that he would abuse her again after hugging her. Longheng was originally angry, but when he heard her words, he became discouraged. Xiaoshi hurriedly brought a quilt over and whispered, "Prince, please put it on master. It's cold outside." Longheng lowered his head and looked. She was indeed not wearing fit clothes now. In addition, there was some unwillingness in her eyes. Obviously, she felt very wronged, but she stared at him with tears in her eyes and didn't dare to speak. She was speechless. "Rest for a while. You must move over tomorrow." Fine, she still had to move. Bai Xiangxiu also had a temper. After she was placed on the bed, she turned her head with her back facing him and didn't speak. She really had a childish temper. Was she throwing a tantrum? What was wrong with letting her move to a bigger garden? Why didn't she want to leave? He felt annoyed and turned to leave with a dark face. Bai Xiangxiu heaved a sigh of relief. Why couldn't she keep up the act? She'd been acting so well in the past. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A man and a woman's mentality would change before and after they became husband and wife. Bai Xiangxiu was a woman, so she was starting to rely on her man a little. She no longer hid some of her feelings. Longheng's thoughts were more direct and domineering. The woman was his, so it was natural for him to do this. He was angry that the woman rejected him. He always felt that there was something he didn't have control over, and his desire for control couldn't be satisfied. This was a man's bad habit. At the same time, it was one of the main reasons why women were so attached to them. The more domineering a man was, the more secure they felt. They controlled, but they also protected. Bai Xiangxiu felt that she was a little childish after being angry for a while. Obviously, she wanted to go along with him. In the future, she could live a peaceful life with Prince until she left the ancient era and returned to the modern era. However, this plan didn't make him feel much more relaxed. There was a feeling of wanting to cry that didn't go away for a long time. She didn't know what he was doing now. Was he so angry at her that he was thinking of how to punish her? She didn't know if it was because she was too worried or too tired, but she fell asleep in a daze. After falling asleep, she had a dream. Most importantly, there was someone explaining this dream. The explanation was in Huer's voice. This is what you want to see, what do you want to see? Bai Xianxia opened her eyes in the dream. Then, she realized that she was looking at Longheng. Longheng was taking a bath. She could see him from afar. He was soaking in the water. Shuer was rubbing his back. However, he looked a little annoyed. After rubbing a few times, he waved his hand and asked them to leave. After they left, he stood up from the water. He didn't cover himself. He just let the water evaporate in the air. Bai Xianxia blushed. Even though she knew it was a dream. Prince, what should we do with Sun Honger's body? Bai Xianxia didn't know where the voice came from. She looked around but couldn't find it. However, Longheng snorted coldly and didn't care at all. He continued to display his body that was as firm as a statue of David. This time, they can't even find me. They're still too naive if they want to use this to attack me. He's just a servant, and he made a mistake. So what if this matter is reported to the emperor? Longheng waved his hand and said, dispose of all the corpses that were disposed of last time. Since they can't control their mouths, there's no point in keeping them. This was the first time she had seen Longheng like this. Even though he was naked now, his aura shocked Bai Xianxia. Only then did she realize that he had restrained himself a lot when he was around her. Otherwise, she would have fainted from fright when they first met. Prince, stealing that woman's body might offend some people. The silent subordinate explained the facts, and Sun Honger's corpse was the evidence. However, the master had let them steal the corpse. This was clearly going against those who wanted to investigate him, and it confirmed that he might be guilty. However, Longheng didn't care. He sneered and said, those who want to touch her shouldn't even have a whole corpse left. This sentence was so familiar. It seemed to have been said in the novel when she was beaten to death. At that time, the supporting female wanted to harm the female lead. Although she didn't succeed in the end, she angered the male lead. At that time, the book told him to say such words, and then he beat her body to death. She shuddered. The male lead was indeed the male lead. She seemed to have thought too well of him during this time. No, it was because he was very patient with her, causing her to be more and more insatiable. Shouldn't she restrain herself a bit? After a while, Longheng finally put on his clothes. However, his slender legs and strong chest muscles were faintly visible. The person who did the work also left. His hair was loose, and he sat there drinking wine in a somewhat sexy manner. She should be asleep now. The male lead stood up and walked around the room like a ferocious beast. He walked out of the door several times and came back. After a few times, his face became worse and worse. What's wrong? Constipation or an urge to pee? Bai Xianxia was feeling strange when she heard a ding sound. It seemed like something fell on the ground and broke. She sat up abruptly and looked around strangely. What's wrong? Then she saw a figure rushing in from outside. It was Longheng. He was clearly dressed at home. The clothes inside were the ones she saw in her dream. Even the humidity of his hair didn't change much. It couldn't be. Did his soul just leave his body? However, Longheng's expression wasn't good. He looked at the broken flower pot and said, what's going on? After hesitating for a long time, he still came. He wanted to go back to his room, but he felt that it would be very embarrassing. Who knew that the sound of something breaking would suddenly come from the room? He ran in because he was worried that something had happened to her. Xiaoxia was shocked. She knelt on the ground and bowed her head to admit her mistake. Prince, this servant accidentally knocked over the flower pot. Go down and receive your punishment. Call the doctor outside in. Probably because Bai Xianxia had just fallen asleep, the doctor had been waiting outside and didn't dare to come in. When Bai Xianxia heard that Xiaoxia was going to be punished, she quickly got out of bed and walked a few steps to call out to Xiaoxia behind the screen. Xiaoxia, you don't have to have dinner tonight. Prince, are you satisfied with this punishment? She remembered the dream just now. She decided to return to her previous state and not do anything that would make Longheng hate her. However, she still did it. Longheng wouldn't be angry over such a small matter. He didn't say anything. When he came in and saw that she was only wearing underwear and barefoot, he knew that she was very anxious about that girl. No matter how anxious she was, she couldn't be so careless with her body. Women hated catching a cold the most. Go back to the bed and lie down. If there's anything you need, just call. Xianxia returned to the bed and laid down properly. She saw that he personally pulled the bed curtains. Not long after, the doctor came in. Longheng saw that he had taken her pulse and asked, "Did she get a shock again?" Replying to Prince, "Fourth madam. Third madam is just weak and needs to rest well. She just needs to eat some medicinal cuisine appropriately. There's no need to use medicine." It was really strange. Why did everyone say that Madame Xiao was made of paper and easily frightened? This clearly wasn't a symptom of being frightened. This was clearly, cough. The doctor didn't dare to say more. He wanted the prince to abstain. Did he want to die or not work? Longheng nodded and ordered the kitchen to stew some medicinal cuisine for dinner. He also didn't let the doctor treat the wound on Xianxia's face. He couldn't just randomly find someone to treat her wound. In fact, he had already found a very skilled doctor who would probably arrive tomorrow. Xianxia was still immersed in that strange dream. She had some questions to ask Hua. This was already the second time she had dreamed of something she wanted to know. Could it be that it had something to do with the cactus? When the room finally quieted down, the two's gazes suddenly met. This kind of encounter caused both of them to avoid each other as if they had been burned, but their hearts were unable to calm down. In order to alleviate the awkwardness, Xianxia said, "That Granny's son is widow's son, what exactly happened?" Actually, she had already guessed a few things, but in the end, she couldn't confirm it. Longheng didn't hide it from her, and told her about how he found out that she was the one who wanted to set her on fire. The reason was naturally because she wanted to replace her as Longheng's new favorite. This woman's imagination was too wild. The dignified prince wasn't someone who could be easily obtained by scheming. Wouldn't the women in the rear courtyard go crazy? But to be honest, since ancient times, the women in the rear courtyard had only gone crazy over men. They lived for men, and lived for men. Aside from this, there was no other reason for them to look forward to. Was she really going to stay here? Then she could only be the male lead's concubine. In the future, even if it wasn't the female lead who married into the family, there would be someone else. At that time, she would always be suppressed by the mistress of the household. Reality wasn't a novel, and she wasn't the female lead of a novel. Longheng didn't tell her the cause of Sun Honger's death, only that her parents found the body and came to the prince's estate to cause trouble without asking for the reason. Lying through his teeth, did he really think that she didn't know anything? Although Xianxia was still a little uncertain about whether or not she should stay, she wasn't as distant as before now that she had a relationship with him. "Prince, can the body you want to dispose of be found? Moreover, Sun Honger is a servant's child. How could her parents not know that she made a mistake and was punished by you, Prince? Isn't this a little strange?" After analyzing, she raised her head and blinked at Longheng, not hiding her curiosity at all. However, Longheng had always thought that she was a timid girl. He didn't expect her to be so clever. No wonder the head steward had said good things about her in front of him. It seemed that he had underestimated her. Since there was nothing else to do, he took off his shoes and sat on the bed. He looked at her, and Xianxia almost thought that she had said something wrong. Or perhaps, the men in ancient times didn't like to talk to their women about the matters in the rear courtyard? Who would have thought that Longheng would suddenly reach out his hand? His slender arm happened to be right in front of her eyes. Pa! Her head was hit. It was painful and numb, but it was still bearable. But all women loved to act coquettishly. So, she let out a coquettish cry and rubbed her head as she looked at Longheng with an aggrieved expression. Longheng really thought that he'd played too hard. He hurriedly pulled her hand away to take a look. When he saw that it was only slightly red, he blew on it a few times. It show. Show. Longheng's heart was pounding, but it wasn't dark yet, and they hadn't eaten dinner yet. Although the situation was urgent, he had to be patient. Could it be that someone wants to deal with you, Prince, so they're using this matter to slander your reputation? It was also written in the book, but it was not written in detail. It only said that although Longheng had power and money, his reputation was not good. The emperor, on the other hand, seemed to favor and trust him very much, but he was slowly taking away his military power. But the male lead was still the male lead. No matter how powerful the emperor was, he was still a supporting male lead. So his military power would be taken back for various reasons. The emperor couldn't offend him, so he could only play some tricks behind the scenes. Naturally, there were people around the emperor who would help him. This king is afraid of their little tricks? Before I returned to the capital, my reputation wasn't that good either. Rumors of cannibalism, raping and murdering women, torturing and killing civilians, and so on had reached his ears. If he couldn't even bear this little bit of pressure, how could he achieve great things? Xianxia playfully stretched out a finger and said, "How can that be? You're a man and don't care, but old madam doesn't think so. Everyone wants their loved ones to be praised by others instead of being badmouthed everywhere." Although the male lead was the male lead, he was always at a disadvantage in terms of reputation. For example, the female lead's misunderstanding of him in the beginning, and some of the minister's isolation. He could be considered as his closest comrade, so he had to think of a way to help him. Long Heng's heart skipped a beat. Was she worried about him? For some reason, his entire body felt warm. Even his eyes were filled with gentleness as he said, "Then tell me, what should we do?" He was just asking casually. He didn't expect a woman who stayed at home to help him think of a solution. Moreover, that would require her to use her brain. Her body was weak to begin with, so she only needed to take care of herself. He didn't expect the other party to seriously think about it. Then, she suddenly smiled. That smile contained a rare confidence, which made Long Heng's heart tremble. Yes, her gentle and silent appearance made people feel that she was very sensible, but if she was always like this, she would be inflexible. But at this time, she revealed such an expression. It made people feel that only the most recent people could see such a mischievous side. The real her actually had a kind of pride inside. Long Heng felt this at this time. He almost flicked her again. But that small mouth of hers began to speak. It sounded a little excited, making Long Heng feel that even if it didn't make any sense, he would still do as she said. It was as if her words had some kind of magic. "You also know Sun Honger's style. You didn't explain to her family when you punished her this time, did you?" She paused. In fact, she guessed that the male lead, who had a thunderous style, wouldn't explain anything to others. What kind of general would look for a subordinate to explain the reason behind an order? So, she directly said, "Prince, you can write down all of Sun Honger's crimes and then post them up. Let the witnesses and those who committed the same crime kneel there and admit their mistakes. Of course, you also have to hang her corpse up to prevent." She was blamed for the crime of stealing a corpse. This sentence was seen in her dream. She didn't know if it was real or not, so she almost said it out loud in her excitement. Sun Honger committed the crime of promiscuity in the prince's residence. As for the other crimes, it would depend on the results of the investigation. But she didn't expect that after she finished speaking, the male lead would frown and look at her. When she felt her hair stand on end, he raised his hand. "Don't," subconsciously, Xianxia held her forehead and retreated to the side. Actually, Long Heng just wanted to pat her head to encourage her. This idea wasn't bad. It was open and aboveboard, and no one could find any fault with it. But he didn't expect the other side to jump away like a little rabbit. He couldn't help but feel his heart soften. But just as he was about to speak, he saw a certain little girl sitting on the side, thinking about it with grievance. Then, she silently stretched her head over and carefully closed her eyes pitifully, saying, "You can hit me, but can you not hurt me?" Long Heng almost laughed out loud at her words, but he was able to restrain himself due to his introverted nature. Xiaoshi, who was cleaning up the flower pots outside, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Only her master would be able to think of whether she could hit him or not. Xianxia waited for a long time. Seeing that her forehead wasn't flicked and she was embarrassed by Xiaoshi's laughter, she said, "What are you laughing at? You can go out now." She really didn't have good eyesight. The young couple was talking in bed, but she was still cleaning up the flower pots and soil. Long Heng's heart itched when he saw her angry look. When Xiaoshi ran away with a smile, he held her in his arms. "There's only one way to hit you without making you feel pain. Let's see if you want to try it now." When had the male lead become so sexy and ambiguous? Even if Xianxia was as pure as a piece of white paper and didn't understand, his hand was enough to make her understand. Don't, move, don't hit me, don't pinch me, she struggled and silently shed tears. She hadn't rested for 3 days. When she got out of bed, she still felt dizzy. Couldn't she live a normal life? The male lead, Long Heng, had already been completely bewitched by her. He had almost completely forgotten what little rationality he had left when she called out to him. He thought that he had better endurance than many people. Where was his dignity as a man? He didn't expect that this fragrant and soft little body could make him abandon so many things. There was no possibility of comparison. Just as he was feeling excited and nervous, someone knocked on the door. Long Heng remembered that it was time for dinner. He couldn't help but let go of her and whispered in her ear, "I'll deal with you tonight." Xianxia had nothing to say. She could only mutter, "Can't you not deal with me?" "No. You can hear such a small voice." Really, she wouldn't talk behind his back in the future. Okay. Long Heng didn't get out of bed. He folded the quilt and put it aside. "Someone, bring a small table over." "No need, I can get out of bed." He would feel a little weak when he walked, but it shouldn't be to the extent that he couldn't walk, right? Just sit there and don't move. Long Heng sat cross-legged, waiting for the people below to place a small Kong table on the ground. Long Heng would drink a cup of wine every night. This was a habit he had developed over the years. However, when Xianxia was at home, she had always heard her father, mother, and several good friends talk about the bad things about drinking. They all knew about healthcare, so they said that drinking a small glass a day was good, and drinking too much was bad for the body. Long Heng's body was strong and he liked wine, but it was not good to drink too much. Strong alcohol is harmful to the body, and it's cold. Don't drink too much. She regretted it after she finished speaking. She was so nosy, especially when it was a man's business. He probably wouldn't be happy. Long Heng did like wine, but he preferred a woman to eat with him. He should be happy that she cared about him, so he said, "This wine is not worth a sip." However, he glanced at her and said, "If you don't like the taste of wine, you won't drink it in the future." He said he wouldn't drink, and he immediately asked the people to take away the wine. Did he have to be so obedient? She felt embarrassed. What should she do? Long Heng didn't take it seriously at all. He didn't drink today, but he ate a lot of rice. After eating, he saw that Xianxia's small bowl of rice hadn't eaten much. She ate really slowly, but what did she mean by putting it down? "I've eaten all of it." What did he mean by eating all of it? She looked at her bowl. There was still more than half of it. Because she had just drunk the medicinal cuisine, she couldn't eat so much. However, Long Heng didn't seem to want to give up. He stared at her bowl and raised his eyebrows. His eyebrows were really good-looking. She was mesmerized for a moment and couldn't help but eat a few more mouthfuls. Finally, when she couldn't eat any more, she opened her mouth. If it was in the past, she wouldn't have dared to, but she realized that she had become bolder these 2 days. It's easy to get indigestion if I eat so much at night. I can't go out for a walk. This was the truth. She really couldn't walk. Long Heng thought about it and agreed, but he didn't agree with her words. Although she couldn't go out for a walk, if they had sex later, she would probably be even more tired than a walk. When he thought of this, he awkwardly turned his face to the side and secretly wondered what was wrong with him. His mind was actually filled with that kind of thing. However, he couldn't help it. He just hoped that the sky would turn dark soon and that he could be together with her. Even if she didn't want to move, he still came to accompany her. It was really embarrassing for him as a man. He had originally come with anger, but when he saw her, all his anger disappeared the moment he saw her. After eating, Xianxia and he sat on the bed and talked for a while. Seeing that the sky was about to turn dark, Long Heng didn't leave. It seemed like he was planning to stay here for the night. It was normal for the male lead to stay here for the night, so everyone went to prepare what they needed to do. It was a harmonious scene. Xianxia first went to take a shower and change her clothes. When she came out, she was so tired that she sighed. Although her body was weak, obviously, she didn't do anything. Why was she the one who was so tired? Looking at the slender figure standing by the bed, obviously, he should be the most tired. Not only did he move around and cry, but he also had to move her back and forth. This was clearly physical work, but now it seemed like he had eaten some powerful medicine. His face was flushed red. The novel didn't deceive her. The male lead's physical strength was really too strong. Go out. Even if he appeared to be calm, his eyes were filled with all kinds of anxiety. She was afraid that he wouldn't swallow Xianxia in front of others. Xianxia was scared. Why did she feel like she had met a wolf? Why did she want to run away? Therefore, she froze at the edge of the bed and the table. She didn't dare to go over. When she thought of the torment and pain when he hugged her, of course, there were some other feelings. In short, fear was more than love. When everyone left, Longheng saw that Xianxia was still there, hesitating. She didn't look at him, but looked around. It seemed like she didn't dare to come over. He didn't get angry. He personally threw the loose clothes on his body to the side. Xianxia only took one look and felt her blood boil. That healthy skin, that sexy appearance with light sweat, had been deeply engraved in her mind. Even her body was a little hot. In the novel, the supporting female lead, Xianxia, had an extremely sensitive body. She especially liked muscular men like the male lead. Once, after seeing his 2 arms, she went back and had a wet dream. Therefore, she wanted to give herself to the male lead even more. Although at that time, she didn't understand why she couldn't help looking at his arms. How sensitive was this girl? How thirsty was she? But now, she understood. Because she only took one look, her legs couldn't support it. What was the situation? Was she also seduced by such a male lead? Speaking of which, why did he take off his clothes first? Could it be that this guy was secretly passionate? If she didn't go over, he would think of a way to lure her over. She definitely couldn't fall for his trick. She definitely couldn't be seduced by this man. She swallowed her saliva and decided to turn her face away from him. However, she heard a heavy and fast voice beside her ear. She was so scared that she couldn't help but look. Then, she saw that Longheng didn't wait for her to go over. He was coming over. Shouldn't he be beckoning her over with his finger and seductively beckoning her over? Why did he catch up by himself? How anxious was he? You first, don't be anxious. She was also anxious. When she saw him coming over aggressively, she subconsciously hid behind the table. Longheng raised his eyebrows. Seeing that she was hiding, he wanted to catch her and torture her. An extremely dangerous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xianxia was so frightened that she hid again. Longheng took 2 steps forward and she took 2 steps back. The two of them played around the table. Unfortunately, Xianxia was already panting after running a few steps. Her body swayed and Longheng pulled her into his arms. He carried her on his shoulder and felt a sense of pride. He then rushed to the bedside and gently placed her on the bed. He had to be gentle. This girl was like a piece of paper. If he made too much noise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do what he wanted to do next. At this time, he had to hold back. It was worse than killing him. Xianxia's small body was already soft like a puddle of mud. No matter how Longheng treated her now, she could only pant. However, she still struggled a little. She used her small fist to hit Longheng's shoulder. As she knocked, she pulled her hand back and blew on it. What if she hurt herself? Longheng also rubbed her hand. Then, he grabbed her hand and licked it a few times. Xianxia was so comfortable that she moaned, "Alright, this man really knows how to flirt more and more." Obviously, she wanted to refuse, but she was already naked by Longheng. The situation was already very dangerous. Just as he was thinking about how to get out of bed tomorrow, he heard a knock on the door. The voice was not loud, but it was continuous. It was clear that the other party really wanted to disturb them. "Prince, knocking on the door." Longheng was too excited to hear anything. He only heard the voices outside when she reminded him. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and fiercely said, "What's the matter?" His voice was cold. If it wasn't something important, he would definitely kill the people outside first. The person outside was sure. He didn't want to knock on the door at this time. Obviously, the sounds inside were enough to make one's heart race. Yes, it's a message from the palace. The Empress Dowager is seriously ill and her situation is dangerous. The Empress Dowager could be considered the Long family's backer. Because she and the old madam were close friends, she helped them in all kinds of ways. If not, the old madam wouldn't have agreed to Miss Lin's marriage. The Empress Dowager's serious illness was indeed a big matter. Long Heng had to grit his teeth and bear it. He first pulled the quilt to cover Bai Xianxia. Then, he straightened his body, as if it took a lot of effort. Bai Xianxia stole a glance and couldn't help but swallow her saliva in fright. This sweat was too scary. Even his eyes were a little red. Did he have to be so dissatisfied? What should she do if she felt a little sorry for him? Have a good rest. I'll come back to accompany you later. Long Heng still tried to explain himself, and then hastily put on his clothes. When he was about to walk out, he thought of something and said, "I'm afraid mother will come back soon. At that time, she will be, please take care of her." The Empress Dowager was like a sister to the old madam. If she knew about this, she would be very sad. Moreover, she would probably rush back from the south soon. Bai Xianxia naturally knew about this situation. It was written clearly in the book that the old madam did fall ill because of the Empress Dowager. And the female lead, Miss Lin, was finally brought in by Long Heng and openly took care of the family. The reason was very simple. She was the future mistress. Sooner or later, she would have to take care of the family. However, after she came, more and more things happened. The old madam couldn't recuperate well. What wives and concubines fought for the throne? What schemes and machinations made the prince's mansion chaotic? The most important thing was that the female lead's peach blossoms were really plucked one after another. At that time, the male lead was in love with her. They had just had a relationship but hadn't married yet. So, this relationship became an adultery. However, the male lead didn't hide it. This woman was his, and who could he hide it from? So, he couldn't get out of bed with the female lead for 3 days. This made the female supporting characters gnash their teeth in jealousy. The old madam was so angry that she almost died. She hoped that this wouldn't happen this time. She didn't know why, but once Long Heng left, she seemed to lose all her strength. When she finally got up and put on her clothes, she fell directly onto the bed and couldn't get up again. There was no way the Empress Dowager could get over this, and she wasn't some godly doctor who could cure her illness. Because she was too tired, she fell asleep. She didn't know when she woke up. Seeing that it was pitch black all around, she called out, "Is anyone here?" "Mistress Xiaoxia is outside." "Is something the matter?" "No, has the prince returned?" She remembered that the book said that the Empress Dowager was seriously ill, and that the emperor's close ministers had all stayed behind to accompany him. So, it seemed that the book was right. He wouldn't be coming back. The prince hasn't come back since he left. It's still early in the morning. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Xiaoxia was lying outside. Because their mistress would suddenly wake them up in the middle of the night, the maids were still quite alert. "Anne, it's fine. You can sleep." Although she knew that he was fine, she couldn't help but worry. After the Empress Dowager became seriously ill, the imperial court became unstable. The Empress Dowager's party and the Empress's party were at odds. After the Empress Dowager passed away, the Empress's party began to persecute them. The emperor was optimistic that they would fight each other. In the end, he was the only one who benefited. After returning to the prince's estate, she didn't feel so relaxed. Moreover, she did feel a little better after resting for a night. The next morning, she took over the various affairs of the prince's estate. Actually, as a steward, there were many things to do, but she wasn't so busy all day. She would be busy for a few days a month, and then deal with some small matters. However, she didn't expect that before Long Heng left, he would hand over Sun Hong'er's matter to the steward, Long Shooting. Long Shooting was very serious. After he was done, he came to report to Bai Xianxia. Bai Xianxia listened to him and showed her the list of crimes. After reading it, the corners of her mouth couldn't stop twitching. She thought that the book had really written about Sun Hong'er's dark history. No wonder she was so confident that she wanted to replace her. It was because she had never been rejected when she seduced men. First of all, she had seduced 2 young stewards. One of them already had a wife and a concubine. After that, there were other men, such as guards and servants. She even wanted to be a guard of the Song family. Guarding the boudoir alone? This word really doesn't suit her. Long Shooting spat out a mouthful of tea when he heard Fourth Madam's ridicule. He felt slightly embarrassed and coughed softly. He didn't expect that Fourth Madam's tone had become so bold and playful after going out this time. She looked much more pleasing to the eye than before, as if this was the real her. In fact, he had a feeling that this strange Fourth Madam must have come up with this idea. Otherwise, given Prince's attitude, he wouldn't have paid attention to those people's nonsense. Otherwise, he would have gone out to explain himself. This time, there was no need to explain at all. As long as this evidence was put up, it would prove that the Prince's mansion was extremely disgusted by such things. In addition, it would completely make those who wanted to secretly deal with Prince unable to do anything. At least, they wouldn't be able to gain any benefits from this matter. After Bai Xianxia finished reading it, she nodded. She believed that this was enough to turn Long Heng from an anti-fan to a fan. She didn't know who had written it, but the words were sharp and incisive. The description of a widow who didn't abide by the virtues of a woman and still wanted to seduce her master was so incisive that even Bai Xianxia wanted to drown this person in a pond. Long Shooting also knew that the Empress Dowager was critically ill. He thought that old madam should be prepared for her return. Old madam will definitely enter the palace when she comes back. But if something happens to the Empress Dowager, she will definitely be sad. It's better to think of something to make her busy or happy. She won't always be thinking about sad things. Bai Xianxia had good intentions, but she couldn't think of anything that could make old madam happy. Although she knew that what old madam wanted most now was for Long Heng to get married and have a grandson, she was afraid that if they brought in the female lead now, old madam would be angered to death. Moreover, she also felt uncomfortable. Long Shooting had an idea, but he didn't dare to say it after glancing at Bai Xianxia. However, Bai Xianxia saw it and asked curiously, "Steward Long, do you have any ideas?" Long Shooting coughed softly, as if he was too embarrassed to say it. "Xiaoshi, get us a new pot of hot tea." Xiaoshi glanced at Bai Xianxia and went to change the tea. She probably knew that her master wanted to send her away, so she didn't ask much and went out. Bai Xianxia looked at Long Shooting with a faint smile. Her meaning was that he could speak now and stop holding back. After all, Long Shooting was a man, so it was inappropriate for him to bring it up. However, Bai Xianxia was a smart person, but she was confused about this matter. She couldn't be blamed. How could a woman be so bold as to think of such a method? Moreover, she might end up being resented by the old madam because of this. However, this was indeed the only way. He hesitated for a moment, then said to Bai Xianxia, "You seem to know better than me what old madam wants the most." But she didn't. She touched her stomach subconsciously, and her face turned slightly red. Long Shooting smiled and said, "You don't need to really have it. You just need to suspect it." "You mean?" Bai Xianxia understood immediately. She coughed softly and said, "I'll leave it to you." Long Shooting knew that Bai Xianxia also wanted him to get involved in this mess. He couldn't help but shake his head. It wasn't easy to take advantage of Fourth Madam. Only their prince treated her like a paper doll. He didn't even want her to see the notice. It was said that he didn't want to scare her. He hesitated for a long time before bringing it over. The main reason was that if his master didn't read it, he wouldn't be able to report to his master. As for the prince, he didn't know when he would return from the palace. As he expected, Long Heng stayed in the palace for 2 days. He didn't come back to take his mother to the palace until the old madam came back. The old madam seemed to have cried all the way after hearing the news. Her body seemed to be very weak. After sitting in the mansion for a while, she immediately went to the palace without saying anything. Long Heng naturally followed her. Fortunately, he still had a conscience. He ignored everyone else and went to see Bai Xianxia alone. Seeing that she was fine, he told her to take care of the affairs in the mansion for the time being and not to tire herself out. However, Bai Xianxia felt that he was the one who was tired. The big dark circles under his eyes showed that he had stayed up all night. There was no other way. Only a few of the emperor's close officials could catch the Empress Dowager's eye. At this time, they had to take over the emperor's duties and wait outside all night for news. Xianxia didn't know what was wrong with her. She pulled his sleeve when he left. However, she didn't know what to say. When she saw Longheng staring back, she said hesitantly, "Sleep more when you have time. Don't think that your body is made of iron." Longheng didn't know what was wrong with him. His heartbeat suddenly sped up. The tiredness and longing of the day turned into a surge of energy that lingered in his heart. His long arm reached out and hugged Xianxia's small body. He hated that he couldn't stay with her forever and not care about anything. After hugging for a while, Xianxia struggled a bit before he slowly let go of her. Then he used a slightly hoarse voice to reply. Xianxia also felt that the present situation was as warm as it could be. She silently sent Longheng far away as if she was under a spell. It wasn't until he waved his hand for her to return that she reluctantly returned to Winter Garden. After thinking for a while, she decided to move to Xiang Garden. At most, she could move back for a few days next spring. There was no need to make things so complicated between herself and Longheng. Coming back once, she had to find an excuse to go back to Winter Garden to see him. It really was difficult. Moreover, even if Longheng didn't say anything now, he would still have her move when he came back. Although it wasn't good to be someone's concubine in the ancient times, when she thought about it carefully, even though Longheng didn't make any promises, as long as the two of them were good, no one else could interfere. When the time came, as long as she treated herself as a concubine, she would be a concubine. If she treated herself as a wife, then no one would dare to steal this position from her. This mainly depended on the male lead's choice. He had the halo of a main character, and she really didn't bring anything to the table. So be it. At least the current treatment wasn't bad. Just now, the male lead's hug seemed to have softened her entire body. She also had the real feeling of being in love. Xiaoshi didn't think that her mistress would agree to move to Apricot Garden. She was the master of this palace, so no one dared to say no to her decision. The people of Winter Garden worked together to move all of her personal belongings to Apricot Garden. That place was very large, with 2 entrances and 2 exits. The front was for receiving guests, and the back was for living. There were more than 10 rooms. Winter Garden really couldn't compare. The most important thing was that the room was abnormally warm. As soon as she walked in, she could feel the heat. This was the courtyard of the future mistress, so it was normal that it was better built than Winter Garden. She remembered that when the female lead came over, she lived in Apricot Garden. This way, it was easy for the male lead to get close to her. He could even come over in the middle of the night to meet her. Xianxia's heart raced at the thought of their meeting in the middle of the night. She patted her face and walked into Apricot Garden with the cactus in her arms. On the way, she saw First Madam and Second Madam walking over together. They seemed to be passing by unintentionally, but they must have received some news. So when they saw Xianxia coming over, they happily welcomed her and waved the fan they shouldn't be holding at this time of the year. They asked with a smile, "Fourth Madam." No, Third Madam, where are you going?" Ever since Third Madam was inexplicably kicked out of the residence, Xianxia became Third Madam. Xianxia had purposely kept the matter of the Third Madam a secret from everyone. She was afraid that Longheng would find out and arrest her. Fortunately, he was busy recently. If he was free, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't do it. So from an outsider's point of view, Third Madam seemed to have disappeared for no reason, which made people even more suspicious. Xianxia also knew this, so she didn't pay too much attention to their deliberate manipulation of her tone. She just smiled and said, "Let's go to Apricot Garden." Asking the obvious, one must be hiding evil intentions. Sure enough, First Madam smiled and said, "Oh, are you going to Apricot Garden to tidy up? I know that the mistress of the house will be moving in after Old Madam returns." Xianxia silently rolled her eyes. She knew that she was moving in, yet she still said this. Was she purposely making things difficult for her? But who was she? She didn't care about this little trick at all. Or maybe she knew that the male lead was protecting her, so she didn't take it seriously. "No, I'm moving in on Prince's orders." She didn't explain further and took the lead to leave. However, second madam blocked her and said with a shocked expression, "How is that possible? The prince doesn't know about third madam in the residence. You should know, right? Apricot garden is, move aside. If you have something to ask prince, don't block the way. The flowers are quite heavy. Why don't you give me a hug and then we can talk?" Bai Xianxia didn't stand on ceremony and handed the Huaer to second madam. Huaer was shocked. "No, I don't want this woman to hug me. She has a murderous aura. She wants to kill Huaer." Bai Xianxia was speechless. This cactus was really honest. She didn't even have the guts to let second madam hug her. Now that the Huaer had grown several leaves, it took a certain amount of courage to hug it. Second madam had been injured before and was very afraid. He immediately took a few steps back and frowned. "I'm just reminding you out of kindness. If you don't know what's good for you, then go ahead." Second madam's acting skills were slightly worse than first madam's, so she would reveal her true colors when she was anxious. First madam only smiled. In her opinion, Bai Xianxia really didn't have the courage to move to Apricot Garden on her own. However, the old madam could not ignore this matter. Her actions clearly showed that she did not care about the rules of the prince's mansion. Therefore, when the old madam returned from the palace, everything would be interesting to watch. She pulled second madam, and the two of them could be considered to have completed their task of persuading her. When the time came, the old madam would not blame them. Bai Xianxia also knew that this was against the rules, but she had been abiding by the rules ever since she came here. She had been abiding by the rules until she became the woman of the male lead. If she continued abiding by the rules, wouldn't she be letting herself down? Although the male and female lead were officially matched, she could see that the male lead had some feelings for her. And she was becoming more and more attached to the male lead, so she slowly revealed her true nature. She was looking forward to a passionate love in ancient times. After all, it was every girl's dream. People would not be so calm when they were in love. Therefore, she did not care about what other people thought and began to decorate Apricot Garden. First, she placed the Huaer in a place, then boiled some water for it. The bed in the main room of Apricot Garden was very big and soft. It was very comfortable to lie on. When she thought of Longheng lying on her bed in Winter Garden, she always felt like he would fall off at any time. It was really unfair for him. After she finished cleaning, she received news that the old madam had fainted in the palace. As expected, it came. Bai Xianxia ordered people to tidy up the old madam's room. She personally went over to place a few bonsai plants that could help the patient relax. After another day, she heard that the Empress Dowager had passed away. Relatives of the imperial family, especially when the emperor's mother passed away today, were mourned by the whole country. Bai Xianxia had already found out. She immediately had people hang white cloth and white lanterns at the gate of the prince's residence. Then, she had people kneel in front of the gate and kowtow to the palace to express their condolences. The other ministers' families also did the same. Therefore, the prince's residence only declined, but it did not show any difference. This was the effect that Bai Xianxia wanted. Her goal was to maintain a neutral position. After finishing her work, the old madam came back. However, she looked very pale and just sat there crying. "Old madam, please restrain your grief. Don't hurt yourself." Bai Xianxia now regarded herself as the old madam's daughter-in-law. Naturally, she was closer and more caring than before. Sitting beside her, she felt that the old madam was really good to her best friend. The old madam waved her hand and said, "You can all leave. I don't want to take over the affairs of the prince's residence for the time being. Just don't bother me with anything." "I know." Bai Xianxia saw that the old madam's expression was not good, so she did not insist. She went out with the servants and personally made some vegetarian dishes to send over. It was a show of filial piety. However, she did not expect that after the old madam finished her meal, the first madam and second madam arrived. After entering, they said that Bai Xianxia had moved to Apricot Garden without saying anything. They also said that the outside world had spread the news that the concubines in the prince's residence were spoiled to the point that they did not follow the rules. The old madam really didn't know about this. However, she was very dissatisfied with their behavior of coming to complain. She waved her hand and said, I will take care of this matter. You can all leave. Madame Bai rarely made mistakes that others could use against her, but this matter was indeed a bit too much. She asked Mama, who knew the cause and effect. Thus, she told the old madam about how the prince had asked her to move over. She also said that they had argued for a long time because of this matter. In the end, Longheng had admitted defeat. When she heard that her son had admitted defeat, the old madam felt that something was wrong. A woman in the inner residence was still a concubine. How could she suppress a man? Although she was not wrong in this matter, she still needed to know her own status. Thus, the old madam said, call her over. Bai Xianxia had just finished her work. Her butt had just touched the edge of the chair when she was summoned. Didn't she say that she was not allowed to see her? Why did she change her mind in such a short time? She felt that it was probably related to her moving to Apricot Garden. Thus, she sullenly walked over to the old madam. However, she did not expect that the old madam did not mention the matter of her moving. She only talked about general principles. These principles were all things that a concubine should do. She said that she should follow her master's orders. She should not think that just because she was favored, she should not put her master's orders in her eyes. The more Bai Xianxia listened, the more she realized that the old madam didn't blame her for moving into Apricot Garden at all. It was because of this that the old madam had gotten into an argument with Longheng. After all, she was only a concubine and had to understand her status. Yes, she had always understood her status, so everything didn't matter. But now it was different. She felt that old madam's words didn't enter her ears. But after thinking about it, it wasn't because of her status. Old madam is right. This concubine will pay attention in the future. She felt wronged. She really wanted to yell at Longheng when she saw him. When old madam let her out of the room, she was stunned. Why did she take the initiative to enter the difficult relationship between mother and daughter-in-law and make it difficult for her husband? Could it be that she had really accepted Longheng as a person and was willing to become his wife? This kind of thought was a bit frightening, and she couldn't even eat dinner. Xiaoshi and the others thought that Bai Xianxia couldn't eat because of old madam's scolding, and silently blamed old madam and second madam. Bai Xianxia was troubled for the entire night. The next day, she went to work with heavy dark circles under her eyes and had to pay respects to old madam. Old madam looked at her injured face and dark circles under her eyes. She felt that too many things had happened recently, and it was hard on her. So she told her about her face. I heard that it was done by a female thief. It wasn't easy for you to escape by yourself. The doctor that Hanger found has seen it. Is it possible to cure it? He has seen it. It can be cured. Because he didn't want outsiders to know, Longheng claimed that her face was done by a female thief. His purpose was to not damage her reputation. Old madam responded, rubbed her head, and coughed a few times. Old madam, find a doctor to take a look. Bai Xianxia knew that the old madam didn't have any ill intentions towards her. She was just dealing with the matter of the concubine overstepping her authority as the head of the Wang Fu. The old madam sighed and said, what's the use of seeing him? Obviously, that stubborn old man's health is better than mine, but he still passed away so suddenly. It's really unexpected. As she spoke, she began to cry again. The nannies began to comfort her. Bai Xianxia also followed suit and comforted her for a long time before she felt better. After sitting for a while, she actually fell asleep, her face swollen to a frightening extent. It seemed that the old madam was seriously ill. Bai Xianxia frowned and went out, wondering if she should use Long Shooting's method. However, she had only been with Longheng for less than 10 days. If she put on an act now, what if Longheng got angry? Just as she was thinking about this, Longheng came back. He was so tired that even his stubble had grown out. Bai Xianxia was really worried. She fulfilled her duty as a wife and helped him bathe and change his clothes. Seeing that he was lying on the bed, he touched her face and fell asleep. Before going to sleep, he said, I'll wake up later and have dinner with you. Okay. Seeing him like this, she couldn't say anything about the grievances she had suffered. During dinner, Longheng really did wake up. However, the old madam asked him to go over. He frowned slightly. Obviously, he had agreed to have dinner with her before going to bed. Thus, he said, "You should come over too." Bai Xianxia nodded. She naturally understood Long Heng's intentions. However, she thought that the old madam would be worried about him. Thus, she said, "Why don't you tidy yourself up so that the old madam won't be worried?" Long Heng finally came to his senses and secretly praised Bai Xianxia for her attentiveness. She hurriedly let Shuer in. The two of them dressed Long Heng up before going over to the old madam's side. Unexpectedly, the old madam started crying the moment she saw Long Heng. As she cried, she asked when the coffin would be placed and when the funeral would be held. These were all important matters, so she had to ask in advance. Long Heng told her that the Empress Dowager had already been placed in the coffin and that the funeral would be held in 2 days. When the time came, they would travel from the imperial city to the imperial mausoleum and pass by the front street of the mansion. The old madam said, "It's the last time I see her. I want to send her off." After she finished speaking, she started coughing again, causing Long Heng to worry. The old maid beside her also shed tears and said, "Prince, quickly persuade the old madam. She didn't sleep last night." If this continues, I'm afraid, Long Heng didn't know how to persuade people. He only knew how to frown and said, "Mother, don't be too sad. You have to take care of your body. You have to be careful too. You still have to accompany His Majesty to escort the coffin." Obviously, the old madam was sad, but she didn't want her son to worry. However, when she thought of her sister who had grown up with her leaving, she couldn't help but feel sad. Bai Xianxia blinked. What should she do with one crying and the other worried? Not to mention that no one had eaten. Even if they ate, they wouldn't be able to eat, right? She couldn't help but secretly pinch her own leg and start acting. However, she had never seen a pregnant woman vomit in real life, so she imitated the scene in TV dramas. She gently covered her stomach, then when no one was paying attention, she turned her face away and pretended to cry. She used a handkerchief to wipe her tears, but in reality, she stuffed the tip of the handkerchief into her throat. Her original intention was to gently vomit twice. Who knew that because she walked over, her throat became dry? Because of the awkward situation between mother and son, she didn't drink any water. When she was stimulated by the tip of the handkerchief, she actually couldn't stop retching. Retch, tears came out. She was afraid that she would really vomit, so she took a few steps outside. Unfortunately, because the first wave came too fiercely, she actually bent down and vomited a few times. She vomited while wiping her tears, showing that there was a price to pay for acting. The woman who had given birth had the strongest reaction to this kind of thing, especially old madam, who had been looking forward to it. Seeing her vomiting nonstop, old madam couldn't help but sit up from the couch with a whoosh. Her eyes, which were red from crying, were also bright. She asked carefully, "What's wrong? What else could it be?" She vomited because of the stimulation. However, Bai Xianxia didn't dare to say. She just waved her hand and wiped her tears while saying, "It's nothing. Wretch. I probably have a bad appetite recently." She was helped up by Xiaoshi. She pretended to be weak and sat down. Then she saw Long Heng staring at her eyes. It seemed that he was a little worried. She must explain to him later. What if he really misunderstood? If you don't feel well, you have to find a doctor. Go and ask the doctor to come over. How could old madam sit still? She directly asked someone to call a doctor. The nannies also reacted. They all smiled and shouted exaggeratedly to ask someone to call a doctor. Who didn't know that their master's eyes were red from longing for a grandson? Long Heng didn't know why they were so anxious. They lived more in the army than at home. Those soldiers scolded and fought all day long, but they rarely got pregnant or got sick. So he just frowned and asked, "If you don't feel well, why don't you ask the doctor to come over?" "It's nothing. It's just a little uncomfortable these 2 days." Don't stare at her. She can't pretend anymore. However, she still had to put on an act. She clutched her chest and frowned, pretending to be uncomfortable. It was rare for old Madame Xing to scold her son. Don't talk to her about this. Find something to soothe your throat first. A servant brought Bai Xianxia a cup of tea. She took a sip and seemed to feel better. Long Heng knew his mother well. Ever since his father passed away, they relied on each other for survival. Usually, she wouldn't even say harsh words to him. However, she had just scolded him, and it was for Bai Xianxia's sake. He silently felt that this matter must be very important. Suddenly, he remembered that when she was poisoned, she had vomited because of dizziness. An old nanny had said that she was pregnant, but nothing had happened between them at that time. It was obviously a misunderstanding. Now, she had the same symptoms again, and they had a physical relationship. Could it be that she was really pregnant this time? Thinking of this, he became excited and urged someone to find the doctor. He even said that the doctor was too slow and hadn't arrived after so long. When he became nervous, old Madame Xing was even more certain that there was a possibility. She even forgot to cough and waited for the doctor to check her pulse. Bai Xianxia was depressed. Old Madame Xing misunderstood that she had deliberately misled the doctor because she didn't know when they had slept together. However, the male lead, why are you so enthusiastic? Don't you know that they have only been together for 10 days? If you want to have a real reaction, you have to wait for 2 months. Unfortunately, she had overestimated the male lead's physiological knowledge. As a military man, he had left when he was in his teens. Old Madame Xing had always protected him when it came to domestic affairs, so no dirty things had reached his ears. As a result, he didn't take women seriously at all. Just like that, he didn't know much about physiological knowledge. At least, he thought that since it had been 10 days, he should know if she was pregnant. He was excited. Although he was a little surprised, how could he not be happy when he thought about having a child with the same bloodline? Although he was still young, he had always been influenced by old Madame Xing to look forward to children. If they had children, they would have something to rely on when he went to the battlefield in the future. Not long after, the doctor ran over, panting. He had been arranged by Bai Xianxia and long shooting. This matter was also for the sake of saving old Madame, so it wasn't considered a conspiracy, so he still agreed. Being forced was completely different from being willing. This could be seen from the plot. The doctor's performance was much better than usual. He pressed Bai Xianxia's right hand and then left hand, frowning the whole time. The old madam was so anxious that she put aside her sadness for a moment and only focused on urging the doctor. When the doctor saw that it was about time, he said, in reply to old madam, "There are indeed some signs of conception, but it's probably because the month is too short, so I can't tell." With one sentence, he managed to extricate himself and Bai Xianxia from the situation. At that time, they could say that Bai Xianxia vomited because she was too emotional or because she ate something wrong. And because of these signs, he felt that it was possible, but he wasn't sure. Old madam was overjoyed when she heard this. Any sign was a good thing. Which family's women in the manor would have children in 2 to 3 months? Some would even have children in 4 months, Bai Xianxia pretended to be surprised. She glanced cautiously at old madam, then lowered her head. She seemed to be shy. The doctor inwardly gave this mistress show a thumbs up. He hadn't realized that this little girl had such good acting skills. Old madam only thought that she was shy. She took the hand of the mama beside her and smiled, saying, "I've been waiting for this day." Although it wasn't good to say that the wife of the first wife had a concubine's son before marrying into the family, if it was in the past, she would have respected Miss Lin, who hadn't married into the family. But after seeing her actions, she had a feeling that even if she married into the family, this son of the first wife would never be born. She might as well count on the only one who could catch her son's eye. Nearby, she didn't expect that there would be news so soon. Although this person was timid and afraid of trouble, she was dainty, kind, and magnanimous. She had a good temperament. Her children shouldn't be wrong. Bai Xianxiu glanced at her big boss-cum-husband again. She saw that his handsome face actually revealed a suppressed emotion that was about to explode. Could it be that he had seen something and was planning to deal with them? Just as she was about to run away, he unexpectedly said, "What should we pay attention to?" The doctor had actually been scared out of his wits just now. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately said what he always said to pregnant women: eat less raw and cold food. Rest in bed as much as possible. For the first 2 or 3 months, abstain from sexual intercourse. Did he have to be so direct? Bai Xianxiu's face instantly turned as red as an eggplant. Even Long Heng, who had always been thick-skinned, coughed lightly. Old madam didn't have the mood to watch their little quarrel. She only said, medicine to prevent miscarriage must be used. Quickly prescribe the medicine and have someone brew it. Old madam, this medicine is 30% poisonous. Also, before you're sure, it's best not to take it casually. Of course, a normal person couldn't casually take medicine. He still had medical ethics. As a result, Xianxia was spared the pain of taking medicine for no reason. Old madam was excited and wanted to do something. She asked, do you feel uncomfortable? Do you want to rest for a while? Xianxia gently pressed her hand to her lower abdomen and frowned slightly. She saw old madam and Longheng's strong reactions and bowed. Longheng even stood up. If no one was around, he would have run to her side to ask what was going on. She felt a little happy in her heart and said, I don't feel uncomfortable. I just feel a little empty. It seems like I'm a little hungry. Of course she was hungry. It was already past dinner time. Most importantly, old madam hadn't eaten yet. Therefore, when no one was paying attention, she threw a look at Longheng. Longheng immediately understood what she meant. She was faking it. The purpose was so that old madam could eat something. It was rare for her to be so filial. He hurriedly said, quickly serve the food. He turned to old madam and said, Mother, why don't you eat some too? The more people there are, the more appetite there will be. Okay. It's rare for all of you to come and accompany me. Mama, help me in to wash my face and eat. She had cried, so her face was inevitably a little tense. Now that it was such a joyous day, she didn't want to think about those sad things. It was better to eat with the children and wait for her body to recover so that she could take care of her eldest grandson. Longheng saw old madam's expression and heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that it was great that Xianxia could spread the good news at this time. However, he thought about his thoughts for the past few days. He just wanted to leave the palace and get closer to her. Now, it seemed that it was impossible because the doctor forbade him from having sex. Thinking about it, he felt that tonight was really unbearable. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He glanced at the little girl, who looked like she was made of water. She was looking at him strangely, as if asking, is there something you're not satisfied with? Of course, he was satisfied with everything, except for that one thing. But he had lived through it before. He had no woman, so he didn't mind waiting for a few more days. After a while, the food was served. Xianxia didn't eat much to show that she didn't have a good appetite. She even personally served the old madam food, which made her eat a lot. Longheng enjoyed the harmony at home very much. Any man would hope that they wouldn't cause trouble when they returned home after a busy day. The old madam's heart ached when she saw that Xianxia didn't eat much. After all, she was pregnant and needed a lot of nourishment. So she asked the servants to make some nourishing soup for Xianxia to drink later. Xianxia agreed, and then returned to Apricot Garden under the old madam's repeated reminders. Before leaving, the old madam thought that it was fortunate that she had moved to Apricot Garden. Otherwise, Winter Garden was so far away that she would be worried about going back. The weather was getting colder, and it seemed like it was going to snow soon. Just as the old madam thought, it snowed heavily that night, but the atmosphere in Apricot Garden was ambiguous. Xianxia removed her makeup, took off her clothes, and bathed under Longheng's supervision. She felt that he was too nervous. It seemed that she needed to explain things, otherwise she wouldn't be able to live. Especially when he hugged her and placed her on his lap. She was hurting, but he didn't do anything. Your Highness, this concubine has something to explain. Oh? Not talking about me, but about this concubine? She must have caused some trouble. Longheng asked while taking advantage of her. Although he couldn't eat it, he could still lick it to satisfy his cravings. Prince, actually, I'm not pregnant. Please don't chop her into pieces. What? Longheng stopped what he was doing and turned her chin to look at him. She could clearly see the anger in his eyes. Actually, it's because, what I hate the most is the women in the inner compound fighting for favor, but you. Longheng stood up and didn't wait for her to explain before he turned and left. His thought was that she was doing this to get something from the prince's manor. He could understand if she was playing some tricks, but he couldn't accept that she was using his child. She was using his child. That. Bai. Longheng was. Bai. Is. That. Was. Was. It. And. The. Since, translation. What, translation? Was translation. It is translation, that is translation like translation like, translation like translation the like translation like when. It's nothing. Come, have a few drinks with me. Longheng personally poured some wine for him. Then, without waiting for the dishes to be served, he downed the wine. Is it related to Mistress Xiao? Don't mention her. Longheng angrily shouted, then smashed his cup. Something must have happened between the two of them. Song Jiayue had never seen his friend so angry before. However, he felt that the gentle woman wouldn't do anything to make him angry. You've always been like this. I don't know what happened between the two of you, but you should at least listen to her explanation. She has such a gentle personality. How do you expect her to act like this? Song Jiayue was also annoyed. He stood up and left, ignoring him. But Longheng stopped with his wine cup in hand. He really hadn't listened to her explanation before running out. If she really did have something she wanted to hide, then wouldn't he have wronged her? He could only blame himself for looking forward too much to that child. When he heard that it was just a lie, he became anxious and angry. Now that he drank a few mouthfuls of wine and Song Jiayue's reminder, he sobered up. He put down his wine cup and returned to the prince's estate. Bai Xianxia also became angry when she saw him leave angrily. This man was too chauvinistic. He didn't even listen to her explanation. If he didn't want to listen, then so be it. She was also very angry, alright, she felt very wronged. Although she didn't cry much, she still shed a few tears. Then, she sat by the bed and watched the television. She missed the days in the modern world more and more. She lived in the north and could see snow in the winter. However, the snow wasn't as white as it was now. It was a bit cold by the window, so she sneezed fiercely. A cloak was draped over her body. Longheng had thought that he would order her to tell him everything when he returned. Who would have thought that he would see her like this as soon as he came in? How could he be in the mood to scold her? His heart softened and he forgot about his anger. If he came back and lost his temper, Bai Xianxia would definitely be very sad. Then, she would probably return to her previous pretense. But he didn't, so she began to cry and throw a tantrum. She flung her cloak and said, "Who needs your concern? Just leave." Longheng had never seen her like this. He couldn't help being stunned. It seemed that it was all his fault. Longheng couldn't say anything. He felt that it was a big mistake to walk out. I just wanted to make old madam happy and not think so much about sad things. But you weren't here, so I could only decide to do so. But I didn't expect that you would lose your temper with me without listening to my explanation. Bai Xianxia cried more and more fiercely, which made the maids and older female servants keep looking into the room. But no one dared to come in. They shouldn't have gotten involved in the quarrel between the young couple. Otherwise, they might be the unlucky ones. Longheng also understood the reason. Thinking about it, he really couldn't blame her. Because after his mother knew about it, she was indeed much happier. Although it was very bold, it seemed that there was no other way. But when a woman lost her temper, it was always very fierce. Although Bai Xianxia was small, from this matter, she turned over the past. How did he provoke her secretly? How did he think for the prince's mansion? Longheng had no choice. He reached out and pulled her into his arms from the window to the bed. Then, he quietly listened to her nagging. In the end, there was no other way to make her stop. She was crying more and more fiercely. He had no choice but to cover her mouth with his and kiss her hard. Finally, she stopped. He was relieved. What are you doing? She was angry, okay? How did things turn out like this? When Longheng galloped on top of her, she couldn't help but ask. I'm just very disappointed. But we can work harder to avoid being disappointed. Longheng seemed to have understood a principle overnight. When a woman was angry and nagging, she would do this. In the blink of an eye, she only had two kinds of sounds and was especially quiet. Xianxia was simply defeated by the shamelessness of the male lead. Not only was he shameless, he was also very rogue. He actually used this kind of thing to resolve the grievances in her heart. In fact, it was a good idea. She was so tired in the second half that she couldn't get angry. After a while, she felt her mind go blank. In the end, she was directly subdued by the male lead's abuse of power and couldn't move. The next day, Longheng woke up early. In order to make up for his wanton behavior yesterday, he had people send her a lot of good things. Of course, he also ordered the servants not to tell anyone about what happened last night. Otherwise, the old madam would definitely blame them. Because the current Xianxia was a pregnant woman. Xianxia didn't get out of bed for the whole day. She was lazy in bed and didn't get up. The old madam didn't blame her. She just thought it was the reaction of a pregnant woman. But because the temperature was too cold yesterday, the old madam caught a cold and fell ill. So when the funeral procession passed by the gate of the prince's residence, she had to take charge. In fact, the old madam had told her to rest well and not to harm her body because of this matter. But Xianxia knew that she had to take charge. She didn't need to take care of the sheds outside, but she had to make some vegetarian food for the people going to the funeral. This was the rule of this world. Because it would take a long time to walk out of the imperial city, it would be noon by the time they reached here. The procession was too long, so there were many food sheds set up in the middle. The purpose was to let these people eat some vegetarian food so that they could travel faster. This was something she was good at. And she didn't need to do it personally. She just needed to do it well and have someone bring it over. The prince's residence could only send Longheng to the funeral. Since the old madam was seriously ill, there was no other hostess. Longheng rode the white flower over step by step. He knew that the Wang Fu had prepared a food shed, but he did not expect that Xianxia would be in charge. He brought Prince Rong and Song Jiayue over. The shed was divided into two. One was for the female mourners to rest and eat, while the other was for the male mourners to rest and eat. The women were the two dowager consorts, the wife of a minister, and Madame Song. The Song family did not live on this street, so they did not prepare a food stall. The food shed was also a mourning shed, so white cloth and white flowers were hung outside. These people had cried all the way here and were tired, so they were all very tired after coming in. Xianxia was in the shed at the back. She asked someone to bring in the chrysanthemum tea. When Longheng saw the tea, he knew that Xianxia was probably in charge behind the scenes. She liked to make these strange teas the most. And she was the only one who had fresh chrysanthemum petals to put in the tea in this winter. What a strange woman. Why did she like those colorful things so much? They had just sat down to drink a cup of hot tea when the vegetarian dishes were served. There were no cold dishes, only hot dishes. Moreover, they were very plain and did not have any luxurious decorations. After all, it was someone else's funeral, so they could not make it too fancy. The main thing about food was the taste. Therefore, before it was used, everyone thought that the prince's residence did not have anyone in charge, so it was not strange that they did this. Out of respect for Longheng, everyone ate a few mouthfuls. After all, not many people could really eat these last-minute dishes at a time like this. But after taking a bite, everyone felt that something was wrong. Although the dishes were hot, they were very refreshing and removed heat. Song Jiayue was surprised. He did not expect that she would personally cook. Didn't the outside say that she was sick? How would he know that it was just a false rumor? It was because Xianxia was pregnant. However, there was a tradition here. News of a pregnant woman's pregnancy couldn't be spread in the first few months. Otherwise, she might suffer a miscarriage. Therefore, the rumors in the prince's residence were only that Xianxia was sick, not that she was pregnant. Song Jiayue did not expect to be able to eat the food she cooked again. He did not care whether it was suitable to eat more now, but he still ate a lot in silence. Prince Rong, on the other hand, was a very calm person. He never cared about how others looked at him, so he only cared about himself and ate a lot. After eating, he even nodded and said, "Princely, when will you introduce your family's chef to this prince?" Haha. Longheng looked at the prince. He could be said to be a very casual person. He was broad and fat, and people had a good impression of him at first sight. However, he felt that this was all just a facade. How many people in the imperial family were truly broad and fat? If Prince Rong likes it, he will teach this cooking method to the Rong estate's cook. The corner of Longheng's mouth twitched. He wanted to take her away, but there was no way. Song Jiayue coughed lightly and turned his face to the side to continue eating. He was already very satisfied to be able to eat this much. On the other side, Madame Song was also the same. She ate while praising Longheng's concubine's cooking. Of course, she only mentioned a few words, but she did not expect that it would give Bai Xianxia a good reputation. The mourning shed would be set up until the next morning, when the funeral procession returned. On this day, there would be many people eating vegetarian food in the shed of the prince's residence. Because of the reputation, there were many people who came to eat vegetarian food. Bai Xianxia could not do the same thing in the morning and afternoon, so she insisted on doing it herself. It was only after midnight that the funeral procession finally stopped. She was so tired that she almost stopped breathing. As soon as she returned to the residence, she fell asleep on the bed without even taking off her clothes. Xiaoshi and the others were distressed, but they were also very tired, so they all went to rest. Because Bai Xianxia had instructed them not to mention this to the old madam, she did not hear any news. As for the people outside, they would not make things difficult for her just because she made a few vegetarian dishes. Besides, she was using the old madam's name to do this. They only knew that the person who made these dishes was sent by the old madam, but they did not know that it was one of the prince's concubines, so it did not cause too much of a disturbance. However, the next day was different. When the funeral procession returned in the morning, they had to return some gifts to the mourning shed where they had eaten. This was the so-called not eating for free illusion. The people in the mourning shed also had to prepare some gifts that they could take away. This was the host's thought. Bai Xianxia had prepared some small bonsai and fresh flowers that could freshen up the air and relieve the stress in one's heart. These were all plants that could survive well in autumn and winter. She had carefully prepared them. Fortunately, she usually prepared them, which was a great help. These gifts were very popular. The main reason was that everyone was depressed after the funeral. However, when they brought these plants home, they immediately felt much better. Especially the two dowager consorts in the palace. Although they had fought with the Empress Dowager their entire lives, the ones who survived were those who stood on the right side at the time. Naturally, the two of them wouldn't have it easy after her sudden death. Thus, they had been depressed for the past few days, unable to relieve the stuffiness in their chests. However, ever since they brought back the 2 pots of plants from Bai Xianxia's place, they felt much better just by smelling their scent. Originally, they didn't think it had anything to do with the plants. However, when they arrived at the palace and casually threw them away, they soon felt depressed and uncomfortable again. At that moment, their nose was filled with the fragrance of the plants, so they had someone bring them over. Sure enough, it didn't take long for them to feel much better. The 2 dowager consorts got together and talked about it, assigning all the merit to the old madam. They felt that she was truly the Empress Dowager's confidant and deeply understood their hearts. Therefore, this return gift was naturally another expensive one, which made old Madame Xing stunned. They should have sent a gift in return that day. Weren't they all small gifts? Why did they have to send another one now? Moreover, it was so expensive. She originally guessed that the 2 dowager consorts wanted to rely on them. However, after thinking about it, it didn't make sense. Longheng wasn't a prince, and they were also part of the Empress Dowager's faction. Now that she was gone, why would they curry favor with them? Shouldn't they be looking for the Empress's faction? Later, after hearing the explanation from the palace's female officials, she found out that it was actually Madame Bai's doing. Unexpectedly, she made friends with the 2 dowager consorts. One of them was Prince Rong's mother, so she wasn't completely powerless. Unexpectedly, Madame Bai was a lucky star. Although it was inconvenient for her to personally handle this matter, she was quite headstrong. She received the gift and was praised, so she was naturally moved. Such a big matter, yet she didn't receive the slightest bit of gratitude and put all the blame on herself. There were very few people who were so knowledgeable and courteous. Because of this, Bai Xianxia's image in the old madam's heart became noble. She specially chose a few gifts to send to Bai Xianxia. In the end, the servants who came back said that she had slept for half the afternoon and had no intention of getting up. Old madam thought she was just tired, so she didn't ask anyone to wake her up. She just ordered the kitchen to stew some tonics. As a result, Bai Xianxia, who had been tired all day, had a warm tonic to drink when she woke up at night. She drank so much that she almost had a nosebleed. She was just tired. Why would she need such a huge supplement? It was really killing her. Xiaoshi and the other servants, who didn't know the truth, thought that their master was really pregnant, so they were very careful. Especially Yi Mama. When she had nothing to do, she would teach her some fetus nurturing techniques. It was as awkward as it could get. Unfortunately, Longheng didn't have time to come back, so she could only endure it silently. But she hadn't expected that Longheng would also be depressed when he returned. He had just entered Apricot Garden with a sullen expression when Yi Mama carefully fetched water for him and said, "Prince, Mistress Xiao has already fallen asleep. Why don't you go rest in your own courtyard first?" "No need." Which courtyard wasn't his? Did he need to tell anyone where he wanted to sleep? However, Yi Mama frowned and said, "But, Mistress Xiao's body isn't feeling well. Why don't you go to the other two branches first? Find another woman to relax with," who knew that before she could finish speaking, her master would glare fiercely at her. She couldn't say anything for a long time. Her entire body was so stiff that it was about to freeze into an ice cube. Since when did servants like you have the right to tell their masters what to do in the prince's estate? You should be punished. Longheng didn't say anything else. Yi Mama automatically went outside and slapped herself a dozen times. Admittedly, she also felt that she had been a little too pleased with herself. If she wanted to blame someone, she could only blame Longheng for being like a young boy who was in the honeymoon period. Even the people around her could feel his gentleness. But when she thought about it carefully, his gentleness was only directed at the person lying on the bed. It didn't have any direct relationship with them. In the end, she was the first to become arrogant. She thought that the people around her could raise their heads and speak in front of the prince. That was how she ended up like this. As for Bai Xianxiao, she was completely unaware of what had happened. She was still lying there, sleeping in full swing. Why did she say that? Because she had practically kicked the quilt away and her clothes weren't properly dressed. Everything that should and shouldn't be exposed was completely exposed. Longheng saw such a situation as soon as he entered the room. His body, which had originally wanted to obediently rest, underwent a serious change. What was wrong with him? Why did he start to misbehave as soon as he saw her? He coughed lightly. He clearly knew that now wasn't the right time to do such things. He simply tidied up and pulled the quilt over her when he got on the bed. Then, he hugged her tightly and took advantage of her before falling asleep. The next morning, Bai Xianxiao slept very uncomfortably. Her body felt like it was being pressed down by a mountain and she couldn't turn over no matter how hard she tried. She turned over uncomfortably and immediately felt that something was wrong. Because this position was obviously very ambiguous. And behind her, there was obviously a man who wanted to do something to her. Anyway, it wasn't anything serious and it was already very dangerous. She knew who this man was, so she wanted to avoid him. However, she was in a daze and the other party seemed to have been preparing for a long time, just waiting for her to wake up. "Ah. You're too naughty. It's so early in the morning. Be good. Bear with it. This king has been enduring for an entire night. Did he have to be so proactive? Was this kind of thing so good?" Reality proved that it was so good. Jing Heng was close to going crazy. In the end, Bai Xianxiao didn't wake up early in the morning. She only ran to the toilet and went back to sleep. In the end, she was woken up less than an hour later. The old madam said that there was an important guest and asked her to make arrangements. Bai Xianxiao put on her clothes and asked Xiaoshi curiously, "Where's Prince?" "Prince went out of the estate, but he said he'll come back to have lunch with you." Xiaoshi smiled as she said this. Prince was really too good to her master. But in the blink of an eye, she no longer thought this way, because the guest was actually the rumored future mistress Miss Lin Xianxia. Bai Xianxia also felt suffocated. Why had the old madam asked her to take care of this person? However, the old madam's mama also knew that she would be resentful, so she smiled and said, Mr. Xiao, Miss Lin wants to show filial piety to the old madam, but the old madam needs to recuperate, so she asked you to arrange a place for her to stay first. Bai Xianxia understood that the old madam had asked her to take care of this big trouble. She was a bit troubled. Miss Lin originally lived in Apricot Garden, but she really didn't want to leave now that she was living there. The old madam probably wanted to test her, but she just didn't want to leave. Thus, she smiled and said, Miss Lin is too considerate. She didn't know why, but she felt that Miss Lin was looking at her with a different gaze this time. It seemed to be filled with hatred. Bai Xianxia almost couldn't maintain her smile, but she felt that she shouldn't be afraid of her. Or rather, why should she be afraid of her? The female lead hadn't harmed her in any way in the novel. She had even subdued the male lead who wanted to kill her, so why should she be afraid of the female lead? Thinking of this, she straightened her back. Unfortunately, her movements were too big, causing her to frown in pain. It seemed that subduing the male lead had been a great sacrifice, because her back really hurt too much. It's nothing, but I'll have to trouble Madame Xiao. Just as her mother said, she was too kind. She should be more ruthless when dealing with a concubine who was favored by a man. Otherwise, it would be easy for her to climb over her head. This was the situation now. She was sitting in the guest seat, while she was sitting in the main seat. She was originally the mistress of this mansion, but now she was being treated as a guest. Especially the old madam's words just now. What did she mean by telling her to stay for 2 days and then return? If she hadn't been forced into a corner, why would she have come to the mansion to hide? If the prince hadn't ignored her at Maple Red Mountain Villa, why would she have lost her virginity? Obviously, he was the one in the wrong. She didn't do anything wrong. Her mother was right. He should take responsibility for what he did wrong. She would definitely enter the mansion and become the mistress of this mansion. Now, she could only wait until after the national funeral. At that time, she would definitely sit in the main seat, and this concubine could only bow to her. Thinking of this, Lin Qianzi also raised her head and looked straight at Bai Xianxia. It seemed as if there were sparks in the air between the two of them. Yi Mama, go tidy up the guest room in the west and let Miss Lin stay there. Since she was hostile towards her, then she would arrange for it to be further away. However, it was still closer to the old madam. However, she also wanted the old madam to understand her intentions. She said, it's closer to the old madam's place. It'll be easier to take care of her. This kind of arrangement was really impeccable. She felt that even if the female lead wanted to nitpick, she wouldn't be able to do anything. But it was strange. Longheng didn't get the female lead, and she was with another man. Why was she so hostile to her? She felt that both the plot and the female lead's thoughts had silently changed, but she wasn't sure why. Fortunately, no matter what she did now, it seemed as if the heavens were helping her. This was probably the reason why the male lead stood by her side. Or was she in love now? After making some arrangements for the female lead, it was already close to noon. She asked someone to prepare a meal for Longheng when he returned. In fact, Bai Xianxia was still very worried. She was afraid that the male lead would look for the female lead or something. She had been trembling with fear. Even when she was cutting vegetables, she accidentally cut her hand and blood gushed out. She had a phobia of blood, so her brain froze and she felt unwell. It wasn't until she heard Xiaoshi calling her and was embraced by a warm embrace that she realized what had happened. Prince? Why are you so careless? Do you feel terrible? Not only did he come back, but he also came to her side. It was great that he didn't look for the female lead. Bai Xianxia couldn't help but hook her arms around the male lead's neck. Then she leaned her head against his neck, as if she was absorbing his scent to give herself strength. Longheng also comforted her. When she was lying down a little better, he asked about the female lead, Lin Qianzi. She didn't expect that the male lead knew that she was coming, but he didn't seem to welcome her. He even seemed to dislike her. Bai Xianxia's way of getting along with him was different from before. She would ask if there was a problem, what's wrong? That girl made the Lin family a mess, so they could only send her to the prince's mansion. They can't wait for me to marry her and wear a shiny green hat. If it was in the past, Long Heng would have been very angry when he found out about this. But since Bai Xianxia appeared, his temper was controlled a lot in front of her. The most important thing was that he always felt that she was too weak. He even tried to be careful when doing things and didn't dare to use his full strength. That's true, it's quite green, thinking about the female lead's actions, those excellent male supporting characters in the later stages were really annoying. So, she subconsciously said that. Then she immediately covered her mouth, thinking that she might have said something wrong. Would she be punished severely? In the end, she was flipped over by someone and her little but was fiercely hit, causing her to cry out in pain. Woo-woo, Prince, I don't dare to say anything anymore. It hurts, part of her was also pretending, but the effect was very good. The main reason was because of her face. Now that she'd applied the ointment from the doctor Long Heng had invited, her wound was almost completely healed. All that was left was a small scar. She'd even drawn a red flower on it, making her look even more seductive. What kind of man would be able to stand this crying out in pain? Long Heng only felt his whole body heat up. He gently patted her again and said, I'll punish you tonight. Bai Xianxia immediately revealed a panicked expression. She pulled Long Heng and said, No, please do it now. Do it immediately. Don't leave it until tonight. At night, there was only one way to punish her. There was only one way left, okay, but Long Heng frowned and said, Really? We haven't had lunch yet. It's okay. We'll use it later. Bai Xianxia was now giving up her dignity to not be tortured at night. In the end, she saw that Long Heng's expression was clearly a little conflicted. Then he stood up, walked to the door, and locked it. Was there something wrong? Then she watched as he walked back and took off his clothes. He complained, I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry. I wanted to leave it until tonight. Bai Xianxia immediately felt that something was amiss. This person couldn't have misunderstood the meaning of her words, right? She hurriedly jumped to her feet and ran to the ground to grab his hand, saying, Your Highness, can we think of another punishment? Could he not think about that kind of thing all day long? Although it was an expression of love, it was a little unbearable if the love was too strong. Oh? Then tell me, how do you want this king to punish you? Punish me, what? This king has thought of it. Why don't we give it a try now? Long Heng reached out and carried her to the bed. Then he pressed down on her and kissed her. When he reached her neck, he exerted force. The numbing feeling made Bai Xianxia feel her whole body tighten. She couldn't describe the feeling. It was painful and a little comfortable. She couldn't help but moan. In the end, she was bitten. Prince, why did you bite me? If you scream again, I won't just bite you. Long Heng raised his head from her body. Although he was smiling, his smile looked evil. Bai Xianxia felt that something was wrong. She stared at him in a daze. However, he calmed down and pulled her down from the bed. He said, Let's go and eat. Was he going to let her go just like that? Was it settled with a kiss? Bai Xianxia was a little confused as she was dragged out by him. When she was eating, she noticed that many people coming and going would glance at her neck, but then pretend they hadn't seen anything and went on to do other things. She touched it subconsciously, and there was still some numbness and pain there. Could it be? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Long Heng said, Try not to do any work in the kitchen in the future. Yes. But why? She didn't seem to be pregnant. Just as she was wondering, old Madam sent them a message to have dinner because Miss Lin had gone to her place for some reason. Old Madam was trying to get her son to get along with his wife, but why did she drag her, a concubine? However, Bai Xianxia was happy to go this time. She couldn't let any sparks fly between the male and female leads. Just like that, she dressed up and went to Old Madam's place with Long Heng. Old Madam was sick, so the food was placed in her room. However, the tea table Bai Xianxia gave her was placed on the side. She treasured it very much and couldn't bear to use it. There was only a small table here. It wasn't big, but it was enough for the four of them to sit down and eat. At first, Bai Xianxia didn't think much of it. Wasn't it just going in to eat? However, as soon as she took a step, Long Heng grabbed her hand and helped her in. Old Madam tilted in her chair and looked up with a smile. It just rained outside. Was the road slippery? It wasn't slippery, that's not right. If it wasn't slippery, why was he holding her hand? Glancing at Xianxia, the female lead, Xianxia immediately corrected herself. It was a little slippery. Pfft, old madam had never seen someone change the topic so abruptly, so she said, sit down and eat. Wasn't it inappropriate? A concubine sitting down with old madam, the future mistress, and the male lead to eat together? However, Xianxia still sat down. She sat opposite the female lead. Anyway, it was the old madam who asked her to sit here. Anyway, there was nothing between the female lead and the male lead now, and she wasn't considered a mistress. Speaking of mistresses, if the female lead interfered, then she would be the mistress. Longheng didn't pay any attention to the female lead, Xianxia, throughout the entire process. He even ordered, show her some dishes. She doesn't have a good appetite and is afraid of strange tastes. Then, he glanced at old Madame Xing, indicating that he didn't want her to think too much. Of course, the old madam didn't think too much about it. When her son came in, she knew that he didn't like Miss Lin. Although she was the official wife, it wasn't as if she didn't know about her reputation in the capital recently. In the past, it was only a suspicion, but the more it spread, the worse it became. It was really hard to believe. Even Madame Song, who was usually quiet, had mentioned that she had wanted to marry Miss Lin, the most talented woman in the capital, for her son. But now, she was glad that Miss Lin had been betrothed to Longheng before she could ask. When these words reached old Madame's ears, she also felt sullen. Why did she ask for such a marriage for her son, not to mention that she had rejected the marriage and run away before she was even married? She even caused her son to get injured. She hadn't even married into the family and was already like this. If she married into the family, then what would happen? Who knew what would happen? Look, she said that she was here to take care of her, but as soon as she sat down, she asked why the prince didn't come over to eat. She just didn't say anything. This concubine's status was really high, even higher than old madam, the head of the family. She hadn't even married into the family yet, and she already wanted to criticize her. Since she wanted to see, then she would have someone come and let her see as much as she wanted. Now that Madame Bai was pregnant, she definitely couldn't let her be wronged. As for her not moving out of Apricot Garden, old Madame didn't blame her. Her son was so attentive to her, but if she still wanted to be magnanimous and give him away, then she would be disappointed. This was just right. She didn't break the rules and was also pleasing to the eye. Old Madame's eyes narrowed, causing Xianxia to almost throw the teacup in her hand. Heavens knew how much Longheng looked like his mother when he narrowed his eyes. He looked very, very dangerous. Xianxia glanced nervously at Longheng, meaning to ask, "What's wrong with your mother? Why did she suddenly narrow her eyes?" But Longheng only had a faint smile floating at the corner of his mouth. Then he continued to ask about old Madame's health, completely ignoring her request for help. Just as Xianxia was feeling strange, she saw the female lead staring at her neck. She unconsciously gritted her teeth, a sour feeling in her eyes. She immediately thought of those servant girls' strange gazes and unconsciously touched her own neck. Finally, she couldn't resist glancing at Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi blushed and immediately turned her head to the side, as if she didn't know her master. Xianxia finally understood what was going on. She silently glared at Longheng and reached out to pull up her collar. She didn't need to look to know that it was Longheng's doing. So this was what he meant by punishment? She blushed. How many people had seen her along the way? It was really embarrassing. Longheng always had a sense of propriety. Even if he was excited, he rarely left any special kiss marks on her body because he couldn't bear to bite her. Even if he didn't say anything, he would silently lick her a few times. The next day, he would even smear some red pearls on her body, making her look like she was seriously injured. But today, he did this on purpose. In fact, it was already written in the novel that this man was extremely domineering. He didn't allow others to even look at his woman. But the female lead was too charming, and he couldn't do anything about it. However, his possessiveness was very strong, so Xianxia felt that she really needed to be careful. She hadn't even provoked him yet, but she was already being slandered. After a while, when the dishes were served, she was indeed separated into small plates. Long Hing accompanied her to eat and didn't pick up the food that the female lead had eaten. This was clearly disdaining Lin Xianxia. This move of his was really bad. Bai Xianxia was happy to see him do this. Even if the female lead didn't do anything to them, she was still her love rival. The old madam didn't say anything and just ate some food on her own before going to lie down and rest. But when she left, she was polite to the female lead and told the young people to slowly eat. Slowly using meant slowly torturing each other. Lin Xianxia wasn't someone who could endure silently. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been treated differently by the men. She was bold, so she couldn't help but feel angry when she saw them following each other. She put down her bowl and chopsticks and said, "I'm done eating. Prince, coming to the palace this time, I can be considered, please shut up." Which family's rules would make Miss Lin be so rude? The host hasn't finished eating yet and you're already speaking disrespectfully. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by outsiders? Oh, this king almost forgot. I'm afraid the daughter of the Lin family doesn't care about things like face. Long Hing usually didn't speak much, but when he suddenly said these hurtful words, his tongue was abnormally poisonous, admirable. Bai Xianxia lowered her head and ate silently, but she was still happy inside. No matter what, he wasn't attracted to the female lead. This was good. End of chapter 160. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.